Chapter 1, Back 2 years ago. Hiss. Sun Ming let out a pained cry and opened his eyes to look around and realized that he was actually in a rented house. This is? He only remembered yesterday's hair small Ningcheng wedding. The evening dinner invitation with hair small relatives drinking on the bar. The two with two a cup of white wine a cup after a cup of drink. Even after drinking 4 cups on the not work. Dazed and confused only remember that someone to send him home Now how is this in the rental house He vigorously scratched his hair. The brain is still confused. Picked up the phone to see the time is only 9:30. Intended to put down the heart of a shock, and then hurriedly picked up the phone. No, this is November 1st, 2020, not November 1st, 2022 year. Am I traveling through, or back to 2 years ago? This kind of good thing can be my turn? Sun Ming was confused. He is a person who grew up with an introverted personality. High school did not graduate from the work. Home to do a few years of power distribution, disliked the unchanging work to run to the city to work. But what can a person with no education and no experience do? When the customer service, sales of insurance, opened a drop, money did not earn but also a lot of upside down. The city is not like the countryside. At home to eat without spending money, sleep without spending money. In the city rent 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan for food. Nothing to do 2,000 gone. However, when selling insurance, someone recommended to run a credit card. He did more than 10 in a row. The amount of more or less. More than 30,000. Less than $2,000. To the rebirth of the former already owed a buttload of debt. Because of the debt began to use their brains. Selling insurance when his master because of speculation earned a lot of money. Because of introverted character and embarrassed to let people recommend stocks to him. He began his own as a leak of the road to go through. Set of credit card $50,000 into the field. The market was quite good. Not a few days with this 50,000 earned more than 10,000. Excited him a few days sleepless. Thinking of 50,000 to earn 10,000, 500,000 to earn 100,000. Because in the insurance company, the loan is also easy. Brain fever loaned 150,000 all thrown in. From which his miserable life began. Still do not understand what the stock market is the case. He bought high and sold low. Frequent transactions, and so he reacted when it was late. 3 months less than the time of more than 200,000 left more than 50,000. So he is still not repentant. Mentality collapse of his parents and played the parents intend to help him to buy a house of money. Sun Ming's family conditions can be 8 years in the countryside to build a building. Then spent more than $500,000 to build 3.5. In the village is also considered a unique. However, the times in the development. Sun Ming 26 has not married. Because of the old family to get married only with the family's building cannot. The city must also have a suite. Because of this the family gave him to prepare a $500,000 down payment intended to allow him to buy a house. But the money is not yet given to him. When he cheated from the hands of his parents that $500,000 after the rhetoric into the stock market. But people have not been stupid enough to continue to buy and sell low. Begin to learn the operation of others. Began to build positions in batches. Loss of replenishment of the position. A profit on the liquidation of the position. There is a loss in profit, but in general or loss of money. So it has been mixed day. To the end of the night, there have been regrets. There have been confused. The next day dawn continue to mix so. Until the wedding of Ningcheng has lost the remaining 200,000 or so. This time drinking is also depressed. The words on the words, with people relatives who do not serve anyone. Began a cup and a cup of the competition. Sobriety over the Sun Ming will have a sigh of relief to think of rebirth such a good thing can turn to him. Rubbing his distended head. He got up and put on his clothes, walking into the restroom to put on water. When washing his hands, he looked at himself in the mirror. Not much changed from 2 years later. With a mediocre figure, clean-cut looks, unkempt hair that was a bit long, and wearing a cheap sweater and pants. Suddenly grinned and giggled. The mood of excitement cannot control their own expression. Although back to 2 years ago than those who have the system of the chosen one. But so he also satisfied not. When the loss of a mess. He also saw on a certain sound to buy stocks 10,000 to 100 million fastest way. Memory and now it is also his turn to do Big Brother. Think here pick up the phone. Or when just bought the fruit 12. Because this phone is his first installment to buy things. The memory is still fresh. Looked at the time, already more than 11 o'clock. Plunged into the memories of time passes very quickly. Went downstairs to pack a small dumplings back to eat. Then began to think about what to do behind. Although he remembers 222 years to buy stocks 10,000 to 100 million individual stocks. But now only 2020 November 15th. Still a month and a half to operate. And he now has no money at credit card. But although done. But just this money earn up too slow. The money is hard to buy early to know. He now knows but too much. Obviously pick up the money of course to get enough principal, but he also knows that this is not in a hurry. This is also to the parents of the 500,000 to come over the loan, then still have to ask. The only concern is how to get out of the hands of the parents that money, although it is ready to buy a house for his money, but stay in the hands of a long time. The local housing prices from 1 to 5 years began to rise, from more than 5,000 to more than 10,000, and some even more than 20,000. In the city of Jean City, the average salary of 3 or 4,000 second-tier cities has been considered the price of heaven. Now the price of housing is still high, only next year began to have a fall, but this point is not in the scope of his consideration, and originally did not intend to buy a house. The reason needs to be considered. Before rebirth is an excuse to find a girlfriend, intends to get married and buy a house home before giving money, really cannot still use this reason. That said, God seems to really come to make up for his regrets. Picked up the phone to look, it has not been downloaded. Tonghua Shan. Last life in the very early because of the need for friends to performance on his recommendation to open the Tonghua Shan account. Did not open the KTB, but the main board is enough. KTB open or not open all. Open the App Store to search for Tonghua Shan download. Dozens of seconds to download. Click on the page to enter the cell phone number ID card to receive a verification code to go in. And now there is a difference in the money. Time is still early. Go home. Forget it. Cheating money on cheating money. And so earn money directly to buy a suite is also considered an account. Sun Ming thought. Said to go. Take the car keys. Open the door and press the elevator. Looking at the hands of the car keys. Zoti. When mom and dad spent 80,000 for him to buy the Z360. The top of the line at the time. But unfortunately not for a period of time. Zoti, even 4 stores are gone. Down to the negative floor to find the car, open the door to go in and drive to the home. The old home is more than 50 kilometers away from the city. To more than an hour. Chapter 2, 500 million. An hour or so, Sun Ming drove home, opened the door into the house to see his parents lying on the sofa watching TV, although he was very excited. But for Sun's parents, their son had not been away for a long time, just casually asked a few questions and continued to be addicted to the TV series cannot be extricated. Sun Ming sat on the sofa and coughed twice. Waiting for Sun's parents to look over, he slowly opened his mouth, driving the car and playing music. Sun Ming remembered what he had just exchanged with his parents. The process of asking for money is surprisingly smooth. Sun Ming from childhood is a stable and introverted children. Did not do anything out of the ordinary. When he opened his mouth to say that he got an object, want to buy a house short of the down payment, Sun's parents did not even ask the girl is where the direct passbook will be taken out to hand over to him. Sun Ming followed his parents to withdraw the money. Usually large withdrawals need to make an appointment, because small local credit unions usually do not put much money at home. There are a few tens of thousands of backup on the line. However, Sun Ming and his parents just happened to catch up with someone who had deposited money in the same village, so they did the formalities and withdrew the money and deposited it on his bank card. Driving the car thinking of mom and dad said to buy a house to bring the girl back in a hurry. Words. Self-centered he laughs out loud. Unconsciously came to the door of the district, drove down the basement, parked the engine off and locked the door to walk a few steps on the elevator, into the room lying on the bed and did not want to move. Just want to lie like this. Every day to eat takeout, to read novels, brush a certain sound. Sun Ming's mind has long been January to December. You can buy the stock royally. Stayed up for more than a month and even the solar calendar year across the new year did not see. Early to sleep. The next morning Sun Ming woke up, wash his face, brush his teeth and go to the toilet. A set of processes down more than 8 o'clock. Rice do not care to eat. Open the Tonghua Shan app will be the card of 55 million at once rushed in. The fluctuations of the stock market Sun Ming simply do not know, although many years of leaks, but he is to remember to eat, not remember to fight, or brush a certain sound when you see people send 10,000 to 100 million, fantasizing about owning $1 billion. Although not very clear about the fluctuations of individual stocks, but specific stocks from January to December he still remembers especially well. January's Chuanneng Power rose 110%. February's Jinyo Chemical rose 80%. March's Shuanzhong Development rose 70%. April's Heat King Bio rose 120%. May's Rongyu Group rose 90%. June's Fu Manchu Micro rose 80%. July's Lianchuang shares rose 260%. August's Huachan Equipment rose 140%. September's Guanyu Development rose 150%. October's Hangshui shares rose 260%. August's Huachan Equipment rose 140%. September's Guanyu Development rose 150%. And October's Hangshui shares rose 260%. Hangshui shares rose 60% in October. Tuoshin Pharmaceuticals rose 200% in November. And Jingcheng shares rose 100% in December. Since January, he told his family and friends that his girlfriend had fallen out of favor with him and that his work was not going well, so he wanted to go out for a walk. Parents do not understand but still support him. He was excited about the intention to buy a house to get married. Did not expect to break up so quickly. The old couple thought that his son was hurt by the woman wanted to go out. They did not think too much. They did not think that Sun Ming is lying to them. Sun Ming had no way to explain to his parents for the time being, so he didn't explain. He did not go out and walk around. Directly backed out of the rental house, packed up the luggage. The deposit did not want. Directly into the hotel. 500 a night. Not too good, but much better than the rental house. And also tube meal, so he cannot go out quietly waiting for the harvest. Looking at the spacious room, the floor-to-ceiling windows directly facing a line of river view, the marble bathroom, Sun Ming felt that it was a bit of a waste for him to live here alone, and later on, he would go to the bar to turn around and see if he could recognize a beautiful woman. That's right, Sun Ming at this time lying in the bathtub in the middle of the bath, when he used a little more than $500,000 soon earned $100 million, would like to close, but know that the stock will go up and do not go to buy is simply impossible. No one can hold back, but he did not dare to buy all, for fear that because the amount of his money is too large to cause a butterfly effect, so until the end of the second year he ended up with $500 million, and then came to the top of the mainland flow of the city of Zhanghai to live down, raised his hand and looked at the time, almost 7 o'clock, can go downstairs to eat. He is now wearing the Transmission Raider Series 000 or B258, and the gentle rotation of the pointer seems to agree with Sun Ming's heartbeat. The pattern of golden dragons and clouds is slightly old-fashioned, but it is just right for Sun Ming who has lived again, only the value is slightly more expensive. 2.02 million. The watch he went to buy after he came to Zhanghai and stayed in the hotel was also his favorite watch before he was reborn. After dinner, Sun Ming went to the 21st floor bar viewing terrace, which was not crowded. He ordered a beer at the bar then sat on the parapet to blow off some steam. It was getting dark, and the hotel deserved to be the best place to watch the night view of the Pujiang River. The lights of the Oriental Pearl Tower in the World Financial Center across the river dispersed the darkness of the night and shone brightly in the sky and the earth. Just as he froze, a pretty young lady walked over, only to see her wearing a tight ultra-short dress, her long white legs swinging back and forth, and her feet wearing high heels, which made her look especially sexy. She was carrying a glass of red wine, and seeing that Sun Ming was alone and wearing a conspicuous gold watch, she sat down after making sure that no one was next to Sun Ming. After the two briefly said a few words, Sun Ming learned that this long-legged young lady called Ming Jing, in a bank as the president's secretary, but according to her she said she was just a gold-plated, because the president is her relative. However, the specific is not that will be benevolent to see the wisdom. Ming Jing is also inquiring about Sun Ming's details, asking him what he is doing in Zhanghai. Sun Ming said that he is currently unemployed, the future has not yet thought about, wandering day to day. Ming Jing looked at Sun Ming's oil and salt look will stop to continue to explore the heart. A little talk, a few words and then left. Sun Ming is not a gun. See anyone who wants to fire. This time he came to Zhanghai is also to see the charm of the super city. The next day, Sun Ming took stock of the things to do. Very simple. Buy a house and a car. What to do with money? Especially for people like Sun Ming who were so rich. The inseparable thing is to buy a house and a car. Of course, buying a house in Zhanghai is also a kind of investment, because he will not lose money. Not far from the hotel there is a Porsche Center. Take a taxi without a moment's effort to arrive. Although Sun Ming is a taxi, but the Porsche Center sales service attitude is still very good. Of course, should also be inseparable from his wrist of the golden Vacheron Constantine. He was greeted by a slender and pretty sales manager, who said that the Porsche Cayenne was available, while the 911 and Primera needed to be booked in advance. Sun Ming is not interested in the Cayenne and 911. His favorite is the Primera, because when he was in the insurance company, their manager drove this. He envied the bad. Chapter 3, Consumption. The supervisor who received Sun Ming's surname was Ning. Originally she thought that Sun Ming just came over to take a casual look, but after chatting, she realized that Sun Ming knew a lot about cars, and was planning to order a car today. Manager Ning's supervisor also noticed. He tried to grab the order. Hello sir, I'm Ning's supervisor. She just came here. She may not be too familiar with the car models. Let me introduce you. Sun Ming looked at the middle-aged man and said somewhat playfully, will it be cheaper to buy from you than from MS? Ning, if it is cheaper, how much cheaper can it be? The middle-aged supervisor touched his head somewhat awkwardly. You're joking. Within a store, all of our cars of the same model are at one price. That's not necessary. I think MS. Ning speaks very well and is also very pretty. What do you think? Sun Ming spoke directly to the middle-aged supervisor. Yes, you're right. He nodded his head in a hurry and walked elsewhere while speaking. He shouldn't be able to stay any longer. Manager Ning was grateful to see Sun Ming relieving her, and in the end, Sun Ming got his hands on a Primera 4S3. 0T. The The price of the car is 1.9 million. Sun Ming added all the configurations that a Porsche should have, which is a god weapon to get girls. The vehicle is equipped with sports mode, chassis lift, seat heating, constant temperature air conditioning, absolutely top of the luxury models. The transfer plus options, insurance, purchase tax, license plate, luxury car consumption tax, before and after the actual cost of 2,600,000. After paying the deposit, Sun Ming and the sales center agreed to pick up the car time. About 2 weeks. When he was leaving, manager Ning did not move and slipped a note into Sun Ming's hand. After putting the note in his pants pocket, Mr. Sun took a taxi and left directly from the sales center, and he also made an appointment with a house salesman. The entire staff of Rongqing International welcomed Mr. Sun's presence. Sun Ming, who got down from the cab, just walked to the front door of the sales department and saw the banner right above him. He was slightly stunned. Now all the home sellers are so enthusiastic? In fact, this kind of operation is simply too normal. Sales industry. In order to sell goods, that is simply anything, as long as the customer satisfaction, not to mention the turnover rate, can be increased by 10%. Even if it is increased by 1%, that is also worth it, especially in such a high-grade villa area as Rongqing International, even if only have the intention to buy the person, that are properly billionaires. For such a tycoon, courtesy is not it, right? That's too reasonable. Mr. Sun, this way please. At the entrance of the sales department, a saleswoman wearing a uniform and high heels jogged all the way to Sun Ming's side. With a smile on her face, the saleswoman extended her hand to Sun Ming to show him the way. Hearing the saleswoman's words, Sun Ming also slowed down from his daze and smiled faintly at her before walking in towards the sales department. Hello Mr. Sun, I'm Zhang Mang, the manager of the sales department of Rongqing International. Just as Sun Ming entered the sales department, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit and elite dress greeted him. Hello Manager Zhang. I'm a little late. There was a delay in the middle of something. Sun Ming also then said to Zhang Mang. Zhang Mang hurriedly said, Mr. Sun is joking. Waiting for a distinguished guest like you was originally our duty. You don't need to take it to heart. Then he reached out his hand and said to Sun Ming, Mr. Sun, please come in. Zhang Mang led Sun Ming into the VIP hall until he sat down and took a seat. Zhang Mang bowed and spoke. I wonder what Mr. Sun would like to drink? Dragon well, juice or water? Listening to the drinks that Zhang Mang spoke out, Sun Ming nodded slightly and said, a glass of water will do. Receiving Sun Ming's response, the saleswoman who guided him and hurriedly went out to prepare water for him. When Sun Ming and Zhang Mang were left in the VIP hall, Zhang Mang opened his mouth. Hello Mr. Sun, let me introduce you to the basic details of our Rongqing International. Our Rongqing International is a villa project in the city, covering an area of 861 acres. With a top-notch sports center and matching entertainment complex, the entire development has 74 housing units, including 16 villas. There are still 3 villas left for sale, and according to the current real estate market price, we are giving an average price of 110,000 PSF. Listening to Zhang Mang's introduction, Sun Ming's gaze flickered slightly and did not answer him. Super Tier 1 was Super Tier 1. The house price was more than 5 times that of his hometown, and this house price alone could make it out of reach for countless people. The saleswoman quickly brought over the water, and Sun Ming took a sip before listening to Zhang Mang continue his introduction. Now there are only 2 villas left in the first district, the 4th and 5th in the second district. The household sizes are 960 square feet, 760 square feet and 660 square feet. If calculated according to the price of $1,100,000, the total price of the villa in Area 1 and 2 had already reached more than 100 million points. Using Mr. Wang's words, that was a small goal. This made Sun Ming slightly smack his lips. Although he had 500 million, this price had already made 99% of people out of reach. Saying more is not as good as going to see the room on the ground, Sun Ming said to Zhang Mang. Zhang Mang looked at Sun Ming's expression and hurriedly said, the car is ready to go at any time, so let's go now. Sun Ming got up. Then let's see it first. With that, the entire sales department became busy. Mr. Sun, this is the villa in District 1. No. 2. Covering an area of 1,900 square feet, with a title area of 960 square feet. It is a 4-story duplex with 8 rooms, 2 halls, and 4 baths. In addition to that, there is also a study room, and a gym. Moreover, the villa is well decorated and can be moved in. The whole villa area is full of trees and fresh air. Listening to Zhang Mang's introduction, Sun Ming didn't ask any questions. He was satisfied with everything. After spending another 2 hours strolling through this villa and the remaining 2, Sun Ming realized that he still liked the first one. Although it was expensive, it was really beautiful. Returning to the VIP lounge, Sun Ming sat down. Although he knew the price, Sun Ming still asked, How much does the first one cost? Jiang Mang wore a smile on his face. The villa in District 1. No. 2. According to the market price of 120,000 a square foot, the total price is $115,200,000. Sun Ming's face remained unchanged, pondering. Jiang Mang is not in a hurry. After all, hundreds of millions of mansions, not cabbage. Even if you are rich again, have to deliberate. Not afraid of not knowing the goods is afraid to compare the goods. From looking at the first building, the back of the two buildings compared to it, it is indeed worse, meaning, although the latter two buildings compared to the first building will certainly be a lot cheaper. Thinking of this, Sun Ming looked at Jiang Mang and asked, is there still room for bargaining? Hearing Sun Ming's words, the smile on Jiang Mang's face became even more intense. Being able to bargain proves that the other party really wants to buy, and the chances of closing the deal increase countless times. Doing business, asking for a price and paying it back, this kind of thing is too normal, especially with such a high price. Slightly lowering it a little bit, that's the kind of money that ordinary people can't earn even if they fight for their whole life for it. If Mr. Sun has the intention to buy, then I can ask for you, but I don't dare to guarantee how much this price can be lowered. Please forgive me. Sun Ming nodded his head in understanding after hearing this. Seeing Sun Ming nod, Jiang Mang then left the VIP hall. Chapter 4. Buying. Not much time passed. Jiang Mang returned to the VIP lounge. With a smile on his face, he opened his mouth. Mr. Sun, after our discussion, we decided to give you a price of 115,000 per square foot. This price is already very sincere. Sun Ming looked at the false smile on Jiang Mang's face. He knew that for an individual to buy a villa, this price is estimated to be the lowest. Even if you talk about it again, it will not be much of a discount. Of course, if you know someone, that would be another story. But where does Sun Ming know someone? His money was all earned from the stock market. Then take the purchase contract. Sun Ming spoke after a moment of contemplation. Jiang Mang smiled even more humbly. Although Sun Ming acted decisively, he had sold several villas like this a long time ago, and it wouldn't surprise him too much. That's what people did. Just pay the full amount directly. Hearing this, Jiang Mang's face smiled even more. Although he was a little surprised that Sun Ming was so young, but it was none of his business. These days, no matter what payment method is important to him, loan or full payment, the most important thing is that the house is sold and the payment has arrived on the account. A deal for a mansion worth hundreds of millions of dollars was thus formalized. Sun Ming sat in front of the table. 7 or 8 employees of Rongqing International stood side by side. He signed his name under the gaze of the crowd. He had carefully read the regulations. There was nothing wrong with them. And even if there was a problem, he wouldn't necessarily be able to see it. But he was also able to come here because of Rongqing International's credibility. And there hadn't been a single incident of a property owner causing trouble in all these years. After signing, Sun Ming from his pocket he took out a black CCB private bank card and gently placed it on the table. Brush it directly. Password 774,936. And then bring the receipt to sign it. Jiang Mang had seen such a card more than once. Then carefully picked up the card and signaled the employee to bring the POS machine over. As the data was printed, everyone understood that the transaction of $110,400,000 was successful. Seeing the data print out, Jiang Mang bowed slightly and said, "Congratulations to Mr. Sun for becoming our esteemed owner of Rongqing International. From now on, your satisfaction is the pursuit of all of our company's staff." The 7 or 8 staff members also repeated it together in a loud voice. This made Sun Ming's heart excited. Although he had gotten the huge amount of money for a long time, he had never told anyone about it, nor had he been surrounded by congratulations like this. After the payment was successful, it was to follow the process to start doing all kinds of certificates, and it took about half a month or so for the average person to buy a house to get a real estate license, while Rongqing International promised to do it in 2 days. This is normal, right? What's wrong with being a little bit special for a $100 million mansion? After getting the house booked to live in, Sun Ming resumed the state of inactivity, waiting for the car to arrive on the return home. The rich and powerful do not return to their hometowns, such as the brocade coat night walk. Just thought of the car. Sun Ming suddenly sat up. He thought of when he bought a Porsche that sales also gave him a note, which is written on the sales of the phone. Stark Western Restaurant. Zhanhai opened a period of time in the Western restaurant. Per capita consumption of more than 1,000. The main high-end route opened a period of time, but now naturally overcrowded. Ning manager's real name is Ning Xian. Compared to the Porsche service center, at this time, she has a head of long, flowing black hair down the shoulders, small face painted with light makeup, red lips ordinary flames like a demonic and sexy, low-chested dress leaks out of the snow-white piece of the foot, wearing at least 10 centimeters of the red bottom of the high-heeled shoes to make her look more sexy, which makes the men who pass by the table stop to look at her. Sun Ming casually chatted with her for a few moments, and the waiters served the food one after another. the Wagyu beef, Australian dragon and various desserts and side dishes cost Sun Ming more than $5,000, but Sun Ming ate or very satisfied. Reborn a year he just think how to make money from the stock market, while making money while afraid of whether there will be a butterfly storm affect themselves, so that he has not been how to enjoy. Well, the final result is still good. He successfully withdrew. After dinner time came to 9 o'clock in the evening. As the old saying goes, when you are full, are you alright tonight? Sun Ming asked as if casually. Ning Xian shook her head. From the moment she received Sun Ming's call she knew what the other party was going to do. Of course, she was also looking forward to it, or else she wouldn't have specially dressed up and taken out all the stuff in her suitcase. Sun Ming is not very old, but he casually took out more than 200 nearly 3 million full payment to buy a car. Proved the strength of Sun Ming. She also thought that in case she could get on the throne, although it was unlikely, it was good to have such an expectation. Let's go then. Sun Ming spoke. Ning Xian stepped on her 10-centimeter high heels and followed closely behind Sun Ming. Didn't go far, there was a high-end love hotel in front of them, and didn't say much. Checking in. At 9:30 the next morning, the sunlight shone through the curtains and lit up the room. Woke up by the cell phone information. Sun Ming opened his heavy eyes, rubbed vigorously and found that it was some garbage information. From the time he mentioned the money to the bank card after such information has always been there. Pull the black cannot be finished. Looking at the still sleeping Ning Xian, lifted the quilt. Smooth pink skin in the sunshine under the illumination appears unusually enchanting. Looking at her slender waist, Sun Ming he smile will be pressed up. Ning Xian said in a daze, do not. Don. Just want. Where do you live now? Can I go and take a look? Afterwards, Ning Xian asked as she lay on her bed. Hearing Ning Xian's words, Sun Ming smiled and said, forget it, I haven't bought a house yet. I'll go again when I have the chance to buy 1 inch. He said, using his cell phone to transfer $20,000 to Ning Xian. Getting Sun Ming's reply and receiving the transfer, Ning Xian also understood what it meant and gave up her unrealistic ideas and fell silent. She thought that she had gone to so much trouble last night to try to please, and even did a lot of things she didn't want to do, that she could make the relationship between the two go in a bit. But she had underestimated Sun Ming, even if Sun Ming had been stupid before, but that was before. An experience of such a bizarre rebirth had made him particularly lucid, especially after having money. The relationship between the two is simple. Sun Ming is lonely and has a bit of money. Ning Xian happens to have a little bit of beauty and has a little bit of interest in Sun Ming. I don't want to talk about feelings. Forget it. After waiting for another half a month, Sun Ming's car. Sun Ming went to the Porsche Center to pick up the car. He also finally heard the familiar words. Congratulations on becoming a respected Porsche owner. May the Dark Horse Golden Shield guard your noble life. Sun Ming's car was first put on a foreign license plate, and then changed to a Jianhai license plate when the license plate was transferred. But it took a little bit of time, and the last thing he needed now was time. Back to the villa area. Packed up his things and drove back. Chapter 5, Returning Home in Clothes. January 27th, the 25th day of the Lunar New Year. Sun Ming drove his new car back to his rural hometown. This also caused quite a stir in his neighborhood. Sun's son drove a Porsche back. The neighbors around the car to see afresh. After all, there is money in the village, but most of them are to buy an Audi to get a Mercedes-Benz even if the extra money most people still in the city of Cam City to buy a house. After all, real estate, property, and on the one hand, is that there is a son of real estate will be easy to marry a daughter-in-law. Few people spend a lot of money to buy a car. A young man who knows what he's doing opened his mouth and said to his neighbors, this car will cost more than $1 million, plus tax and insurance to start with more than $2 million. This guy scared the village uncles and aunts. Big brother and big sister jumped and hastily flashed away, but also pulled their own children to the side, which if the scratching and rubbing cannot afford to pay. Father's son been sat on the sofa in the living room, has been smoking not to speak. Mother Nya Ping looked at her son worried, wanting to say something and do not know what to say. Looking at his parents, who hadn't seen him for a year, Sun Ming pretended to be relaxed and said, what's wrong? You don't recognize your son just because he drives a luxury car? Don't know to welcome him either? Looking at her son, her mother Nya Ping suddenly laughed and looked at Sun Ming and said, welcome your ass. At first you said something about your girlfriend falling apart. Your job didn't go well, so you just left, and now you're coming home and making such a big fuss. What do you want to do? Listening to his mother's angry words with laughter, Sun Ming hurriedly pacified his mother and let her dissipate her anger. After Sun Bin finished his cigarette, he said to Nya Ping, it's not easy for your son to come back, so go buy something first and make him something delicious. Nya Ping knew that next was the time for father and son to talk, so she took her bag and went out to buy food. Although the Sun family wasn't a rich and powerful family, they also had a small amount of assets, or else they wouldn't have given Sun Ming that $500,000 to buy a house. Sun Bin has also seen the world, otherwise he wouldn't have made so much money. From the moment Sun Ming entered the house, he saw the watch on his son's hand. Although he didn't know much, but he also knew that the watch was worth a lot of money, otherwise he wouldn't have been smoking. Sun Ming's income before leaving his job, he knows, and the last year Sun Ming also said, is out of distraction without any source of income. When they gave the 500,000 even a car cannot afford to buy, let alone there is such a piece of the table. The son went out for a year only to come back. Sun Bin is not good to open the mouth to scold. After a moment's reprieve, Sun Bin slowly opened his mouth. Say it. What's the matter with the car and the watch? Oops, Dad. You can rest assured. This is my legitimate income. Serious and legitimate income. Money I bought it. You still do not believe me? Ah? Sun Bin's face eased a lot. He believed in his son. Just as the last time Sun Ming came back to ask for money and said that he had a girlfriend to buy a house and get married. He didn't ask for anything. He directly took out the money and gave it to Sun Ming. Although for the current Sun Ming for $500,000 is nothing. But to know, that is the old couple half a lifetime of savings. From Sun Bin said to give it can be seen how much the family trusts Sun Ming. Your car and watch add up to $3 to $4 million, right? Where did you get the money? Sun's father finally couldn't hold back the curiosity in his heart and asked. Fortunately, Sun Ming had prepared, opened his cell phone, logged on Tonghua Shun. Will be that earned 100 million operating page handed to Sun Bin to watch. The true story of his speculation in the stock market as a godsend. What to buy, what sword. No loss at all. Looking at his son Sun Ming to show him the operation of the stock record. If not money right there, Sun Bin also thought he saw a ghost. Not so that what to say. Reprimanding Sun Ming for speculating in the stock market? If Sun Ming had lost money he could indeed scold and beat him. But now his son had made money. Money that he could not make in his lifetime. If he didn't crack down on Sun Ming, he still didn't know what he drifted into. Don't expose your wealth, okay? You drive a luxury car like this back in the open. Wait for it. The next relatives and friends will have less trouble. The Sun family has money? Just said. Small assets. Then the top then the bottom. But in the hometown of Sun Bin is very low-key. Usually riding a broken motorized three-wheeled back and forth. At most is to eat a little good. But this who do not know. Neighbors see are broken three-wheeled. Until Sun Ming examined the driver's license to buy a car. Not a good car. He is so low-key is because of too many relatives and friends. If you show that there is money to borrow, you are borrowing or not borrowing. The village is too difficult to go through. Now Sun Ming so high-profile driving a luxury car home, is to give friends and relatives a signal. Sun Ming outside developed. Poor in the city no one asked, rich in the mountains have distant relatives. No need to ask. The next need to help will come one after another. Of course, Sun Ming is well aware of this, but not returning to his hometown is like traveling at night in brocade clothes. Besides, who can find him? Several uncles' family are small assets, and even buy houses and cars, then when his family is even richer. A few aunts and uncles' condition is not good, but if the request is not too much to help is not a big deal. As for friends, Sun Ming on a few friends, used to say, neighbors even if, he is not even too clear about the names of many neighbors. Nieping soon bought food back. Sun Ming thought that his mother intended to personally cook some operation. I did not expect Nieping is from the restaurant to buy ready-made, sweet and sour pork, braised pork ribs, small crispy pork, pulled yam, pine nut corn 5 dishes placed on the table, looking very appetizing. Sun Ming gave his mom a thumbs up. These dishes were very much to his liking. At the dinner table, Nieping was also surprised to hear that her son had earned $100 million, and then sighed, it's a pity. You shouldn't be able to look at the local girls now that you're rich, right? Hey, I was also thinking about you coming back this time to let you meet a blind date and get married earlier. When Sun Ming heard his mom's words, he was instantly speechless. It doesn't matter whether or not you're successful. Marriage is a big deal. The rest is all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Sun Ming's grandparents died a long time ago. Grandpa also left a few years ago. Now he only has a 80-year-old grandmother. She lives in her great-uncle's house, and there is no one in his house after he left, so he is at home by himself, and his grandmother is in another house. The uncle has 3 daughters, all married out. Now cold. In a few days will be lively. Sun Ming and his uncle casually chatted a few words, asked about Sun Ming's work, then said, money on the right way, and never said more. When he came to his grandmother's house, Sun Ming's grandmother is still brushing a certain hand, which is still he felt that grandpa went away. Leaving his grandmother alone is too lonely, so he bought a cell phone to teach her how to operate step by step, how to browse. For young people is very simple, for the old people is very difficult. Sun Ming taught several times before her grandmother to learn. In the grandmother's home did not stay long. The grandmother is not concerned about what Sun Ming did outside, how much money earned. She only cared about Sun Ming when to get married. In the case of the grandmother has been asked. Sun Ming fled. Chapter 6 Cousin. Sun Ming returned home. The family of three again chatted about what he did last year. While talking about Sun Ming's mother scolded him, said he went out for so long also do not know to make a phone call back. Sun Ming had to nod his head while apologizing. His mother is a very simple person, but also particularly good coaxing, angry with a few good words on the past. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon he received a phone call from his cousin at his sister-in-law's house. Cousin Nia Hang came to the phone. He has actually been prepared. Just did not expect to be so fast. Speaking of Sun Ming cousin, this person is also a dude. From childhood to be spoiled. He is the only child of that yard. From childhood was spoiled by his grandparents to grow up. When young, he dropped out of school. A little older after his cousin went directly to work in the bar. Working for a few years did not save a penny. And then her mother, that is, my sister-in-law asked for $100,000 to do business in the end. The money spent on the business did not do. Finally from the bar to find a daughter-in-law back to get married. The marriage did not last 2 years. And finally the sister-in-law could not stand the cousin's character to divorce. Cousin Sun Ming addicted to fantasy westward ho borrowed $300,000. Bought a few numbers, intend to use this to make money. But unfortunately the final failure. The number sold $200,000. But he did not return the money to others, but all the money to buy a car. And never went out of the house, casually looking for a job at home to do. Earn not much, anyway, cannot afford to pay the debtor's money. Sun Ming knew that when his cousin knew that he had money, he would definitely come to borrow money. And this money certainly cannot come back, but he still intends to give. For the person he borrowed money from, he really wasn't a thing. But for Sun Ming, all of his fond memories as a child came from his older brothers. And his cousin was really good to Sun Ming, knowing that he didn't earn much from his work. He never asked him to borrow money. And every time he knew that Sun Ming had come back, he would definitely invite him to drink once in the evening, and treat him with good food and drink. So, no matter how other people's impression of his cousin is, at least he is impeccable to Sun Ming. After receiving the phone call and agreeing on a time, Sun Ming packed up and went to Nia Hang's house. By the time he arrived, it was already 7 o'clock, and Nia Hang had made a table full of dishes waiting for him. Speaking of which, Nia Hang may be full of shortcomings, but his cooking skills are really good. It really is comparable to a chef. Seeing Sun Ming arrive, Nia Hang hemmed and hawed and didn't say anything. Ha ha ha. Sun Ming looked at his expression and puffed out a laugh. Alright old brother, your business is my business. Drink first, drink and talk. After laughing for a while, Sun Ming opened his mouth to Nia Hang. Okay. Nia Hang did not dawdle. Moved out 2 Corona, gave Sun Ming 1. Looking at this wine, Sun Ming fell into the memories. This wine is a bit expensive for people like them who can drink and have little money at that time. $8 a bottle or 250 milliliters of Corona compared to $4 a bottle of 550 milliliters of Qingdao is really too expensive. When Nia Hang drank with others, it was always Tsingdao, but every time Sun Ming came to Nia Hang's house, he would buy 2 pieces to drink with him. Back to God. The 2 people a person up to open a bottle of food did not eat a bite first, drink a bottle. While chatting and drinking, at 10 o'clock in the evening, the wine was almost drunk. Sun Ming only slowly opened his mouth to Nia Hang. Cousin, you tell the truth. How much is owed so far? When Nia Hang heard Sun Ming's words, he lit a cigarette and thought for a moment, saying, I'm not going to be polite to you. From the very beginning when I borrowed 300,000 to now, it's almost 400,000. You also know that I am already a dog's ass in their eyes. In fact, it is not in their eyes. I am a dog's ass in itself. When I borrowed the money I said it was very nice. Others asked me for money, I don't have it. I'm a waste of money myself. I don't want to do too much hard and tiring work. I have to get by. And I usually rely on your aunt to give me the money. Sun Ming nodded. Even if he heard that Nia Hang owed 400,000 he wasn't surprised. 1 is that this amount of money is nothing for him. 2 is that he also knows who is the person who still has people to lend him money since he owes 300,000. There are still 3 pounds of nails in a broken boat. And who doesn't have a few poor relatives and rich relatives? Nia Hang has a sister who works outside. Earns a lot. Most of the subsidies in Nia Hang, resulting in Sun Ming cousin to more than 30 is still not married. Nia Hang has a cousin. Is his aunt's family? This is particularly capable. Sun Ming remember very clearly. Nia Hang was married when his cousin to give the money to give 20,000, more than his own sister to give. And even when Nia Hang borrowed money to buy a number of times from his cousin that probably borrowed 20 to 20,000, the pro sister took 50,000. The rest of the 50,000 is from the friends there to put together. Nia Hang's reputation was ruined by the $50,000 he didn't pay back. His cousin and sister never found him to ask for money. The rest of the friend is often to ask, but he did not return. Specifically because of what reason this Nia Hang never said to Sun Ming. That's why he was scolded after he bought the car, and then spread in the village. His reputation is gone. Most of Nia Hang's money was given by his cousin. and Sun Ming could feel that his cousin actually thought the same way as Sun Ming did now, lending it out with no intention of asking for it back, as if it was subsidizing her own relatives, and besides, Nya Hang was still the only child in their home. Then what are you going to do now? I'll give you some money and you'll pay it all back, or should I say pay back those friends of yours first? Sun Ming slowly opened his mouth and asked. Nya Hang scratched his hair. All of it back. When I sold my number I was going to return it to them, then when I was drinking I deliberately said I wouldn't return it. I was thinking of teasing them, but I didn't expect a few of them to directly explode. Said everything? It's hard to hear. I was in a huff and bought all the money to buy a car. This you also know. Sun Ming nodded his head with a clear expression. Then what about after that? You are also 30. You can't stay like this, right? Sun Ming asked again. Nya Hang shook his head. Let's take one step at a time. Now that I'm like this, what else can I do? Sun Ming nodded. He already had a plan in his heart, but now that he had drunk a lot of wine, he could only talk about it later. Okay, it's already very late. I'm also going home. I'll transfer it to you tomorrow. You receive it and return the money is considered fine. After saying that, Sun Ming left. Nya Hang sent him out and then also went home. Walking on the street, Sun Ming thought about what happened just now. How to say, Nya Hang was spoiled growing up. Jokes open no degree. Think these things are not nothing. The family's favor makes him think that these people to help him is deserved. Because tens of thousands of dollars for Nya Hang is not much. He has the support of the whole family, and even the support of his cousin. But for as a common friend, this money is not a small amount of money. Can lend him has been a heavenly favor. It's a pity. The 7th chapter of Shopping. Asleep to 11:30 at noon. Sun Ming get up and watch some start to eat. Simply as the dumplings. No dishes. Mom and dad do not care how much money you earn. Do not get up to open something. Have to eat is good. Sun Ming also not pick. Bedridden is he. Can not dare to blindly. After dinner directly out the door. Sun Ming yesterday about a few hair small today into the city to go shopping. Drove his beloved Paramila to the door of the home of the hair of the small Ning Chang. Parked the engine off the car. Directly into the home of Ning Chang. Brother Wei, you ing sell me? I'm going to go to your grandfather. You ing sold me just now and didn't say anything? Serves you right. When Sun Ming went in, Ning Chang was playing King of Kings with several people with their heads down, cursing as they played. Cough cough, your father is here. Sun Ming shouted loudly. Hearing the commotion, the crowd raised their heads and saw that it was Sun Ming who had come. The house instantly became more lively. This one shouted, boss Sun to bring me. That one shouted, boss Ming lacks a pendant. A bunch of people instantly boiled. Sun Ming smiled helplessly, and they talked for a while. The king also do not play on a piece of the door. Young people see luxury cars are naturally itchy. Ning Chang's several people have a driver's license, so Sun Ming directly let them drive. He went to open Ning Chang's car a piece of the city. Now the city of Jin City has already hung red lanterns. The pedestrian street is bustling with people, shopping, tasting food, a sea of people. It was freezing cold. A few people insisted on eating ice cream, and had to let Sun Ming treat them. Sun Ming nodded helplessly. For this group of friends who had been playing since childhood, he now responded to every request. When they arrived at the store, Ning Chang's boys immediately ran to the refrigerator and concentrated on picking out the ice cream assassin, Zhang Shuigao, the #1 ice cream assassin. But this store didn't have any expensive ones, only ordinary $18 ones. Meng Long, the representative of Ice Cream Assassin, had a few tens of dollars, but they didn't think it was tough enough. In the end, a few people picked and chose Haagen-Dazs. In their words, you Sun Ming is now a rich man. Big money we cannot use. Small money to slaughter you a knife or can. Together with Sun Ming, a total of 6 people. 6 Haagen-Dazs cost him $1,974, a $329. When checking out his heart or involuntarily hurt a bit, he does not lack of this money. But this is not pure wrongdoer. I'm a rich man. What's wrong with eating a few Haagen-Dazs? He could only comfort himself in this way. A few people chatting while shopping. Winter day, dark very early. Less than 6 o'clock and the sky is dark. But the light shining out of the city of Jin City is still let the city lights. A few people wandering half a day did not buy anything but also walking tired. This kind of weather goes best with hot pot, don't you think so? Found Wang Wei pointing not far away. Hot pot restaurant suddenly opened his mouth to Sun Ming said. A few people suddenly stared at him with glazed eyes when they heard this. Sun Ming spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders. What you say is what you do. Sun Ming, this a few hair small is not what lack of money. Although compared to the present he is certainly a lot worse. But a few meals, a few ice cream they can still afford to please. And now this performance is to slaughter the dog. Large households did not go far. A few people to the hot pot store door. Standing at the door of the waiter in a red uniform. Looks quite beautiful. See a few people face bloomed out of a smile. Walked to a few people said, welcome, everyone please come in. Sun Ming nodded, and led by the waitress toward the inside of the hot pot restaurant. Coming to a table by the window, the waitress bent down and poured a cup of tea for the several people and said, "Everyone just scan the code to order. After ordering wait a moment and it will come up." Sun Ming nodded to indicate clarity, and the waitress bowed slightly and left. All kinds of beef, mutton, seafood in such a messy order. 6 strong, young man. Sun Ming then ordered some more. Hot pot restaurant serving speed is indeed very fast. Not a few minutes will be ordered all the dishes on all. The most popular way to eat hot pot in winter is with cold beer, but because Sun Ming a few people driving, they want to go back to open the Primera. They did not drink alcohol, asked for a few bottles of ice-cold Fat House Happy Water, vegetables over 5 flavors. Cold winter to a hot pot is really satisfying, although spent more than 2,000, but it is worth it. After dinner has been more than 10 o'clock, this intends to continue to stroll when Wang Wei several people but intends to go back. Do not ask why. Ask his wife. That's right, Wang Wei several people are married, and even Wang Wei children are 5 or 6 years old. Several of them are Wang Wei married early. Next year, Ning Chang will also get married. Sun Ming remembers this very clearly, because he was born again because he drank too much at Ning Chang's wedding. Since a few people want to go home, Sun Ming Ning Chang will also stop the mine to continue to shop. A few people drive the car back. Unexpectedly Ning Chang did not follow them to grab the Paramira's driving rights, but followed Sun Ming a piece of his car. After getting into the car, Sun Ming looked at Ning Chang, who had just laughed and mocked Wang Wei's strict wife management, and suddenly became a little twisted and puzzled. What's wrong? Like a woman? Sun Ming looked at the effeminate Ning Chang with a big head. Ning Chang squirmed and said, "Are you buying fireworks this year?" After he finished speaking, Sun Ming instantly reacted. Ning Chang's marriage partner next year's family is a fireworks seller. Sun Ming did not expect them to know each other so early. Moreover, he did not expect Ning Chang to start chasing so soon. He always thought that Ning Chang's daughter-in-law was a blind date acquaintance. Sun Ming stroked his chin and looked at Ning Chang with a scrutinizing gaze. Ning Chang's heart was straightened by his look. Ning Chang tightened his seatbelt and looked at Sun Ming with a defensive expression. "What? Why are you looking at me like that? What? Do you sell fireworks? I will buy some if you sell them." Ning Chang wanted to say something. "No, it is my friend's." Ning Chang still opened his mouth and whispered, "Your friend? Male or female?" Sun Ming pretended to be dumb and continued to ask. He found Ning Chang's effeminate expression particularly hilarious. "You are looking down on people, aren't you? How can a favor be divided into male and female?" Ning Chang said loudly with some irritation. "Speak human. Female." Ning Chang lowered his head and whispered again. "Ha ha ha, look at you. You are going to laugh me to death." Sun Ming scoffed loudly at Ning Chang. Ning Chang suddenly reacted. What was so shameful about him chasing after a girl and pulling supplies for her? And it was also against a single dog without a date. Alright, I won't laugh at you." Looking at Ning Chang, who gradually reacted, Sun Ming did not continue to laugh at him, but opened his mouth and said, "Let her send some over in a couple of days." When Ning Chang heard Sun Ming's words, he nodded excitedly. Okay, then I will call her when I go back, and I will send them over to you in the next 2 days? Okay, Sun Ming responded carelessly. Looking at Ning Chang, who picked up his cell phone and violently sent messages, Sun Ming was instantly speechless. No need to think. It must be showing credit to that girl. Chapter 8 Daily Routine. Sun Ming was woken up early the next morning, confused out to find that Ning Chang is transporting fireworks to the home. A car full of fireworks. Thousands of miles of rivers and mountains, there are several, the rest of a variety of large and small, and even for the children to play. His parents stood at the door dumbfounded. Do not know what to say. Good guy. These fireworks are so placed in the home they are a little uneasy. A little bit of a lack of attention to the whole family on the sky. The son has just earned a lot of money. They have not yet enjoyed life. But Ningqing they also know. Too familiar. Sun Ming previously at home basically every day with those people get tired of a piece. Early this morning, Sun's parents heard a knock on the door, opened the door and found that it was Ning Chang, saying that yesterday Sun Ming bought fireworks from his friend, and sent them over today. At first, Mr. and Mrs. Sun didn't care. It's New Year's Eve. It's normal to buy some fireworks, especially this year. Mr. Sun Ming earned money. It's time to let off some firecrackers. But they did not expect Ning Chang to transport up to the house endlessly. Go out to see. Good guy. A large car, which let the two people scared not light. Sun Ming came out to see mom and dad stood in the doorway, motionless, do not know thought that the evil spirits. Looking at Ning Chang running over with a young guy, Sun Ming hurriedly pulled him back. Are you stupid? Can you put these things at home? If something happens to so many of these things, my whole family will be lost. I just made some money. Are you going to let me ascend to heaven? Sun Ming jumped to his feet and cursed loudly at Ning Chang. Ning Chang scratched his head and thought for a moment that was indeed the case, So many fireworks in the house is really a little unsafe. Also blame him for not thinking carefully. Just think Sun Ming intends to buy. Seize the time to send him. Late in case of regret will be bad. Did not think that this thing cannot be put at home. Hurry up and move away and move away. Put it in my house abandoned that small yard. You know where it is. Sun Ming shouted at Ning Chang. Ning Chang tapped his head and said, right, there is not much people around that place. The place is not small. It can be put down. After saying that, he pulled the young man and ran away in his car. Sun Ming looked at their backs, opened his mouth, wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. This child is a waste of time. Normal for so many years. Just fell in love with a brain is not good. Sun Ming explained to his parents. Sun Bin and Nia Ping expressed understanding. Buy more. Buy more. Luxury cars are back. The reputation is also played out. And then put a little fireworks is not a big deal. At noon, while eating while listening to Sun's mother rambling on, Sun Ming nodded that he knew. He could not answer, because Sun's mother said so much, to the effect that, you are now rich, we cannot control, but you cannot drift. This time after the new year to talk about the fastest possible speed of a girlfriend, and then go home to get married. Sun's mother to use a few of Sun's hair as an example. The people who got married, have children. People who got married, have children, married. Those with children have children. Even Ning Chang is now in love. A bunch of people left Sun Ming himself nothing. Sun Ming cried and laughed while eating. He didn't expect that he would still be struck down even though he was rich now. However, he felt especially comfortable listening to Sun Ma's chatter, recalling how before he was reborn, he was so muddled every day that he didn't even dare to tell the truth to his parents. This kind of life was also quite good. Home is the place to soothe the soul, and it is outside that you can indulge yourself. After dinner, he went to Ning Chang's home to hang out. To Ning Chang's home to realize that he came not too early. A few children in the house shouting and running around the house. A few adults were chatting and playing games. It was Wang Wei and another young man, Lin Long, who were playing with their wives and children at his house. A few people looked up and saw Sun Ming coming, and no one took any notice of him. They were too familiar with him. Yesterday with him to play around with him is not to see him get rich to specifically compliment him. But Sun Ming more than a year did not come back. Yesterday came back to want to get close to say some jokes. On the contrary, Wang Wei's wife, Han Yuan, and Lin Long's wife, Chan Meng, found that Sun Ming had come and said a few words, but they weren't good words. Gu, isn't this Mr. Sun? You've gotten rich lately, haven't you? The Porsche Panamera is back. Why don't you have a daughter-in-law? It's not because your ugly money is useless, is it? Han Yuan directly opened her mouth to criticize Sun Ming, and Chen Meng laughed heartily beside her. When Sun Ming heard Han Yuan's words, his head was filled with black lines. He knew that seeing this woman was not a good thing, and he would either be undermined or pitted. This was not how he, a billionaire, should be treated. When Ning Cheng heard Han Yuan's words, they didn't pay any attention to the two of them. They had heard this for more than 100 times. In the past, every time Sun Ming came back to their party, they could hear Han Yuan's mockery, and they got tired of it a long time ago. Although Sun Ming's head is full of black lines, but also do not care. Han Yuan is this kind of person. A big grin. Wanna say what say? Our acquaintances, there is nothing that cannot be said. But Chen Meng, who is gentle and virtuous, will only cover her mouth and laugh, and won't say anything that doesn't look for an edge. When Lin Long got married, Sun Ming, a few people also envied and jealous of him for a period of time. Say a little paragraph, you really damned. You also worthy of such words. When the four children saw Sun Ming, they immediately began to call him uncle and uncle. Wang Wei was a few months older than Sun Ming, and Lin Long was a few months younger than Sun Ming, so Wang Wei's two children were called uncle, and Lin Long's children were called uncle. However, the four children are all boys. A girl is not. When the first child is a son, both want a second child to spell a daughter. But unfortunately the second child is still a son. Sun Ming had taunted the two countless times before when they came back. You just don't have a girl's life. Hearing the children's voices, Sun Ming hurriedly shadowed a few times before taking a few of the children to do some shopping and went home to get some of the cannonballs that Ning Cheng had sent this morning for the children to play with. Back to Ning Cheng's house, Sun Ming also did not take care of a few people, with four children crackling firecrackers for a very long time. A few children jumping and clapping and applauding. Lively and extraordinary. Time flies. In the blink of an eye will be the New Year's Eve. Early in the morning, Sun Ming got up to put up spring couplets, hanging lanterns, sticking the Chinese character for blessings, cleaning up the yard. Sun Ming muttered in his mouth while doing this. This is not what I, a billionaire, should look like. Over at Rongqing International, over at the Porsche Center, he had privileges. What did you say? Sun's mom, Nia Ping, heard her son's muttering and came out of the kitchen, holding up her spatula and shouting at Sun Ming. Nothing. I said that I haven't done any work for the family even after going out to play for such a long time. It's good to do work now. Frightened Sun Ming immediately changed his words and said loudly, "That's more like it. If you're going to talk nonsense, then get lost. Do some work and be a little bit grumpy." Sun's mom heard Sun Ming's words, expressed her approval and pointed out the shortcomings once again. Sun Ming, full of black lines, no longer speak. Just thought in his heart, parents' love has a deadline. But he did not expect it to expire so soon, which only came back a few days off, from the baby son into a grumpy person. Chapter 9 Fireworks. In the evening, Sun Ming, who had finished his meal, lay on the sofa to spend his time. Before he could go to Ning Chang's house to find a few hairy kids to play, Ning Chang brought them all to his house. Sun Ming instantly reacted, but also a little speechless. Is not just put fireworks, with so much urgency. Well, a large group of people, quiet home instantly became lively, children chattering, adults sitting casually. Sun Bin Nieping rushed to take out the peanuts and melon seeds sugar to the table, and then take out some fruit drinks placed to a piece before sitting down. A few people politely grabbed and ate. Come too many times, polite a bit even if. Children running all over the house, running while screaming, but also grabbed the table sugar. The crowd did not pay attention to a few children. Every day like this, early enough to see. Sun Dad and Mom are very rare. A few children. Let this slow down. Give that a few pieces of sugar. But useless. A few children play crazy. Let them go. Let them play. Just get up when they fall down. Han Yuan Chen Meng's several daughter-in-law advised Sun Bin Nieping a few words. Sun Dad and Mom looked at the children, cannot help, can only ignore them to watch TV. A few daughters-in-law chatting and drinking. Sun Ming's several people played the King of Glory. The beginning of a good. Not for a while. A few people's mouth is not clean. Sun Ming scolded Wang Wei trash. Wang Wei scolded Lin Long pit then. Lin Long scolded Cheng Da waste. Cheng Da scolded Sun Ming is not also robbed the ADC. A few daughters-in-law watched their anxious and angry look and laughed. After playing for a while, a few people were interrupted by the sound of bang bang bang. Put down the phone to the yard. A few brilliant fireworks in the sky not far away from the explosion. As if a signal, the next everywhere began to ring crackling firecrackers. The sound of whoosh, whoosh, rang out. Countless places were lit up, and the fireworks dyed the originally dark sky colorful. As the fireworks bloomed, the entire village instantly became lively. The sound of children chasing and playing in nearby neighboring homes, the sound of adults scolding, and the sound of shouting to move fireworks came through the wall. Uncle, uncle. Several children saw the fireworks coloring the sky red, and then ran together to Sun Ming and called him loudly. It should be that Wang Wei's few people had told the kids that Sun Ming had bought a lot of fireworks, otherwise these kids wouldn't have been so anxious. Okay, let's do it right away. Sun Ming calmed down the children's anxiety while making a wink at Ning Chang's several people. Ning Chang's several people understood. 90% of the fireworks are in the abandoned yard of Sun Ming's house. There is only a little bit at home. They still have to go and move it over. As for saying that in the abandoned yard to put it, that is not purely sick. In that put, who knows that is who put. Of course, to put in front of their own homes to be interesting. So a few people went out and went to move the fireworks. The small yard is not too far away. Soon moved over. Ning Chang moved out a few buckets of monkey. In front of the gate on the highway put, lit up after the rubbing back to run. After a while shoo 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 with the sound of honking, rows of fireworks began to rise in the air. A few children behind the door cautiously poked their heads out and saw the fireworks rising into the air, jumping happily, watching Ning Chang release. Wang Wei several hands itchy. 4 or 5 people together holding a few buckets of fireworks also went over. The sound of whoosh 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 instantly rang out. The sky produced huge fireworks graphics, interspersed with ordinary fireworks, presenting a different aesthetic. Just as the children jumped and cheered, the people around the village were also not shy. Fireworks of various patterns bloomed in the sky, and the dim sky became bright. Sun Ming, do you have any more fireworks at your house? You, the boss who drives a luxury car, don't be compared to others. Just as Ning Chang's few people were setting off the fireworks, the surrounding neighbors and uncles also came to the perimeter of their house, looking at the fireworks shells rising around the village. Some people joked at Sun Ming. Sun Dad snorted with laughter. He knew how many fireworks Sun Ming had bought. After so many years of simplicity, it was time to be a little more high profile this year. Sun Dad said to Sun Ming, can put it as much as you want. I have not seen so many novelties. Sun Dad is talking about those oversized and overweight thousands of miles of river and mountain pictures. You just watch and see. Before Sun Ming could say anything, Ning Chang's several people replied loudly. What followed was even more lively. A long colorful dragon rushed into the sky and bloomed in various colors all around the sky. The children of the family and the surrounding neighbors simply went crazy, shouting and running around, making many adults exhausted. The fireworks show lasted until after 10 o'clock. So much so that the neighbors were not at all interested in the spring festival. A small floor table, A red cloth. Pai Gao online poured. Sun Ming pushed up Pai Gao with Ning Chang, Wang Wei, Lin Long and a few others. Today's all-nighter. Playing is not big. $20 for the banker. Win or lose a few $100. On the head. Then maybe on the 1,000. But just a few of them. But not on the head. Sun Ming is now rich. But still beautiful to play. Play with others thousands of dollars are not as interesting as playing with friends dozens of dollars. Played a while. Wang Yang and Cheng Da also came back. The two of them is to send his wife home. By the way, Wang Wei and Lin Long's wife and child to send back. The two are also like to play. But this Pai Gao rule is only 4 people. They do not mind. Directly outside the factory bets. Play to the outside and sounded the sound of fireworks. Lin Long got up to give the position to Wang Yang. Lin Long sat next to Sun Ming, lit a cigarette and watched. Sun Ming played for a while and also got up to give way to Cheng Da, and then gestured to Lin Long. The two walked out of Sun Ming's house. What's wrong? Look at you listless look, this year is not good? It's just like that. This year's economy is not good. The family's expenses are also big. Not enough to earn enough to spend more. Lin Long sighed and said. A few of Sun Ming's childhood friends were exactly like him. They all went out to make a living before graduating from high school. But the difference between them and Sun Ming is that most of them got married and had children, and then went back to their hometowns to develop. Lin Long with a few other people is different, is no skill. Connections, can only do a general labor in the village, a day to earn not much. But his parents and Sun Ming's parents are almost the same. The family is also a small asset. Usually also often support Lin Long's family. If Lin Long only a son, then his life will not have too much pressure. So the second child he wanted a daughter. In the countryside, the daughter's expenses in the early days even more than the son. But that's not much money. Spend the most money or the child to get married that a bit. For example, when Sun Ming's parents emptied their savings in order to allow Sun Ming to have the conditions for marriage. However, Lin Long's second child was a son, which instantly put the pressure on him like a mountain falling on his shoulders. Lin Long knew about Sun Ming's situation, and although he didn't know exactly how much money this hairy guy of his had made, it was definitely an astronomical amount, money that he couldn't make in his entire life. Chapter 10, Paying New Year's Respects. Lin Long didn't have any jealousy, he was just sincerely happy for him. The friendship of the few of them all started to build up from the crotchless pants, skipping classes together, catching bugs, catching snails in the afternoon, and even fighting all together. Every time we fought, it was never our parents who came to make amends and apologize. You've been ghostly since you were a kid. To this day your parents should still think you're an exceptionally understanding person, right? Lin Long said suddenly. Sun Ming hemmed and hawed, and did not say anything, because he ran faster than others every time he got into trouble, and was not called parents, so much so that every time Sun Bin Nieping spoke of him, he was particularly proud, although ordinary, but know how to do things. This time he suddenly earned so much money. Sun Dad and Mom, although the mouth does not say, but the heart has not known what kind of happy. Walking on the empty street, a firework exploded in the sky from time to time. Sun Ming was thinking about how to help his little friend. In fact, Lin Long's problem was very simple. The difficulty was that he was short of money, but did not want to borrow money. Don't feel that Lin Long is pretentious. As friends, they are at this point has been very difficult. How many people because of money to the point where people hate the dog abandoned? Before Sun Ming was born again, he took out a loan and cheated from his parents to speculate on stocks. But he didn't open his mouth and borrowed a penny from his father. And likewise, the other people think the same way. So not a single friend had borrowed money from him for so many days, even if they knew he was rich. Sun Ming couldn't give Lin Long money directly because Lin Long couldn't afford to pay it back, even if Sun Ming didn't intend to ask for it at all. If he gave Lin Long money, then Sun Ming wouldn't have this friend anymore. Of course, Lin Long wouldn't ask for it either. He is not the same as Nia Hang. Nia Hang is now alone, shameless for so many years. Nia Hang does not care about the reputation. Anyway, the reputation is rotten. Lin Long is different. He is married and has 2 sons. He also said that he still has to live in his hometown. Thinking of his cousin Nia Hang and looking at Lin Long, Sun Ming had a bottom in his heart. After a few more words, he went home, and the people in the house who were pushing Pai Gao didn't pay any attention to them, and they were playing vigorously, playing to 5 o'clock in the morning. All of them cannot stay up casually at Sun Ming's home to eat something on each back to their homes. Sun Ming packs up things on 6 o'clock. Sun's parents also got up at this time, wrapped some dumplings as breakfast, eat and rest a little on the New Year's Eve. Sun Ming has 4 uncles. Grandma lives in the big uncle's house. Drove the car to buy some things directly to the big uncle's house. When he arrived at the great uncle's house is eating, put down the things and great uncle aunt to chat for a while, then went to the grandmother's house to stay for a while, said a few words and then went to the second uncle's house. The house of the great uncle and the second uncle house is next to each other, and took some gifts from the car and went in. The second uncle has 2 sons, Both married. The eldest son followed him to live. To the second son rebuilt a house as a wedding room. Son Ming arrived when the second uncle's family is also eating. Elder brother two brothers family is also in the first day of the meal. Most of the people in the village are dumplings. The second uncle's family is no exception. Put down the gift. And the second uncle said a few words also intend to leave. But the elder brother called him. He looked at the elder brother want to say something is also secretly shaking his head. Big brother and two brothers have been following the second uncle since childhood to do business. Dumping scrap electrical appliances. This business is particularly test experience and eyesight. A little inattention may be a loss. However, the two elder brother and two elder brother are quite good. Dry so many years also earn some money. Big brother's family 2 sons. The second brother's family a son and a daughter. Compared to the big brother, the second brother pressure is also a little less. As a countryman, most people will do what after earning money? Of course is to buy a house. Big brother and two brothers did not follow the trend. Big brother because there are 2 sons, so buy 2 suites in Jincheng, more than 10,000 a flat, 2 suites of down payment on more than $1 million. Basically emptied his cash flow, resulting in his business is now afraid to flinch. Compared to the previous earn less. Sometimes the market is not good will also lose money. The second brother is a little better, because there is a son so buy a suite. Compared to the big brother, his small life is still good. Now son Ming brother knows that he has money. Look like it is intended to borrow money, but for someone to find him to borrow money, son Ming heart is still prepared, not waiting for son Ming to open his mouth. But the big brother said, stay for some dinner? There's still plenty. Son Ming shook his head and said, no, there's still the third and fourth uncle's house that I haven't gone to, so I'll go pay my respects first. After hearing this, big brother nodded his head and did not retain son Ming. Son Ming went out thinking about his big brother's appearance just now secretly laughing. His big brother because from childhood to adulthood are more successful, although now son Ming developed, but his big brother because of the face of the problem is still unable to open their mouths. Let nature take its course. Since his big brother did not say out, son Ming naturally will not rush to send him money. The third uncle's family is only the third uncle and the third aunt at home. The third uncle's family is also 3 daughters, all married out. To wait for the third daughter to return to her mother's home to pay homage to the new year in order to bustle up. Son Ming and third uncle also casually chatted a few words and left, to pay New Year's visit to a lot of people. Do not go to anyone's house cannot, otherwise people thought he earned money on the 6 relatives do not recognize. Came to the fourth uncle's home has been 8 o'clock. The fourth uncle's family is also a son and a daughter. The eldest is a sister, older than son Ming is still 2 years old, not married. The second is a son, 4 years younger than son Ming, although the second is so small, but people have been married, but also gave birth to a daughter. When son Ming arrived, the family had already finished dinner, and the son went out to pay his respects, just like son Ming, leaving his fourth uncle and his fourth aunt at home, as well as his cousin and sister-in-law. Without saying a few words, the fourth aunt began to talk about the issue of marriage. On grandma's side, there was only son Ming and his cousin from the fourth uncle's family left to get married, which was called the 2 oldest problems in the family. Son Ming hurriedly coped with the situation and ran out of his house in a hurry, driving his car and running away. Chapter 11 After the New Year. Is this what a billionaire deserves? Alas, son Ming sighed. There is no way. He did not tell people how much money he earned. Around the neighbors plus relatives know is that he bought a car more than 2 million. The specific figures who do not know. Even if it is son's parents also know 100 million. Son Ming himself also hid 400 million. Oh no, after buying the mansion, there is still a total of more than 300 million. Son Ming is very contented. 0 is the ordinary people struggle for a lifetime cannot earn the money. The next to go to the eldest uncle 3 uncle home to pay a visit. Eldest uncle 3 uncle home also no one, 2 families are only child. A few years ago a piece of the United States to work, and now also did not make much money did not come home. Son Ming's second uncle is living in Jincheng, when their family is also the second uncle made good, went to college, and after graduating from college and got into the establishment, is now the city people. The second uncle has a son and a daughter. The eldest son went to college in Shenzhen, graduated from college in Shanghai working in the securities company. The salary is not low, a few years in Shanghai to buy a house, although not as good as son Ming, but that is also the ceiling of the ordinary people. The youngest daughter is still attending college, also in Shanghai, maybe the time when the original application specifically. After all, her own brother in Shanghai, from son Ming's grandparents have died. The second uncle did not come back to see much, but also on the son's marriage. The daughter went to college when he came back to report on the good news and treats. Weekdays are not much contact, most of them are here. The old man is no longer. The family has become relatives, become a little distant. After the New Year son Ming's sleepy eyes, directly home to sleep asleep until 12 o'clock before being called up by the mother of Sun dinner. After eating, Sun Ming is still sleepy, but now if you continue to sleep then don't sleep at night, forced to endure the drowsiness, with cold water to wash his face to recover a little spirit, and then in the WeChat group to make a strong 8 Ning Cheng several people want to play the King of Glory. Otherwise Sun Ming do not know what to do. Going home is great, but staying at home for a long time is also boring. The countryside is too different from the city. The days fly by. In the blink of an eye it's the 4th day of the lunar calendar. From today onwards, there are a lot of people returning to the city to work, the village less people, although it is not yet obvious, but there are also a lot of people gone. On this day, Sun Ming drove to Jin City, and then bought a 260 square feet of stores in Jin City's pedestrian street, 20,000 square feet. The discount complete a good 5 million. This time to buy stores cannot have the treatment of the last time to buy a mansion, although 5 million is also a lot, but for store investment this piece of money is still considered usual. As for Sun Ming to buy this store to do what? Cousin Nia Hang's work is not good, but he has a handful of good cooking, although Lin Long is not much skill, but he can talk, or would not have married his daughter-in-law. We must know that at first to go to Chen Meng's family to propose marriage simply to step through the threshold. In the end, it was Lin Long who got the girl. If he didn't have the skills, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Store decoration to do a restaurant is absolutely no problem. And Sun Ming specifically selected the pedestrian street with high traffic. And even if it really fails he must write a decoration money. Pedestrian street stores are not worried about selling. As for what kind of renovation Sun Ming does not care. Nia Hang and Lin Long on the line. If so cannot help up that Sun Ming also have no way to save the emergency not to save the poor. Go to the second uncle's home round. The second uncle and the second aunt was a good hospitality. Chicken, duck, abalone, lobster, sumptuous, so Sun Ming also a little puzzled, although he is now a little bit of money, but the second uncle's family cannot be used him their family can be considered to be living, the real middle class, and even a little bit richer. While eating and chatting, Sun Ming realized why the second uncle entertained him so much today. Pity the world's parents. The second uncle's youngest daughter is also Sun Ming's cousin. Let them worry about. Cousin's name is Sun Ning, high school or a good girl. What the adults at home say she will listen to what? Especially obedient, who have to praise a good behavior. But since the university has changed, absenteeism, fighting, night stay, the instructor said countless times are useless. To the second uncle called. The second uncle is also surprised to hear. So understanding of a good girl how to go to college has become so? So the second uncle called the cousin Sun Ning reprimanded. The second uncle thought this would be fine, but the cousin has become more reckless, and even intensified continue to cause trouble. This is not. This time the New Year's cousin Sun Ning did not go home. Inquiring from Sun's father that Sun Ming had become rich and was planning to go to Jianghai for development after the New Year. That's why there was this grand meal. Sun Ming agreed, promised the second uncle to wait until Jianghai will go to find cousin and take care of her. After eating and drinking and chatting for a while, Sun Ming went home. When he got home, he told Nia Hang and Lin Long about the store, and they were touched. Originally, Sun Ming planned to let them choose a decoration company, then follow their instructions to decorate, and finally Sun Ming to pay. However, the two people said nothing, said that this store is already the biggest support, and when the restaurant opened, Sun Ming occupies 40% of the shares, each of them 30%. Sun Ming originally did not intend to participate in it, but the too hard to get tired of Sun Ming chatter, and finally had no choice. He could only be down. However, he is not involved in the hotel. He does not care if it fails or succeeds. It all depends on the two people to run it. In the blink of an eye to the 7th day of the month, Sun Ming also intends to leave today. Sun dad Sun mom early to see him impatient. This person or a bit of distance is good. Really good for anyone. Mom, I gave you $1 million on the card. You first spend the food, the drink. If you have nothing to do with my father to go out to travel to the mountains to play water. You have not been out of the house. Every day at home more tired more to see the world it. Well, I know Nye Ping nodded. If the son with the same as in the past, not much money, no matter how much Sun Ming gives she will not want, but now it is not the same. The son has money, the money she took the heart of the peace of mind. Nye Ping smiled and nodded. Suddenly she seemed to think of something. Her face instantly became serious. You must bring a girlfriend back next time you go home. Don't spend your money and do whatever you want. If you dare to bring some unsavory women back, I'll let you know why the flowers bloom so much. Sun Ming nodded helplessly and said he knew. Sun Bin stood by the side and watched as Nye Ping finished speaking. He also spoke up. Son, I know that you now have the ability to earn money that we can't earn in several lifetimes. Stock dad does not understand, but can do what you do. This world should not be much specific. I also do not ask. You are big also have their own secrets. But I still have to say you a few words, must protect the body. Your body is the capital of the revolution. But also to comply with the law. No matter how much money you have, do not touch. That is a road of no return. Good. Listening to Sun Ming's categorical answer, Sun Bin Nieping all smiled slightly. So amiable. It was a proud and pleased smile for his son. Chapter 12 Nightclub. Sun Ming drove his car towards Zhanghai. Looking at his son's distant back, Sun Bin Nieping looked at each other. The mood cannot be calmed. People, do not see the dislike, go and do not want to give up. It is true that far from the fragrance of the near stink what do you think is the reason why my son can't find an object? I don't know. Didn't you find a date last time? It's been a year and nothing has happened. It's not because he's rich and doesn't trust anyone, is it? I don't know. Sun Bin two consecutive do not know let Nieping's temper instantly exploded. Face gradually changed color, eyebrows wrinkled, eyes burst out like a blade gaze. What do you know? Your own son you are fart also do not know. All day blindly mixed, but not now son mixed well, followed you for most of his life. Light suffering, a little good did not get. Ask you some questions you cannot give me ideas. Will say do not know. Sun Bin was not moved, went back to the house and turned on the TV to watch the news broadcast. Look, what's so good about the news broadcast? Nieping didn't have the good sense to walk into the house as well. Watching the news broadcast can understand the relevant events, and recognizing the valid information in it helps to understand the operation of the stock market. Understand the big events? Then why are you still harboring in the countryside? Understand the stock market? Then how come you're still losing money in stock trading? Nonsense? That's right. Sun Bin is speculating in stocks, but he is small, bought $20,000. Profit and loss are not on fire. So when Sun Ming drove a luxury car and wore a gold watch, saying that he was how surprised he was to earn from the stock market, when he saw the exact amount of Sun Ming's profit, his expression was only as good as seeing a ghost. Sun Bin more or less understands some of the stock market. After all, he also speculated in the stock market, but the stock market can be like the son of an individual to earn so much money. But there are not many, especially when he saw his son's principal. He was surprised. That is, they gave the money. Then he understood that his son has a secret. So the two families pretended to know nothing about the stock. Let the son thought he was fooled. Listening to Nieping's words, Sun Bin shook his head. The words didn't dare to come out of his mouth. In the world, only women and small people are hard to raise. With the white moon in the sky and the stars shining brightly, the breathtakingly beautiful night view of the Pru River made people linger. It was already dark when Sun Ming drove to the villa area, but in a bustling city like Zhanghai, all kinds of bright and dazzling lights illuminated the streets as if it were daytime. After staying at home for more than 10 days, his heart had long drifted to the sky. Although his hometown was very good and his friends were very enthusiastic, but compared to Zhanghai, he still felt that the city was fun. Returning to the villa area that can highlight his wealth and status, he returned home under the attention of the security guards at the entrance. He changed his clothes and couldn't wait to go out. The night shrouded the large Zhanghai with a layer of the same atmosphere. For the wage earners living in this city, this is the place that carries their future. But for the rich, this is the giant playground where they show off their monetary status. As one of the most famous nocturnal cities in the mainland, the night in Zhanghai can only be described as a night of red lights and drunkenness. Whether it is a laborer, student or white-collar people, they all want to put down all the baggage in the night to give vent to some, especially just after the new year. Countless people are in the old home bored enough, just came to their happy place of course to celebrate. At this time, overcrowding has been insufficient to describe the scene in front of wrapped nightclubs. Luxury cars are naturally not lacking, such as Porsche, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, Land Rover that is really called everywhere. As for the kind of super luxury supercars, there are some, but not many. Most of them are some entry level. Outside the door of the nightclub has gathered a lot of people, both men and women. Are some of the full of energy and nowhere to vent people? Most of this group of people are over after drinking. If the alcohol on the head, men and women have someone to the eye, then the nearby hotel may have guests to the door. Sun Ming's car did not cause any sensation, because his car like this can be found everywhere. This makes Sun Ming a little depressed. This is not his billionaire should have the row. However, he also knows that the nightclub, depending on the person under the dish, unless it is the kind of multi-million-dollar luxury car, or they will not be busy with a lapdog like before and after. The nightclub is bustling. Mixed air filled with the smell of cigarettes and alcohol, deafening sound, intimate men and women, hormone atmosphere shrouded in the middle of the nightclub. It is now more than 10 o'clock in the evening. For ordinary people, this point has been rested. But for the nightclub, now just warmed up the scene. This time even if it is not the highest peak time, but the scene is still in the state of full. Not only the card seats were full, even the usual not many people at the loose table was also full. A few minutes later, under the guidance of the waiter, Sun Ming arrived at the 12th card seat located at the edge of the dance floor, and immediately many envious gazes were cast over. Those women who were planning to fish in the nightclub even had glowing eyes and were eager to try to show off their charms. To no PAPT dance floor card seat on 12. Even if the usual these card seat also want tens of thousands. And now is the New Year's period. The card seat cost is as high as 200,000 days. And this 200,000 is only the minimum consumption. If not for this high price, the dance floor side of the card seat has long been occupied, where there is Sun Ming's place. Even so, he also accounted for the last card seat. More proof of Shanghai's rich people too much to know that this is only one of the nightclubs in Shanghai's bustling region. Sun Ming was sitting alone on the card seat, and the desktop was empty except for the ambient light. A few girls who hang out in nightclubs stared at Sun Ming with a variety of emotions mixed in, eyes flashing, saliva dripping. As celebrities in nightclubs, they knew what they were looking for. In addition to the sky-high price of the card holder, they saw the golden Vacheron Constantine on Sun Ming's wrist, and although they didn't know much about men's watches, they recognized the brand and knew that it was worth a lot of money. Not to mention that Sun Ming looked young and handsome, which was the target they were most looking forward to. Those celebrities didn't know what to say. Two of them had delicate faces. One was wearing a hip-hugging dress, one was wearing a black suspender belt, and their slender thighs were wearing Parisian house black silk. Their feet stepped on the high-heeled shoes, and they twisted their enchanting bodies slowly walking toward Sun Ming. Hello, handsome, alone? The beauty wearing a black halter, with her collarbone hidden, and the halter on her shoulder as if it would fall off at any time opened her mouth to ask. Sun Ming couldn't help but look twice more at this embracing loot-like appearance. Although she was a celebrity, she still had a bit of money, and her face value and figure were still considered to be good in the entire nightclub. Not only is she, even if she is next to the one wearing a hip dress, face value is not low, but also, if there is no outstanding face value and body, how can they dare to fish? How can they catch up? Chapter 13, Carnival. The sling beauty watched as Sun Ming looked towards her indescribable place, secretly rejoicing in her heart that even such a quality man could only fall under her skirt. Sun Ming nodded at the two of them, signaling them to sit down. The two women's faces were delighted, and they hurriedly sat down on either side of Sun Ming's side, left and right. My name is Daisher. My name is Cindy. The halter dress and the wraparound skirt introduced themselves one after another. Sun Ming calmly glanced at the two. He knew that this was a fake name, but he didn't care. Come out to play. Have fun is the most important. After the two finished, they looked at Sun Ming expectantly. Just now, the distance was a little far away, not too clear. Now sitting next to Sun Ming, after seeing the watch in his hand, the two little hearts fluttered. To know their professional skills is to identify luxury goods. Vacheron Constantin Heritage Series 000 or B258. This watch has to be 2 million or so, already equivalent to a suite in a small city. Although I don't know what Sun Ming is doing, but at least it is a rich second generation. If he earns the money himself, it is simply unattainable. Sun Ming very simply said his name and then signaled that the two could order. Today his pleasure would be placed on the two women. Looking at the two people sitting next to Sun Ming, their group of little sisters immediately cast envious glances, thinking that they were regretting that they were not the ones who came at that time. The two of them chattered and discussed for a few minutes before figuring out what drinks to order. Although Sun Ming let the two of them order, there was also a lesson in ordering, and they certainly knew it well from having been in a nightclub for so long. If they ordered less, their commission on the drinks would be less, and although rich and handsome young men like Sun Ming could often be found, they could seldom seize the opportunity. Although there is some kind of thought in their hearts that they might be able to get to the top, but this situation is still rare, and the two of them are also very clear, but this does not affect their commission. But if the point is too much to put Sun Ming as a kaiju, that would be a big mistake. Nightclubs inside the kaiju are the kind of strength is not enough, favoring the swollen face to be fat people to do. For Sun Ming, such a set of house will wear in the hands of the people. Today to him as a Kai-Z pit, tomorrow people have the ability to let them in. Shanghai cannot mix. Don't look at her too early 20s, that also belongs to the old celebrity in the nightclub. Face what kind of people do what kind of things they know exactly. So the two of them discussed and ordered a drink that cost over $200,000. Is that a big number? A lot. But the low cost of the card seat alone is $200,000. So the two people directly to the low cost of full and add a little bit of alcohol. So that face can also pass. The waiter respectfully sent the wine list to Sun Ming, who took the wine list and nodded. This is the way to go first. The waiter hurriedly nodded his head upon hearing this, and then retreated to start making preparations. The two women were also very excited, knowing that the card seats low consumption outside of the drinks or their commission is unchanged. The only difference is who ordered the drinks. If these drinks are Sun Ming point, then their commission is low pitiful. But these drinks, if they are their own point, That can be 20% commission. A person more than 20,000. No wonder they are so excited. The wine has not yet been served. Sun Ming, half lying on the sofa looking at the center of the dance floor jumping crowd, did not say anything. The two women glanced at each other. The girl named Cindy's wraparound skirt suddenly embraced Sun Ming's arm. A light perfume smell drifted to the tip of his nose. With a smile on his face, Sun Ming arched his arm. Seeing Sun Ming's behavior, Cindy and Daisher became reckless. Daisher also tightly embraced Sun Ming's other arm, shook up, but also stretched out the white fingers gently across the back of Sun Ming's hand, encrusted with diamond-shaped gemstone manicure, gently rubbing Sun Ming's hand, so that some of Sun Ming's heart itchy. The power to provoke people's hearts is something that Sun Ming has seen. Sun Ming touched this, rubbed that, and time slowly passed. Suddenly, the lights in the venue instantly dimmed, and the music became muted. The bouncing crowd was confused at the same time. What the hell? Bouncing is getting high, someone voiced out to vent. In just an instant, sound waves that were like explosions suddenly rang in the crowd's ears. Bang! Bang bang! The rhythm of the explosions grew faster and faster. A winding line of lights in the dark nightclub slowly walked out from the backstage. Some of the guests who had been hanging out in the nightclub for years instantly understood what was happening, and it was needless to think that there was a big shot throwing money away again. The lights suddenly re-brightened, and an explosion suddenly rang out over the dance floor, with colorful papers flying down in the sky. The host in the center of the dance floor appeared in front of the crowd, and the images of Sun Ming and the two women appeared on the huge LED screen. Although Daisher and Cindy had been mixing in nightclubs for many years, it was the first time they had appeared in front of everyone in the nightclub like this, and they were suddenly trembling with excitement and their faces were red. The atmosphere team had already arranged for this. The lights all shone on the 12th card seat, and the cheers were loud and clear. People really can be influenced by the environment, with the atmosphere group to drive the rhythm. A group of men and women who have been on the head is even more loud and cheering. The wine delivery team of a dozen people, winding lights through the venue, converging in front of Sun Ming, a dozen people holding wine boxes in front of the trio 90-degree bow. Thank you, Mr. Sun, for your great support of our Wrapped, the crowd shouted at the same time, their loud voices reaching every corner. Everyone in the arena knew it was such a big spend. Sun Ming's two arms were held by Daisher and Cindy respectively, feeling the two women's bodies trembling because of their excitement. Sun Ming smiled faintly and calmly sat on the sofa enjoying the temperature of the two women's chests. It was only at this time that Sun Ming figured out that no wonder so many people were obsessed with bars and nightclubs, and even took out loans to go dashing around. Before Sun Ming was reborn, he really couldn't understand why some people saved their money for a long time just to go to a nightclub to play hard to get. Tens of thousands of dollars, even if it is 998 package, can do dozens of times. Spend in this kind of place how to feel loss. Now personal experience to understand. Pretend to bring the spiritual experience that is with the 998 package is not the same thing. That is simply a world of difference. Perhaps, this is the nightclub desirable place it. Here, you just have to be rich enough, willing to spend money. You can get the flattery of others, get the attention of the moment, but also to see the jealousy of others. This is life with the drinks on the table, without waiting for the waiter to pour the drinks. The two women thoughtfully filled Sun Ming's cup. Sun Ming reached out and brought the slender quilt up, rushed to the two women with a faint smile, and drank it all in one go. The two women hurriedly also drank from their own cups, then filled them for Sun Ming. Rubbing cards was a very common thing in nightclubs, although most people come over to relax, or rather indulge, but there is no lack of part of the people who are holding the fishing for a kaiju to climb the thighs, such as the two women beside Sun Ming. There are many people who have seen Sun Ming come alone. Daisher and Cindy are the two people who took the initiative to come over, which makes many people with impure intentions even more impatient to come to the 12th card seat. Chapter 14, Conflict. However, the nightclub had already made arrangements for this situation. These people intend to do what the manager of the nightclub also know exactly. Those who send the wine waiter to send the wine still left a few people left outside the card seat. At this time, many men and women were stopped outside the card table. Sun Ming does not want to let people come in again. Two women his waist can still withstand. More cannot hurt the body. However, not everyone can be stopped. After all, it is a strange face of the hoi polloi. The first few card seat people also want to recognize Sun Ming. The nightclub manager had no way to refuse these people, and after inquiring about Sun Ming, he brought wave after wave of guests to go through the motions. Sun Ming received several business cards, but he couldn't get one out. Why? Because he didn't have. Sun Ming has not seen the real life of the rich and powerful since he earned his money, and he does not understand the rules of it, which is also the reason why he came to Jianhai. In the past, as an ordinary person who would ask him for a business card, it was never him who received other people's business cards. It was already 12 o'clock at this time, and the atmosphere within the nightclub had reached its climax. The LED screen in the center of the stage was also broadcasting from time to time which card seat had consumed 50,000, which card seat had consumed 100,000, and the scrolling numbers added up to more than 1,000,000. Sun Ming did not go down to jump, to experience the atmosphere here, pretend to be on the line, really let him go to jump he did not really want. Sun Ming left arm around Daisher, right arm around Cindy. The two women will feed him a fruit, will give him a cup of wine, so cozy. Suddenly, a crackling noise came from amongst the small cards at the bottom. It immediately caused many people to get up and go watch the fun. Three little girls with pretty good face value were surrounded by a few men in the small card. One of the men wanted to make a move on the girl sitting in the center but was stopped by the other two girls. The man was annoyed and shouted at the two girls, "Chasing her is my business. None of your business? You followed us like a dog. Is this the normal way to chase someone? Now you want to make a move when people don't agree. Are you a man?" One of the girls immediately cursed out when she heard the man speak. Listening to the man so shameless words, the crowd immediately lit up the fire of gossip. Tail behind, courting failed to annoyed? The girl saw the crowd gathered around. The boldness is even greater. Anyway, has made a big deal, and is not afraid of things even bigger. At this time there has been a waiter walked over. Having 2 stinking bucks makes you smug. Thinking that all the girls in the world like you? Don't dream. You're an idiot. A complete idiot. Still want to chase my friend. What do you think you are? Hard words snapped out of the girl's mouth, causing the people around her to yell. The guy was in a calmer mood now, and even laughed out loud. I just have $2 stinking dollars, what's wrong with that? Isn't it because I'm rich that a whole bunch of girls surround me? The importance of money is something you can't even imagine. You are rich and there are a lot of pretty girls circling around you, but that doesn't include us, so please leave us alone, okay? The girl sitting in the center also stood up at this time and said to the man, "I don't like you, please leave, you hear me? Hurry up and get out." The girl next to her heard her friend's words and shouted as the corners of her mouth rose. At this time, Sun Ming has walked to the side of these people. Originally his arms around the two women quietly eat melon, but suddenly looked at the girl sitting in the middle of the familiar, and now closer to find that, but not familiar. This is not a few days ago the second uncle entrusted him to take care of the cousin of Sun Ningama. The world is very big and so small. Just came to Shanghai to see cousin. Simply see the ghost. However, Sun Ming also understands the concern of the second uncle. A teenage girl is still in the nightclub at night, which can let a person rest assured. Sun Ning has only been in college for half a year, and now she's like this, so if she waits a few more years, she won't be able to control her. And Sun Ming can also see, cousin changes cannot be separated from her side of the girl. So many people surrounded by the case of this girl is more and more courageous. Looking at the crowd's mocking eyes, the man had already suppressed the fire instantly came up again. His mouth shouted, "It's okay that you don't like me, but I like you ah. We are not together, how do you know if I'm good? Just promise me, promise him, promise him." Several people around the man also shouted at the same time. The surrounding people also shouted loudly under the leadership of a few people, the bursts of sound practically toppling the roof. Sun Ming watched for a while and did not go forward to help. It was good to let his cousin be frustrated here, to see the evils of society in order to understand the beauty of the campus. Promise him, promise him. When the crowd saw that her cousin did not respond, their voices became louder. Anyway, it is none of their business. How good is it to join in the fun? The three little girls had never seen this kind of situation before. They were so scared that they couldn't even speak. The waiter also stayed aside. There are too many people. They cannot control. Hard to drag the words will offend a lot of people. Sun Ming watched the fire arrive and walked over. Sun Ming walked to the front of the man, not waiting for him to react to the force of the whole body. A kick to the man's body. The hand is very heavy, very fast. The man did not even have the time to react to the table behind the back, accompanied by the crackling sound of the drink. All the sound is gone. The scene instantly quiet down. I promise you MLGB, this dude who was so fierce, crazy. Lights at this time is very suitable to shine on the body of Sun Ming. Colorful light so that he is like a god of war as if he descended to earth. Hear Sun Ming's voice. See what Sun Ming did. The crowd in the nightclub shouted. No one left but more and more excited. Make people squeeze people. Under the crowd's expectant gaze, Sun Ming walked towards the three little girls. The three little girls were looking at him with puzzlement, trying not to understand why this person was helping them. Sun Ming pursed her lips, her face staring, and suddenly smiled when she saw Sun Ming's face clearly. She knew who was helping them. Sun Ming raised his hand and touched Sun Ning's head, and Sun Ning instantly became shy. Watching Sun Ming and Sun Ning's behavior, the nightclub was instantly sensationalized. What was the relationship between the two? This girl had a date? The confession was discovered by the rightful owner? Hey, just thinking about it was exciting. The fire of gossip burned in the hearts of the crowd. No one paid attention to the man who was kicked out, or his friend pulled him up. Sun Ming's eyebrows rose. This kid's physical quality was good. Being kicked by him at full force was not much of a big deal. He was still able to stand up. The man's two eyes became blood-filled and red. His features twisted into a ball. His face was hideous and terrible. The rise was simply going to explode. Viciously opening his mouth. Who the hell are you? Chapter 15, Settlement. I'm your ing father. Sun Ming's calm tone made the man very angry. The man twisted his head and signaled a few of his friends for a moment before he intended to go and beat up Sun Ming. Two of them were ready to go forward when they were pulled back by another person. These two people didn't recognize who Sun Ming was, but someone else did. After all, the big LED screen had just played for a while. Their family is a bit of money, but in Shanghai, the least is the rich. Can throw hundreds of thousands of people here is not so simple? Do not understand what Sun Ming identity or do not go out of the head. Just as the man was wondering, Sun Ming took a few more steps towards him, scaring the man backward. Seeing that the man was scared and backed up repeatedly, the two girls beside Sun Ming's eyes were glowing as they stared at Sun Ming's back. Long and handsome, talking in a domineering manner, full of aura, simply the perfect candidate for a boyfriend, but unfortunately not theirs. Sun Ming's eyes looked straight at him. The man's friends also did not come to help. This makes him a little weak. Just at this time, the nightclub security guards came late. All of them were tiger-backed, dressed in black suits, wearing microphones in their ears, and looked very professional. As soon as the man saw the security guards coming, he immediately felt a sense of confidence. After all, he was the one who was beaten up. What's going on in your nightclub? You guys don't care if he randomly beats up people here? And came so late. Are you guys in on it together? The man started yelling at the security guards, trying to resonate with the people around him. That's right, it took so long to come. That's why that person didn't continue to make a move. Otherwise, what's the point of coming back when he's been beaten to death? There were also stupid people who were attracted by his words and then spoke out. But most of them still felt the attitude that it's not a matter of concern. Just watch the fun and forget about it. Step up? Stop it. They are all adults. Who has time to care about you? Besides, Sun Ming is not to be messed with at first glance. Many people also recognized him as the person on the 12th seat, coupled with the golden wristwatch he wore on his hand. It seems to be the real strength is not a swollen face to fill up the fat man. Such a person is still not to mess with the good. Sun Ming looked at his arrogant and scared look and felt a bit funny. Being beaten but no one to help. Can only yell to attract attention is also considered poor? Young Sun, do you see this? The nightclub manager walked to Sun Ming's side and asked in a low voice. This kind of thing was not easy for them to do. If it was Sun Ming who was beaten up, it would be fine. Just beat up these people and throw them out. After all, Sun Ming was a luxury customer, but now it is the opposite side of the beaten, which if you then throw people out of the nightclub will not have to open. The safety of the guests are not guaranteed who still dare to come. The man saw the nightclub manager did not pay attention to him and also went to the side of Sun Ming, which made him panic in his heart, and thought that the nightclub and Sun Ming is a gang. Before he could open his mouth to shout, Sun Ming walked up to him. My name is Sun Ming. You should be clear about what relationship I have with her, right? The man immediately remembered that he asked someone to inquire about Sun Ning news when things. Sun Ning is a brother in Shanghai, but what exactly he did not ask out. But look at this person's momentum is not like a good to be messed with. You are the brother of Sun Ning in Shanghai? The man instantly felt weak. In front of someone's brother, he forced his confession and failed, which made him somewhat unable to raise his head. If Sun Ning's brother was also an ordinary person then it would be fine. Find someone or use money to smash it. But Sun Ming didn't look simple. Sun Ming knew that he guessed wrong, but did not correct. Cousin brother for the current Sun Ning is no difference. At the same time, the nightclub waiting to see the people watching is also a big disappointment. Made a half day. The relationship between the two is actually brother and sister, which is out of the space of their imagination. Would have thought it was the man in the digging of the corner of Sun Ming. Rather, the man's friend also told him at this time that Sun Ming had thrown away a lot of money in the nightclub. This makes him a bit of a retreat, although he is the beaten party. But if the actual argument, he does not take advantage. Sun Ming also did not want to continue to let people surrounded. Said to the man, not with you nonsense. I live in the place as the Rongqing International Villa area. District 1. Building 2. You go to the hospital to check the injuries or not. The police also can go to that to find me, and now get out of my line of sight, okay? Man, several people heard Sun Ming's words heart-shocked. Several of them are also considered a small rich second generation. Of course, clear Rongqing International property. Not to mention the villa area of Rongqing International. To know that the cheapest villa also want 50 million. But what Sun Ming said is a district, where the price of villas are basically hundreds of millions of dollars. They are a few people's family's worth can only be added up with people a house almost. Is not a class. How to mess with. The man immediately apologized, and said that from now on will not pester Sun Ning after the gray left. The crowd of the nightclub to see there is no lively to see, have dispersed, and the time is not early. Working people and those white-collar workers want to go away also left. The rest are night owls and always mixing with the nightclub people. Sun Ning looked at Sun Ming with a happy smile on her face, although she didn't know why her cousin appeared here, and she didn't know why he suddenly became rich, but these doubts didn't hinder her happy heart at all. Sun Ming did not explain anything to Sun Ning, but patted her head again and said, "It's too late. You'd better go back to school. Let's talk about specific things tomorrow, okay?" Sun Ning nodded with a shy face. Her own nightclub shopping was also found. Something happened to her cousin to smooth things out, which made her a little embarrassed. Seeing Sun Ning nodded, Sun Ming did not say anything else and directly returned to the 12th card seat. As for why he didn't invite Sun Ning to the card table, Sun Ming money is not sick, but the card seat is still sitting on two beautiful women. A little bit of understanding know what Sun Ming want to do. As for not taking Sun Ning to his villa, how can I say it? In addition to today cannot, the rest of the time can be. The two beauties are still waiting for him. The money is spent to let him pigeonholed? The first thing I want to do is to get rid of all the people who are in my life. It's not possible at all. Can't stand it. Can't stand it at all. Back to the card seat. The nightclub resounded with the sound of the sky. The men and women on the dance floor are still hugging each other and bouncing enthusiastically, as if what happened just now did not happen at all. Although Daisher and Cindy were puzzled by Sun Ming's relationship with the girl, they were very sensible and didn't ask any more questions, serving Sun Ming as quietly as they did just now. The manager of the nightclub came over with drinks to apologize, although it was Sun Ming who hit the person. But there is a gap between people. How can Xiao Xia's people compare to Sun Ming? What's wrong with the rich having some privileges? At this time, Sun Ming also did not have the mood to play in the nightclub. Greeted the manager. "Will be stored wine." Bashful turn around and step away, listening to the still lively nightclub behind him. Sun Ming did not return. Daisher and Cindy, two girls a person, embraced Sun Ming an arm, eyes fascinated looking at his side face. What affects them is not Sun Ming's handsome face and charm, handsome or the so-called little puppy little wolf dog everywhere, but the people who spend a lot of money are few and far between. The money is loud, the heart is unpredictable. Thinking about it, the two women are looking forward to what is going to happen tonight. Chapter 16, Cousins. The next day, Sun Ming woke up from his sleep, sat up and looked at the two sisters Daisher and Cindy who were sleeping beside him, and then looked at the mess all over the house. Torn stockings were everywhere, and the two pairs of high heels were twisted around, so he couldn't help but shake his still slightly dizzy head. Although in the nightclub did not drink less, but to his amount of alcohol is not to drunk, did not expect to go out for a ride on some dizziness, not to mention that after coming to the hotel after the high intensity of the movement in the nightclub, see the two women take the initiative to come over when Sun Ming is clear that Daisher and Cindy is a demon. But after experiencing he realized what is called the soul of the bones, the blessing of a man that is really cool. He rubbed his waist, which was slightly sore, and said that the ability of these two women to extract juice is really strong, or he had the foresight. Last night someone rubbed the card when he did not let those girls over, otherwise too many people toss up his waist cannot stand, still have to exercise. Picked up his cell phone and glanced at the time. Sun Ming slapped his forehead. Already more than 1 o'clock, really is too laborious. Woke up already the next day in the afternoon. Looking at the sleeping Cindy and Daisher, Sun Ming didn't wake up the two girls, but put on his clothes and went straight downstairs to eat something. After eating, he gave his cousin a phone call and asked to meet in front of her school. Sun Ming drove directly to the past. Zhanghai University entrance. The sun is in the sky. The sunlight is scattered on the earth. Today is only the 8th day of the year. The cold wind is bitter, blowing people shivering. At this time, Sun Ning was standing at the entrance of the university with her two friends. Although the weather is cold, but the three people wear a little thin face are painted with light makeup. Sun Ning dressed conservatively. The clothes will be the whole body wrapped, did not reveal a trace of skin, but her two friends seem to have another purpose in general, wearing a thin jacket. One wearing shorts exposed legs, the other is wearing flesh-colored stockings, stepping on high-heeled shoes. A few people shivered from time to time as the cold wind blew by. Beautiful ladies, I've been paying attention to you guys for a long time. Can I add a WeChat? Just in the effort of waiting for Sun Ming, several waves of men who came to accost him had already come, and it wasn't blamed on other people's thick skin. It was indeed that the two were dressed too sexy. Boys who dared to ask for WeChat on the street still had some confidence in their own face value and wealth, and the three of them admitted that the man was a bit handsome, and his taste in clothes was okay, but so what? Maybe in the usual. Sun Ning's two friends may add a little WeChat, then chat a little, but not today. Sun Ning. Three people originally received Sun Ming's phone call before coming down, are freezing for a long time, cannot be halfway. In case of adding WeChat when Sun Ning's brother came to it, then at that time it is not good to say. Therefore, The three did not take care of the boys. Looking at the three women who did not speak, the man smiled somewhat awkwardly, and did not die to harass. After all, a school, make a big mess is not a good end. On the other hand, Sun Ming followed the navigation to the entrance of Jianghai University, and did happen to see the three women who refused to accost him, and with a slight smile, he drove the car to the front of the three women. Jianghai University was also one of the top universities in the country, and there were countless children from rich families, but after all, school hadn't started yet, so there weren't too many luxury cars at the entrance. Porsche Panamera here is also considered a luxury car. The high-profile engine sound is to make the pedestrians in front of the school attention over. Get in the car. Falling out of the window, Sun Ming said to the three people, "Brother?" Sun Ming. Three people see the car parked in front of them when there is still some doubt. See as Sun Ming also understand, although do not know why Sun Ming suddenly become rich, but for Sun Ming is not important. The two women beside Sun Ming also had an excited look on their faces. Sure enough, they knew that Sun Ming's brother wasn't simple. It wasn't in vain that the two of them had frozen here for half a day and rejected several handsome little brothers. Let's go, Sun Ming urged again. Mainly because he looked at Sun Ning freezing and shivering a bit, then he urged again. Sun Ning's three people hurriedly got into the car. They were also really blown by the cold wind. The current weather was below zero, and they were wearing thin clothes. Waiting for the three women to close the car door, Sun Ming blasted the gas pedal, shuttling in the street crowds away. Before looking for the three girls to ask for WeChat boy at this time around also gathered a few people. The boy stared at the car's tail, did not speak. Forget it, don't look at it. Porsche Panamera. Look at his configuration, should be on 2 million. We a few cannot afford to buy. No wonder people do not give it to WeChat. We these people are find a not so gold digging to get along with it. A group of boys gathered together to chatter incessantly. Of course, these words Sun Ming cannot hear. Even if he heard him will be sunshine smile. Rich is such a worry. Half an hour later, Sun Ming drove to the nearest shopping mall to Jianghai University. On the road Sun Ming also know the name of two friends of Sun Ning. Last night quite deep out of the girl called Zhua Qing. Today wearing stockings, bare legs of the girl called Cloud Lemon. Our Sun Ning a dormitory. Their dormitory a total of 4 people. The other one went home for the new year. To wait for the opening of the school people to come, the 3 of them are not home for the new year. Sun Ming could also hear from their words that these 2 girls were rebellious and disobeyed the discipline of their family. It should have been like this since they were young, and after coming to the university, they even let themselves go. And along with that, Sun Ning also turned from a good girl who didn't go out at night to someone who went to a bouncy club at night. However, Sun Ming does not intend to teach anything in the car. One is to say in front of Sun Ning's friends may hurt her sister's self-esteem. And secondly, it is also true that the second uncle and second aunt are too strict. More than 10 years Sun Ning has no friends in the old family, has been in the too high-pressure trepidation of the life, has just escaped from the control of the parents. Want to vent their emotions is also normal. Why is Sun Ming so clear? Because Sun Ming also lived in the second uncle's house. The elders of the family because of the second uncle's reason for learning is very important. He worked hard to get into college, and after graduation, he was assigned a good job and finally settled in Jincheng. Several children in the family basically lived in the second uncle's house, because after finishing elementary school it was time to go to junior high school, but there was no good junior high school near Sun Ming's hometown. Because of the need for a household registration to attend junior high school in Jincheng, they used the name of the second uncle's family to arrange for the family's child to attend junior high school in Jincheng. Originally intended to be this child on 3 years, that child on 3 years, but also let Sun Ming a few good high school exams. Who knows, a bunch of children, every one of them have made a fortune. The son of the eldest uncle's family on half a year on not on. Middle school did not finish on the suspension back to work. The third uncle's family is better. On a year will not be able to. As for Sun Ming, he thought he was better than his elder brother and second brother. But the truth is not good enough. 3 months, just 3 months is finished. He even half a year did not stick down. It was only after Sun Ming went to live in his second uncle's house that he realized why his elder brother and second brother didn't stick it out. Chapter 17, Once Upon a Time. It's not easy to live a life under a fence, especially if you have your own parents and have been spoiled since childhood. You can't accept that kind of life. When Sun Ming went to live in his second uncle's house, he didn't think that it was just a matter of eating, sleeping and going to school. What's wrong with that? But the real life together is not so simple. The second uncle's house is a 3-room apartment, which is more than enough for a few members of his family, but not enough for him when he goes there. So what should he do? He slept in the same room as his cousin, because the second uncle went to college and got married late, so Sun Ming's cousin in the family ranked third. Sun Ming has been called third brother. The third brother's temper is very good, or else he can't stand to have someone living in the same house with him all the time. It's really a case of big brother living in the house, second brother living in the house, and second brother not living in the house, and then the little brother coming in the house. Sun Ming just began to live in the second uncle's house to understand why the big brother and second brother so quickly stopped going to school, and even beaten several times just do not go to school. Pressure, especially great pressure, in the second uncle's home cannot feel any life breath, only pure pressure. You don't have to do anything like housework, and your second uncle and second aunt aren't abusive. After all, their parents are still around. They went to school in the morning, came back for lunch, took a break and then went back to school. A normal day. The real torture was at night, in the afternoon after school to go home to eat. The second aunt specializing in cooking at home did not go to work, and do not have to wait for the second uncle, because their local high school, junior high school dismissal time is the same. So every time Sun Ming dismissed from school when the third brother also dismissed from school. As for her little sister Sun Ning, she is only in elementary school, and she got off school even earlier, and returned home early. When Sun Ming is at home, he goes out to play with his friends after dinner, and even if he doesn't go out, he watches TV at home. And as for homework, he would write it last, but not at his second uncle's house. Looking for friends to play? Just got here and don't know anyone. Watching TV? No way. Not at all. You just cry to death and won't let you watch. And the third brother and little sister Sun Ning went to do their homework after the meal on their own initiative. What could Sun Ming do? What could Sun Ming do? He didn't dare to. After all, this is not his own home. In the second uncle's home he didn't even dare to cry. Junior high school homework is actually very little. Less than an hour can be done. After doing what? The second uncle will take out a lot of books and rolls to let you learn. Learn to do the problem. A night simply cannot stop. Until bed. There is really no time for entertainment. Even if the second uncle to watch TV that is silent, only to see the picture and not listen to the sound. That kind of suffocation, really is the ordinary people cannot stand. However, Sun Ming felt that he could still hold on. Why? Because third brother and little sister can insist why he cannot? As for why Sun Ming stopped going to school after 3 months of living in his second uncle's house, what was the reason? Simply because he couldn't bear to watch his third brother get beaten up and take the blame for him. So he went home. The reason for the beating was simple. Watching TV. One day, the second uncle and the second aunt went out because of the errand. Sun Ming saw the two go out together and no one cared about it. He had not watched TV for a long time. He simply could not help but feel the impulse inside. Opened the TV and watched it with great interest. The third brother also advised him a few words. Is watching TV Sun Ming were to care about so much? Simply ignore him. Watch a little sister Sun Ning cannot help but sit down together to watch. And the third brother also from time to steal a few eyes but do not dare to look openly. I do not know how long to watch. Suddenly heard the sound of the hallway. Sun Ming know that the second uncle too back. Scared him hurriedly turned off the TV. Unplugged the power to resit on the table to start writing homework in a decent manner. He thought it would be seamless, but he had no idea how deep the adult's schemes were. Do you know what the first thing your second uncle and second aunt do when they get home? They didn't ask how you were doing in school or if you were playing. They went home and touched the back of the TV. Back in those days, TVs still had big heads, and the back of the TV would get hot after you watched it. The second uncle and the second aunt didn't even listen to their explanations, and when they touched the TV and saw that it was hot, they changed their faces. The two did not beat Sun Ming and his little sister, picked up the belt and vigorously whipped the third brother. That really is to the death. At night in the quilt looking at the bruised third brother, the two cried all night. The next day Sun Ming went home. As with the elder brother and second brother, killed not to go to school in Jincheng, Sun's parents had no choice but to let Sun Ming attend school at home. That kind of learning atmosphere is really not something that ordinary people can tolerate. The third brother endured. So he went to the University of Hong Kong, graduated and earned a lot of money. After a few years of work can buy a house in Shanghai. The little sister also endured. So she went to Shanghai University, the top university in the country. Big brother and second brother did not endure so they went abroad to work. Sun Ming didn't endure it either, and he was ruined before he was reborn. He himself hates this kind of high-pressure education, but the final result is not satisfactory. From his perception, happy education was just fooling around. For Sun Ning to suddenly become rebellious after going to college, Sun Ming was especially understandable, but it couldn't be taken too far, such as the nightclub he went to last night. After all, their Sun family has only one girl, or the youngest, which brother will not control after seeing it? Sun Ming directly drove the car to the underground parking lot of the shopping mall, parked the car and took the three girls and walked inside the mall. Making money for so long, he really hasn't bought too many things. A villa, a store, a car, a watch. Oh, he had bought a few things, but hadn't bought any clothes, so much so that he was now dressed very plainly. In the past, Sun Ming felt that even if he was rich, there was no need to buy two good clothes and shoes, but that was the past after all. People change. Now since he was already rich, he had to look like a rich man. While buying something for Sun Ming also let her counsel herself to buy a few. Forget it, let's just buy our own first. Sun Ming thought and took the three girls around the mall. Winter is almost over. He is still in LV. Versace major brand spent more than 200,000 to buy 2 down jackets, 3 or 4 fall clothes. The 3 little girls who were surprised stared straight in the eyes. Where have they seen such spending money? Online to see people buy this buy that. In addition to drooling what cannot do. Now see with their own eyes that simply let their 3 views collapse. The original really someone can a moment of effort to spend a little so much money to buy clothes. Zhua Cheng and Yun Lime began to unconsciously wriggle white tentative thighs. Several people walked in the middle of the mall after Sun Ming finished buying, then turned his head to look at Sun Ning. Little sister, what are you missing? Ha? Sun Ning was a bit dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. Doesn't this make sense? Your brother is planning to buy you something. Zhua Cheng and Yun Lime understood in a second. Looking at Sun Ning's confused face, their anxious hearts were itching to speak out and agree for her. Chapter 18. It's a pity that Bully is always the older brother. I said, let me know if you're missing anything, such as clothes, shoes, bags, jewelry and the like. After Sun Ming explained, Sun Ning came to a realization and stammered, hesitating for half a day not knowing what to say. She did want to buy, but didn't know how to say it. After all, Sun Ming wasn't her real brother, and even her real brother hadn't given her much money. $1,000 a month was the ceiling. Looking at her hesitant expression, a dress that adds up to more than $1,000, and that small pathetic shoulder bag, Sun Ming did not continue to ask. Needless to say, everything is lacking. Sun Ming looked around. All women's shopping stores. Pulling Sun Ning went into the nearest Dior boutique. The things in the luxury boutique were expensive, but they were all there, almost as long as it was a woman's need. Most of them had it. Cosmetics, clothes, shoes, jewelry, bags, really everything. Sun Ning and the 2 girls should be the first time into the luxury goods store, since coming in after breathing are unconsciously accelerated. Dior's things they have used, but just lipstick, because lipstick is cheap. On this can be happy for days. Welcome 4 people visit Dior boutique. The shopping guide walked over it the first time and spoke with a smile on his face after bowing. Sun Ming nodded at the shopper, and then said to Sun Ning, choose, what you want to choose what to choose. Then he said to Zhua Cheng and Yun Lemon, you two should choose one, as a thank you for taking care of my little sister. The words just fell. Sun Ning shopping guide. Zhua Cheng and Yun Lime's heart at the same time stuttered. The guide's idea was simple. We're going to be rich today. A big customer is coming. After so many years of shopping guide, what kind of people have the ability to consume? What kind of people do not have the ability to consume? She knows exactly. Looking at a few people holding boxes from other luxury stores, plus the gold watches leaking out of Sun Ming's wrist from time to time, she knew that this was definitely a luxury customer. Sun Ning's thinking is even simpler. Her brother is going to buy her something, and can still pick whatever he wants. Zhua Cheng and Cloud Lemon 2 people are very surprised. The 2 of them followed over just want to meet Sun Ning's brother is what kind of. Did not think there is an unexpected joy, the heart excited to the explosion. The shopper was full of smiles at this time, pulling the 3 women to start introducing them one by one. The next time, the smile on her face did not stop. 12,000 lipstick sets said to buy on buy. 40,000 a necklace without any hesitation. Buy. $20,000 of skin care products, cosmetics, buy. Plus some clothes and jewelry spent more than 100,000 points. Then let Zhua Cheng and Cloud Lemon 1 person picked a bag, 10,000 or so. Until the checkout Sun Ning was still dumbfounded and didn't react. Looking at these things, a happy smile surfaced on her face again. The 2 little girls had long been happy bad. 10,000 bags they have long wanted to buy, but cannot afford to buy, or buy it will not have food. And now buy of course happy, although not compared to Sun Ning, but what is the relationship between people? Very contented. MS. Son, your brother is too good for you. How come I don't have a brother like that? Listening to the shopper's words of envy, Sun Ning just smiled sweetly and did not answer. Looking at these things, there were a bit too many, plus what he had just bought simply couldn't be taken away. Sun Ming asked the shopping guy to arrange a car for the 2 girls to send the things back to their dormitory. The shopper smiled and nodded in agreement. The shopping time is slightly longer. Sun Ming looked at the time has been 6 o'clock, because just now let Sun Ning's roommate went to send things. Now just the 2 of them. Pulled Sun Ning at the mall to eat something and drove towards home. It took more than an hour to get to the door of the neighborhood. There was no rush to get in, but stayed in the security room for a while. Rongqing International as a high-grade neighborhood, which is home to many bigwigs, attaches great importance to the privacy of the owners, and the general public can't even get in even if they have to go through the door. Sun Ming wants to do an access card for Sun Ning. Need to collect personal information here, and then listed under the name of the individual. Of course, this is very simple for Sun Ming. Just need to list Sun Ning directly under his name on the line. Sun Ning got off the car and looked up and down at the skyscrapers inside the neighborhood. The outer layer of the building was a kind of white gold color. It looked very high-end and atmospheric. Although she came to Shanghai for half a year, but has not really strolled through Shanghai, usually skipping classes to sleep. Even if they go out to play is also in the school surrounding. At most go to look at the night scene of the Pujian River. Even last night to go to the nightclub is also two friends hard to pull to go, but did not expect the first time to go to the accident, but fortunately met the cousin. She looked at this neighborhood is located in Shanghai, the most prosperous next to the Pujian River. The heart understand that this neighborhood is afraid of sky-high prices. 10 miles of the ocean is silent. The center of the bund is at the foot of the prosperous river view. The place is beautiful. A few days ago they were in the dormitory still discussing how great Tomson is, how expensive the house price is, and how rich the people inside are, and wondered if they could be seen by the domineering president, and then live in and become a rich wife who doesn't know how to worry about it, and who knows that in the blink of an eye she lived in, and even though it's not Tomson, it's right next door to the neighborhood, but let her live in is not what the domineering president, but her brother. Before yesterday, she thought that his brother is still working in Jinchang, living the most ordinary life, and then in her aunt and uncles helped to get married and have a child. Quiet life. Who knew that last night she would see her brother standing in front of her like a god, solving the most embarrassing moment for her, and at that time she wondered why Sun Ming would be there. When she returned to the school's dormitory and her two friends told her that the person who had just thrown away thousands of dollars at the nightclub was her brother, she still didn't dare to believe it, but it was only natural. Otherwise why didn't the nightclub security guards go and stop him? Even when Sun Ming called her today she thought that he would take her to eat some good food and then just stroll around. Who would have thought that Sun Ming would buy her so many things? Her little head was filled with happiness and surprise throughout the day. It didn't take long to process. Sun Ming directly drove the car to the home store inside the neighborhood. Sun Ming planned to leave a room for her at home, so that she could come and stay with him for a while if she didn't want to go home during breaks or vacations. Inside the home furnishing store there is everything, from beds to sofas, tables, chairs and benches, with pillows, covers and mattresses. Who knew that when she arrived at the home store to let her pick out the problem? Look at everything, shook his head. How? There is nothing you like? Sun Ming asked helplessly. No, it's too expensive. Sun Ning whispered. Pa. Sun Ming fiercely slapped his forehead. Just now more than $100,000 have been spent, still short of this. Sun Ming rubbed her head, selected the 4-piece bed set for her, instructed the shopkeeper where he lived and then dragged Sun Ning to his home. Chapter 19 Cousin's Novel Experience. Open the door of the room. Sun Ming said to Sun Ning, come in. In the future, treat this place as your own home. Come here when your school is on vacation or on break, and I'm the only one living at home, so you can stay as long as you want. There are ice creams and drinks in the refrigerator, and there is also some food, so feel free to eat something if you are hungry. If you are hungry, you can eat whatever you want. In the future, if you have a fight with your second uncle and second aunt, you can come here, so that they won't worry. Sun Ning's eyes suddenly turned red. For the first time in her life, she didn't spend New Year's Eve at home. Didn't she want to go home? But her mom and dad would only reprimand her. They didn't care why she was suddenly so rebellious. They only cared about how her grades were, and whether she could find a better job in the future like her own brother. Now suddenly being cared about by her cousin, it made her a bit unable to control her emotions. Brother, my own brother isn't as good to me as you are. Alright, people who go to college, now that the year is over, you're an adult. Don't cry and cry like a little kid. Sun Ming looked at Sun Ning, who was about to cry out, and comforted with a smile. Besides, your brother, he also has difficulties. Your brother has been disciplined by your parents for so many years, has long gotten used to it, and he also has a daughter-in-law. The days are not as good as before, and you are the only girl in our Sun family, not to mention me. Even if big brother and second brother see you, they will treat you well. Aha! Sun Ning rubbed her eyes, raised her head and asked curiously, brother, how much money do you have? How did you earn it all? Hearing this, Sun Ming had a slight smile on his face. I thought you could hold back until when? IA is the new era of investment in the world of Warren Buffett. What to buy, what to earn, rely on speculation to earn. But did not earn much. Bought this villa, did not have much money left. Okay, time is not early. You go to make your own bed. I don't care about you. Oh, late at night. Sun Ning lay on the soft bed, tossing and turning. It was 100 times more comfortable than the bed in her dormitory. But she just couldn't sleep. Sun Ning lying really cannot sleep. Get up and walk to the window. The colorful night scene as far as the eye. Looking at the distant brightly lit skyscrapers, the heart cannot be calmed for a long time. These images she has seen a lot in Shanghai. And even around the Pujiang River is more beautiful than this, but that is just to stand on the street to appreciate. And now completely different. Living in a luxurious villa, immersed in the bustling city, it was really shocking. Just as she was immersed in the night scenery, her cell phone buzzed. It was her friend who sent her a message in the WeChat group. Zhuqing, Ning Ning, are you not coming back tonight? Yoon Lemon, yeah, when are you coming back? You have a lot of stuff. It's all on the bed. We haven't even touched it. Sun Ning opens the window and takes a few pictures of the surrounding skyscrapers. Sun Ning, pictures. Cloud Lemon, if I'm not mistaken this is the Townsend? Sun Ning, aha, Zhuqing, your brother took you to a hotel? Yoon Lemon, no I remember that the surrounding hotels cannot shoot this location. She sent we did not go to see a few days ago? Sun Ning, it's not a hotel. It's my brother, he bought a house here. Fei Yan, what? Didn't your brother buy a house on the outskirts of Shanghai? How come he bought it here again? Your brother suddenly got rich? This person is a girl from Sun Ning's dormitory who went home for New Year's Eve, and hasn't slept until now. Watching a few people talk and joining in the conversation. Sun Ning, it's not my real brother. It's my cousin, from my little uncle's family. Fei Yan, wow, your own brother is enough. I did not expect your cousin is also so rich. How you have not spoken? Sun Ning, your future days can be good. You will be able to wear brand name clothes and shoes every day. Sat in brand name bags. I'm so sour. Zhuqing, no need for later. Today his cousin just took us shopping. Spent more than $100,000 on clothes, shoes, bags, cosmetics and such for ringing. Super generous. And also gave me and Lemon one person to buy a bag with a forked waist. Fei Yan, wow. No. I'm sour. This is too pitiful, blah 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 blah. No. Ning Ning, you have to make it up to me when I go. Yoon Lemon, if I had such a cousin, not a cousin, I could wake up happy in my sleep. Sun Ning, watching them continue to chat in the group. Sun Ning put down her cell phone and stopped replying to them. Seeing that Sun Ning stopped talking, a few people also quieted down in no time. The sun rose, dazzling light sprinkled the world. Sun Ming slowly opened his eyes, looked around him, empty. Oh, I didn't lead a beautiful girl home today, so I brought a sister back. Sun Ming rubbed his eyes and looked at his cell phone. It was only 8 o'clock or so. It was still early. He had labored all day yesterday, slept early at night, and woke up early today. Sitting up and putting on his clothes, he opened the door to his room and prepared to go wash up. Why did you get up? Didn't you sleep more? He noticed that Sun Ning had already washed up and came out of the bathroom, recognizing the bed. I can't sleep anymore after waking up. Sun Ning's explanation was very convincing. That's fine. Let's eat first. After eating and taking you to play for a day you'll go back to school, okay? Okay. The conversation between the two ended. In the morning, Sun Ming was too lazy to cook. Sun Ning was not able to cook. The two of them came up with the idea that going out to eat would be the most suitable. Finding a breakfast store in the neighborhood, they asked for a few buns, a plate of small pickles, 2 eggs, 2 bowls of milk, and that's how they solved their breakfast. Because Sun Ming also did not have a good turn in Shanghai, Sun Ming turned to take his little sister to stroll around the tourist attractions, Safari Park, Pearl Tower, City God Temple, and finally played in Disney until the afternoon. Not waiting for Sun Ming to get tired of shopping, but Sun Ning first set out. She does not want to play, intends to go back to school to find a friend to do a part-time job. In the beginning, because the school was still early, the three of them felt that playing every day was not quite right, so they decided to go find a part-time job in the next 2 days. Really don't play more days? To be honest, there is no need to work part-time during winter vacation, just after the New Year's Eve. How good is a good rest? If you lack money, brother will give you some. Sun Ming seriously said to her, really don't need it, brother. In school is not much money, and you bought yesterday's things are enough for me to use for a long time. Besides, I said with 2 friends to go to part-time work together. Can't put them on the pigeon, and play all day is no fun. Might as well go to exercise themselves, but also can grow knowledge. Sun Ning also answered Sun Ming's question very seriously. Sun Ming shook his head helplessly. College students, not yet graduated, what kind of job can they find? Selling milk tea? Sending out flyers? Or maybe to pass out food in a restaurant? Never mind. Sun Ming didn't force her to do it. She would naturally come to her when she hit the wall in society. He drove Sun Ning to the entrance of Shanghai University. I'm leaving then? Sun Ming said to Sun Ning, who had already gotten out of the car. Well, bye brother, drive slowly on your way. Got it. Sun Ming said back and then stepped on the gas pedal hard and drove away with a boom. Chapter 20 Car Show. The next day, Shanghai International Convention and Exhibition Center has a grand car show event today. All the major luxury car brands are in it, also for the purpose of rushing performance at the beginning of the year. Sun Ming came to Jianghai only a few days to feel that his Porsche Panamera in the luxury car collection of Jianghai does not stand out. Although he just bought, the excitement was extraordinary. But in their neighborhood his car compared to other owners is too much difference. What are the cars of other people? Most of them are Rolls-Royce, Bentley, and a few Ferrari Lamborghinis. Most of all, he saw a nanny who buys groceries in the neighborhood driving a car that was exactly the same as his, which hit him hard. There are too many rich people in the neighborhood, and he has seen many familiar faces that he can only see on TV from the time he moved in until now. It just so happens that today's car show. Anyway, there is nothing to do. Go to the car show and buy a car in the meantime. And in the car show, to buy a car than the Ford store is much more convenient. All the big luxury car brands gathered together, saving him and a family to shop. Sun Ming drove to the Jianghai International Convention and Exhibition Center. The door has been gathered away from a lot of people. A variety of men and women with a combination of middle-aged or even older with a young girl. There are also dressed up flamboyantly but cannot hide the vicissitudes of the face of the woman with a handsome boy. Looks like the main force of consumption. And more is a combination of young men and women, gathered together in a piece of chatter. I do not know what to say. There are some men and women alone, lifting the car, and then the car, and then the car, and then the car. There are also some men and women who are alone, holding up their cell phones, talking to the screen all the time, pointing to the surrounding introduction while talking. It should be some of the netroots to rub the heat. Sun Ming cannot understand so many people gathered in a piece of what to do. All to the convention and exhibition center does not go in. Waiting outside, why? Why not go in and wait outside? How good is it to go inside and see the luxury cars? When Sun Ming arrived at the convention center, he could see the big screen with all the luxury car brands, such as Bugatti, Pagani, Rolls-Royce, McLaren, Rolls-Royce, Ferrari, which are the top luxury brands. So it's better to go to the inside to see the luxury cars than to freeze outside, waiting for Sun Ming to walk to the entrance of the exhibition center. He realized that it was not that way. This time the auto show was divided into two levels. The first level is Audi, BMW, Porsche, Maserati, and other luxury brands. The second level is the top luxury brands shown on the LED screen. Entering the convention center is easy. Buy a ticket to enter. But want to go into the second plate will need to make an appointment. You can also temporarily find someone to help arrange or check the capital. After all, not everyone is free to make an appointment, and not everyone can know when this car show starts. If you don't give some special treatment, those who have the strength to buy a car without an appointment will not be allowed to enter? No way. The purpose of the car show is to expand the brand influence, but the most important thing is to sell cars and make money. It's not their goal to turn away the gold masters. The reason why the show is divided into two levels is to let those who have the strength to buy a car have a better experience. So there was the scene that Sun Ming saw when he got out of the car. People are not willing to buy a ticket but can only look at ordinary luxury brands. After all, in the luxury car collection of Jianghai these cars can often see, but those top luxury brands even in Jianghai as ordinary people they are really rare to see. It is not easy to have the opportunity. How will they be willing? Especially those who hold up the cell phone anchor. Netizens or more to their audience spit this car show of all kinds of injustice. But the security guards at the entrance don't care at all, and stop all the people who don't have a ticket without looking at them. Let you enter if you have a ticket, and you can't even talk about it if you don't have a ticket. Sun Ming looked at these things, pursed lips. He cannot laugh, damaging the face of his billionaires. Sun Ming went to the ticket office and casually bought one and went in. This scene also did not attract attention. After all, there are already a lot of people went in. These stayed outside is to want to attract attention, attract more people into their live room. Sun Ming went in and realized that the showroom was really big, brightly lit in broad daylight, with various colors of light shining on various luxury car brands. Beautiful to the extreme. Inside the showroom there are people everywhere. Although the showroom is divided into two halves, there are still people who don't care. Most of them are young people. There are only a very small number of middle-aged people or couples with children to play. But this is normal. After all, the first audience group of luxury cars is young people, those bosses and so on, but rarely come to the car show to buy a car. At this time there are also many anchors walking and talking, introduced around the car brand a variety of new or old models of cars. There are also many anchors gathered in the Bugatti, Pagani and other top luxury brands of the isolation zone side, because they just bought a ticket to come in, so they cannot enter the side, can only distance in the isolation zone this far from the shot of the big luxury car. But there are also many people over there. After all, the purpose of organizing the luxury car exhibition is also part of the reason to expand the influence. So invited a lot of journalists and fans have a lot of influential netizens. Netizens like them who have fewer fans, less influence, and are still rubbing heat everywhere were not invited, so they can only look around here. Originally, Sun Ming thought that so many young people came to see the auto show because they really like luxury cars. But when he saw this group of hangers around the various brands of models standing in front of the car model, a burst of messy shot when he understood. This group of things are all in pure purpose of the people. No wonder the exhibition hall more men than women less it. Sun Ming looked at the crowd. Or first stroll it. Anyway, time is still early. A moment to go to the top luxury brand there. While he was walking around and looking around, he suddenly heard a lewd voice in his ear. This car is really good. The body is smooth. Beauty burst. Front and back. And the two shining headlights. Beautiful. Looking at the engine should be V9, but it is estimated that the wear and tear is very high. Looking a little unnatural. Sun Ming originally listened to the voice think this person obscene. But people's serious introduction. Sun Ming also listened, but the more he listened to the more wrong. This TM is talking about a car? Sun Ming turned around and saw an ordinary-looking fat man in black clothes talking. Fatty face obscene holding up the phone to the car model in front of him, a serious nonsense. That little girl listening to the face or red, do not know is shy or angry, but also really very eye-catching. Sun Ming helplessly shook his head. Was fooled talent It's true that there are all kinds of birds in a big forest, but such talents are rare. However, Sun Ming still underestimated the heroes of the world. Where there is a crouching dragon, there must be a phoenix. Just as Sun Ming was about to turn around and leave, he heard another voice. This headlight is shaking your eyes? Come on, you come with me. I'll let you see what it means to have shaky headlights and a smooth body. Sun Ming's feet stopped when he just took a step. No other meaning, he would like to see the body more smooth, headlights more eye-catching car. After all, he is really to buy a car well. Chapter 21 Zhou Chang. Sun Ming turned around and saw a particularly thin person, also wearing all black clothes, pulling the fat man inside. MD, it is true that the crouching dragon and phoenix chicks, just this body type, the two people are a perfect match. Sun Ming did not move and swayed behind the two. There are many people also followed them. After all, the two just now, the sound is not small. Most of the people in the neighborhood heard. Sun Ming mentally spat out a group of old colorful batch. Of course, he does not count. He really intends to buy a car. The fat man and the thin man, two people also noticed the crowd behind them. The two people do not care or even a little proud. Are the same way. Not far to the Maserati booth. The crowd of eyes. To the car model. Oh, no. Is to the car a burst of fierce shooting? Not a corner of the slightest spare. Sun Ming also walked to the side to take a look. That skinny guy really didn't talk nonsense. The body is indeed smoother than the one just now. The front is convex and the back is curved. And the headlight shakes the eyes and shakes even more. How to say it? With a certain tone of the 12 Chinese zodiac among the tiger has a spell. Not for nothing. Crouching dragon phoenix, these two people's aesthetics can still be not worthy of being a dry anchor. Sun Ming appreciated for a while and left. After all, he came to buy a car, not to see the car. He walked to the front of the isolation zone, looked at the crowd that was stopped by the security, and walked towards the management personnel next to him. He didn't have an appointment, nor did he have an invitation letter, and now he couldn't find anyone even more, so he could only take the road of the capital inspection. Young son? Sun Ming heard a voice coming over, and turned his head in some confusion. Was he shouting at him? Looking along with the voice, Sun Ming saw a pair of young men and women walking towards him. It did look like they were shouting at him, as there was no one in his vicinity, and he was surnamed Sun. The boy who called out to him was about 5 feet 8 inches. His long flowing hair was dyed burgundy. His clean face had a smile on it, and he looked quite a handsome young man. The girl beside him should be the car model of this auto show by looking at the dress. This person's hand is quite fast. Sun Ming looked at him slightly familiar, as if he had seen, should have also spoken, but he fiercely just could not remember. You are? Looking at the two people who walked up to him, Sun Ming asked out in confusion. Hey, Sun Shao nobleman forgetful. 2 days ago we met at the nightclub. I also gave you a business card. The man waved his hand unconcernedly, then spoke out his origin. Sun Ming suddenly remembered. Indeed, this person was brought here by the nightclub manager at first. The two of them drank a cup and said a few words. This person left. It's no wonder that Sun Ming couldn't remember. The nightclub manager brought several people over that night, and it was a mess in there at the time, so he didn't know how he knew Sun Ming's last name. As for how he knew what Sun Ming's last name was, it should have been the nightclub manager who told him. After the two introduced themselves, Sun Ming realized what his name was. This handsome boy called Zhou Chang. His family is open 4S store, and opens several. No wonder it will appear here. In Zhanghai this inch of land to open 4S store. Also opens several? Zhou Chang's family assets should also have several hundred million. Of course, like Zhou Chang, such rich second generation days are not easy, unless really have the ability, and then take over the family's industry, or else their monthly pocket money are limited, and more cannot be more. The most is that the mother loves the child secretly and they give a little. When Joe Chang went to Sun Ming's card is also fancy him waving money like dirt. Can spend hundreds of thousands of people in the nightclub to buy a car should also be very simple. When the time came, he could also more or less earn some pocket money by selling a few cars. Young son, are you planning to go inside and hang out? Joe Chang said to Sun Ming. Well, having come to the auto show, of course I have to go inside and take a look. Otherwise wouldn't it be a wasted visit? Sun Ming said to Joe Chang. Just call me by my name. This name calling sounds weird to me. Alright then, let's go. I'll take brother Ming in. Save us the trouble. Joe Chang saw Sun Ming's intentions. He just came over when he saw Sun Ming heading towards the capital inspection. And in his heart he also understood that Sun Ming was powerful. Why not do a favor? Sun Ming nodded his head. He was also happy to save some things. When he raised his foot to go, Sun Ming suddenly stood there motionless, looking around as if looking for something. Joe Chang just intended to lead the way away, suddenly saw Sun Ming did not move, some doubt in his heart. Directly asked out, Brother Ming, what are you? Oh, can you take two people in together? Sun Ming came back to his senses and asked towards Joe Chang. Does Brother Ming have an acquaintance? Neither. Is just saw two interesting people. This is not you can bring people in. Intend to bring. Sun Ming said casually. Just now when he was planning to go in he felt that he still had to check the capital, and it was not appropriate to bring people, but now it is different. Since Joe Chang can bring him one, he should also be able to bring a few more. After all, he is considered the host here. No problem. Where are those two? Just call them over and go in together. Joe Chang didn't hesitate for a second. Exactly the same as Sun Ming thought. His family is also considered one of the organizers, not to mention bringing three. A few more would be fine. Since the favor has already been done, he's not afraid of trouble, and bringing a few people in isn't really a problem for him either. Just when Sun Ming wanted to say something, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he saw the people he was looking for. That's right, it was the two crouching dragons and phoenix chicks. Sun Ming waved at the two men, fat and thin, two people holding up a cell phone looking at Sun Ming. On both of them to wave froze, and then two people with their hands to their own point, a black question mark face. Sun Ming nodded. Too many people, otherwise he would have shouted out. The two men said something into their cell phones and then ran over in a hurry. Sun Ming looked at the two anxious and panicked look a little funny, said to the two people who arrived in front of him, do you two want to go in and play a little? The two fat and thin youths' eyes instantly glowed. The two had just finished strolling through this current exhibition hall, and were thinking about how they could mix inside, and now there was someone who asked them if they wanted to go in? Then of course you have to go in. Little cutie. It's not like they're not going in. The two of them hurriedly nodded their heads, fearing that if they were late, Sun Ming would not take them in. Although the two people are very puzzled why Sun Ming took them, but now there is no hurry to ask. Wait to go in and then say, crabs into the mouth of everything is good to discuss. Although Joe Chang is also very puzzled why Sun Ming to take two look up, he did not recognize the people together, but the good breeding did not let him open the mouth to ask, because he can see, fat and thin two young people do not know Sun Ming. Go and the two people will naturally ask. He will also be able to understand. Seeing Sun Ming nodding at him, Joe Chang wrapped his arm around the car model and nodded to the security personnel. Worthy of being the host, the security personnel didn't even ask, and directly opened the barrier to make room for them. Joe Chang led a few people directly inside, leaving behind a sea of envious and jealous eyes. Chapter 22, The Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix Brood. There were quite a few people in here as well, but of course, compared to the outside, it was still more than half less. After all, there was still a bit of a requirement to enter this. Brother Ming, then let's stroll around first, Joe Chang said to Sun Ming. Sun Ming nodded. After all, he also liked luxury cars, or rather there weren't many men who could resist the temptation of a luxury sports car. The fat and thin youths had two glowing eyes, and looked around with their thieving heads, looking everywhere and feeling especially amused. Sun Ming looked at the two men's lewd appearance and found it particularly funny. Just as several people were strolling around the top luxury brands, the fat and thin youth couldn't help but feel curious. Brother Ming, why did you bring the two of us in? We shouldn't have known each other before, right? The fat man asked out loud. Sun Ming smiled and said, it's nothing, it's just that I think the two of you are interesting to talk to, so I brought the two of you in to casually play around. You guys don't have to think much about it. The thin man suddenly patted his chest. I thought there was something going on. For this aspect of being funny we are both experts in this area. You just watch. Brother Ming, can we go live here? If you can broadcast live here, the heat must be so high that it explodes. Fatty asked again. Because the two of them saw many people around the car or car model, a burst of chaotic shooting. Just did not see the live broadcast, so only out of the voice to ask about it. Joe Chang turned around after hearing this. It can be live streamed. Most of the people here are invited journalists, so they only take pictures. We also invited a few netizens with a lot of fans to specifically give them a position to let them livestream, so you two just make yourself at home. Sun Ming nodded after hearing this. The fat and thin brother and sister were ecstatic to hear. This material does not come well. Those big netroots only qualified to live. He too such a small chicken even can be compared with others. How can not be happy? The two are a piece of live. The fat man holding a cell phone live bracket operated a number of open the live software. What do you do? What do you do? Just broadcast a good how to go down? Fatty, just now you said you saw an acquaintance? What acquaintance? You two will not secretly go to see the car model, right? It's not particularly good looking? That's right. You wouldn't let us see a good looking car model, would you? Just opened the broadcast on the influx of hundreds of people. After all, just now the fat man and the thin man 2 live effect explosion. The live room is really quite a lot of people. Even if it is off the air for a little bit also did not affect them. The fat man and the thin man first put the camera on their own. Don't talk nonsense, don't talk nonsense. Laborers for you almost sold the body. Wait to let you see what is the luxury car sports car. The fat man first opened his mouth. That's right, Fatso almost sold his body. The thin man nodded his head repeatedly from the side. What do you mean? You two entered the inner level of the car show? Didn't someone say that ordinary people aren't allowed to enter in there? At the very least, you have to have 10 million followers, right? You two little anchors with hundreds of thousands of followers can also enter? Then I can get in too. Fart upstairs. You only have a few dozen followers less than me. If you can get in, then I can get in too. Fatty looked at the pop-up screen, smilingly opened his mouth and said, you guys, that is bragging batch. Capital is really come in. Also let you see what is called luxury car, said the fat man on the camera on the side of the cool supercar, but also specifically will car model shot in. The man most understand the man well. There is no big brother to introduce this car is what? Look too ing beautiful. If I have a debt is also worth it. The fat man suddenly opened his mouth and said to the camera, you wouldn't be able to afford this car even if you broke your whole body into parts and sold it. Someone instantly corralled it. Bugatti Divo. Rarely see this car in China. Seems to be just one. Where did this one come from? The upstairs is right. But too few reasons. 1 is too expensive. 2 is made too little. This car is simply not for civilians like me to see. It seems to have been sold out before it was built. Too expensive, too expensive. I just checked. The price of this car starts with $70 to $80 million. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The laborer is asking how much the car model next to this car costs. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Then you ask a hook circle dog-like thing. Sun Ming also watched them live on the side, and seeing these people talk also made him happy. However, he also saw the price of the car. Indeed too expensive. Nearly a small goal of the car he can afford. But there is no need. Too out of the limelight, easy to plant. The next time is in the major booth shuttle. That really is a feast for the eyes. After all, before can only drool at the online video photos. Now really see that is really handsome. Zhou Chang with a few people walking while introducing. Ferrari SF90 Spider. Guide price of 9.8 million. McLaren P1. Guide price of 12.6 million. Lamborghini Siena. Guide price of 21 million. Aston Martin 177 guide price of 26 million. Pagani Wind God. Guide price of 36.4 million. Koenigsegg Agera R Plus guide price of 48 million. Plus the finale of the Lamborghini Divo. No wonder this car show still have to make an appointment to invite letters, but also capital inspection. Ordinary people this if rubbed into the encounter is really sold cannot afford to lose. Sun Ming and Zhou Chang side by side walking, listening to Zhou Chang words from time to time nodded his head to show understanding. He today really see what is called the bottom. The real heritage is not just having money like Sun Ming, nor is it a matter of buying a mansion or a couple of sports cars. You have to have connections and contacts, and if something goes wrong, someone will help you without breaking the law. According to what Zhou Chang said, his family's capital is not much, maybe a little higher than Sun Ming, but they can be one of the organizers of this car show. If you let the current Sun Ming go and try, not to mention organizing the car show, you won't even be able to meet the people. There are many rich people in the world. What's the use? You still have to build or join an interest group and blend in to live more peacefully. It seems like we need to plan our own route in the future. Sun Ming couldn't help but think in his heart, Brother Ming, are you planning to just look around today or are you planning to get your hands on one? Sun Ming, who was thinking about things, was suddenly interrupted by Zhou Chang's voice. Buy one. I have a Porsche Panamera right now. I'm still short of a sports car, and I came here today to see if there's a suitable one. Hearing Sun Ming's reply, Zhou Chang couldn't help but have a smile on his face. It wasn't in vain that he had been a junior for half a day, and after introducing Sun Ming for half a day it was time to reap the rewards. That's right. Did Zhou Chang really think that Sun Ming was very powerful by opening his mouth and closing it with Brother Ming? Don't be ridiculous. He has only seen Sun Ming once, how can he be so familiar? If he hadn't seen Sun Ming throwing money at the bar, if he hadn't seen his Porsche Panamera and the Vacheron Constantine on his wrist, who would have time to talk to him? Most of the relationships between people are entangled with interests. No one will be good to you for no reason, except for parents and family members and liars. Chapter 23, $30 million. Of course, these top-class sports cars were not something that Sun Ming could buy just because he said so. After all, the people invited to this international auto show were really quite a lot. The rich second generation mostly. After all, the audience of these supercars is the young people. And the young people can afford to buy these supercars are the vast majority of the rich second generation. And the supercars this time, in addition to the Ferrari SF90 and McLaren P1, are all limited edition. Even if Sun Ming wants to buy, also have to fight with these rich second generation. The premium rate is much higher. And this time the top supercars are usually want to spend money to buy cannot buy. These rich second generation will not give up this opportunity. Sun Ming this time to hemorrhage. Of course, this is acceptable to him. After all, he has spent $100 million to buy a villa. Naturally, will not be unable to spend money on the car. Brother Ming, which one are you planning to get your hands on this time around? Zhou Chang walked over to Sun Ming's side and asked. Sun Ming thought for a moment and said, Lamborghini Sian or Aston Martin 177. After Zhou Chang heard Sun Ming's words, the smile on his face became even more sincere. Then he called the waiter on the side. Then after whispering a few words to the waiter nodded his head and left quickly. Sun Ming did not say anything after seeing this. It should have been Zhou Chang who instructed something. The so-called law of socialization was to look the other way. After all, buying a sports car also requires qualification. If the bidding time someone offers a high price to buy it, and when the payment time and do not have the money, how to do? Even if you arrest the person afterward, what can you do? Losses have been caused, there is no way to undo. In order to prevent this kind of thing from happening, the organizer should take appropriate measures in advance, and such measures should be related to Zhou Chang's instructions. At this time, Crouching Dragon Phoenix 2 people's live room from the beginning of a few hundred people to now already a few thousand people, and is still constantly increasing. After all, the entire car show center only these two people in front of a variety of supercars everywhere. Shot the luxury car shot car models, plus two people live effect is very funny. Various reasons under the number of live room is really rubbing upward climb. Just this time the two received gifts has more than they live so long received gifts the total sum. Crouching Dragon Phoenix chick two people have now smiled all together. Continued to shop for not a moment. Just left the waiter at this time and came over. Whispered a few words to Zhou Chang after handing Zhou Chang a sign again left. Zhou Chang got the sign after walking to the side of Sun Ming. Ming brother, this is to participate in the purchase of the car call price sign. You take this look at which car to go to which car their call price on the line. No one higher than you pay the full payment directly by can be. Sun Ming just thought right. This is the measures taken by the organizers. To the real money and want to buy a car to send us such a sign. Have a sign of talent is qualified to call the price. There is no sign of people in the major luxury car booth will not be someone to take care of. If not Zhou Chang arrangement. Sun Mingguan want to get this sign is a problem. Not he has no money, but too much trouble. This time will be able to reflect the importance of the circle of contacts. Only money, no relationship with the time useless. After all, you no matter how much cattle always useful to the time of the people. After asking Sun Ming what kind of car he wanted to buy, Zhou Chang brought a few people directly to the front of the Aston Martin booth. At this time in front of the Aston Martin booth has gathered more than 20 people. Are in the crowd to watch that Aston Martin 177. After all, this is the world's limited edition super sports car. Someone had already made an offer when Sun Ming's men arrived. $28 million. This price is already a sky-high price for ordinary people, but for this Aston Martin 177 is just the beginning. After all, the most important thing here is the lack of rich people. Zhou Chang, your home is the organizer, you do not go busy entertaining people to come here to do what? What? Are you planning to buy a car too? Just as Sun Ming wanted to open his mouth, someone spoke to their side, sounding familiar with Zhou Chang. Following the voice and looking over, it was a young man with some self-curling hair, dressed in a way that a glance at the past could feel that it was worth a lot of money, with a medium build and a face that wasn't very outstanding. If he wasn't dressed in a way that he couldn't be found if he was thrown into the sea of people. I'm not entertaining a valued guest. Are you planning to buy this car? Zhou Chang said to Sun Ming. Brother Ming, this is my friend, called Fong Dong. His family opened a restaurant. Get quite good. You have the opportunity to taste. The young man named Fong Dong heard Zhou Chang's words and also understood his meaning. This person called Brother Ming also intends to buy a car, and can be called brother by Zhou Chang's family assets or personal assets should not be low. Thinking of this, he also opened his mouth. Yeah, these supercars are not easy to encounter on weekdays. Since you guys got it here today, I certainly can't let it go. This is Brother Ming, also intends to buy this car. You guys get it to the highest bidder. They are all acquaintances. I can't say anything. Zhou Chang introduced Sun Ming to Fong Dong. Fong Dong said to Sun Ming, hello brother Ming. Hello, brother Ming is also planning to buy this car? Yes, we don't have a sports car at home, so we plan to get one. Sun Ming responded to Fong Dong's question. Did you shop the 28 million just now? Zhou Chang asked the doubt in Sun Ming's heart. Fong Dong shook his head. No, it's from out of town. I don't recognize it. I haven't shouted the price yet. Fong Dong also pointed out the person who shouted the price. Sun Ming. Several people looked over. 4 or 5 youths gathered around a piece with their heads lowered, not knowing what they were saying. Zhou Chang nodded his head to indicate that he knew. Just as the crowd was surprised at the $28 million price, Sun Ming raised his hand. 30 million. As soon as the words fell, the manager of the Aston Martin booth saw Sun Ming with the sign in his hand at a glance, and without the slightest hesitation walked towards Sun Ming and the others. What is this gentleman's name? The booth manager bowed slightly and asked Sun Ming. Sun. The booth manager nodded his head to indicate that he was clear, and then returned to the Aston Martin 177 and said loudly, Mr. Sun's bid is 30 million. Is there any higher? The onlookers at the bottom exclaimed with a boom. Although the voices were not loud, the voices of these people were still particularly noisy. Even Zhou Chang and Fong Dong were both looking at Sun Ming with surprised faces. Neither of them had expected Sun Ming to call for the price so quickly, nor had they expected him to directly raise the price so high. Although both of them knew that this price should not be enough, it did not affect their surprise at Sun Ming's bravado. At this time, the few youths who had just called for the price also looked over towards Sun Ming. These people were all from Shangjiang. They had heard that there were a few limited edition supercars at this auto show, so they had traveled a long way to come over. There was also a local rich second generation from Jianghai among them, who said a few words to a few people, and looking at the way the man was pointing, he should have been introducing Zhou Chang and Fong Dong to the people from Shangjiang, but as for Sun Ming, he definitely didn't recognize them. Chapter 24, 120 million. Fong Dong lowered his head and pondered at this moment. Although he also liked this Aston Martin 177, but looking at the way Sun Ming was determined to win, he wasn't sure if it was worth it for him to go and compete with Sun Ming again now. Before Fong Dong could think about it, the few youths from Shangjiang started to call out the price again. 31 million. Fong Dong instantly looked over. The Jianghai local rich young man on the opposite side waved his hand at Fong Dong in greeting. Fong Dong also waved his hand casually and then raised his sign. 32 million. Before the car show manager could open his mouth, the ones from Shangjiang raised their cards again. 33 million. Fong Dong somewhat hesitant. These money he can afford, but not worth it, although he is a rich second generation, but his money is also limited. Even if he continues to raise the price, he is not sure that the other side will continue to follow. Not to mention that next to him there is a Sun Ming. Sun Ming heard Fong Dong's bidding and did not open his mouth. If Fong Dong is determined to buy Sun Ming, big deal to let him. Anyway, there are several behind. But he looked at Fong Dong's hesitant face to understand. Fong Dong's funds should be nervous. Not waiting for Sun Ming to speak, Fong Dong shook his head at Sun Ming's expression. He quit. Sun Ming nodded his head then spoke. 35 million. The audience at the bottom has long been unaware of what kind of surprise. From 26 million to 35 million. They are constantly wondering if they are not suitable to appear here. At this time, a few people in Hong Kong and lowered their heads and chattered and did not know what to discuss. For a while before they shook and did not earn. After all, this price can actually buy Koenigsegg and other supercars, and Aston Martin's car depreciation rate is still very high, too expensive to be worth it. Sun Ming does not care about the car's value retention rate. Handsome is finished. At this time, the crowd can also feel the price of this car will be here, and then up the price. That is a big injustice. This point Zhou Chang understand. Car show manager also understand. It looks like this car is brother Mingyu. Zhou Chang said to Sun Ming. This premium rate for this Aston Martin 177 premium rate has been very high. Zhou Chang for this point is very confident, but now is not the time to pay. To the end of the car show at about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when the unified payment may also be able to come across, a throw away a lot of money of the big wrong kind of it. Crouching Dragon Phoenix. 2 people at this time simply do not dare to open their mouths to speak. Such a price shock 2 people live cannot care to see. And at this time the live room. This is a ING car? Helicopters are nothing more than that. These people are still ING people? More than $30 million. Said to spend it. Those who know are spending money to buy a car. Those who don't know still think that they are spending plutonium. And I've seen so much money when I've been to the graveyard. At this time the live broadcast room has boiled. See someone spend 35 million to buy a car. They can't wait to be the person concerned. Too exciting. Sun Ming smiled and didn't say anything. He also felt that this price for this car is already enough. If it is even higher, he also don't want it. Not can't afford it, but for him it is not worth it. Handsome car, more to go. There is no need to hang on a tree. A few people discussed a little more, then went to look at the price of the remaining cars. Pagani wind god from the guide price of 36.4 million was shouted to 42 million. Koenigsegg Agera R Plus from the guide price of 48 million was shouted to 55 million, basically to the top. And the finale is the Bugatti Divo. This car's guide price is 78 million, and to buy it also need a qualification. Own a Kelvin to have the qualification to buy it. This car even Sun Ming can only be satisfied with the eyes. Too expensive. Sun Ming's money cannot let him wantonly go to consume such a high price of luxury goods. When Sun Ming came to the Bugatti booth, it was the time when a few rich kids were competing most fiercely. Several people listened to the words of the people next to them and realized that it was the rich second generation from Kyoto who were fighting with the local rich second generation from Shanghai. Because this car is only one domestic. This time the organizers do not know with what method or how many relations to get this Bugatti Divo. These really rich second generation has now killed crazy. Now the price has been called to 95 million by the rich second generation of Kyoto. The real price. The bottom of the onlookers' shocked atmosphere do not dare to come out, for fear of affecting the bidding of these people. At this time, Crouching Dragon Phoenix's live room has tens of thousands of people. From just saw the price of the Pagani wind god in Koenigsegg, the live room has been tens of thousands of people, and now also has killed crazy. The two people's live room directly airborne live software rankings, beating all the 10 million netizens. Although Sun Ming was surprised at the price of the Bugatti Divo, but after all, he didn't have the desire to buy it, so his expression was always calm. 96 million. At this time, a young man who had never shouted the price opened his mouth. Handsome in appearance, his height had to be more than 1 meter 8, wrapped his arms around a female companion, with a look of cheeky and blissfully unconcerned. When this price is reported out, ordinary people or not, rich two generations also, all quiet down. The price of a small goal has been the limit of these rich second generation can come out. Set out just a simple number, or jokingly said is a small goal, but when you really into cash put out words, absolutely shocking. Beijing second generation group at this time also walked out of a person, raised his hand, 100 million. That light tone was like a giant hammer hitting everyone's chest. Looking at him, he wasn't too old, at most in his 20s, but his light sentence swept away almost everyone present. Can in this age offer 100 million to buy a car of people? In the country really do not have a few, even if it is the richest man of that sun cannot. At this time, Crouching Dragon Phoenix's live broadcast room had already killed the madness, and the entire screen had been completely covered by pop-ups. That handsome-looking hip-hop man at this time, his expression was a bit gloomy, and recalled the price, 110 million. The man from the capital didn't care. $120 million. The onlookers have really been speechless at this point. Is that real money they're shouting? It wasn't the kind that was burned at the graveside, was it? The handsome man at this time let go of the female companion next to him, and then fiercely jumped up. Served. Do not fight. You kid is TM really rich. Who love to fight who fight? The laborers served. Count you great. Sun Ming. Several people also understand that this price is already the highest, at least in the country will not be higher than this. The premium is too high. As with the Aston Martin bought by Sun Ming, even if continue to increase the price to buy down there is no meaning, pure loss of money, the big wrong kind of. Listening to this person with a childlike nagging complaints, Sun Ming did not think that this person is not in tune, but think that this person has no heart. Quite a good person. There is an opportunity to get to know. Chapter 25, Fong Dong. The reporters and netizens on the sidelines have already been unable to hold back, holding cameras and cell phones to take pictures and videos of the man who shot the Bugatti Divo. These days, mastering the flow can master the wealth code. Throw $120 million to buy a supercar. This is the news. This is the flow. This is the money. Facing the crazy reporters and netizens, the man did not get angry, but turned back and said a few words to the young people they were with, and then a few people dispersed. Time passed quickly, and 5 p.m. soon arrived, and sure enough, exactly as Sun Ming had guessed, no one continued to raise the price. Sun Ming bought the Aston Martin 177 for $35 million. A rich second generation from Shanghai bought the Pagani wind god for $42 million. And the remaining Koenigsegg Agera R Plus was bought by a rich second generation from Beijing for $55 million. Sun Ming was the only buyer when he went to pay, surrounded by security personnel. He guessed that it should be a deliberate arrangement by the organizers to keep the buyer from seeing the buyer for fear that someone would go up to the top and have a problem. Brother Ming, you're on the hot search. Zhou Chang walked over after Sun Ming finished paying. Sun Ming wasn't surprised. Today he had seen the craziness of that group of journalists and netizens. It was too normal to have this kind of speed. But when Zhou Chang held his cell phone for him to see, Sun Ming revealed a surprised look. The first 3 items of the hot search, Shanghai International Exhibition, came to a successful conclusion. The capital city's great young man threw $55 million to buy a Koenigsegg. Jianghai's two mysterious rich youngsters threw down $42 million and $35 million to buy the Pagani Wind God and the Aston Martin. But fortunately, it didn't blow up Sun Ming's real identity. Sun Ming was surprised at the ability of that big young man from the capital. There were only scattered people on the internet talking about how a few of them didn't count for much, and that there was a second generation from the capital who threw $120 million to buy a car. But there was no picture and no video, which meant that there was no evidence, and no one believed in what was said. Sun Ming asked Zhou Chang, after all, his family is the organizer, surely know something, but Zhou Chang did not say anything, just pointed upwards with his hand. Zhou Chang invited Zhou Chang to dinner, accompanied by Fong Dong. After a brief chat, Sun Ming and Fong Dong exchanged contact information and went home. He suddenly remembered something. His money was slightly insufficient to spend. Now that Sun Ming had spent nearly $200 million, the rest of the money was not enough for him to continue to spend lavishly, because the point in time when Sun Ming was reborn was very close. 21 years had already passed, and now it was 22 years. Sun Ming today wanted to recall the things that he could make money in 22 years. After thinking for a long time, Sun Ming found a pen and paper from home and began to write and draw on it. Specifically when Sun Ming cannot recall, but the demon stock Zhongtong passenger car he remembered very clearly. More than a dozen consecutive boards simply kill people. There is also the upcoming demon nickel, when the event of the Lenin nickel in the hot search hung for days. Of course, the most important is still the new Oriental Online. From that net red fire, there are topics about them until Sun Ming reborn has been on the hot search. The stock is up tens of billions. The things to be done to write on paper. Sun Ming's heart has a bottom, so down. His wealth can continue to rise, and the end of the year there is a large wave of opportunities waiting for him. After all, that is the time before he was reborn. He remembers it most clearly, but you have to leave the country in order to do it. There is no hurry now. To build up his network is the most important thing he is doing now. Sun Ming does not want to be the same as a certain bullseye. It is not easy to make a few $100 million from the stock market, and then be punished by parents do not recognize all. How to get contacts. The newly bought Aston Martin 177 is the ticket. Zhou Chang can be the introducer. Both are indispensable. The next day. Brother Mingyu, this is also too low profile, right? On your condition not to buy Bugatti Divo the least not also have to buy that Koenigsegg Agera R+. How did you buy this Aston Martin? Early this morning Fong Dong called, said he wanted to take a look at his Aston Martin. He is really super like this car. If it is not enough money to say what also have to buy it. After Sun Ming told him the address, Fong Dong came to the villa area and spoke out of turn the first time he saw Sun Ming. Sun Ming looked at his big grin and gave him a blank look. This person was really self-centered. Fong Dong's big grinning personality was two extremes in the eyes of people, saying anything, but this was for Sun Ming. He felt quite good. Getting along was not tiring. Relative to Zhou Chang, this kind of purposeful people, Sun Ming will not be far away. Network is like it or not to build. Zhou Chang such people he needs, Fong Dong such he also needs. Fong Dong jokingly said that the distance between the two people has become much closer. The house is an asset for me. Relative to my assets I will buy the best I can accept. The car is different. The car is a toy for me. Almost on the line. Sun Ming still explained to Fong Dong. Alright, but this car is also really handsome. If not for the lack of money I really want to buy it. Fong Dong walked to the front of the car, gently touched the hood inside. Che, if you want to drive it, just say it directly. Talking about it is of no use. Sun Ming mercilessly exposed Fong Dong's purpose. He. Fong Dong scratched his head in embarrassment. Brother Ming, you shouldn't have driven a supercar like this before, right? I'll take you there to try it out. Teach you by the way? Can. Really? Brother Ming's atmosphere. After saying that, Fong Dong hurriedly opened the car door and got in as if he was afraid that Sun Ming would back out. Sun Ming shook his head and smiled. Although he has a driver's license, also came to the car for many years, but the supercar he still really did not drive. After all, recently just think about making money or consumption. Really did not have a good time. Someone to guide him to save him to find a coach again. Thinking of this, Sun Ming also sat into the passenger side. Done. Fong Dong said. A foot of gas Aston Martin roared up, directly towards the entrance of the neighborhood. After circling around Shanghai's bustling neighborhoods, Fong Dong said to Sun Ming with a smile, Brother Ming isn't a Shanghai local, right? I've never heard that we still have a great young man like you in Shanghai before. What? You mean you must know me as long as I am from Shanghai? Sun Ming was somewhat puzzled. Hearing the doubt in Sun Ming's tone, Fong Dong smiled. Brother Ming, if you were the same as the general public on the street I would definitely not be able to recognize you. But with your current financial strength, being able to afford the villa in Rongqing International and buying this Aston Martin, as long as you have appeared inside Shanghai Circle, it is impossible for me not to know. Just like right now, As long as you have waved money then I can recognize you, know you, and at the very least, I can have heard of you. Sun Ming nodded, his expression understanding. Sure enough, no matter where you are, you have your own circle. A little bit of wind and grass. The people in the circle have their own channels of information. Quietly inquiring can be clear. Sun Ming is considered to be a rich man, because the stock has made a fortune, which led to the local rich circle in Zhanghai is not clear about his bottom line at all. Sun Ming smiled. There is nothing that cannot be said. I'm this person. It is on the stock market some talent. Before because of the principle of the reason has been in the market crawling and rolling, and now only a little bit of color. This is not. There is color on the come to Zhanghai well. Sun Ming for his own source of funds nothing cannot be said. To create their own circle or into the circle of others. There is a big premise is that you have to have capital. This capital does not mean that there is money on the line. The domestic rich too much. People need is your background or ability to make money. Fong Dong gave a thumbs up towards Sun Ming. Brother Ming Bulbacha, white body to earn such wealth. In addition to these two words I really do not know what to say. Chapter 26 Small Circle. Fong Dong chatted with Sun Ming while saying some off-key words, teaching him how to drive this car in the meantime, and the time soon came to noon. Brother Ming, will you join me for a meal in a while? You should continue to develop in Zhanghai, right? Introducing a few friends for you to get to know. More friends, more roads. Sun Ming did not refuse after hearing this, as this was also the reason why he agreed to Fong Dong coming over to him and letting him test drive the car. This is society, is not a school. No one can be in the society of this big dike alone. Cannot do not transcend the world. That can only be with the flow of dirt. Sun Ming now does have a little money, but whether it is again rich social intercourse cannot be avoided, and more people even if it is a big deal cannot be solved, but small things are still very easy. Fong Dong cannot feel the idea of Sun Ming said, it is normal to have a meal, make friends, suitable to chat, not suitable to withdraw. Brother Ming do not have to give me face. Of course, this Sun Ming listened to even if the trouble who face is not good. Zhanghai International Hotel. There aren't many simple ones that dare to use Zhanghai as their name, except for the snack bar. Of course, the decoration outside the hotel is brilliant, really grand. As one of the top hotels in Zhanghai, its consumer group is not ordinary people at all, but the top tycoons in the financial sector business world. Sun Ming came to such a place for the first time since he was reborn. When the Aston Martin pulled up at the entrance of the Zhanghai International Hotel, a service staff immediately came over. After watching Sun Ming and Fong Dong get out of the car, the attendant hurriedly bowed and spoke. Welcome to the two honored guests at the Zhanghai International Hotel. May I ask how I can help you? My surname is Fong. I have a friend who is treating guests at Mo Shui Tang. The waiter leaned to the side and reached out after hearing this. Two of you inside please. I'll take the two of you to the Ink and Snow Hall. Zhanghai International Hotel had several top-class boxes, but listening to the names Fong Dong spoke, Sun Ming could detect that the few of them did not dine in these boxes. But this is also normal. Like that level of box is no longer spend money can be wrapped without a little bit of identity. Even if you spend more money people are not sure to give you. After all, the top streams do not care about the money. They only care about the identity of the compulsion. If because of the money to make exceptions, that is really not worth the loss. It looks like a few of Fong Dong's friends should also be rich second generation just like him. With their status they can't afford to pack those top boxes. But if their old man should be very easy. Of course, Sun Ming didn't care, because right now he didn't have that bullish status. He still had to take it one step at a time. Under the waiter's guidance, the two came to the 8th floor, passing through a corridor to the deep Mo Shui Hall, and there were also two waitresses wearing ultra-short uniforms at the door. The two waitresses were also the first to push open the door when they saw Sun Ming and the two of them. Although the Mo Shui Hall was not the top-class box here, its interior decoration revealed an inexplicable aristocratic atmosphere. At this time, there were already 3 people sitting inside. Not too old, just 24 or 25, all the same age. A few people saw Fong Dong's first time was going to swear, because now it is already more than 12 o'clock. He is considered to be late, but see Fong Dong's side of the Sun Ming a few people will be to the mouth of the dirty words to bear down. The 3 people looked different, not knowing what they were thinking. Sun Ming did not care. This was after all someone's private party. Brother Ming, let me introduce you. This redhead on the far left is called Lin Jin. This one in the middle is called Nia Long. And this last lewd guy is called Zhao Pingchang. This person's favorite thing is beautiful women, and is known as 3.5 minutes. In his words, 3.5 minutes will take care of all the beautiful women in the world. Zhao Pingchang laughed when he heard this. Surprisingly he wasn't angry at all. Normally people are said to have a short time, that's a big no-no. But looking at Zhao Chunghong it seemed like he didn't care at all. Not waiting for Sun Ming to speak, Zhao Pingchang spoke first. What is the purpose of doing what you want to do? Of course it's for your own pleasure. 3.5 minutes is enough. Don't envy me. Fong Dong and Lin Jin and Nia Lon laughed out loud after hearing such shameless words. Sun Ming was also speechless when he heard his words. This person was indeed a bit shameless and invincible. After laughing for a while, Fong Dong began to introduce Sun Ming. This is a buddy I met yesterday, called Sun Ming. Upon hearing this, the three people immediately became interested. Today's meal was arranged for Fong Dong. Several people knew that Fong Dong had gone to the car show yesterday to buy a car. Up to now the three of them did not know if Fong Dong had bought it or not. Yesterday the three have something, very important thing, otherwise with the temper of the three of them say would also have to go to visit the visit. Comparatively heard that yesterday's car show has several god car. Still say it, did you buy it or not? Don't ink it this violent temper of mine, really can't help it. Red-haired Lin Jin spoke first. Fong Dong poo-pooed, buy what to buy? Not enough money to buy a deuce. What? That Aston Martin 177 was bought by Brother Ming. A light flashed in the eyes of the three after hearing Fong Dong's words. Brother Ming is awesome. Zhao Pengcheng flattered again then asked, how much is it? Xiao Dong prepared $30 million and it's not even enough? Alas, not to mention that I can't compete with Brother Ming. I haven't even competed with a few out-of-towners. Ha, you also know, I'm 30 million, or from your hands to take a point. I-ing out to 32 million cannot. The field of the few direct 33 million. Then angry alas, that? Nialong's puzzled voice sounded. In the end, Brother Ming spent $35 million to buy it. After the three people heard that Sun Ming had spent $35 million on the car, they immediately became much more enthusiastic towards Sun Ming. The rich second generation basically didn't have cuties, unless there were very few. Most of them grew up receiving the best education and enjoying the highest resources. So how could they possibly cultivate the kind of fools inside the TV series? Of course there are very few exceptions. After all, the forest is big. What birds have? The food was served quickly. Not a moment's effort was served. A few people ate while chatting. Did not mention Koenigsegg and Lamborghini owners, because not a circle. Those people are Kyoto. On the contrary, bought the Pagani wind god of that rich second generation. Fong Dong mentioned a mouth. Said the family do real estate. Family property also has several billion. That a little money for him is nothing. Of course, with Fong Dong a few people also cannot contact. Anywhere will be the class. Billions of dollars worth of circles are all billions of dollars. The same way they are these people's family assets are just a few hundred million or a billion or so. So they can play to a piece. As they chatted, Zhao Pengcheng suddenly asked Sun Ming, Brother Ming hasn't joined any supercar clubs yet, right? Although Sun Ming was a bit puzzled, he still nodded and said, I just bought a car yesterday, so I haven't had time to add it yet? How come you have a doorway? A few people heard a laugh. Explained Sun Ming to know why Fong Dong to pull him over for a meal. Thought it was just to get to know people. Did not think it was also a bit of a purpose. Chapter 27 Kilianshan Clubhouse. Originally, Zhao Pengcheng is Zhanghai Supercar Club SSCC chairman. Now the club inside the car is really quite a lot of people are also quite a lot of 300. From the entry-level Porsche 911 to the value of tens of millions of Bugatti Veyron and Ferrari Lamborghini have, but can be taken out as a card face is indeed not much. Sun Ming was a bit puzzled. Tens of millions of dollars cannot be then I cannot do this? Zhao Pengcheng sighed and said, when the club's chairman went in after the hearts of the people are scattered. And now there are not many outsiders to the club as a matter of fact. Just a few of us Jianghais contribute a little bit of effort, but compared with the past is far too poor. Now that he was burnt out because of this, it was really a lot of effort. Sun Ming nodded his head in understanding. Alright, when you use it when you say it to me. I'm idle as right now. I'll go when I say so. Thank you Brother Ming. Brother Ming atmospheric. Come Brother Ming, a toast to you. Zhao Pengcheng held his wineglass and drank one with Sun Ming. You have to thank me for this matter Zhao Pengcheng, right? Fong Dong joked from the side. Okay, whatever you say, okay? Zhao Pengcheng helplessly responded to Fong Dong. However, he did have to thank Fong Dong. If it wasn't for him, Zhao Pengcheng wouldn't have been able to recognize Sun Ming. Alright then, you pay for tonight's consumption, Fong Dong said without any politeness at all. Got it. Scared of you, Zhao Pengcheng said back somewhat helplessly. 8 o'clock in the evening. A fleet of supercars headed towards the Qilian Mountain Clubhouse. Leading the way was Fong Dong's McLaren P1. Followed by Zhao Pengcheng's Ferrari SF90 and Nialong's and Lin Jin's Lamborghini SVJ and Porsche 918. And at the end was Sun Ming's Aston Martin 177. The envious and jealous eyes on the road were unceasing, and some people kept taking out their cell phones to take pictures and videos to send to their friends. It was no wonder that they were making a fuss. Knowing that these 5 cars added up to almost a small target, who wouldn't be envious when they saw it? After arriving at the destination, Sun Ming looked at the 8-story Kilianshan clubhouse in some awe. He really didn't know there was such a place. A few people parked the car and Zhao Pengcheng led a few people inside. Good evening, Mr. Zhao. Good evening, several people. Good evening. A middle-aged man in a suit greeted several people. Zhao Pengcheng nodded and then let the middle-aged man lead the way. It was only at this time that Sun Ming had the time to take a closer look at the clubhouse. This was the first time he had come to a private clubhouse. This place looked like it had a strong sense of secrecy. From the time he had entered the door of the clubhouse to the time he was now being entertained by the middle-aged man, he had seen at least 20 pugnacious men in black suits. But after all, people are private clubs? The so-called private clubs is to ensure the privacy of the guests is the most important. If the security is less out of the matter that the club will be abolished. After all, it cannot maintain the compulsion. Then how can such a private club get the guests favorite it? However, this Kilianshan clubhouse looked just like that. Not compared to the 4 top private clubs in the country. The gap is not generally large, which is normal. Those top clubs to entertain people worth at least 10 billion up. Mr. Sun, do you need me to introduce you to our Kilianshan services? After all, Mr. Zhao is a diamond member of our clubhouse. He has the authority to invite you to become a member of the clubhouse. Sun Ming was still very interested in this kind of private clubhouse and also nodded to signal him to continue. As for why he didn't ask Fong Dong several people, it was because these few people were also members of this clubhouse. Only they were platinum ones. Kilianshan covers a total area of 5,000 square meters, 8 floors high. The club has a bowling alley, badminton hall. There are shooting galleries. Swimming fitness program has a hydrotherapy gym, massage room, SPA hall, and so on is also a full range of catering. Our Western food are all made by Michelin 3-star chef. Chinese food main Sichuan and Cantonese cuisine. Of course, if you have other needs we will also meet. The clubhouse also has a bar, a small screening room and other leisure venues. Sun Ming listened to the middle-aged man in the suit's introduction, and gained a rough understanding of the Qilian Mountain Clubhouse. This was a large entertainment hotel targeting the rich class, but because it was targeting the rich, it was different from a normal entertainment hotel, and what went on inside would never be rumored, allowing people to play with confidence and boldness. Brother Ming is clear, right? This place is fun. You'll see in a while. Without waiting for Sun Ming to speak, Zhao Pengcheng said to Sun Ming, his tone carrying a drop of obscenity. The middle-aged man in a suit brought them into a private room and left. And when he left, Fong Dong walked to his side and hemmed and hawed. And Sun Ming looked at his suddenly lewd expression and felt that he hadn't come to the wrong place. Don't look at me with that strange look. I'm a real man. Looking at Sun Ming's strange eyes, Fong Dong was a bit unable to bear it and hurriedly explained. The ladies here are all part-time, all walks of life. Later on, no matter what you play they will. As for the rest, you slowly experience it yourself. Fong Dong spoke to Sun Ming again. But if you think it's fun, you can also set up a membership card. It's also convenient to come here in the future. At the very least, you don't need to be brought by someone, because if we're not doing anything, we're basically here. Sun Ming nodded after hearing this. He knew what Fong Dong meant. Looking around, Sun Ming realized that this private room is not small, at least hundreds of square meters. The entire private room in pink color as the main tone. If there are 2 beautiful women as a companion, then the sense of atmosphere directly pull full, and the air with a slight fragrance of wine. Very feel. Just when a few people were talking, the bell at the entrance of the private room rang. The door to the room opened, and the middle-aged man in a suit from earlier walked in with several women in different dresses. Mr. Zhao, they're all here as you requested. The several women had already dispersed as they spoke, and a few of them looked straight at the several women with blazing gazes as if they could melt steel. It is reasonable to say that they are all battle-hardened rich second generation should not appear this situation. Sun Ming meticulously observed a few women before feeling that they are not to blame. It is really good looking. Of course, there is a possibility that the air with a little bit of ecstasy drugs, so that they can not themselves, benevolent to the wisest. Brother Ming, you pick first. Zhao Pengcheng spoke up. Sun Ming rolled his eyes at the words, good guy, he has slept with a lot of women. Picking a concubine is still the first time. After just observing, Sun Ming found that the body of these women is really good, front and back, without a trace of flab, and height are very high. Look at more than 1.7 meters. Really is better than the model's body. Ultra short skirt bustier dress has, stepmother dress also has. The most absolute is a look particularly mature woman, compared to other women. Her knitted brows smile every move with a seductive atmosphere. Chapter 28, 3 minutes. Looking at Sun Ming looking left and right with a look of indecision, Fong Dong came to his side and whispered, don't worry brother Ming, they are all serious and good families. Are you serious? Serious women? Serious people would come here to work part-time? I've seen it all. Really knowledgeable. Sun Ming nonchalantly pointed at the woman in the stepmother's dress and said, you're it. As soon as the words fell, the woman walked directly to Sun Ming's side, smilingly took Sun Ming's arm and sat with him. After Sun Ming finished picking, Fong Dong and Nielong and Lin Jin also started to pick one after another. After picking, Sun Ming took a glance over. What is a short skirt, low-cut dress? Only Zhao Pengcheng will be that seductive young woman to pick down. Brother Ming, what do you want to play? Let's go play with the entertainment facilities first before we talk about this later. Fang Dong came over to Sun Ming's side and secretly pointed at the beautiful woman beside him. Then let's go to the shooting gallery. Haven't played with guns before? Go and try? Sun Ming was also not polite when he heard Fang Dong's words. Fang Dong's several people heard also no opinion. After all, tonight said that it was a banquet for Fang Dong. In fact, the real guest this time is Sun Ming. Since Sun Ming wants to play with guns, then go and play. When he said go, wrapped his arms around his female companion, several people went to the 6th floor of the shooting gallery. Just arrived at the shooting experience hall, Sun Ming found Zhao Pengcheng disappeared, but saw Fang Dong several people with a lewd smile on his face. He knew what he went to do, did not care. Walked inside to see the shooting gallery to see the airguns. Sun Ming, immediately full of disappointment, thought it was a real gun. Lin Jin, who followed Sun Ming side by side, looked at his face full of depression and laughed. Brother Ming thought it was real guns? Sun Ming didn't hide it and nodded. It looks like Brother Ming also likes real guns and live ammunition, just like me. Or there are not many men in our country who don't like this stuff. But the Chilean Mountain Clubhouse is, after all, a private clubhouse, not a dedicated live-fire shooting gallery open to the public. It would be impossible to run down the license, unless the top few private clubs in the country can run down. The rest is really not. However, we also have a live-fire shooting hall in Jianhai, so I'll take you to experience it when we have time later. Hearing Lin Jin's words, Sun Ming also understood. Like this private club, unless there is a top relationship, can be done down. The rest are not. Of course, to Kilianshan club owner's strength, if you go alone to run a live-fire shooting hall is also no problem. But if the club with his main business does not link up, then the shooting hall is useless. After all, this club brings him far more revenue than the live-fire shooting experience hall can compare. At this time, Sun Ming for shooting experience hall has not much interest, but looked at a few people are playing, but also embarrassed to disturb the interest of others, reluctantly play a little forget. At this time, the woman next to Sun Ming also saw that Sun Ming was not interested, so she spoke to him. Hello Brother Ming, my name is Rening. Rening? Listening to her self-introduction, Sun Ming was clear that this was a stage name. Not many people in their line of work would use their real names. Rening was also really good looking, a pair of fox eyes fluttering. Her stepmother's skirt set off her figure beautifully, and the pair of straight and white long legs under the skirt tantalized the heartstrings. Looking at Sun Ming's unbridled gaze, Rening did not shy away from the scene, slightly straightened her chest, and seductively hooked her hand at Sun Ming. Sun Ming held back the temptation, not that he could hold back much, but he didn't have the heart to do something in front of others. Too much. Right at this moment, Zhao Pengcheng, who had been missing since he came in, appeared in front of Sun Ming's eyes with his seductive female companion. He glanced back and seemed to see the grudge in his female companion's eyes. It doesn't seem like it's been long since we entered the shooting gallery, right? Good lord. Fang Dong's taunt was true. Sun Ming originally didn't believe it. After all, he had done it with real bullets. How can anyone have such a short time? But seeing Zhao Pengcheng come out so quickly, such a beautiful and seductive woman is not satisfied. Alas, poor Na. Zhao Pengcheng didn't care and walked over with a cheeky smile. Why? What are you looking at me for? Brother Ming? You didn't play with the gun? It's not like I haven't had time to play yet. You're done shooting. Sun Ming said to Zhao Pengcheng with an odd expression. Finished playing, finished. Easy win. Zhao Pengcheng had a proud look on his face. Fang Dong is right. 3.5 points? Hearing Sun Ming's question, Zhao Pengcheng lowered his head in a rare way, slightly worse than before. Half a minute less. Sun Ming snapped his forehead, but Zhao Pengcheng quickly recovered, and then looked proud again. Don't be so obsessed with time. Just have fun, right? Sun Ming actually didn't know how to retort. Sun Ming suddenly felt that what he said made sense. At this time, Ran Ying's warm and soft body was attached to Sun Ming's back, and said softly into Sun Ming's ear, I wonder how much time Brother Ming has. Will it also be as good as it gets? Sun Ming swept a glance at Ran Ying and lightly laughed. We can try. 12 o'clock at night. Sun Ming brought Ran Ying into the 8th floor business room. All of tonight's consumption was paid for by Zhao Pengcheng, adding up to at least $200,000 or more. But he didn't care in the slightest. After all, spending some money to pull in his relationship with Sun Ming, this was blood money for him. Inside the luxuriously decorated suite, exactly the same as the private room underneath, the pink color is the main tone. The light fragrance, as if someone is tickling people's heart. Ran Ying sat on the bed, and the pink light illuminated her delicate and charming face in a particularly enchanting way. Brother Ming, if there was a different venue I would definitely go after you regardless. Listening to Ran Ying's such humble words, Sun Ming smiled and didn't take it seriously. In this situation, no matter what a man or woman says, don't believe it. Something will go terribly wrong. Brother Ming doesn't believe it? Listening to Ren Ying's skeptical tone, Sun Ming did not answer too much. Believe. Of course believe. Of course, I believe it. I'll be damned if I really believe it. Although Sun Ming's looks are a little handsome, but with Ren Ying's looks and charm, if she hasn't seen a man who's more handsome than Sun Ming, he doesn't believe it. But in this case, she even said that she's going to pursue him regardless of everything. Well, Sun Ming really believe it. Maybe he has more wealth, more billions of it. Although Sun Ming's words were very perfunctory, but Ren Ying did not care. Stood up and stepped on high heels did towards Sun Ming, while walking with a manicure hand to Sun Ming hook hand. This Sun Ming can endure? He stood up and quickly walked towards Ren Ying, hugged her, looked at her charming eyes, and threw Ren Ying onto the bed, and Sun Ming followed him on. Chapter 29 Lu Ji. The next day, bright sunlight shone into the house through the gaps in the curtains. Sun Ming opened his eyes and looked at the empty space next to him. He couldn't help but touch his waist. Sure enough, those who can come here for part-time work are all ruthless people. Looking at the time, it was already more than 11 o'clock. He threw his cell phone aside, washed up and dressed before walking out of the room. There was a waiter waiting at the door, and after seeing Sun Ming come out, he bowed slightly and said to Sun Ming, "Young son, Mr. Zhao said that you can go to the restaurant on the first floor to dine when you wake up, and he is waiting for you." Hearing the waiter's words, Sun Ming was slightly stunned. He thought that these few people had left, but he didn't realize that Zhao Pengcheng was still staying here. Thinking of this, he nodded to the waiter and walked towards the elevator. When he reached the first floor, he walked into the private room where Zhao Pengcheng was under the waiter's guidance. "Brother Ming, awake? How's it going?" Sun Ming hemmed and hawed. "Not bad at all." After simply eating a few bites, Sun Ming put down his chopsticks. "Brother Ming, is there something on March 1st? Zhao Pengcheng asked after seeing Sun Ming put down his chopsticks. "March 1st? It'll be here in a few days. It should be fine. What's wrong?" Sun Ming was a bit puzzled. "Nothing much, it's just that didn't you just buy this supercar? I'm planning to have SSCC organize a supercar offline gathering on March 1st, and have your Aston Martin as the finale." Sun Ming understood as soon as he heard it. It looked like Zhao Pengcheng was overwhelmed by the club's chairmanship and couldn't wait. "No problem. At that time, even if we don't have time, we have to squeeze out time for our Mr. Zhao." Sun Ming agreed very quickly. The two of them left separately after they finished speaking. Sun Ming planned to set up an investment organization, and now he was very crisis conscious. When he first watched more bulls on the video was find all the money, and even went in. He did not dare to continue to fight alone. To get to this point has been a fluke of luck. However, the investment organization is not so easy to create. First of all, to find a professional, and then register the company. Messy, quite troublesome, especially Sun Ming has no experience in this area. The need to find a special professional, because he was afraid of trouble. Sun Ming looked for a headhunter on the internet and spent a lot of money to find someone who had the ability and connections to accept his conditions. Ride boutique coffee shop. An Aston Martin 177 came slowly from the distance and parked so casually on the side of the road, attracting pedestrians on the side of the road to take out their cell phones to take pictures. Although most of the pedestrians couldn't recognize what kind of car it was and didn't know the price of the car, but they couldn't stop it from being handsome. No, so much for what? It's just handsome. A black trench coat, clean face, sharp short hair. On this face value, really still have to rely on clothing. Sun Ming out of the car door was frozen into a dog. The clothes are good looking. We're really handsome, but it is really not warm. This winter has not yet passed it. Welcome. Are you looking for someone or a coffee? Sun Ming did not enter the door before the cafe waiter has been found. After all, so conspicuous sports car if he cannot see that the basic farewell service industry. Sun Ming nodded to the waiter, then looked around the scene in the cafe and said, "Looking for someone." After saying that, without waiting for the waiter to speak, he walked towards the inside of the cafe. The headhunter recognized Sun Ming at a glance and hurriedly stood up and said, "Mr. Sun." Next to him sat another person, a man, probably in his 30s or 40s, in a neat suit, meticulous. A glance could detect that this person was very reliable. Hearing the headhunter's staff address him, the middle-aged man immediately got up and greeted Sun Ming, causing the surrounding people to pay attention to his gaze. But no one dared to say anything because most of the people had seen Sun Ming getting down from the sports car. That's right, this cafe was surrounded by all transparent glass except for the roof beams. Sun Ming stretched out his hand and pressed down, signaling the two to sit down, and then ordered 3 cups of coffee from the waiter who followed him closely. Sun Ming ordered coffee just after the headhunters introduced the man's history to him. Lu Shi, education undergraduate, once served as director of Red Sea Capital and Sequoia Capital Domestic Investment Department vice president. A simple sentence showed all the strengths and weaknesses. His strengths were also what Sun Ming valued the most. He was experienced in his work, and he knew the process of capital operation very well. As for the weaknesses, it was the problem of his education. But this was no problem for Sun Ming, because he had no intention of letting him operate the company that he was planning to create. What Sun Ming urgently needs now is his experience and contacts. As for the market, anyway, this year is not to worry about, as long as careful to make money on it. At this time, the waiter had already brought up the coffee. Sun Ming took a sip of coffee and said, "Lu Shi, I believe that the headhunting company has already told you about my specific situation and my requirements, right? Currently, I only have the idea of setting up a company, and currently the company has not been set up, not even an empty shell, but you should be able to take a look at this." Sun Ming took out a document and handed it to Lu Ji. Lu Ji opened it and took a look at it. Phantom Dream Investment Company Limited, intending to contribute $200 million to set up the company. The company hasn't paid in real money yet, it's just missing a leader to help create the company. And my requirements, Mr. Lu, should be clear, right? Mr. Sun, the headhunter has already made it clear to me, and I've thought about it. I won't operate any projects on my own within a year of the company's establishment. I'll be quiet and be a tool man. Lu Ji's agreement did not surprise Sun Ming, because if he really had ambition he would not have come to the cafe for an interview. He was after all old and did not have the same vigor of the young people. He just wanted to live his life in peace and quiet. Then the salary package will be 1.5 times that of your last company. As compensation for Mr. Lu, Sun Ming said to Lu Ji. Yes, thank you Mr. Sun. Lu Ji was satisfied. Although it is said that job hopping is the more you jump the higher the salary, but for him this is not absolute. Before Sun Ming found him, several of his resumes were knocked back just because the salary was too high. So, happy cooperation? Happy cooperation. Thanks to Mr. Sun's appreciation. Watching the two shake hands and recruit successfully, the headhunter's staff was very excited. They were able to successfully work together, and he would also get a substantial commission. After all, Sun Ming was very serious about talent, and he gave the headhunter a price that he couldn't refuse. Sun Ming didn't bother with him. After all, what's wrong with people making money and having fun? Since the recruitment has been successful, then Sun Ming intends to go. When leaving said to Lu Ji, the company is not yet registered. You seize the time to go to register it. After the success of the registration notify me, I will be the first time to pay the funds into the actual, and you can mobilize your contacts to recruit people. The salary will be in accordance with the 1.2 times their current salary at. Understood Mr. Sun, please rest assured. Sun Ming nodded and left the cafe. Chapter 30, Intentions. Now Sun Ming only needed to wait for Phantom Investment Company to successfully register and then create 2 more companies. He didn't know anything about creating a company, but he found a consultant through a headhunting company, and only after the consultant pointed him out did he understand some things. Sun Ming's method of making money is not investment but speculation. But speculation is risky. Just reborn Sun Ming do not know anything and do not care. Can earn money on the line, what else to say is useless. Now he earned money, just enjoy the wealth to bring happiness. Cannot afford to have an accident, can only be quiet to learn a little. Sun Ming let Lu Ji create the Illusion Dream Investment Limited Company as a personal limited company. Is his 100% holding? Then he continued to create 2 companies, Cloud Dream and Dream Search. He planned to inject capital into these 2 companies after Phantom Dream was established. After the registration of Cloud Dream and Dream Hunt was completed, he would then use the names of these 2 companies to establish a joint venture called Heavy Dream Capital. The reason why the names he had chosen all had dreams in them was a bit weak, but Sun Ming was thinking about his dream of rebirth, and since his dream had come true, he might as well use it as his name. Sun Ming himself will not serve in Redream Capital, and his name will not appear in the board of directors, nor will he appear in any position in the company. He will stay completely behind the scenes, so that the company will not be owned by me, but will listen to me. Although Sun Ming will not be in the board of directors of the Heavy Dream Capital, also not in the top, but the chairman and CEO must be his people. What to say and do have to listen to him, because do not listen to him at any time he can let him roll the cover and get out. This is also the reason that he let headhunters to look for people, and finally chose Lu Ji. As for the legal person of several companies will not pit Lu Ji, let him find a few people on the line. Anyway, everything to protect his own main, or earn money cannot spend that would be miserable. This is also the reason why he looked for a consultant. Although the consultant is very expensive, but it is really worth it. There is still some time. When the company is created should be the time of the outbreak of the lunar nickel. When the Shanghai nickel that is soaring that is money. Now Sun Ming just need to quietly wait for the time is good. Time flies. February 16th, Wednesday, morning. Sun Ming and Lu Ji agreed to meet in front of the Commerce and Industry Bureau. After the two met, Sun Ming said to Lu Ji, "Have you brought everything?" "All complete. Everything needed is there." Let's go. Sun Ming also no nonsense. The two then walked into the Commerce and Industry Bureau. Today, the two companies that came to register were Cloud Dream and Dream Seeker, both investment management consulting companies, using a limited partnership structure. The registered capital is 10 million. Paid up is also 10 million. In the registration of these two companies, when Lu Ji used his personal name into a limited partner LP, Sun Ming did not use his personal identity, but with Lu Ji to the registered Dream Company as the main body to become the two companies' GP. The process goes very fast. The company registered really fast. Cancel the company is very slow. No accident will soon be able to pass. Now only need to wait quietly on the line. As long as the two companies were established, then he came once again to the Trade and Industry Bureau in the name of the two companies, set up a joint venture in the name of Heavy Dream Capital, even if it is a great success. February 18th. Today is the day of the opening of Jianghai University. Cousin Sun Ning has been staying inside Jianghai University lately, and sometimes she will go to stay at his place for a night, but not much, because she has to go part-time with her roommates. Sun Ming thought is not wrong. These three little girls in society everywhere in the wall. What jobs are not easy to find? Originally wanted to go to the mall inside the modeling, because a few people look pretty good. The salary is much higher than other part-time jobs, but was Sun Ming vetoed. Do not lack of money, do not go to do this kind of uncertain work. Too many accidents. In the end, Sun Ning did not go. Zuocheng and Yunlin went to work as a model for a few days, but because it was too hard for the two people could not stand the end of the matter. These days, several people have been working part-time at the milk tea store. Earning $80 a day is also considered to have spent their winter vacation. Because of Sun Ming's reason, Zuocheng and Yunlin wanted to continue to drag Sun Ning to play in nightclubs and bars, but Sun Ning refused. She was afraid of being reprimanded by her cousin. Although Sun Ming treats her very well and buys a lot of things, she is still a little afraid of this suddenly rich brother. This is the pressure that money brings to people. Sun Ming didn't want to come, because he had seen him once in the past few days, but he thought it was better to come over. And by the way, he warned the two girls beside Sun Ning. He couldn't let them be in the position to take his cousin to those places. It wasn't a place where a student should go. When Sun Ming drove his Aston Martin 177 to the entrance of Jianghai University, it was already crowded with people. Everywhere are parents and students. Luxury cars are parked everywhere. What Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Porsche, Ferrari. Sun Ming saw a lot, but this is normal. After all, Jianghai University is one of the country's top universities. Rich people come here to school is too normal. However, when Sun Ming's Aston Martin 177 drove over, the high-profile body is always attracting the attention of the crowd. Under the gaze of countless people, Sun Ming was not affected in the slightest, or slowly driving forward. Pedestrians on the road vehicles also rushed to dodge. Many of them do not recognize the car, but the car they look very expensive. Rubbing into the encounter to their millions of car insurance should not be able to afford to pay. Sun Ming saw a needle drive to the front, but to the school entrance here he could not get in. First, parents and students with suitcases and parcels have been blocking the school entrance, and secondly, Jianghai University does not allow social vehicles to enter. Sun Ming does not want to go to trouble. He did not think so that driving a luxury car where you can also go, his knowledge of their own is very clear. That is, a sudden money of the rich. Enjoy life on the line. Do not go to ask for trouble, but also not afraid of trouble. Find a free place to stop the car. Give Sun Ning made a phone call to let her come out to pick him up. Sun Ning received a phone call, was very surprised. Thought today will not be someone to come, because her own brother Sun Xiong today is the time to work. Not available. As for her parents, even more will not come over. One is too far. The second is that Sun Ning is now living in the school itself. There is nothing to worry about. When she brought her three little sisters out of the school gates, she saw Sun Ming at a glance. There was no reason for it. Sun Ming and his sports car were too conspicuous. Most of the people's gazes at the entrance were there. Brother, is this your car? She jogged all the way over to Sun Ming and tilted her head in front of him and asked, "Aha, didn't you say you were broke? Why did you buy another car? This car should be very expensive, right? Not much money. Okay, don't ask. Go around your school?" Sun Ming waved his hand and said, "Oh." Chapter 31 Establishment. Being surrounded by people wasn't anything, but being treated like a monkey all the time, Sun Ming couldn't take it anymore. From the time that Sun Ning's four little girls came to his side, the voices of the surrounding discussion were uninterrupted, and many people looked at him with the wrong eyes. Can't stand it. Rushed to let Sun Ning let him into the school. After entering the school, although there are also many people, but at least there are no those piercing eyes, the voice of discussion is also gone. After all, the people inside the school do not know him. Jianghai University is one of the country's top universities. The school area is naturally not small, covering an area of more than 3 million square meters, 3 campuses. A lot of people will buy a bicycle in the school. or else just rely on walking will sometimes be late. Sun Ming. A few little girls chattering to Sun Ming introduced non-stop, walked where to say, which in turn attracted a large number of male students' gaze. Of course, is the envy and jealousy of the gays. After all, a man with 4 little girls with quite good face value was on campus again. Which man would not be envious? After a few exchanges, Sun Ming also recognized the only little girl he didn't know, also from his cousin's dormitory, called Fei Yen, a very pretty girl. After walking all the way there wasn't any bloodshed that happened. There is no so-called licking dog saw the goddess around others and then cannot stand out to let Sun Ming slap face. There is no so-called rich second generation to see the school's beautiful women surrounded by a man who cannot accept to jump out and start trouble. As for the peach blossom, luck is even more no. For face value is good little girl around his side. Itself is a shield. Sun Ming followed a few little girls shopping for a long time. The whole campus strolling and nearly. This thought of warning cousin around the little girl, but see the smile on their faces did not say. Also are still children. Anyone curious when very heavy, for not seen novelty want to understand a little bit of this can say what? Forget it, we'll talk about it when the time comes. At noon, invited the 4 girls to eat a meal, and then Sun Ming was going to buy something for his cousin when she was fiercely rejected. The reason is that some time ago just bought, not yet used, and so used up certainly not with Sun Ming polite. Sun Ming had to give up. Waving his hand Sun Ming drove the sports car and left, leaving the 4 girls. Sun Ming's 3 roommates eyes blazing staring at the back of the sports car, and then turned to Sun Ming. February 28th, Monday. A long time has passed, and the other 2 companies have been successfully registered. Sun Ming came back to the Commerce and Industry Bureau today was to register heavy dream capital in the name of the 2 companies. At this point, Sun Ming's entire hierarchical design system for the company was considered complete. The illusory dream company, which was 100% controlled by him, was used to act as the GP of the 2 companies, Cloud Dream and Dream Hunting, thus gaining the absolute right to speak to the 2 companies. And finally, through the Cloud Dream and Dream Hunting companies, Sun Ming was able to create the Cloud Dream and Dream Hunting companies, as well as the Dream Hunting companies. Finally, through the partnership of Cloud Dream and Dream Hunt, the 2 companies set up heavy dream capital. In the whole control chain, as the final actual controller Sun Ming, his name does not appear in the board of directors, shareholders meeting, and senior management of the heavy dream capital, but he has the absolute control of the company. And heavy dream capital would be able to be placed directly in front of the stage as an investment company, and carry out related business at all levels of the market, and the prophetic things in his head could now be laid out in advance. Of course, he could now also be addressed as Mr. Sun, as he now had a paid-up 200 million investment company Phantom Dream. After finishing his business, Sun Ming gave Lu Ji a call so that he could get the company up and running. When he first recruited Lu Ji, Sun Ming rented an office in the Zhanghai Financial Center, which didn't cover a large area. Just over 200 square feet, because he couldn't use many people for what he had to do. Recently it was also renovated. Lu Ji used his contacts to recruit a dozen people, because the salary Sun Ming gave was really higher than what they used to get, so recruiting was fast, and left the people behind very early, only that Sun Ming's redream capital didn't get it done before, resulting in a dozen people being idle all the time. Now that it was finally done, Sun Ming wouldn't spend a lot of money to let people rest, so he told Lu Ji at the first opportunity. He asked Lu Ji to take a few people to go to Shangjiang to set up a trading system in the name of Heavy Dream Capital, and although Lu Ji wasn't clear about Sun Ming's purpose, he still took 5 people with him. Sun Ming is clear about the beginning and end of this Len Nickel event, but he did not dare to earn too much from it, because in the end, pulling out the net, to his ability has not been able to sway the situation. Eat a small bite on the line. After arranging everything, Sun Ming's has not rested for a few days. Zhao Pengcheng's phone came over. March 1st. For ordinary people today, it was a simple and uneventful day as usual, but for the Zhanghai Ultra Racing Circle, it was a feast. Zhanghai International Circuit, in addition to large-scale competitions every year, there is really no time more lively than today. In order to this offline activity, Zhao Pengcheng is also blood money, spend hundreds of thousands of publicity and invite people. At this time, a group of supercar enthusiasts also came to the racetrack early. The door did not know how many people in cars converged. Dozens of security personnel to maintain order. Looking at a glance at the scene of all the people is also slightly smacked. This kind of party of thousands of people is also what large shopping center opening will appear. In addition, there are all kinds of sports cars parked at the entrance. All Audi R8, Porsche, Ferrari, such cars. When Sun Ming drove his Aston Martin 177 and drove over, the reporters and netizens set up their long guns and shot at the car. They were all invited to come and had money and material. Where could they find such a good thing? Sun Ming had just gotten out of the car when Zhao Pengcheng came over. Brother Ming, you're finally here. If I didn't have you for the finale, What would I do? Sun Ming smiled and didn't say anything. Some words are good to hear. Really can't be taken seriously. Zhao Pengcheng tried his best to report this activity. How could he delay his own process because Sun Ming didn't come? Of course, the sedan chair is carried by all. People give you face, you have to give them face. Isn't this how human relations work? Let's go, brother Ming. Fong Dong, those guys are inside. There are many club members are there. When the time comes to introduce to you to get to know them. Sun Ming nodded and followed Zhao Pengcheng inside, waiting until the activity center. There were already several dozens of people inside. A large group of young people gathered around a piece, did not know what to say, laughed and laughed. Seeing Sun Ming come in, those unfamiliar faces did not have much of a reaction, but it was the Fong Dong guys who saw Sun Ming with a face of elation. Brother Ming, you can finally come. Fong Dong walked over with a cheeky smile. Sun Ming greeted Lin Jin Nielong and gestured a middle finger at Fong Dong. At that moment, the corners of Fong Dong's mouth grinned. Chapter 32 SSCC's activities. Alright, don't get weird. You guys wait a little while, I'll go make arrangements. Zhao Pengcheng looked at the two people who were making fun of each other and said with a smile on his face, then went to arrange things. Lin Jin pulled Sun Ming to find a place to sit down. There was no need to rush to expand connections in this place. No one knew anyone. It was better to wait until they were familiar. Brother Ming, how is your investment company doing? Lin Jin saw Sun Ming sitting down and asked. Just set up a good. Recently let someone go to Shangjiang to try the water. Still don't know how it is. Sun Ming set up an investment company. A few of them know. These people would have liked to get involved, but saw Sun Ming directly paid 200 million on the abandonment. Although they are rich second generation, but they do not have so much free money to invest. A few million is okay. Hundreds of millions of dollars on the difficult for them. Sun Ming himself did not intend to take these people. After all, this is his core. The illusion of dream is his into the capital. It is impossible to let others involved. But the heavy dream capital in the future, there is an opportunity to take these people to make a small fortune. Because even if the heavy dream capital out of the matter also does not matter. After all, the legal person board of directors of the senior management and so on does not have his name. Even if everyone knows the heavy dream capital is his. Just as the few people were chatting, the sound of the radio rang out. Welcome everyone to the Zhanghai International Circuit. Today we will be welcoming Shanghai's largest edition of the Supercar Carnival to date, SSCC Extreme Racing. There are more than 300 supercars from all over the country gathered here. This is undoubtedly the biggest feast for the fans of the country. As a Zhanghai person, I feel very honored to be the host of this event. Now I would like to invite Mr. Zhao Pengcheng, the chairman of our SSCC Supercar Club, to speak. Listening to the host's words, a puzzled look appeared on Sun Ming's face, and he didn't hide his curiosity as he directly asked Lin Jin next to him. More than 300 sports cars? I didn't see any. Did I? There doesn't seem to be many, ah? Lin Jin smiled. Of course not. Most of the cars that have arrived now are our Zhanghai cars. Most of them are members within the club. And there are so many clubs in the country. There are also local ones in Shanghai that have joined clubs outside the country. So there aren't too many cars right now. And other cars will be arriving one after another in the next couple of days. After all, our club has quite a lot of members outside the country as well. Sun Ming slowly nodded his head and said, Zhao Pengcheng is organizing the event this time not only to raise the popularity of SSCC, right? Lin Jin shook his head and said that he didn't know. After all, how could an outsider know what a club was organizing a large event for? Even if it was for something, it would be the club's chairman and partners who would know. But how could he ask about such things? Zhao Pengcheng in their chat when they have finished the speech. In fact, there is nothing to say. After all, this kind of club activities basically once a year. All the process of these members know very well. Although Sun Ming is not clear, but there are a few people with Fong Dong will not have any problems. Although Zhao Pengcheng said that he was using Sun Ming's car as the finale. But looking at the situation, Sun Ming can also understand that Zhao Pengcheng was really giving face to casually talk about it. Because Sun Ming saw a Ferrari Rafa and a Lamborghini Sian outside. He specifically asked Lin Jin, who told him that these two cars are top of the line, and the landed price is about the same as his car. Sun Ming had originally thought that how SSCC was also the top supercar club in China. How could it not have expensive supercars? But now he realized that people were really giving a face and flattering him a few times. Brother Ming, in a moment your car with those two cars as the lead car. We'll follow behind. Drive slowly. Let's go to blow up the streets first. Run around the city. Then just return to the racetrack. The activities behind will wait until we come back. Fong Dong ran over at this time and said to Sun Ming. Sun Ming said a good. Fong Dong then introduced Sun Ming to the owners of the two sports cars. Both were old members of the club. The one driving the Ferrari Rafa was called Qin Chang, and the one driving the Lamborghini Sian was called Lin Haiyang. These two cars along with Sun Ming's Aston Martin 177 took the lead and traveled towards the planned route. The vehicles behind them immediately followed, and dozens of sports cars formed a giant dragon, traveling slowly. The reporters and netizens followed along, and there were also anchors broadcasting live on the spot. Dozens of minutes later, the fleet entered the city. The surrounding pedestrians saw the situation, have picked up the cell phone, began to take pictures, and even some people call friends. The city will play? This is not the city will play. This is the rich will play. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Are a group of rich second-generation idle leg pain. Looking at so many supercars, naturally some people were envious and jealous. But did Sun Ming and the others care? The world was already unfair. Letting people have a good time was also good. After traveling along the planned route for some time, they arrived at the outskirts of the countryside, and the vehicles on the road became significantly less. The original orderly fleet suddenly became chaotic, have begun to drag race, listening to the roar coming from the ears. Sun Ming is also boiling blood. Who drives a sports car do not want to release the nature of it. Looking at one after another sports car over him, Sun Ming is also some cannot help it. Fiercely will throttle to the bottom. Pushback feeling instantly came up. Sun Ming cannot help the corners of the mouth up. Sun Ming, because the technology is not in place, accelerated to 104, run a little slow down. Although the sports car is very addictive to drive, but he still feels that his own life is important. While driving the sports car slowly like this, there was a Ferrari 812 that was also lagging behind from the front, and it could even be said that it was driving very, very slowly. Sun Ming looked at the car in front of him and didn't care. Maybe the owner of the car had something to answer the phone or something. He accelerated with the intention of passing from the side when the Ferrari 812 also directly accelerated to stop him. A big question mark floated on Sun Ming's head. No, who is this guy? He shouldn't know him, right? He hadn't seen Fong Dong and the others have such a car. He hadn't thought of anyone looking for trouble. After all, they were all in the ultra running circle. Besides, from the time he had participated in the event, he hadn't even spoken to anyone else, let alone offended anyone. Sun Ming had thought of more than one thing, and then this car would have been different a little bit. Intend to arrive at the racetrack in the fine Zhaopingchang to ask about it. The car suddenly slowed down, which let Sun Ming a sharp break. Almost ran into the head. This is a bit too much. Bully him good temper? Can't stand it. Sun Ming just intended to speed up and hit when this Ferrari 812 also accelerated to run. Running fast, Sun Ming can only see the exhaust gas. Looking at the gas sigh of Sun Ming toward the racetrack, accelerated driving. He wants to know who this person is. For no reason was targeted, even if the temper of the person cannot swallow this breath. And then again, when Sun Ming's temper changed for the better? Chapter 33, Raging Collision. Sun Ming accelerated on the road. He wanted to know who that person was, and what exactly was the reason for coming to fight with him. Sun Ming really didn't believe that there was really a rich second generation that was like the SBs on the internet, without any reason, just suddenly looking at someone in a bad light and going to cause trouble. And even the rich second generation that the internet made people look so brainless and idiotic only went to mess with some ordinary people, only to end up reversing what NB person that ordinary person was, or being exposed. But Sun Ming is now driving an Aston Martin 177. Can be one of the club row car? Is not some low-profile big shot. Also do not need to be exposed to help. Why did this Ferrari 812 owner want to provoke him? Sun Ming drove quickly, came to the entrance of the racetrack. At this time there were a lot of cars and people in front of the entrance. The vast majority of the club's people have arrived. A small portion of them should be delayed on the road for something. Just when Sun Ming wanted to stop the car, he suddenly saw the Ferrari 812, and there was a person standing next to the car. Sun Ming was sure he didn't recognize this person. After seeing Sun Ming's car, he grinned at Sun Ming and then raised his palms and gave a thumbs up to Sun Ming and suddenly fell down. Sun Ming had originally thought of looking for Zhao Pingcheng to ask who the owner of this car was, because of what, and if he could explain it clearly to him, but now that he saw this person's expression and actions, he couldn't bear it anymore. He slowly adjusted the direction, aimed at the young man, and then stepped on the gas pedal to the bottom. Aston Martin 177-0 acceleration 3.5 seconds is not a joke. Dozens of meters of distance in the blink of an eye. Looking at the Aston Martin running towards him, the young man's pupils shrunk. What also do not care? To the side on the rollover. People are running, but the car is still parked there. Sun Ming did not have the slightest deceleration, only to hear the bang sound. 812 left body directly scrapped. Sun Ming's Aston Martin 177 front basically also ruined. Opening the car door, Sun Ming shook his head and said to the young man who rolled aside in embarrassment, Sorry, the brakes are out of order. Can't control it." This sentence came out as Sun Ming really was smooth and obedient. Since he was reborn, he had always been in control of himself, because the richer he got the more reverence he had for anyone he behaved in a respectable manner. Even the stock market that had made him so rich, he had gone to great lengths to build his own company because of the reverence for the rules. But that didn't mean that he didn't have the fire of a young man. Otherwise he wouldn't have kicked someone with all his strength when he was helping his cousin at the nightclub. Do you really think he's easy to bully? He also had a temper. Are you crazy? That young man directly screamed out, his voice carrying a heartfelt tremor. Sun Ming was truly disdainful of him. Is that all he's got? Then he shouted at the young man. Are you deaf? Didn't I tell you? The brakes are not working. Do you know what brake failure means? Out of this kind of thing, many people have surrounded over to see the lively, the most excited than those net red reporter. Rich two-generation conflict, worth tens of millions of dollars of luxury car collision, which can be exploded news topic. At this time Zhao Pengcheng Fongdong several people rushed over, while directing the security personnel to maintain order. At this time the young man was also helped up by his friends. Zhao Pengcheng Fongdong and Lin Jin Nialong also stood next to Sun Ming. What's going on, brother Ming? Zhao Pengcheng asked Sun Ming in a low voice at the first opportunity. This don't know where the SB on the road don't know me once. And then in front of my car emergency braking once. If not, I reacted quickly, now my head has been swollen. Sun Ming at this time the fire under that collision has subsided almost, so only had the heart to explain to Zhao Pengcheng. Hearing Sun Ming's explanation, Zhao Pengcheng instantly have a bottom. Although even if Sun Ming to hit people for no reason, he will also go to help, but then the friend will be at the end. No one will go to make friends with a person who causes trouble for no reason, because that sooner or later will be dragged into. But Sun Ming's statement also let Zhao Pengcheng put down his heart. The responsibility is just on the other side. Wang Tao, what do you want? Don't say you don't know. Just as Zhao Pengcheng was speaking to the young man, Fang Dong was on the side explaining this person's origin to Sun Ming. Brother Ming, his name is Wang Tao. His family has a little bit of money, and his heart is especially small, and he doesn't have many friends in the club. But we really don't know why he wants to offend you. Brother Zhao, you're pulling the plug? Look carefully, he was the one who tried to hit me, and my car was scrapped. Less JB Bull ********. What did you do that you don't know? If you dare to do it, you have to accept the consequences. No one is your father. Here, no one spoils you. Usually do not speak. Nialong at this time broke out. Opening is a variety of nationalism. Over the top. Wang Tao sort of saw that these people stood out with no intention of getting this done to him. But to Wang Tao's virtues, no two times have long been in Shanghai cannot mix. Since these several add up to offend, cannot afford to find the right person on the line. Boy, you do not give me an explanation today, I guarantee you will not be good in the future. Wang Tao said. A few friends around him immediately stood together with him. Looks like it is intended to go forward and backward together. Won't feel good? How? Hearing Wang Tao's words, Sun Ming gently laughed and walked over to the few people, asking in a cold voice, that's what you should consider. In this plot of land in Shanghai, it's not something you can step on from out of town. Indeed, in Shanghai you guys are really great, but so what? All your moves laborers took. But also in Shanghai, if you go to Ji province, laborers in the scene on the TM waste you. Who doesn't know how to brag? Besides, Sun Ming now has several hundred million. That is a real cash flow, and in a few days his plan began to implement, and is a large amount of income, not to mention a few rich second generation, even if it is their father. Sun Ming with the money to burn can also be burned them out of business. Looking at Sun Ming a look of untamed and bottomless. Wang Tao a few people from the bottom of the heart a little soft, dare to say the words of waste in public, also do not know Sun Ming in the end what bottom. Even Zhao Pengcheng several people is the first time to see Sun Ming this way, not to mention other people. Now these people have left a little heart, waiting for the matter to be resolved to seize the time to investigate Sun Ming's identity background. Wang Tao's several buddies at this time. You look at me, I look at you, do not know what to say. Put a hard word? People are more ruthless than you. Continue to head? They can't compare to Zhao Pengcheng several people. Continue to hold up easily to take themselves in. No one is a little cute. In the absence of clear each other's true identity, or to maintain a little fear of the good. Wang Tao also knows a few friends of the mind. Their value is worse than their own. Compared to the other side, certainly cannot talk about the benefits. Ready to put a few harsh words to leave to keep some face. Who knows, this time a voice came. Chapter 34, Temporary Solution. They are all out to play. There is no need for a stalemate. So many reporters, netizens. Must they be on the hot search tomorrow? Qin Chang, the owner of the Ferrari Rafa, stood out and opened his mouth to be a peacemaker. Brother Qin, things you also see, not I cause trouble. Is this foreign drive hit me this if I let me bear down. I still how to mix in Shanghai. Seeing Qin Chang being a peacemaker, Wang Tao's guts grew again. But how come I heard different words? Or else take down Sun Ming's car recorder and take a look? Qin Chang came out to be a peacemaker also because he had heard the exact reason, and how to maintain the face of the local people of Shanghai. but that didn't mean he would spoil Wang Tao. After all, he wasn't Wang Tao's father either. As for why Wang Tao will target Sun Ming, he also does not know. Perhaps in addition to Wang Tao no one knows it. Qin Chang said to Wang Tao, turned around and looked at Sun Ming and said, Sun Ming, today on my face even if, how to deal with. Out of this door I don't care how. It doesn't matter. What to do. I don't care. Sun Ming is not really want to give Qin Chang face. He just saw Qin Chang for the first time. Why should he give him face? Really want to turn face? Qin Chang is not necessarily able to take him down. Only there is no need. That breath out. Now the fire is not so big. Not worth because of a small yakuza offended the whole circle of Zhanghai. So that in the future Sun Ming really not good mix. How about you? Qin Chang looked at Wang Tao. Okay, give brother Qin a face, but we'll see in the future. Wang Tao still let out harsh words towards Sun Ming. After saying that, he left the racetrack with a few people. There was no point in continuing to stay. Goo, my dream car this is only how long now basically ruined Not waiting for others to open their mouths, Fong Dong suddenly screamed strangely, waste is waste, have the opportunity to buy another, not on the line, do not howl. Sun Ming said uncaringly, look at what you're saying is human language, that is 35 million, not $3,500. Alas, money is arbitrary. Lin Jin also rolled his eyes on the side and said, okay, you guys are right, this is a $35 million car, I regret it, my intestines are all green. Okay, I see you do not have a little regret, and even a little complacent. At this time, the Lamborghini owner Lin Ocean, who had been standing on the side without saying anything, spoke out, his tone with a bit of laughter. I am regretting that I bought less cars, just such a sports car, and now it's been hit. In the future I can only drive my Porsche when I go out. Sun Ming said without any concern. Sun Ming, today I have to take you a love. In the future if there is something I can help, you directly say hello on the line. Qin Chang watched a few people talking and fooling around at this time and also opened his mouth to say, then you sell your Lafa to me? Off. Then you're not taking any favors. Sun Ming skimmed his mouth and didn't want to talk to him. If you really want to buy a car, I now have a way. There is someone who has a Bugatti. The price is about the same as you. If you are interested in I can say hello. Lin Haiyang heard the conversation between the two men. Directly to Sun Ming said, thank you, but forget it, I have some contacts, then directly buy one on the line. Hearing the refusal of Sun Ming, Lin Haiyang also did not care. Are this class of people, who still do not have a little relationship? You don't have to say, hey, you don't have to say, Sun Ming has a FARC relationship he doesn't want to lose face in front of these people. Just now he said he could kill someone in G province. If he didn't have some connections, could he do it? Although it is true that Sun Ming is blowing a lot of money, but people believe in it. More than $30 million in the car said crash. How many people can do it? As for buying a car, it's better to wait for heavy dream capital to make a name for itself. After this incident, Sun Ming also did not have the mood to continue to stay, and a few people greeted Fong Dong sent him back home. At this time the sky is also gradually darkened. Sun Ming walked in the neighborhood on the road. The temperature is slightly lower. The old men and women out of their rooms, some in the walk, some in the chat. There are some people surrounded by playing chess, quite lively. Sun Ming has not been around the neighborhood much since he moved in. Usually it's either this or that. Even if there's nothing going on, he's still at home playing King of Kings with a few of his buddies. Mr. Sun is out for a walk? A security guard saw Sun Ming and greeted him. The people in the neighborhood at this time of the day were just some old men and women wandering around. Most of the middle-aged people or young people were either busy or playing outside. The same as Sun Ming before. Rongqing International District. After all, live inside are not rich or noble. But Sun Ming also did not communicate with other owners. Although the district also reported from time to time owners of the exchange, but Sun Ming did not participate in a little bit out of the group. The main thing is that the previous Sun Ming has nothing to do. To participate in what? People are not talking about what project or talk about where to open a company, or financing and so on. Sun Ming cannot insert words. To say financing, who can compare to what he knows now? The good thing is that he now opened an investment company. Later there is time to go shopping. At least go in and have something to say. Not so embarrassing, but also a place of entertainment. Wandering aimlessly, Sun Ming emptied his mind and enjoyed the fresh air. Young man is fine today? As Sun Ming walked, he saw an old lady walking on his face. It felt like she had to be 70. Her hair was black and white, and the whole person looked especially spirited. But that's right. Which of the old men and women in this neighborhood were not worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars? Even if they do not have as certainly their children have. Life as rich people naturally look at the spirit of full. Well, there's nothing to do today. It's just idle anyway. Sun Ming stopped walking and softly answered the old lady's question. Sun Ming himself actually didn't want to chat with some old men and women, because when his grandma saw him she didn't have any other problems at all, and directly urged him to get married 3 times in a row, causing him to not be able to stay at his grandma's house for a long time every time he went there, resulting in him having a psychological shadow over the old people. That's right, young people are just idle, if they have nothing to do. If they are married, they won't be so idle if they have a wife and children. Big question marks floated up on Sun Ming's head again. No, old lady, I'm talking to you about me having nothing to do. We're having a normal conversation, and now you're talking about wives and children? Are we talking about the same thing? Of course, Sun Ming only thought about it in his mind, and did not say it out. After all, the old man cannot provoke or not to provoke. At this age, the old man, too idle, a little something it cannot wait to chat with you a dark world, a breath of time to say all that you want to say. Sun Ming does not have the time to listen to her blind bull asterisk. Chapter 35, Beer with Hot Pot. Just when Sun Ming was planning to say hello to the old lady and leave, this old lady smiled and stared at Sun Ming with a deadly stare, which made Sun Ming a little creeped out. No, you old lady have something to say, staring at him like this, but it's really a bit unbearable. When he was surrounded by thousands of people he wasn't this frightened. Sun Ming just intended to run regardless when the old lady opened her mouth. Young man, do you have a date? What? Sun Ming's head was full of question marks. This old lady made half a day just because of this? You said earlier for nothing was scared half a day. Just look at her eyes. Sun Ming thought he violated the laws of heaven, but also right. This neighborhood old man old lady life rich, every day idle nothing to do. In addition to their own children or a younger generation of marriage, they really cannot find other things. The old lady from Sun Ming moved to the neighborhood on his eyes, because the distance between the two families is not far, and are villas. Although Sun Ming does not know her, but she began to ask about Sun Ming early. Because of her boredom, the old lady often rested in the neighborhood, followed her group of friends to chat and hang out, and observed Sun Ming. After a period of time after her understanding, found that Sun Ming this person handsome, lifestyle is okay, did not lead to the family with the wrong people. Even if Sun Ming brought his cousin over she also went to the property inquired about. Although the community property secrecy is very strong, but for the owners of the same neighborhood, think of a way to get a little bit of information. Knowing that Sun Ming brought back the relatives of the old lady is more satisfied. Think Sun Ming were to meet their own requirements for their children's other half. After all, the other side of the family is also very good. Sun Ming thought the chance encounter is actually the old lady in special waiting for him to go out. The world which has so many coincidences by chance all the opportunities are carefully created. Sun Ming heart is also Sai, the same age, not born again before the is not. Even if the village matchmaker will not give him an introduction to the object, just because there is no room in the city, now can be good, rich old lady to introduce him to the object. Although Sun Ming does not know what the other person, but to the conditions of the old lady how the other will not be too bad. Sun Ming had never been on a blind date before he was born again, let alone after he was born again, which made his heart flutter, not because of how good the other family's conditions were, but he just wanted to experience whether a real blind date was really as strange as the one in the short video or the comments. Getting Sun Ming's response, the old lady was immediately full of joy. That smile is as bright as just what Sun Ming saw seems to be not a person. After exchanging contact information, Sun Ming was no longer in the mood to continue walking, and directly walked quickly back home, where a little thick, walked so long body sweat, back home directly took a hot bath, comfortable and cozy, very strong. After taking a bath Sun Ming froze, has not eaten, now go out to eat is too cold outside, but he just finished the bath. Do it yourself? Don't be ridiculous, he is not in the mood to cook right now. He just got out of the shower and didn't even bother to move. What can he do? I don't know what else to do, but I'm not sure what to do. 368 single deluxe top match Heideleo delivery one-click order. It's so arbitrary to have money. After ordering a good meal, Sun Ming always feel that there is something missing. Left look right look. Oh, short of wine, cold beer with hot pot is really cool. Then quickly open the cell phone. In the takeout list note to ask for a few bottles of cold beer. When waiting for the takeaway, he opened the sound and brushed up the short video. You think he was watching the black silk and white silk ladies dancing? You are wrong. He was watching the container to open the blind box, watching the wilderness survival German 3 days hungry 9 meals, watching the forging knife competition gods and goddesses, watching the repair of donkey hooves, watching the tomb raiding and archaeology to highlight the wisdom of the ancients, watching the renovation and remodeling of the house, watching the cleaning of the turtle barnacles, watching the eating broadcasts in India clean and hygienic, watching the ODBO of Africa to 80 mph to transport bananas, watching the Black Brothers Megan and in chasing. Sure, He might have a brief moment with those beauty videos, but that one definitely wouldn't last long. Nowhere near as long as the ones exemplified above. After watching for not a while, the doorbell rang. Sun Ming walked over and opened the door to his room to see that it was the security personnel at the door who had sent the takeout over to him. Sun Ming took it and said thank you. The other party nodded and said you're welcome and left. He closed the door, set things up, plugged in the electricity and waited for the water to turn on. Not a moment later, the water was turned on. Put things in a brain. A person does not have so much to talk about. Rumble. Suddenly the sound of thunder and lightning rang out on the sky outside, breaking the quiet and tranquil city. Looking out the window, lightning bolts followed one another, cutting through the sky like a silver snake. Pouring rain began to rage in the city, raindrops flying all over the sky, knocking on the glass windows. The sky was fine just a moment ago. Why is it raining just like that? It's hard to figure out. Sun Ming sighed and began to eat hot pot. While eating and brushing short videos, life is so beautiful. The future can be expected. The short video one after another brush down, is addictive when suddenly found familiar faces. That's right, it's the two brothers Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. Sun Ming is just a number that has never spent any money on it, and there is not even a small first-class license plate in front of his name, so naturally no one will notice him. The name of the two brothers is called Fat and Thin Brothers to take you to play. Very earthy, not as good as the Crouching Dragon Phoenix chrysanthemum that Sun Ming gave them. However, I don't know if it's because these two people have been too hot lately or because of the big data push. How could he brush it? At this time, the two brothers walking in the night on the bund. In the video, at this time the rain has fallen very small. The storm came fast and went fast. Just now Sun Ming brushed his cell phone and ate hot pot, simply did not pay attention. Next show the brothers the scenery of the bund after the rain. The fat man turned around after he finished speaking, moving his fat face halfway out of the screen. The bund after the rain is just as beautiful and touching. The colorful lights of the skyscrapers shine on the smoky haze of the Pujiang River, and at this time there are not a lot of pedestrians at all. There are a lot of people in the live broadcast room, 700 or 800 people. There are also a lot of people talking. Sun Ming clicked on the head like a glance. Yo ho, fans are quite a lot, more than 1 million. Fatty, you can't do this from the big brother to take you off. You guys are not at all competitive popularity has been falling again That's it, don't know to hold a big leg. People sprinkle water can make you clothed and fed. Garbage is garbage, can't help it up, don't push. Even this amount of fans is enough for the two of them to live and eat without worry. Fatty too looked at the words on the pop-up screen, is not angry, smiled and said, people help us once for no reason is already a great chance. This is quite good. We too live like this with everyone casually around to see. How good. Listening to the words of the fat man, Sun Ming nodded. Indeed, people need to know how to satisfy. The desire is not filled. The deeper. These two people performance is quite good. However, looking at these two so serious, Sun Ming a little uncomfortable. To know Sun Ming with these two people to play is because these two people are sultry enough, but also dare to express it. Said the words are also really funny. Now how suddenly serious up. Did not wait for Sun Ming doubt. The thin man's voice suddenly came, while laughing while whispering, Fatty fat, you see that there is a beautiful woman. Chapter 36, Funny Brothers. As the camera moved, the beauty that the thin man said appeared in the screen. However, the distance was slightly far away, although it was hard to see the face and only the side. But just this still caused a wolf howl in the live broadcast room, because the side of the career line is indeed very full. Long legs, black silk, feet on high heels. Indeed, with this outfit, just look at it from afar. What if it's not as good as it looks up close? Fatty, go ask for a WeChat. Hurry up. To what WeChat? Directly accosted. How good? What do you want to talk to? Just go up and kiss her? What kiss? Just go up to her and tell her we'll have a baby. How nice. Stop it. I'll go. Okay? If you keep talking, I'll let you talk me into the grave. Looking at the increasingly outrageous pop-ups, Fatty agreed, but looking at him he should be going to strike up a conversation. Skinny, you go and ask that young lady for a WeChat to go. I thought that the fat man would go, but I didn't expect him to directly command the skinny man. Ha 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 ha, the fat guy is wimpy. Waste, you're too much of a waste. This bit of guts is not there? Bull asterisk. How could I possibly wimp out? Aren't I afraid that the young lady will be attracted by my handsome face and pester me? Boys have to protect themselves outside as well. Ho, bah, don't have a dog's face, you deserve it too. Hearing such shameless words from Fatty, the pop-ups directly scolded him, and Fatty didn't care when he saw it. Without the slightest hesitation, the thin man directly appeared in front of the camera and quickly walked towards the black silk young lady. The camera quickly shook and followed. Beautiful woman, sorry, I have a boyfriend. Do not add strangers WeChat. The camera just reached the two people and heard such a dialogue. Ha ha ha, Miss said it well. That's it, can't give him a chance. The camera moved forward. The face of the young lady appeared in front of the camera. Wearing light makeup, the posture is still okay, more than 80 points. Beauty, don't. Sorry, you too. Do not add WeChat. Only heard the fat man's words before he finished. He was interrupted by the black silk beauty. Ha ha ha, goddamn handsome face. People do not take care of you. And protect yourself? People are afraid of not protecting themselves well. Hearing that the beauty rejected the crouching dragon phoenix without hesitation, Sun Ming also laughed his ass off. These two people are also too amusing. People simply don't give them both a single chance. This black silk beauty finished directly stepped on high heels and left. Simply do not give the two people any opportunity. Ha ha ha, I'm about to die of laughter. Talent you two changed the name of Crouching Dragon Phoenix Chicket. Laugh to death. With this appearance of the two of you, it's better not to learn how to strike up a conversation. It's too much of a pull. Sun Ming watched the two's hilarious live broadcast, opened the recharge screen, and charged 700,000 jittery coins. As for why he charged so little, quite a lot. $100,000 it can make him amused live broadcast brush point even if, rushing a few million that is sand sculpture only do things. Of course, really rich another calculation. Cannot accept the blow of the Crouching Dragon Phoenix. Two people are talking to the audience of the live chat. Suddenly saw the screen full of special effects. The user Brother Ming gifted the anchor Fat and Thin brothers to take you to play carnival. Sun Ming did not want to give them much money. A few $1,000s. ******. Thank you Brother Ming for the carnival. Thank you my big brother. After all, the two are not a big anchor. Although it is more than 1 million fans, but there are not many real Iron fans. Otherwise the two live for such a long time would not have no one to send gifts. At this time the bund is quite a lot of people. Heard the two people shouting, many eyes looked over. There know what the carnival is also revealed an envious gaze. Boss confused rational consumption boss. They are not worth the carnival That's right, they're only worth a lighted sign. Play on one side. You black fans. My brother Ming won't listen to you. Fatty excitedly started screaming at the pop-up screen, afraid that this big brother would run away. Fatty, is this Brother Ming the one who was at the car show? Hearing the words of the thin man, the fat man reacted violently. If this is that big brother he will be rich Immediately, Fatty said somewhat tentatively, are you the Brother Ming who took us to the car show? Sun Ming didn't know that he could be recognized for giving a gift. These two were something Sun Ming also directly typed on the pop-up screen. Thank you Brother Ming. Thank you big brother. Brother Ming, I'll give you an administrator. Seeing that they guessed correctly, Fatty quickly said, they didn't know how to thank Sun Ming. If it wasn't for Sun Ming their current fans would still be several 100,000. When that wave of car show live broadcasts made them violently increase their fans by several 100,000, and now they're brushing up the carnival for them, so they can only say that they're on the administrator to show that they're on the right track. The audience in the live broadcast room also saw that something was wrong, and just now they also heard what Slim said. Brother Ming? That thigh? No way no way. These two are so lucky? Is this speaking of the devil? No need. I'll just play this casually. Sun Ming rejected the two. Since Sun Ming didn't want it, the two of them didn't force themselves. What's the point of giving such a big man a room tube? Not waiting for Sun Ming to continue to say something, his private message suddenly exploded. Many points of attention. There are many people send private messages. Are some strange words, and some begging to hug the leg, and even a young lady to send private photos. Frightened Sun Ming hurriedly closed some settings to quiet down. After such a suffering he also did not have the heart to continue to watch the two live, said a word and directly exit the page. I've had enough to eat, and I don't have the heart to brush the jitterbugs, so what do I do? No way. The time is still early, only 8 o'clock. Now let him sleep. Cannot sleep Put down the cell phone and picked up. He suddenly remembered that the Lenin nickel is just a few days began to rise, although with the back of no way to compare, but that is also meat Gave Lu Ji a phone call, said he got the news. Lenin nickel to rise. Let them add leverage to start doing Lenin nickel futures. Sun Ming does not need them to believe it or not, only need to follow what he said to do on the line. The specific operation is of course they do, which is why he created the company to find professionals. Sun Ming doesn't know much about futures, and he is really not familiar with all kinds of long, short, and flat, so if he is allowed to get it by himself, he really can't do it. But with these professionals, just need to tell them what's going up and what's going down, and these people will naturally implement professional operations. As for how to get the news, the boss needs to explain to the staff, solve this matter of wealth related to his heart. Sun Ming's mood has become good again. He found the group built by a few of his young friends, and after giving everyone a little bit of notice, he started to play King of Glory again. Why do you play the king not the league? At first it is also playing. Since out of the work, home hair small one after another to get married and have children. There is not so much time to play. The king is to pick up the phone can play. Something down the phone can do. It is so simple. Chapter 37 Li Yunfeng. Monday, March 7th. In the past few days, Sun Ming has injected another $100 million to Phantom Investment Company, plus Luji several people in the Shangjiang exchange with 5 times the leverage earned $200 million. Now Sun Ming has $500 million in his hands can be utilized. Because the foreign capital forced the short too big, the domestic news broadcast every day. He clearly remembered that the domestic time March 8th, British time March 8th after zero trading does not count. Reset. His time is only one day today with the evening time. March 7th specific increase how much he cannot remember, but there is a 70 or 80. March 8th broke the 100R, but unfortunately does not count. Sun Ming and early notification of Lu Ji, continue to increase the leverage, or 10 times, and keep the position. Must not burst, or his wealth will really go up in smoke. Sun Ming now with Lu Ji open cellphone video quietly waiting, and at this time the traders, analysts are full of tension. They are not trading such a large amount of money, but that is all traceable. And now this boss who hired them is simply crazy. They, as professionals, of course, heard certain whispers, know that there will be people who want to share a piece of the cake, but they did not expect someone so crazy. Everything was irrelevant to them, and when Lenical started to go up they had no more second thoughts. The ascending and descending movements made everyone sweat, because they had invested almost $700 million. Look at the price of nickel from the opening of 29,000 US dollars rose to 50,000 US dollars. Sun Ming ordered all sell. Traders hurriedly threw out all the contracts. Nickel upward trend before being delayed for a while to continue to climb up. Of course, at this time the price of nickel high and low with the Sun Ming does not have any relationship. In addition to the transaction of various commission rates, Sun Ming can fall 270 million US dollars, according to the current exchange rate of 6.3, heavy dream capital can get about 1.7 billion yuan, a day of wealth. This is the futures trading. Tell Lu Ji to transfer the money back to the account of the domestic company directly according to the exchange rate after the money arrives, and don't have any action in the near future. Now it should have been watched. Sun Ming does not care about being watched by others, because capital is like this. Now Sun Ming is not short of money, short of people who can invest and will invest. Profiteering cannot last long. He has not much time to know. To expand the company in this period of time, more than a dozen people cannot become a thing. He wants to become a real capital needs to invest in various industries, integrate into them, exchange equity, so that you have me, I have you. March 10th, HWCD Cafe. The same headhunter who dug up Lu Ji for Sun Ming. The first time he saw Sun Ming, he got up and was even more respectful than before. Mr. Sun. Beside him this time sat a young man in his 30s, with eyes that were much sharper than the original Lu Ji. However, it was also true that Sun Ming's request this time was for a talent that could stand alone. He also stood up and greeted Sun Ming when he saw him. After sitting down, Sun Ming lightly tapped on the desktop with his fingertips, nodding at the young man who came to apply for the job. He signaled that he could introduce himself. The youth didn't dawdle and spoke directly. My name is Li Yunfeng. Graduated from Stanford Graduate School of Business, MBA degree. During the study period was in JP Morgan Chase internship, and subsequently served as an investment manager and other important positions. I have a certain understanding of the capital market, and this time I returned to China because I saw the speed of the recent development of domestic capital and wanted to make a career. Li Yunfeng's eyebrows were filled with full of confidence. After all, like his age to do this kind of achievement, it was really considered a phoenix. Sun Ming nodded. He knew how much he weighed. Since he had chosen the investment industry, he could not be limited within his own vision. To put it bluntly, even if he was born again, he is only an ordinary person. In addition to those memorized market conditions other than not understand at all, he has to delegate to those who understand. Add most to the note of those outbreaks in his memory when the command is just. Sun Ming will be established under the heavy Dream Capital Investment Department documents let him look at. Li Yunfeng didn't see anything else, but saw the entire $500 million investment amount. Heavy Dream Capital currently intends to actually invest $500 million, which you should be able to see. I would like to ask, if I let you invest, which domestic projects do you favor? The internet, especially the current internet e-commerce project. Now all the major platforms are competing for resources. Why? Because it is too lucrative. Even legitimate businesses are also investing in it. For Li Yunfeng's words he is very clear. Because he said too grounded. Now the development of e-commerce is in full swing. The entity drive that is really up. Why major stars have settled in which? It is because it is too profitable. And it will not be long before the new Oriental will be up. The market value of that is up tens of billions of dollars. This is not a joke. That is real money. Mr. Lee, I understand what you mean. I also support this investment department. I can completely hand over to you. As long as you have the ability, I can completely hand over to you. But the premise is that you have to show the value that should be there. Salary is issued according to 1.5 times of your last job. Is that okay? Li Yunfeng's eyes glowed. Mr. Sun isn't joking? This is a formal occasion. Then I agree. Li Yunfeng did not have any reason not to agree. Sun Ming opened. The conditions are too good. Although he is Stanford Business School MBA degree out. Although he served as an investment manager in JP Morgan Chase. But these experiences cannot allow him to pick a job at random in the domestic large-scale investment institutions. Even if he finds a job as a newcomer is also subject to checks and balances. $500 million of arbitrary investment amount in the investment market is also to be the major elites to grab the head. Not to mention that he is still looking for a job. Look at the two signed the contract. Headhunter employees in Happy Flowers. Not long and a large amount of income. Looking at the headhunting company employee who was grinning again, Sun Ming rushed at him and said, "You need to hurry up for our company's middle-level recruitment. I hope that it can be arranged in the next 2 days. Otherwise I should question your company's ability." Hearing Sun Ming's words, he nodded fiercely. "Don't worry, everyone in our company is at your service these 2 days. It won't take more than a few days to complete your arrangements." Only then did Sun Ming leave in satisfaction. Looking at the departing Sun Ming, Li Yunfeng looked at the headhunter employee in confusion. "What? Mr. Sun still wants you guys to poach people? Your investment department guys should let us dig up the rest except for those you can bring over." Li Yunfeng smiled helplessly after hearing this. The gap between man and man is bigger than man and dog. He is running around for his job, whispering with no place to go. People just need to spend money and someone will dig people for him everywhere. Chapter 38 Investments. March 13th. Waking up in the morning, opening the window, the bright sunlight slowly shone in. Another beautiful day. Sun Ming washed up and went out to find a breakfast place to eat. A bowl of milk, 2 eggs, 2 vegetarian buns, and a small dish of pickles. Perfect. After eating breakfast quietly, he watched as the sunlight rendered the entire Shanghai into a golden color, and the city became lively and prosperous again. When Sun Ming walked out of the breakfast store when the time has come to 8 o'clock, although today is the weekend, but the breakfast store near the workers have already begun to work. But it is also true that the workers where there is no vacation. They say that 99.6 is the capital to squeeze the labor force, but most of the people at the bottom of the real is 99.7. Big brother also don't laugh at second brother. Sun Ming's company also didn't rest today. As to why? Because the company was not created for a long time. Where is the time to rest? Sun Ming drove his Porsche Panamera to the Shanghai Financial Center and parked the car in the parking space belonging to their company. He walked in and saw Lu Ji already waiting for him. "How's the company doing these days?" he asked Lu Ji while waiting for the elevator. Currently the framework of each department has already been completed, and there are just some important positions left waiting for you, Mr. Sun, to designate. Sun Ming nodded after hearing this. It wasn't in vain that he had offended the major investment banks for poaching at any cost, knowing that the money was not a small amount. Entering the company, the 2 receptionists hurriedly greeted. "Hello Mr. Sun. Hello Mr. Lu." Sun Ming nodded, walked into the company, without the slightest delay, directly to Lu Ji said. 10 minutes later all the company's middle management and above all gathered in the conference room for a meeting. Leighton did not come directly dismissed. After saying that, Sun Ming went into the conference room. The company is a startup. These people he spent a lot of money to dig over. Cannot let these people have a proud of the psychology. Drums have to use a heavy hammer. A conference table that could hold 40 people was already half full. Sun Ming sat in the main seat. Lu Ji and Li Yunfeng sat on both sides of him. It was not until the last person walked into the conference room that Li Yunfeng got up and reported to Sun Ming. "Mr. Sun, the company's current middle and senior management totaled 30 people, and no one was late." Sun Ming nodded. "I'm a person who's afraid of trouble, so I'll get right to the point. Today is to appoint the management of the 3 major departments. The general manager of the investment department is Lu Ji, and all the personnel appointments of the subordinate departments can just give me a list when the time comes. As a capital company, the manager of the investment department can be said to be a family. Sun Ming can be said to be completely decentralized. In the future in the company Lu Ji is the one who says it all. Comprehensive department appointed Li Yunfeng as director. Subordinate department appointment is also made by him. In addition, Heavy Dream Capital down that investment subsidiary is also taken over by him. As for the finance department, it is still held by Chen Yanli, directly interfacing with the general manager. Chen Yanli was also poached by Sun Ming from the headhunter. As an investment company, finance is the top priority. It must be served by his beloved, but he had no choice. The bottom line was too shallow. He could only poach people. Also, as soon as possible to arrange the company's administrative staff. This is still a lot short. Lu Shi quickly stated that this matter would be resolved soon. That's it then. Meeting adjourned. After Sun Ming finished speaking, the crowd, who didn't dare to breathe, loudly applauded. Looking at Sun Ming's departing back, the voices of discussion inside the conference room only got louder. There was no way. The sense of oppression was too strong. Sun Ming did not ask the investment department to find any good investment projects. He was not in a hurry, and the company created too short a time. Now in Shanghai, although it is also a reputation, but are notorious, heavy dream capital and scrupulous in the major investment banks to dig people, is already offended a lot of companies. If the investment in the radical point prone to problems, if he would like to fist fight Nanshan Pizza Hut, feet step on Hangzhou Alima, but he cannot. He is an ordinary person with 2 years of foresight. His understanding of all the information things come from surfing on the internet. No are some trivial. If not, he used to speculate on the stock market to understand a little bit of stock market. Now he may be the same as before, or nothing. Previously as a low-level people, he felt that now made this has been very good. He is very self-conscious about himself. To create a tens of billions of small capital can be, if you want to become a multinational mega capital, he does not think that he is capable of. Of course, things are not absolute. After all, such an outrageous thing as rebirth has happened. What else is impossible? Take one step and see what happens. This was Sun Ming's current thought. Returning to the office, he called Lu Ji over. During this time, find a securities company to finance plus 3 times leverage. Put together $200 million to buy New Oriental in batches. Hong Kong stocks of New Oriental online from the end of April to before the middle of May. By 500 million Hong Kong dollars. No need to add leverage. Sun Ming did not talk nonsense and directly stated the purpose of having Lu Ji come over. Then let's continue to use the securities company we opened an account with in Shenzhen. We have cooperated once. It's not bad. Lu Ji did not ask why. Because this Len Nickel incident had already conquered him. It's okay. Sun Ming had no opinion on which securities company to use, as long as he could finance it. At this time it was just as Chen Yanli knocked on the door and walked in. Mr. Sun, there are a few funding purposes that need your signature. Chen Yanli spoke directly to Sun Ming after entering the door. Sun Ming rubbed his temples and said to Chen Yanli, in the future, unless hundreds of millions of dollars of projects need me to see before I can sign, $100 million or less directly find Lu Ji will be fine. Chen Yanli nodded when she heard that, and then retreated out with the documents. Alright, you also go out. You must get this done in these few days. Sun Ming waved his hand at Lu Ji. Lu Ji sniffed and nodded, then went out. Sun Ming sat in his office and thought about the things that could happen in the near future. During this period of time, all he could think of was Duan Yongping's investment in the US stock New Oriental made a tenfold profit, and at first they all said that he was some Chinese Warren Buffett, some god of the stock market in the world, and now Sun Ming was going to be a handful of times worse off, earning even more than he did. As for Hong Kong stocks, still need time. It is compared to the trend of U.S. stocks is poor for a long time, but it does not matter, can let him make money on the line. Compared to stock futures, the most profitable or foreign exchange market. The international foreign exchange market is actually similar to the speculation of stocks. Play is up and down. Only the foreign exchange market, every minute and every second there are trillions of dollars in the fight. Here, one step heaven, one step hell, $100,000 a hand, up and down a point are $10. Look at the appearance of very little, but do not forget, it is also able to increase the leverage. The highest 200 times the leverage can let a person a second rich, but also can let a person a second bankruptcy, because it is moving every moment. Sun Ming knows that the domestic currency is going to rise in the near future, but he still decided to stabilize a hand, because although his assets look a lot, but compared to the fight in the foreign exchange market, it is too poor. He cannot withstand any storm. At home, first low-key obscene development. Just when Sun Ming was contemplating, Fong Dong's phone call came. Fong Dong asked clearly where Sun Ming was and hung up, saying that he was coming over. Sun Ming did not care. Fong Dong looking for him can have what? The probability was that he was jealous of Heavy Dream Capital's profitability. It didn't take long for Fong Dong to arrive at Sun Ming's office, but what he said when he opened his mouth also reminded him of a matter that had yet to be resolved. Brother Ming, you still remember the last time you crashed that Wang Tao kid's car, right? Sun Ming nodded. Although he had been very busy lately, he was still gripped by this matter. You don't think this kid has settled down recently, do you? Sun Ming hadn't even looked for something to do, but he wanted to do something about it? This kid's family is also considered to have some money, and has been investigating you recently. I also heard afterward that he had wanted to find someone to get you when he suddenly caved in. Sun Ming laughed. He would be able to lay off, but would Sun Ming let him go? Sun Ming's face is only Phantom Dream Investment Company, but everyone knows that Heavy Dream Capital is his, and Heavy Dream Capital has made a direct profit of $1.7 billion this time. So how would he dare to look for Sun Ming's business again? Wang Tao now prayed that Sun Ming had forgotten him, but can Sun Ming forget? He still didn't know why that kid Wang Tao messed with him in the first place. Thinking of this, Sun Ming said to Fong Dong, "What news do you have there? Did that kid say anything?" Fong Dong spread his hands and said, "No one knows because of what? Even Qin Chang has asked, but that kid has a hard mouth and didn't say anything." "Alright, it doesn't matter if he doesn't say anything, wait until the end and I'll see just how hard his mouth is," Sun Ming said with a cold smile. "Brother Ming, you want to deal with him? This kid is good to be messed with, but his father Wang Hai is not to be messed with. How is he a billionaire in Jianhai?" The wide range of connections is not something that can be said casually. After Fong Dong heard Sun Ming's words, he said to Sun Ming with some concern. Hearing the concern in Fong Dong's tone, Sun Ming said, "There's no need to rush. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Let him bounce around for a few months, and then I'll even pack up his father." Listening to Sun Ming's confident tone, the doubts in Fong Dong's heart gradually dispersed. This sentence he really believed. Ever since he heard that Heavy Dream Capital had made $1.7 billion in the financial market, even his father had specifically instructed him to get on good terms with Sun Ming, so that his future path would be better. Fong Dong felt that not only him, Zhao Pengcheng, Lin Jin and Nia Long should have all been instructed by their families. Chapter 39 Arrangements. Brother Ming, you just have it in your heart. Fong Dong put down his heart, then he smiled. "Brother Ming, can your Heavy Dream Capital also let us enter 2 shares? Sun Ming laughed. He knew that this kid came here today just for this, but he wasn't to blame. Who could resist the temptation of making money? However, Sun Ming still planned to tease him. "You rich kids still lack money? Your family has several $100 million in assets, so just getting some is like sprinkling water?" Hearing Sun Ming's words, Fong Dong suddenly screamed, "Stop it, Brother Ming, you don't know. We have a monthly pocket money of several $100,000 at most, sometimes even less. How can it be like sprinkling with what you said? When you bought the Aston Martin I wanted to buy it, but do you know that I begged my family's old man for a long time for that amount of money? In the end, I didn't get it, not to mention that the money was taken back by the old man. Where can I argue?" Hearing his strange voice, Sun Ming couldn't help but laugh. But also, although their families have money, but as they're adults, or give these people set the rules, so that it is good to control them, so as not to let a few people become lawless. Thinking of this, Sun Ming paused and slowly said, "Not now. Heavy Dream Capital now has an investment project. After a while, next time I'll say it to you few in advance." But, when Fong Dong heard Sun Ming's words, his face obviously became a little lost. When he heard the last 2 words that Sun Ming said, his expression instantly became pleasantly surprised. "But what, Brother Ming? Your current volume is also not big, cannot lead to any butterfly effect. The recent period of time to pay attention to the new Orientalite, when the time to invest a money, should also be able to earn a, but this word out of my mouth, into your ears. In addition to the 3 of them, no one can say anyone else know it?" Sun Ming finished looking at Fong Dong with a serious expression. Hearing Sun Ming's words, Fong Dong's face was happy, immediately opened his mouth and said, "Brother Ming, don't worry, even if it's my father I won't say a word." "Then I'm leaving, Brother Ming, you continue to be busy." After Fong Dong finished speaking, he hurriedly ran away, not even bothering to close the office door. Sun Ming smiled and didn't care. Just how much money could these 4 people come up with? He didn't care. Fong Dong left. He is not yet busy. 3 department managers have instructed too. There is still a Li Yunfeng. After having someone call Li Yunfeng in, Sun Ming directly asked, "How is the recruitment of your department staff going?" Li Yunfeng hurriedly said, "I was planning to report to you." Then he called the person outside the door in, looking like he had prepared for it. The man walked in, looking about the same age as Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng said to the man, "This is Mr. Sun, introduce yourself." The man nodded and said, "My name is Lu Cheng. I previously worked at Zhongxin Securities as the deputy manager of the department. I have 6 years of experience in the investment industry. This interview is for the deputy manager of the general department." Don't look at Sun Ming said that all the appointments of the downstream departments under the jurisdiction of each department are directly appointed by the director of each department manager. But this deputy general manager of each department is still to be nodded by Sun Ming, or else it would be too not to mix with the workplace. If the bosses said something, it would be good to listen to them for 10 minutes and believe them for 3. Sun Ming nodded. "Why did you jump ship from Zhongxin Securities to our side of the company? I see that you want the exact same position as before." Without waiting for Lu Cheng to speak, Li Yunfeng jumped the gun. "Mr. Sun, it's like this. Lu Cheng and I are acquaintances. The 2 of us have had exchanges in the investment world before, and this time it's also me who took the initiative to invite them. Because Mr. Sun has given me a lot of trading privileges, and I want to have someone who can come over to help out, so that it's good for the company as well. Sun Ming nodded when he heard Li Yunfeng's words. It was normal. Not many investment managers could endure the temptation of $500 million of free investment trading privileges, especially them young people who were planning to make a name for themselves. Venture capital can be engaged, but not indiscriminately. Now most of the investment institutions are wide casting nets and fishing blindly, wasting 90% of the nets. There are 10 nets with harvests can be profitable, and this way of investing are still those top investment companies to do things. It is evident that how difficult it is for us to do such an investment company. I think the risk of venture capital is too dangerous. People can only see the great success and harvest of those top investment firms, but no one pays attention to those losers. But the losers are the mainstream, can occupy 80 to 90% of the investment industry. So I think risky investment can be done, but it can't be more than half of the capital. The rest is better to seek stability. What do you guys think? Li Yunfeng quickly nodded his head and said, Mr. Sun, I understand. The uncertainty of risky investment is too high. We are aware of this aspect. This is something we will pay attention to these. Sun Ming saw Li Yunfeng's assurance and nodded, although it is said to be decentralized to them, but the general direction Sun Ming still want to point out. Of course, this is also Sun Ming's money is not enough. If he has hundreds of billions of dollars, that is not how you want to invest in how to invest? Sun Ming waved his hand at the two men, signaling that this was enough. The two also got up and exited the office door. In this way, the general direction of the three departments was arranged more or less. As for the details, it was up to these few people. Lu Ji was the toolman recruited by Sun Ming to be able to stabilize the company. If there was a need, Sun Ming would directly say. Li Yunfeng is the pioneer he recruited. Stanford graduates with experience and some contacts. Whether he can break out depends on his personal ability. The environment provided by Sun Ming has been better than 99% of the investment company, although some of the requirements of Sun Ming, but for the picture is not a matter of fact. The other major top investment company with their education and experience can go in, but they can do the job is basically the same as Lu Ji, such as the tools of the people, or even worse. The company at this time is also considered to have some new atmosphere. At this time the manpower is sufficient, just missing some administrative staff, responsible for recruiting and the frequent phone calls, responsible for the archives are to the new employees into the file, all organized. Looks like it won't take long for the company to become a complete body. Sun Ming looked at the time, 11:30, also should be off work, so he walked to Lu Ji's office, said, you gather all the people, today's lunch I treat, take everyone to eat something good. Lu Ji promised to go out to announce the good news. At this time the company's middle and senior management plus employees about more than 130 people. When the more than 200 square feet of the office is certainly not enough, Lu Ji directly will rent this floor. At this time outside the sudden bustle, hoo-ha-ha shouting up, many employees are just joined, have not seen the boss. I did not expect this boss so generous, please so many people to eat, thinking how to also mix a good meal. Sun Ming also did not let these employees disappointed, because there are too many people. Sun Ming directly chartered a large restaurant, sitting 16 tables, a table of 15 dishes, to meet all their requirements. After eating, the employees continued to work, and Sun Ming went directly home. Chapter 40, Going to the Company. March 20th. Today the company is also nothing. Sun Ming himself is also idle, was thinking of sleeping, but still woke up by the phone. Thought it was someone who had something to do, didn't even look at it before picking it up, didn't expect it to be a sales call, which made Sun Ming angry. Fiercely hung up the phone, wanting to continue to sleep. Lying for a while, Sun Ming tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, and finally could only get up and wash. After washing up, changed clothes and ordered a takeaway, waiting for the meal when the idle boredom to brush up the jittery voice. After brushing for a while, he suddenly saw a familiar name, Heavy Dream Capital. The scene is the front desk of the company. Twisting body hot dance is the front desk lady. You don't say. This front desk lady twisting up is quite sexy. The name is Heavy Dream Capital. The title under the video is, Ah La La. The boss said, the company account fans up 10,000 to give me an additional 1,000 salary. After casually clicking on a concern, Sun Ming clicked in to take a look. There are already 7 or 8 videos. All of the company's higher value girls dancing video. And the copy used is exactly the same. You do not say. Just a few days time. There are already 60,000 fans, and even rising. Should be the company's higher value of the beauty of the face, with hot dance can attract a group of dead otaku. The comments at the bottom are also quite funny. If I were the boss of this company, I wouldn't let them do anything, just dance for me in the office. My roommate is dying right now. and his only request is for the young lady to dance in Parisienne. My friend wants to see a few of you dance together before he dies. A friend without a center? Not envious of the plutocrats every day. MD, it's indeed a plutocrat. Just checked. There's news that Heavy Dream Capital has recently made over $1 billion in blood. Worship Big Brother. Let's just say, Big Brother thigh missing pendant? Happy Sun Ming cannot. Really is sand sculpture netizen joy. However, the company has a jittery number can also be, after all, can enhance the visibility. You know those state-owned central enterprises have various app external display platform. They even send some people cannot help but laugh at the voiceover. What I am a cute girl. What sunny and cheerful big boy. They can do it, and so can their own companies, which is good. At this time, breakfast had already been sent over. Sun Ming accepted it and opened it to eat. After eating breakfast, do not know what to do. After all, the company has been on track. He has nothing to do will not go over. What do not know what to do but because of this short video or to go to the company a trip, after all, is also for the company's positive image well, definitely not because Sun Ming suddenly found that the company inside the company is also so much higher value of the little girl. Although today is Sunday, but the company is still working. After all, the career just started. The work is the most important. Of course, overtime pay to give, and give more, twice the overtime pay, which also makes the staff energetic. Panicked to put on the clothes, stood in front of the mirror, satisfied nodded. Hey, handsome is wearing what is also good looking. Sun Ming narcissistic thought, slightly tight black suit with a light black shirt, soft and series with the body will be revealed. Is not enough muscle fullness. Looks like you still have to find time to go to the gym to exercise. But this is also can show his handsome posture and excellent temperament. Recently busy work, management of more than 100 people. The atmosphere of the superior naturally appeared in Sun Ming's body. Onlookers could tell that he was a business elite or boss just by seeing him in this manner. Not an agent selling insurance or houses. Compared to a suit, it's definitely easier and more comfortable to wear normal clothes. But after all, he's going to the company, so bear with me. Go out and drive on the road. Although the place of residence is very close, but wide road was jammed. The speed of the car is really slower than the speed of a tortoise. Whether you are a Mercedes-Benz BMW, or Audi Land Rover, or his Porsche, are blocked on the road to move. Really not as good as those electric motorized motorcycle or share a bike, and some people even get off the bus to walk on foot. Sun Ming came to Shanghai for such a long time, has not been so blocked. He really did not know that Shanghai rush hour so blocked which makes him a little tearless. The distance between the company and home is so close. It is not as good as riding an electric bicycle to comfort. Some road rage also have to put the horn to break the same. Noisy Sun Ming directly closed the window. I do not know how to think. Blocked all blocked. Pressed the horn top of the ass. Blocked for more than half an hour. Before coming to the financial center. Arrived at the place Sun Ming and dumbfounded. Only to see the building from the bottom of the elevator RTMQ to the outside. Is he also have to wait? This is not in line with his billionaire privilege but when he saw the queue of people without the slightest anxiety and panic, and even some people while queuing while eating breakfast, there are people playing with the phone, or else with colleagues and friends laughing and chatting, which makes his heart calm a lot. But these people really do not rush to work it? Now it's already more than 9 o'clock you are not afraid to be late? You know, he used to go to work at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock on the official work People really cannot be compared to people, but fortunately he is now the boss, is also the privileged class of people, even less anxious. Looking at the queue of people, Sun Ming did not call Lu Ji to ask if there is a special elevator. He did not slow down to walk behind the crowd also lined up, row chanting, what's the big deal? But the elevator runs really fast. It did not take long to row to him. So many people bombarded into it, until the elevator drops of the crowd only stopped entering, did not squeeze in the sigh of relief can only wait for the next trip. As before, Sun Ming also used to squeeze the elevator. People crowded, people next to people, people from the crowd. The small elevator with sardine cans, the body was squeezed flat. People love beautiful things. Men and women are no exception. Men like beautiful women or rich women. Women like handsome men or rich people. The bad thing is that Sun Ming accounted for two. As the richest inside the elevator, he should also be the most handsome. After all, his clothes are not cheap. All brand name. He can feel being eaten by the girl in front of him, constantly using the body to squeeze him. That black silk long legs motionless rubbing his legs. If not crowded, Sun Ming had to do him. But soon, the girl arrived. When leaving also threw a wink towards Sun Ming. This? What kind of girl is she nowadays? That is, in the elevator, if outside Sun Ming will not spoil her. After all, he is not a good person. Out of the elevator, Sun Ming patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. In the elevator he was just like a prey by those people staring at him. If all of them were pretty girls, but there were also older women staring at him, which made him a little bit unable to stand, and he was scared lightly. Looked at the time, already 10 o'clock. These people really bully. This are not late? After all, everyone in his company had started working. Hello Mr. Sun. The two young ladies at the front desk hurriedly put down the work in their hands and rose to greet Sun Ming when they saw him come to the company. Chapter 41 Touching Fish. When he came a few days ago, he hadn't realized that the two front desk girls were quite pretty. But yes, the front desk was the face of the company, and the company wasn't short of money, so of course they were looking for good-looking ones. Sun Ming nodded at the two girls, then asked, "Who is maintaining the company? Shake it off. I see that a lot of you are making videos." Ha! The two receptionist girls were nervous when they heard Sun Ming's words and hurriedly said, "It's General Manager Lu who explained it, so a few of us casually filmed it." "What's wrong Mr. Sun? Can't we film it?" Sun Ming looked at the two nervous people, said, Nothing, no need to be nervous. I'm just asking, you guys shoot quite well. Keep up the good work. The company needs you such youthful and energetic beauty to show me. Quite good, but since you guys got it by yourselves, then you too will be responsible for it. Out of the ordinary things can't be there. It's okay to spit on the company once in a while. It's okay to be like the New Oriental annual meeting. It's just like the supervision of the company's management, but there must not be any violation of the law, know it? Okay Mr. Sun. The two little girls nodded in a hurry. What your general manager Lu has set for you is a reward of 1,000 for a 10,000 increase in powder, right? The two little girls nodded with a happy face. After all, there were already more than 60,000 fans, getting $6,000 for nothing. Even though it was divided among several people, it was still money. Let's put it this way, from now on, an increase of 10,000 fans will reward you with 2,000. You guys keep up the good work, this is sort of a benefit I'm giving you. Hearing Sun Ming's words, the two little girls' already happy faces became even more elated. Their eyes were wide open, looking quite cute. Really Mr. Sun, you won't lie to us? That's 2,000 hey. Really? I'm a big boss and I'm still lying to a few of you little girls? Sun Ming looked at the surprise too and said helplessly, Aha, thank you boss, we know, we'll work hard. The two little girls spoke loudly at the same time. Sun Ming shook his head helplessly and walked into the office with a smile. After calling Lu Ji over and asking him a few questions, he let him leave, mainly because there was nothing to instruct. Recently the company was heading towards normal. Everything was going in a good direction. What he instructed Lu Ji to do was also being done. There was really nothing going on, and Sun Ming came over to just casually look. Last time I came to focus on the meeting, did not carefully observe their own employees. Now it seems that the personnel their vision is still good. The little girl's face value are quite high. Inside his office set up 2 bookshelves. Bookshelves are full of books, but also looks like goods. Sun Ming has not seen a book. Instead, the computer on the desk attracted his interest. The top of the 4090, spent about 40,000, but he did not care how much money spent, mainly because he can reasonably touch the fish. Soon to the League of Legends download good. Said earlier, before Sun Ming is also playing the League of Legends, but then because of work reasons never played, and now have the opportunity of course to play As for the chicken, well, this came out when Sun Ming has been working, also do not have time to play, resulting in this game although out for a long time, but he did not play once. There is an opportunity to let someone take to play a little bit is also possible. Into the game seconds to choose Yasuo. Do not ask why. Ask as this hero operation is handsome. Sun Ming is very inflated, and did not even go to play a human machine to practice. After the game started, Sun Ming still knew how much he weighed. Obscene under the tower quietly waiting for minions to enter the tower. After rising to level 2 in seconds, Sun Ming rushed out with a step forward chop. Seeing the opposite side of the demon girl was scared to retreat. He was more confident. Over to the past. A sword chopping chopped at the demon girl. Seeing the demon girl to run, Sun Ming directly flashed to follow the past. A batch of handsome first blood also fell under the tower and did not move. The demon girl was confused. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? The question marks of his teammates were so high that they were about to blow up the screen. After all, the game has only just begun. Sun Ming has sent a blood. This TM will not run into a god pit, right? Sun Ming calmly typed, Operation error, hands raw. Wait for me to resurrect, must kill him. His teammates didn't think much of it. After all, a blood, whoever takes it is normal. The next time Sun Ming's teammates have seen what is called cruelty. 15 minutes, 0 to 12. You're playing us? The male done playing the field couldn't help but curse out. Sun Ming rubbed his nose and didn't say anything. What could be said about this? A mistake? Who blunders for 15 minutes and dies 12 times? It doesn't matter. This is my ADC small cannon spoke out at this time. His record is very good. 6 to 1. He was afraid that Sun Ming was scolded and directly did not play or directly sent head. That will definitely lose. He did not want to lose. 25 minutes looking at Sun Ming's 0-22 record, everyone stopped talking. At this time the other side also hit the incisors. The crowd also all gray screen. Did not wait for the other side, pushed off the base directly, point surrender. Sun Ming directly withdrew, not giving the other party any opportunity to spray people. This game is too difficult, not suitable for people like him. Sun Ming sighed, and then opened another hand. Looking at the 0-15 page, Sun Ming had a satisfied face. Sure enough, it is not that he is too good, but he has not played for a long time. This is not, with the foundation of the first hand, he is not bad this hand. Continue, and then opened again. 0-25. This damn must be someone playing me. Otherwise I wouldn't be so miserable. I could have CD this hand. Sun Ming deceived himself and complained in the office. Anyway, no one can see or hear. He can do whatever he wants. Do not play. No fun. This game really does not suit me. Sun Ming again sighed. 3 games for more than an hour. Also arrived at the time of dinner. Sun Ming directly shut down the computer out of the office. At this time the company is also almost finished. The employees have been talking to each other about what to eat, but saw Sun Ming walked out of the office and instantly quiet. No sound at all. The deterrent force is full. Sun Ming did not say anything. When he was an employee is also the most looking forward to the moment of the end of the day. This is human nature. Sun Ming walked out of the company under the greetings of the 2 little girls at the front desk. At this time the various companies have not arrived at the end of the day. The elevator is still okay. Immediately to the floor where Sun Ming is. Downstairs to eat Tanjia cuisine. Not bad. Is a little expensive. Of course, for him is nothing. After eating nothing to do and go to the company to touch the fish. To more than 4 o'clock really cannot play. Was hit by the fast, cannot live on their own. Which makes Sun Ming is really discouraged. This game still have to find someone to bring. At least kill a few people. Every time it is 0 bar a few. Which who can stand? The heart of the gas. Just want a fitness. Said go. Directly downstairs to drive. Go to map, search a recent rating in high gym. Drive the car over. Sun Ming would never go to the gym because it had waistlines, peach buttocks, a small waist, legs and so on. He just wanted to work out and went to the gym. Well, that was it. Chapter 42 Gym. LM Fitness Club was a very large gym, occupying the entire 3rd floor of a commercial building. After Sun Ming parked his car in the underground garage, he came to the 3rd floor from the elevator without any access control, and just around the corner out of the elevator was the front desk of the gym. Hello sir, may I ask if you are here to work out or looking for someone? The front desk lady greeted Sun Ming the first time she saw him and spoke sweetly to him. I plan to work out, but can I take a look first? Sun Ming didn't have much else in mind, just wanted to see if there were many people. The receptionist lady did not say anything, and directly took Sun Ming to stroll around the gym. You don't say, it really can be. The gym is very wide, and the supporting facilities are especially complete. Aerobic area, anaerobic area, body area, swimming area, iron jerking area, resting place, private tutor's place, washing place and so on. It is now 5 p.m. It is the time when the gym is crowded, and there is still a steady stream of people coming in. The aerobic area and the jerking iron area. At this time there are many fitness enthusiasts are wailing on the training. Of course, Sun Ming wanted to see the most at this time in the distance in the shape area, as if practicing yoga. That body, that posture. Simply, sure enough, women who can exercise are the best. Of course, there are some obese people who are trying to lose weight, but these people are not important. Anyway, Sun Ming is not here to see them. The aspect of body shape Sun Ming has never paid much attention to. 1 meter 8 in height, 150 pounds in weight, can only be said to be okay, not fat and not thin, but there is no muscle. So he did not understand the pain of those obese people to lose weight. Not a level. However, recently eat too well, rest too much, and have the time to nest in the home to play games and brush the video. Did not move much. Recently the weight is a little bit want to go up. So that is, now come to the gym is the best choice. Can't be fat into a ball later and then lose weight. That would be too painful. A good turnaround. Although these girls' body are very nice, but the value of the face, well, can only say that it is still okay. Not up to let a person want a crime of that kind of impulse, which makes Sun Ming some disappointment. What broken gym? From the financial center is so close to such a high-end place is not even that level of the girl. How can it be? It can't be helped. The body did gain some weight recently. Try the gym first, just in case. Self-soothing a number of, with the front desk lady nodded. Said can. Spend 4,000 to do a gym membership. After the card all the fitness equipment can be used. But how dare he use? What if he bumped into it? What if you twist and hurt yourself if you don't use it correctly? What to do? Hey, yes, this time to hire a private tutor. So that the private tutor hand in hand to teach this is not a beautiful thing? Still afraid of learning not? As for the private tutor with male and female, this is not nonsense. If you find a male personal trainer with the gym, of course, if you don't have money, you can go online and search, but that's not suitable for Sun Ming. Why? Because Sun Ming has the money to afford a personal trainer. After Sun Ming finished his card, he didn't leave the front desk to go to the gym directly, and directly asked the front desk lady, "Beauty, you should have a woman in your private chat, right? I plan to hire a private tutor." "Hello Mr. Sun, of course we have female private tutors here. I can give you a shout if you need it." Okay, you shout it." "Okay Mr. Sun, you wait a moment." The front desk lady finished, directly on the intercom began to say, "Please all the female coaches who are not in class right now to come to the front desk. There is a guest here who needs to have a private chat." The front desk lady shouted several times in a row before putting it down, and then said to Sun Ming, "Mr. Sun, please wait a moment." Sun Ming did not speak but nodded. Shinyu was the female coach of this LM, and had just taken a shower after teaching a female member yoga, and had just finished her shower when she heard a voice coming from inside her intercom. After hearing what the front desk lady said, the pair of charming peach blossom eyes suddenly lit up. "There are performance coming. General gym coaches selling classes are through the online release of their own video or offline flyers. The least of which is the customer came to the front desk to say looking for fitness coaches, because this is very easy to be robbed single. Therefore, most of her customer base is through the video she shot specifically to find over, mainly because of Shinyu's body convex and curved, without a trace of flab. At a glance you know that she knows how to fitness modeling, but her members are not particularly large, only a dozen. Most of them are women, only a few are men, but the fitness instructor is not so easy to be. After all, their main source of income is to sell classes, but was attracted to her body are not what want a serious fitness. Female members come to a few days cannot stand, are thinking of practicing for a period of time can be trained into her like this, but how is this possible? So, after practicing and practicing, there is no one left. Male members are even simpler, are rushing to her to come, do not even think about fitness. You say you rush to come to you to spend a little more money can also be she ran into a lesson to buy people, which makes her very speechless. Want to mix in the gym? First of all, you have to be able to sell more classes, but also have to find new customers all the time. If the accumulation is not enough, without the gym dismissed, you yourself because the salary is too low quit. Shinyu some time ago because of their own new customers did not develop a few. The old customers and not much to the situation. Forced to discuss with the receptionist's sister. If there are new customers, the first time to tell her, the commission 70 to 30%. The receptionist is very satisfied with this matter, because she does not have to do a little work. The most is to notify Shinyu in advance. If the customer is not happy she can continue to notify other coaches. That's right, the front desk young lady seemed to be talking about all the free female coaches coming to the front desk, but in reality these several voices were shouted to Shinyu. Only Sun Ming didn't know. So after Shinyu heard the front desk lady's voice on the intercom, she hurriedly put on her clothes and shoes and hurriedly ran towards the front desk. At this time Shinyu hurriedly came to the front desk hall, face still hanging water droplets, shoulder-length hair scattered behind, exudes a fresh fragrance, and then looked at Sun Ming. No other reason, is because the front desk at this time only the front desk lady and Sun Ming. At this time, Sun Ming has been attracted to Shinyu. He can apologize to the gym at this time. He just thought it was wrong. The financial center near the gym, how can there be no high-quality girls? Customers they cannot choose, but the coach they can choose. Shinyu, who appeared in front of Sun Ming at this time, reached the qualification that Sun Ming wanted to impulse. Sun Ming looked at her with slightly burning eyes. He saw the color of the intention. Blah blah blah, what to see the color of the intention? Sun Ming in the heart hit himself 2 slaps. Is clearly love at first sight. Chapter 43 Shinyu. Hello sir, are you looking for a private tutor? Although Shinyu knew that it was Sun Ming who was looking for a private tutor, she still had to ask. Sun Ming nodded and said, "Aha, please follow me, let's go to the parlor to talk." Shinyu extended her hand to Sun Ming to guide him. Sun Ming slowly followed. Inside the parlor, the two sat opposite each other. Hello sir, is the purpose of hiring a personal trainer fitness or shaping or muscle building? Shinyu asked to Sun Ming. Muscle building and molding. Sun Ming didn't talk nonsense and said it directly. Can you talk about your specific goals, such as 8-pack abs or mermaid lines? There is no such high demand, just a little exercise workout, so that my body can keep going on. Of course, if I can develop muscles, it's also fine, but I'm not asking for any 8-pack abs, it's too torturous, Sun Ming said in a serious manner, while saying that his eyes kept flashing. This world is very unfair. Some people fitness, dieting, molding, and even more go to plastic surgery liposuction, suffered a lot of torture and injury, but the final effect is still unsatisfactory, such as the gym outside the workout girls. Their body is very good. Is the face of this piece is really natural, even if they spend a lot of money, and even endured the pain of the ordinary people cannot endure, but still not as good as those who are naturally beautiful people slightly painted, but not as good as those who are 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 not as good as the others. The effect of those who were born with beauty slightly painted a light makeup. There's no way to say the word envy 100 times. It's useless. It's just not comparable. Shenyu was this kind of naturally beautiful and charming woman. Even though she had just finished taking a shower and her face was still covered in water droplets, her features were just exquisite to the extreme, with almost no imperfections visible. Everything was good, and her body was superb. Where it should be fat it was hard to resist, where it should be thin. She was at the top of the list amongst all the women Sun Ming had seen. The most crucial thing is that Shenyu's height is also high enough, at least 1 meter 7. If the bare legs wear high heels that is simply perfect. Such a good condition. Angel face, devil body. Here to do fitness coach is really a pity but with this condition even if she does not have a boyfriend there should be a lot of people chasing it, but the idea is very rich reality is very bone sensitive. Shenyu's posture is indeed very high, but the reality of chasing her very few, because the face value is too high, and the place of work is the financial center this side of the high-grade gym. Most of the men who see even the courage to talk to, even if there is the courage to feel that she has already been taken care of, and thus directly give up. This is also a very realistic problem, because a little bit of the girl above the WeChat has hung full of suitors. But what about Shinyu? It is not easy to have a few by lessons, but also cannot afford to put blood money. Think she such a person should not lack of suitors, to see if you can empty gloves white wolf. But is it possible? This also led to her circle is very small, so small that she can only soak in the gym every day. Otherwise her body would not be so great. Of course, this is also she usually do not go to bars and nightclubs and other places. Otherwise the people in that place do not care if you are a rich woman or was adopted. Where people see beautiful women cannot walk the road. In the end, Shenyu is a little bit of bad luck. The place of work is not particularly good. If she is now working in the financial center, the suitors can be lined up from the upstairs to the downstairs, which is not so much to let Sun Ming greedy. At this time, Sun Ming was recklessly sizing her up, but Shenyu seemed to not see it and continued to explain for Sun Ming. Muscle building and shaping takes a long time, and muscle travel is slow. If you plan to follow me in training, it will take a long time, but I will specially customize a comprehensive and long-lasting diet and fitness plan for you. May I ask sir what is your physical condition? Are there any uncomfortable places? Sun Ming said after glancing at her. The state is quite good. If it's uncomfortable, it's just that sometimes the waist will be a little bit sore, but it's not often sore. Generally, waist pain is related to the kidneys. Of course, the premise is that your waist has not suffered external damage. You can go to the hospital to do a comprehensive examination. If it is only external damage, then you need to take medication and so on. If it's internal then you need to exercise to make up for it. Sun Ming nodded in understanding as he listened to her such professional words. Shenyu looked at Sun Ming and continued. Then I'll talk about the courses I teach. One is conventional, one is yoga and so on. Conventional words is to gain muscle and reduce fat and so on. This kind of need to pay attention to dietary habits and so on. I will notify you in writing at that time. Yoga is a type of molding. This needs to be stretched action. Just need to follow my action to do it. Then let's wait until we start practicing. What kind of class do I need to buy? How much is one lesson? Sun Ming interrupted her. Shenyu looked at Sun Ming with a confused face. Previous clients weren't like this In the past, she had seen people who couldn't wait to listen to her all the time, saying that her mouth was dry and she didn't buy a lesson, but was just grumbling here and not leaving, causing her to leave or not. And now she suddenly stumbled upon a customer who was so refreshing that she still couldn't react. Looking at Shenyu's silly look, Sun Ming almost couldn't hold back his laughter. This beauty is his dish, but not sure if it's really like this. Try it first. Shenyu slowed down and continued to speak. We don't sell a lesson here. They are all sold as a whole. There are 12 lessons, 24 lessons, 48 lessons, and up to 100 lessons. For the price, the regular one is still a bit more expensive. After all, you have to customize your diet specifically for you. You need 300 lesson hours. And the yoga shaping just needs to practice after me. 206 lesson hours. Shenyu finished and then hastily added. Follow me to practice will definitely be successful. You see my figure is practiced. After saying that she also stood up and turned around in front of Sun Ming. Sun Ming's eyes were a bit glowing as he looked at her figure. It was indeed very good. Well, good. Then let's have 100 hours of each of the regular hours and the yoga modeling hours. So I should be able to practice it, right? Sun Ming looked at Shenyu and slowly said, 100 hours each of the two programs? Did she hear that right? She had been a fitness instructor for some time, and every time a member bought a class, they couldn't wait to buy 12 hours each. When did private lessons sell so well? Shin Yu at this time excited face red. The heart is also in the poof poof jump. If the 200 hours really sold out, then she will be sent this month's salary easily several tens of thousands of dollars it. Aha, yes sir. If you intend to buy 100 hours of both regular hours and yoga shaping hours, your request can definitely be met. Shin Yu's voice became much smaller at this time, fearing that a louder voice would scare Sun Ming away. Chapter 44, Kindergarten. Sun Ming didn't pay attention to Shin Yu's voice, but just swiped his card to pay. It wasn't much for him anyway. Shin Yu, however, went out for a while and then came over with the key to the closet and a set of workout clothes. Her face was very pretty at this time, and her eyes brought light when she looked at Sun Ming. After all, it was the first time she had sold so many lessons. Then let's go for a body test first, and then we'll go train? Hearing Shin Yu's inquiring tone, Sun Ming nodded and said yes, that's fine. You go change first, I'll wait for you in the private training area. Okay. After Sun Ming changed his clothes and came to the private teaching area, Shin Yu was already standing next to a body measuring instrument. Sun Ming just simply measured and didn't measure anything, but this was normal. His body didn't have any problems in the first place, and he only intended to casually practice when he came, because Sun Ming is the first time to fitness, so just simply do aerobic exercise. Lifting dumbbells, barbells did not get, not Shin Yu does not allow. Is Sun Ming do not like this thing? No sense of security. Although this gym is very high-end, equipment quality is very good, but Sun Ming's psychology is to hate this thing. After an hour of regular courses are considered finished, to the yoga modeling class, rested for a while on the direct start. Yoga modeling, this piece of water is very deep. If it is not reliable coaches to teach you a few movements, and then use the fascia gun to give you a hit on the end. Of course, if the reliable coach that this class time will be a lot of effort, simply teach the movement is not good enough, but also have to get on the hands of fiddling with trainees. Especially Sun Ming, this kind of nothing will be. The muscles are more tense, the body will be in contact with a lot of. But Shin Yu, who dared to spend tens of thousands of dollars on lessons, dared to just teach them? Sure enough, Sun Ming learned a few moves after the rest of the time is Shin Yu in fiddling with him. In general, the first time to do body shaping plus yoga moves will certainly be painful wailing. Sun Ming is no exception. That is really painful, resulting in the consequences of the private teaching area a lot of people have looked over. Sun Ming does not care about their eyes, although it hurts, but after all kinds of physical contact, he can still feel Shin Yu's body is really soft and material. An hour later, Shin Yu, because of the hard teaching, a lot of sweat on her forehead. After making a deep breath and exhaling, she said to Sun Ming, "It's too hard to do molding for you boys. It's almost killing me. Your muscles are also too hard." Sun Ming glanced at her body, thinking about the feeling of her soft body pressed against his body just now. It was indeed very good. So he invited, "It's not too early. Why don't we go out for dinner?" Shin Yu's expression was stunned, somewhat understanding Sun Ming's thoughts. After thinking about it, she still opened her mouth and refused. "Thank you, but I still have members waiting behind me for class. Next time." Hearing Shin Yu's refusal, Sun Ming didn't take it seriously. After all, he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry. He had a serious job, not those people in nightclubs, so he took his time. After exchanging contact information with each other, Sun Ming said to Shin Yu, "That's fine. Then next time you cannot refuse me." Well, okay, go back on the road a little slower. What do not understand can WeChat ask me. Okay, bye. Bye. The next day, and in the company touched the fish for a morning. Although the home also has a computer, the configuration is even better than the company's. But this environment is different. Play the game when the state of mind is also different. At home to play the game is no fun. Or in the company touch the fish to be able to look at others busy work. They sit in the office comfortably touched the fish. Cool. In the afternoon, Sun Ming went to the gym early. He is not greedy people Shin Yu good looking. He just want a fitness, exercise body. While working out while chatting, Sun Ming inquired about Shin Yu has no boyfriend. Now he is close to the water first. As to whether she has a suitor more or less, not in Sun Ming's scope of consideration. In his eyes, the other are not a threat to him, especially now while working out while chatting. The two are now much better relationship than yesterday. I was thinking of asking Shin Yu to have dinner again today, and then naturally do whatever I need to do afterward. But unfortunately I was delayed by a phone call. More than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time the temperature of Jianhai already has 20 degrees. Unlike when he just came, wearing less really frozen into a grandson. However, at this moment, if it was the previous him, he would either stay at home and play games or feel the fish in the company. But now he was outside the double crane kindergarten, waiting for his child to be released from school. Of course, it's not Sun Ming's child, Sun Ming doesn't know anyone here, and the people he knows here are all some kind of rich second generation, and he can't be used to pick up the child. And even this group of rich second generation doesn't have a child yet just like him. Then whose child did Sun Ming come to pick up? His third brother Sun Xiong's child, that is, Sun Ming's own brother. Sun Xiong today do not know because of what specifically gave him a phone call. Said there is no one to pick up the child today. Entrusted to him, Sun Ming, of course, obliged. After all, in the heart of Sun Ming, he has always believed that he owed Sun Xiong. If not him, Sun Xiong would not have been beaten so badly, when he was only on the first year of life. Since childhood was a baby to the big, which have seen this scene, the two cried all night that night, which is the Sun Ming this half-life, the shadow of this half of Sun Ming's life. Sun Ming squatted on the side of the road, eating ice cream, although the weather is not warm, but this does not affect his favorite bite. After all, he and his hair a few winter is usual to eat ice cream it. He was a bit anxious, not because Sun Xiong asked him to pick up the children, but this point in time the kindergarten is not even released. Have to wait until 5 o'clock. This is caught up with the time they used to go to elementary school. Their village children at 3 o'clock in the afternoon kindergarten is dismissed. This city children are also too difficult, roll too much, and he also heard his cousin Sun Ning said that this child every day after class there are all kinds of cram school to go. Dance, and English all have to go to cram school. Simply crazy. Sun Xiong does not know how he got through it? According to the cousin's words, really is worse than death. Sun Ming 3 months to give up. Sun Xiong and Sun Ning but insisted on almost 20 years. They do not know that this is not good for the child's psychology? Sun Xiong is actually clear. His daughter-in-law is also clear. But they are ordinary people. They are trying their best to reach this point. But with the real Jianghai locals are too far. Everyone is in the fight, are in the role. You do not work hard can only be eliminated. Especially in the Sun Ming did not develop before. Sun Ming's older brother, the second brother, plus Sun Ming did not work hard at the beginning of the results of all people saw. Sun Xiong can only let the child continue to walk his way, all the way to roll down the road. This is the helplessness of ordinary people. Of course, in Sun Ming's opinion is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You say it is okay to roll from elementary school. Kindergarten children roll with A? Besides playing and eating, what else can they do? Even to go to the toilet there are many children have to be led by the teacher, or else they will pee in their pants. I'm sure they'll say it better than anyone, but it's all about tuition. Kindergarten tuition is really expensive. Too expensive. Chapter 45, Little Morning Sun. Sun Ming this little niece on the double crane kindergarten is Jianghai private bilingual kindergarten. A year of tuition is 120,000. You dare to believe? A few years old child tuition 10,000 a month. Although the money for the current Sun Ming is nothing, but for ordinary families, it is impossible to afford. Some people say that you can go to a public one, which is only a few $100s a month, which is fine, unless the conditions are really particularly bad. Otherwise not many people would choose that kind of kindergarten. As for why, of course, it's because of the general environment. Everyone is saying that kindergarten is the time to lay the foundation, but also the most important stage, only to lay a good foundation in order to fly farther and farther. By the time you get to elementary school, middle school and high school it's the same rhetoric. Everyone is being influenced, and if in a position to do so, everyone is doing their best to get their kids into the best school they can afford, whether it's kindergarten or elementary school, middle school. Because of this, there are all kinds of schools at all prices, and they won't stop until they've emptied your family's pockets. Parents eat this up too, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. Nowadays, most of the people who take their children to school are old people, and there are very few young people. Unless they are full-time moms or full-time dads, and the rest of them are like Sun Xiong and his daughter-in-law, who work part-time. As soon as 5 o'clock arrived, the kindergarten was surrounded by people desperately trying to squeeze inside, as if the children would be gone if they were a little late. Sun Ming is not in a hurry, because Sun Xiong has already called the teacher. He waited until the end on the line, let others to squeeze it. These old men and women, usually a week, sitting on a bus subway still have to let others give up their seats. Now looks like each of the martial arts Feng Shiyu. Sensitive hands, do not know how to squeeze in, did not wait long, the crowd dispersed, leaving a few people waiting outside. Sun Ming slowly walked toward the kindergarten door, saw under the leadership of the teacher, his little niece wearing a small hat. Was her mother dressed up beautifully? Pink sarong, long white socks, black small leather shoes, and the child is also very beautiful. Their old Sun family's genes are strong. Sun Ming is long and handsome. Sun Ning is beautiful. Sun Xiong is also a handsome boy. Sun Xiong's daughter-in-law is also very good-looking. After all, Sun Xiong is also a bit of capital to pick a pick. The little girl is very cute, and she has some of Sun Xiong's shadow in her eyes, which makes Sun Ming look more and more like him. Seeing Sun Ming's moment, the little girl is still a little shy, but this child still remembers Sun Ming. After all, when the New Year's Eve met, this time has not passed much longer. When she arrived at Sun Ming's side, the little girl timidly called out, "Little uncle." Sun Ming excitedly answered and then picked up the little niece, soft and sticky, with a child's fragrance, especially good smell. Then he prepared a small cake to the little niece, said, "Uncle, please eat cake." The little girl and softly said, "Thank you, uncle." Hearing this voice, Sun Ming was simply delighted. Really, the little girl is the best. Brats and whatnot go aside. Say goodbye to your teacher and classmates. The little girl softly said goodbye to the teacher again, and goodbye to the wind. The teacher also smiled and said, "Bye-bye morning." A middle-aged man with a tiger-headed little boy beside him also said excitedly, "Goodbye, Mr. Morning Sun." Yes, Sun Ming's little niece was called Sun Chensi, a name given to her by her second uncle, with a beautiful meaning, but this child did not get the light that the name deserved, and was stuck in the middle of the swamp of learning. Sun Ming nodded to the teacher and left with Chensi in his arms. Although the little girl moved and wanted to go down and walk on her own, how could Sun Ming give up? This child is too attractive. Decided that in the future, if Chensi's parents do not have time, this child will follow him to live. As for whether he will bring children, as for whether he can take care of a child, this is not nonsense. He certainly will not. But Sun Ming has money. What kind of babysitter can he not find? Thinking about how excited the little boy was to greet Chensi just now, Sun Ming was a bit puzzled. "Chensi, tell Uncle Xiao, did that boy know you well just now? Why are you so happy to say something?" Little Chensi timidly answered while taking small bites of cake. "His name is Chen Fengwen. He always likes to play with me and often gives me things, but I like to play with little girls and don't want to play with him." Sun Ming understood. Licking dog. No, little licking dog. Young age unexpectedly deep in this. Not simple. Then you said you don't like him? Sun Ming asked again. The little girl's soft voice came out again. Said that, but he still looks for me to play, and others don't play with him. I feel sorry for him, and sometimes I play with him. This kid, still isolated in kindergarten. This kid can't take it well. Then little Chensi can also play with him in the future. But you can't hold hands, no? Sun Ming is not a saint, but small children can help out a little bit, provided that little Chensi doesn't mind. Okay, little uncle. Sure enough, what does a little kid less than 4 years old know? But Sun Ming wanted to remind Chensi, very much coming together. That tiger-headed kid was surprisingly also here and shouting loudly. "Windy, you're here too," little Chensi said in a milky voice. "Aha, Chensi, you come down. Let's show you our family's automobile." This kid actually started showing off the car. He even told little Chensi to go down, which made Sun Ming angry, but also helpless. After all, he was an adult who couldn't be bothered with small children. Little Chensi had wanted to get down from Sun Ming's embrace, and after hearing this kid's words, she even twisted her body and started to protest. Sun Ming had no choice but to squat down and put little Chensi down. Watching the two children hopping towards the front, the middle-aged man bowed in embarrassment and said, "Sorry to bother you." What could Sun Ming do? He could only wave his hand and say that it was fine. The middle-aged man looked very bookish. He should also be a teacher or something like that. Very amiable. The two didn't have anything to say to anyone. After all, they didn't know each other at all, and could only hear the two tiny children in front of them talking with childish voices chatting. "Chensi, go, let you see our family's automobile." After saying that, he wanted to pull the little girl's hand. The little Chensi was also smart, directly dodged away, and then said, "Wind wink classmate, you can just directly take me there." The little boy scratched the back of his head, then said, "Okay, then you come with me." Sun Ming saw the expression of the little Chensi's action was satisfied. This is the right way. The little fairy shouldn't be touched by other boys, and the middle-aged man was apologizing and reflecting. Sun Ming didn't mind. Anyway, my family's teaching is good. Other people's families, even if it's bad, it's not related to his family's. Just hide away. But wait to leave also have to teach the little girl. He just said wrong. This kid cannot take care of the future with the same as before. Hide away. This kid tiger head. Look quite honest, but give a ladder on the wall. Still want to hold hands? Dream on. 46 chapters. Fun little girl. Not much far to see the middle-aged man's family car. Not to mention, this kid does have the capital to show off. Bentley Timothy. Landing price of about more than $3 million. Wow, it's beautiful. Little Chensi said in awe. A car of more than $3 million is worth a pretty in her eyes. After all, she is still too young to know so many words. The middle-aged man smiled as he looked at the two children, and didn't care that the little boy was bringing little Chensi to play around in the car. Sun Ming is now very hateful, especially hateful. That Wang Tao, wait for it, it won't take long to clean up you. If not for him, today should be pretending is Sun Ming. 35 million in front of the Aston Martin scrapped. Want to fix it early. Lin Haiyang intended to introduce him to a person who can buy a car, but he also pretended to refuse. This is not pitiful. Now he is driving a Porsche Panamera. The price is not compared to others. Can be angry. However, Sun Ming also thought of his hands, not much money. Money all in the company's accounts. Invested a large part. Probably still left a few hundred million. A moment to call Lu Ji. Let him buy 2 Rolls-Royce. When he drove A, let Lu Ji drive A. And then buy a few Mercedes-Benz. The company is so big but also no car. Set out to make people laugh. Played a little bit of small Chensi, ran over. Said to go. Sun Ming did not say anything more. Today was supposed to pretend that the force was installed by others. Bah! Bad luck. Picked up the little girl directly toward his car over. Opened the door. The seat belt to her fastened. And then drove away. Looking at the back of the Porsche leaving, a light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Then greeted the little boy and drove away as well. Does little Chensi like that car? Sun Ming sat in the car and asked the little girl. I like it, but I prefer this car of little uncle's. I think little uncle's car is better looking than his family's. Hearing little Chensi's words, Sun Ming was instantly happy. Sure enough, Porsche is what attracts young people's favor. Then when little Chensi grows up, will little uncle give you a Porsche? Sun Ming said seductively. Mom said that you can't ask for other people's things, but thank you little uncle. Little Chensi refused because her mom didn't let her accept other people's things. This education was very good. Sun Ming nodded. Then is little uncle someone else? Sun Ming wasn't willing and teased the little girl again. Little Chensi cocked her head and scratched it, not knowing what to say. I'm your little uncle, right? The little girl nodded vigorously when she heard that. Then little uncle is one of us, right? Right. The little girl thought for a moment, then said loudly. Since it's one of our own and not someone else, then can little uncle send something to little Chensi to accept it? Can. Little Chensi reacted quickly, then said one word out loud. That's right. After little Chensi turns 18, little uncle will buy you your favorite car, okay? Sun Ming couldn't stop the smile on his face as he said to his little niece. Okay, thank you little uncle. The little girl couldn't find her way out of the car after being fooled. Sun Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud, causing the little girl to be puzzled, not understanding why her little uncle was so happy after saying a few words. Then what does little Chensi want to eat? Your mom and dad won't be home until a little later, so little uncle will take you to eat something first. Sun Ming stopped laughing, then whispered to the little girl. Little uncle, can I eat McDonald's KFC? The little girl's tone carried a plea, and Sun Ming's heart ached as he listened. Of course you can. Our Chensi can eat whatever she wants. Now little uncle will take you to eat. But little uncle asked, why does Chensi want to eat McDonald's KFC? Do you think it's delicious? No, it's because my classmates and the girls all say that McDonald's KFC is the best thing in the world. I told mom and dad that I want to eat it, but they won't take me there at all. And they even say that it's junk food and won't let me eat it. Okay, I won't listen to mom and dad today. Little uncle will take you to eat McDonald's KFC. Aha, thank you little uncle. Little uncle is the best. Hearing the sweet voice of the little girl, Sun Ming simply liked to burst. No, this child his steel home, cannot endure. Simply cannot endure. Did not drive far to see the roadside there is a McDonald's. Found a place to stop the car. To the little girl to loosen the seatbelt. And then picked up, closed the door and locked the car into the McDonald's. The car is not a good choice, but it is a good choice. Let the little girl choose something to eat. But she has not eaten. Do not recognize anything. Burger little girl certainly cannot eat. So she ordered a chicken wings, a French fries, a cup of Coke. The little girl is too small, cannot eat much, and the evening still have to eat. A little taste even if it is a Coke, let her drink a mouthful of more than cannot be. This thing is less than 4 years old for the child, or not to drink is better. The little girl at ease eating chicken wings, although the chicken wings are very small, but still get full of face oil. Hurry to find the waiter to ask for a small package of wet wipes. Waiting for the little girl to finish eating, immediately wipe her mouth and face. The little face cannot have a little greasy. Sun Ming sat on the bench and watched the little girl's cheeks move. Did not hold back, with a finger gently poked a little. The little girl, full of confusion, turned her head to look at Sun Ming, and then while eating French fries while slurring his words, Xiaosu, what are you doing Sana? It's fine. You continue to eat. Little uncle didn't do it on purpose. Hearing Sun Ming's explanation, the little girl didn't care, but turned around and continued to eat her fries. Little kids are so easy to fool. Sun Xion's home in the outskirts of Shanghai, although in the old family said to buy a house in Shanghai, but the location is really not very good. If you drive to their company to an hour, but just like this, the price of the house is still more than 40,000 a flat. However, the property is quite good. All kinds of access control system has. Sun Ming is not the owner, not tenants, No parking space, if not looking at his car is really good. Plus Sun Ming said a few good words to let in. Or not Sun Ming have to parked outside cannot be. Hey, or the car is too broken. If you drive on his Aston Martin who dares to stop him? Hatred of Wang Tao has increased by 1 point. Came to the 5th floor. Stood to the elevator mouth. He could not go up. But also TM to elevator card. Bah! Little uncle. Here. Without waiting for him to call Sun Xiong, little Chensi instead drummed up her little school bag and took out the elevator card. He should know that he can't get in. And put it inside Xiao Chensi's school bag. Otherwise the little girl wouldn't be able to use this thing. After the elevator opened, swiped the card. And then the button for the 21st floor lit up. Soon arriving at the 21st floor, Sun Ming gently knocked on the door. With a creak, the door opened and it was Sun Xiong. Little Ming has arrived? Come in quickly, Dad. Without waiting for Sun Ming to respond, the little girl directly shouted loudly towards Sun Xiong and then pounced over. Hey, little baby is back too. Ha, is it good for little uncle to bring you around? Sun Xiong spoke while signaling Sun Ming to go in. Sun Ming shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, the little girl is not so easy to trick away. This has just arrived home and is looking for his father. Chapter 47, A Family of 3. Sun Xiong wearing a white shirt suit pants. Feet are slippers. Should be just off work not long. Clothes have not had time to change. But looking at Sun Xiong's appearance is not haggard. Is not there something to find him? Sun Ming followed Sun Xiong into the house. More than 100 square feet of 3 rooms and 1 hall. The space is not small. A family of 3 living is still rich a house. Sun Xiong put down Chensi. The little girl thumped and ran towards the kitchen, shouting, Mom, I'm back. Sun Ming didn't see his sister-in-law. He could only hear the voice speaking. I know, I heard the little baby come back. Well, go out and find Daddy to play. Mom is frying vegetables. Oh, okay. Little Morning Glory replied and thumped out again. Sit. Sun Xiong said casually to Sun Ming. He was also not polite, although he rarely saw Sun Xiong nowadays, but as a child that had drilled a quilt, Sun Ming didn't bother his sister-in-law. After all, she wasn't too familiar with him. She had seen him a few times when she got married, and then she had seen him once when little Chensi was full moon, and then she hadn't seen him again. Sun Ming's sister-in-law is called Su Shui, looks quite beautiful, and Sun Xiong is a securities company. The salary and Sun Xiong not much difference, otherwise the two cannot afford to buy a house here. Xiao Chensi sat paralyzed on the sofa and picked up Sun Xiong's cell phone and began to watch cartoons. Nowadays children do not watch TV, are holding adult cell phones to watch animation or watch short videos, compared to what they used to be. A lot less fun. Sun Ming also did not politely talk to Sun Xiong and directly opened his mouth and asked, What happened to work recently? Why don't you have time to pick up the kids today? We have always been like this. When the economy is good we are busy. When it is bad we are idle. Unless there is a big event. Otherwise we just keep fooling around. But lately it has been a bit busy. In the past it was your sister-in-law who got off work early to go and pick up Chensi. Today it was too busy to call you. You know that Xiao Ning is in school. We don't have any family or friends here, so we can only look for you. Sun Xiong sighed and directly explained the reason to Sun Ming. Sun Ming understood that the securities company was fine if it was usual. If there were a few big clients suddenly looking for, it would be strange if they weren't busy for a while, although Sun Xiong didn't specifically say because of what they were busy. But Sun Ming also guessed it. I also heard from Ning that his little brother suddenly got rich, bought a villa and also a sports car, so I thought you should be particularly idle. So I found something for you to do. Sun Xiong directly said, It's to see that you're too idle and I'm busy. You come to adopt the child. Sun Ming laughed and shook his head. This sister, really still close to her own brother. What? Earned from speculation? Sun Xiong asked the doubt in his heart. Sun Ming nodded. Good luck. Just in time. Hearing Sun Ming's explanation, Sun Xiong didn't really believe it but didn't ask much. After all, he was just a cousin. Sun Xiong saw that Sun Ming's eyes had been staring at little Morning Glory and said with a smile, Envious? Envious? This little girl, the more I look at her, the more I really like her. Why don't you and my sister-in-law have another one? I'll take this one? Go to hell. You're rich now. Why don't you find a daughter-in-law? When the time comes to give birth to a few as well, you won't have to be envious and jealous here. Sun Xiong said to Sun Ming without good humor. Che, even if you find one, whether you can give birth to such a beautiful little girl is still a matter of opinion. It's better to directly carry away this to save trouble. Hearing Sun Ming's words, Sun Xiong shook his head helplessly. Little Ming, you just think too much. With your condition, it's not good to find a good-looking daughter-in-law? You yourself are so handsome. The child you give birth to must be especially good-looking. If it's a girl, it might be even better-looking than Chensi. The sister-in-law who was inside the kitchen came out with a plate of dishes and said to Sun Ming as she walked, Mom, I'm the prettiest girl. Before Sun Ming could say anything, Little Chansey retorted her mom's words in advance. Right. Our Chansey is the best looking. A little princess. Sun Xiong was the first to pat his horse's ass. When Su Shui heard Sun Xiong's words, she gave him a big blank stare. Ignoring the two, then said to Sun Ming, if you think you can't find one, sister-in-law can introduce you to a few. With your condition, only you can pick someone else. No one else can pick you. Thank you, sister-in-law. I don't need it for the time being. Let's do it sometime later. I haven't had enough fun yet. Sun Ming quickly refused. Su Shui heard Sun Ming refused, also did not care. Sun Ning said to Sun Xiong, this brother's conditions, indeed very rich, also does not lack of objects. She is just casually said, it is impossible for people to lack a girlfriend. Wash your hands and eat. All done. I'll go and bring it over. Su Shui finished and went to the kitchen. Sun Xiong directly picked up the little Chansey. The two went to wash their hands. Sun Ming followed the two. After washing their hands, Su Shui also put all the dishes up. Sweet and sour spare ribs, cold beef, shredded pork with fish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a ball soup. 4 dishes and a soup, both meat and vegetarian. The flavor has not been tasted, but it smells very fragrant. Sun Xiong looked at Sun Ming. Sun Ming looked at Sun Xiong. Drink some? Drink some. The two of them asked and answered to determine what was missing in the end. Little Ming, didn't you drive here? Su Shui said with some concern. It's okay. Anyway, we have another house at home. Let him live in that house by himself if he drinks too much. Sun Xiong solved Su Shui's question. There's a chauffeur. It's fine. Sun Ming said so. Sun Xiong went to the kitchen and took out a piece of beer. He is the same as Sun Ming. Also do not drink white wine. So the house also prepared beer. Sometimes drink a bottle by himself. Sun Ming was also not polite. Indeed a little hungry. Picked up a piece of braised pork ribs and ate it. Well, it was indeed good. It was his favorite flavor. Sister-in-law's handiwork is really good. This braised pork ribs are made to be the same flavor as the restaurant. Hearing Sun Ming's praise, Su Shui's face was also smiling. If you like it then you should eat more. Mom, I want to eat too. You clip me 2 pieces. Looking at Sun Ming eating it up prettily, little Chansey was anxious. If she couldn't reach it, she was going to lay her hands on it and grab it. Okay, here you go, all for you. Su Shui smiled and gave Chansey a few pieces of ribs, letting her eat them accompanied by a piece of rice. And Sun Xiong also got a glass at this time, starting to open a beer, 1 for each person. Sun Ming did not ask Sun Xiong if he was really busy and did not have time to pick up and drop off the children, or if he had something to find him. He would know if he drank for a while. After all, how much alcohol can a person who has been managed since childhood have? Sure enough, Sun Xiong only 4 bottles on the drink cannot go on. The remaining Sun Ming himself he did not want to drink. Drinking must be someone apiece to be able to drink. A person drinking is not interesting. After eating, Sun Ming patted Sun Xiong's stomach and said, just finished eating, don't lie down. Go out for a walk? Sun Xiong wasn't too drunk. He just drank a little too much and his stomach was bloated. Hearing Sun Ming's words, Sun Xiong helplessly got up and put on his clothes and shoes before walking out of the room together. Chapter 48, What You Want? Su Shui holding little Chansey walking in front, Sun Xiong and Sun Ming walking in the back, wobbly walking not slow. Inside the district at this time is very bright, a variety of lights illuminating the path colorful. Do not say, although the district is a little expensive, but the quality can still be. Out of the neighborhood, outside suddenly lively, each almost outside the neighborhood will have a food court or a street and other food stalls. At this time the various food stalls have been filled with people, most of them are young people. After all, after a day of work young people are the least favorite cooking. Outside casually deal with this meal even if you have eaten. Looking at Su Shui who gradually walked away, Sun Ming said to Sun Xiong, sister-in-law is not there. Say, what's wrong? It can't really be just for me to pick up Chansey, right? Instantly, it seemed as if the area around Sun Ming was quiet. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the air seemed to be filled with a sense of oppression, suffocating people. Sun Xiong took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, and suddenly laughed at Sun Ming. The laughter was very loud, and while laughing, he said to Sun Ming, Little Ming, did you think that I was looking for you today because I wanted to borrow money? What did you think? Sun Ming was dumbfounded. What's wrong? Is it not to borrow money? Otherwise, what else could it be about? Looking at Sun Ming's dumbfounded look, Sun Xiong laughed even more happily. What? Hey, what are you laughing at? Sun Ming thought in his heart but didn't open his mouth. He knew that Sun Xiong would say it himself. Your sister-in-law and I 2 people's salaries together almost every month 50,000 yuan. And we 2 year-end awards is also a large amount of money. Not counting the year-end awards is the salary. Excluding the morning school fees, and the mortgage, plus eating and drinking can still be left more than 10,000 yuan. Do you think that we can now have any major difficulties? Even if it's a loan. I'll call you directly because we're brothers. Why would I ask you to come here? What? Sun Ming was confused again. Could it be that Sun Xiong asked him to come here today because he really didn't have time to pick up Chensi? No, even if they really don't have enough time, they can still have second auntie come over to bring up the child, right? In fact, apart from picking up Chensi today, there's also something else for you to help with. Sure enough, there is still something. Sun Ming thought so. What is it? It's not a big deal. It's just that Xiao Ning said that the place you live is Rongqing International. The educational resources there should be better, right? I was thinking of letting little Chensi go to school in your school district, so that the child can also receive a better education. Sun Xiong didn't nag. He directly told the matter. Poor parents which. Zhanghai, this place is really a district set for life. If there is no relationship, really cannot enter the top kindergarten, elementary school, junior high school, now in kindergarten. Although it feels nothing, Sun Ming also feel that the kindergarten is good or bad, no difference. Of course, do not be too bad. The ordinary on the line. But, from the elementary school is not the same. Zhanghai, this place to go to school is very easy. From the beginning of elementary school, 9 years of compulsory education, casually go anywhere can go to school. But the students cannot go to the top universities on the other hand. The school district? That is not to let the child inward roll, but to be able to keep the child's lower line. The least can go to a bachelor's degree. As for the top universities in the country, that will require the child himself own efforts, because parents have no way to learn for the child, can only let the child try not to lose at the starting line. Sun Xiong lives in the suburbs. Their school districts here do not have any top elementary, junior high and high school. All the good schools are crowded in the center of the city, because people there are rich, out of the high tuition. In fact, Sun Xiong two conditions can afford those tuition fees. After all, the highest primary and junior high school tuition fees a year is only 150,000 or 600,000. They do not lack of money. Lack of is the school district housing. This is the gap between the foreign population and the locals. People locals, even if they are not in the school district, looking for relations, most of them can go in. But Sun Xiong's work time is too short. The relationship is not so good to look for. So this is to find Sun Ming. And what about Sun Ming? At this time, although he did not say anything, but the heart is happy flowers, is thinking about how to coax the little Chensi over it. This is not people's parents took the initiative to send to the door. If Xiao Chensi goes to school with him, where is the accommodation? If it was boarding, then it would definitely be at the school. If it wasn't boarding, then it would need to stay at his house. But this still required Sun Ming to inquire about the situation to find out. Well, okay, you don't have to worry about this. When the time comes you can just send little Chensi over directly. Just leave the rest to me. Sun Ming didn't have any hesitation and directly agreed. Sun Xiong didn't have any surprise when he heard this, because he knew that for Sun Ming this was nothing at all. Of course, if Sun Xiong were to do it, this could be very troublesome and he wouldn't necessarily be able to accomplish it, which was why he was looking for Sun Ming. However, Sun Ming hesitated but still spoke quickly. Can little Chensi accept it? After all, she's still so young, and I see that she's still particularly clingy. Sun Ming could tell that little Chensi loved to pester Sun Xiong and Su Shui, and the two were especially loving towards the child. Suddenly letting the child go to school with him, whether the child could accept it or not was still one thing. This you don't have to worry about. Your sister-in-law and I have already discussed. Today let you pick up Chensi, even let you take her to play. We just want to see if little Chensi can accept you. But look at the result is still quite good. Little Chensi is still quite affectionate towards you. Hearing what Sun Xiong said, Sun Ming heart straight drums. Cannot affectionate it. You do not allow to eat things I let eat. You do not allow to play I let play. This again do not like this little uncle on the hell. Children are the best to cheat. As long as she likes you to take her to, she must be very close to you. Of course, this is for strangers, as a parent to the child or to discipline a little. That's good. But when are you guys planning on letting little Morningside go to my place? I can prepare in advance. I'll find a good school. Since this was the case, Sun Ming could only reluctantly agree. Definitely reluctantly. He would never admit that he was overjoyed. Well, a few days later, the earliest will be next week. After all, it will take some time to drop out of school here. Sun Xiong nodded then said, good, then I'll go back and look for it tomorrow. Just call me directly if you're ready. Aha. Hearing Sun Ming's words, Sun Xiong agreed. After saying things, the two of them went quiet and watched from afar as Su Shui held little Chensi's hand as she walked slowly ahead. After turning around, the four of them returned to the neighborhood. I'm leaving then. Ha! Sun Ming had already found a chauffeur on his way back, and now he sat in the car and said to the three, well, slow down on the road. Pay attention to safety. These words were said by Sun Xiong to the chauffeur. By little uncle. Little Chensi waved his hand vigorously and said loudly, goodbye Chensi. Then brother, sister-in-law, I'm off. Aha, slow down on the road. Su Shui instructed again. Sun Ming nodded at the chauffeur master, then drove straight away. Chapter 49. Going to the gym again. Early in the morning, Sun Ming got up, thinking about last night's things, today to do. Anyway, idle is also idle. Sun Ming had thought that this matter he also asked Fong Dong those people. After all, people are native Jianhai people, still have money and connections. But Sun Ming or first to Zhang Mang made a phone call. Is sold to Sun Ming this villa people, to see if they property has this relationship. Hey, don't say. Sun Ming said his request. People Zhang Mang a mouth to answer down. Said what, Mr. Sun you don't care, by the time you take the child directly over on the line, we will give the arrangement. Reasonable, unexpected things. Sun Ming had thought that they are these people is to manage the various facilities of the district. I did not expect people can also do this thing, but this is also normal. After all, it is a high-end building, without some human resources how to do up, even not just school things. Even if it is a medical problem people can find you a relationship. Absolutely let the owners of all aspects can be satisfied. This is also a good thing. After all, live here are non-wealthy people. If they can meet the requirements of the owners, the community's reputation will spread more broadly, which is also good for them. As for the question of money, don't be ridiculous. Someone who could afford their neighborhood would lack money? Not to mention that Sun Ming was also the owner of the villa area, so Zhang Mang agreed to it in one go. After all, it wasn't a big problem for him. I thought these things have to be busy for a while. I did not think that so quickly resolved. This Sun Ming began to scratch his head. Things are done to do what? Right, buy a car. His current car has been unable to match the price of Sun Ming, though the company's account to buy a few cars can also be tax deductible. Driving to the financial center. Today is the day of work. The line is longer than last time, but this time Sun Ming did not have the mood to line up together. This thing once enough. Walking towards the inside of the financial center, there is a private elevator. Is for the boss's executive special use. Last time Lu Ji gave in to do a, so this time directly from this elevator up on it. Walked into the elevator in the envious eyes of a crowd of hitmen. Good day, Mr. Sun. The two receptionist girls greeted Sun Ming the first time they saw him. Sun Ming nodded to the two girls and walked into the office. Sitting on the chair, he picked up the landline and called the secretary's line, telling her to call Lu Ji and Chen Yanli over. That's right, Lu Ji assigned a secretary to Sun Ming, saying how could such a big boss not have a secretary? Then let him pick and choose. The secretary was called Xin Xiu, a doctorate in economics from Kyoto University, 30 years old. After all, there were not many people who finished their doctorate who were young. Face value is naturally needless to say. To Sun Ming to pick a secretary if you find a nearly that will be waiting for the boss to give you shoes. People a third bureau of the requirements of fresh graduates at Xin Xiu is not only beautiful, ability is also possible. Otherwise the light good-looking has no use. Can be in Kyoto University to read the doctorate in economics is naturally a phoenix among the people. Mr. Sun, what are you looking for us for? Lu Shi Chen Yanli came in and asked directly. It's not a big deal. It's just that the company hasn't purchased an official car until now. So for you two to come over is to discuss what car to buy? Sun Ming also did not dawdle. Directly said. Lu Ji and Chen Yanli glanced at each other. Chen Yanli lowered her head. This has nothing to do with her. She knows that Sun Ming called her over is to inform her. The appropriation of money faster on the line. Lu Ji wanted to say something but suddenly reacted. The boss let you come over is not for you to discuss. This matter need to give him to discuss? Then he opened his mouth and said, this is Mr. Sun, you make the decision. I listen to you. Sun Ming didn't hesitate, and directly said, then buy 10 Mercedes C63s, and then buy 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. I'll drive one, and give you, the general manager, a car too, so that when you talk about business, people will look at the car. Okay Mr. Sun. Lu Ji was excited when he heard it. Boss is boss. He is really generous. He is now the one who can sit on a Rolls-Royce. After explaining things, Lu Ji walked out with Chen Yanli. The heart of the matter resolved after Sun Ming also put down the heart, opened the computer and began to touch the fish. You do not say. In the company touch the fish is really cool. Fish to noon. After lunch rested for a while on the run to the gym to go. Sun Ming is purely want of fitness. No other purpose. Sun Ming to the gym. Xinyu is taking a female member to do stretching. Far from the look. The female member is not too old. Body and face value is really very good. But compared to Xinyu that's a little worse. People than people have to die. Goods than goods have to be thrown. No wonder good-looking girls like to look with the mediocre girl in a piece, and only so as to highlight their own beauty. If their own good looks, with a particularly beautiful people in a piece of that she is not the advantage of a little bit of no well, and even all disadvantage. Look at the girl's posture. Should not be practiced for a long time, or need Xinyu constantly corrected. But also yes, If people will have to private tutor what? Shin Yu at this time also noticed Sun Ming, said hello, and then waved his hand. Look at the mouth as to ask him to wait a while. Sun Ming did not mind. Watching a beautiful woman yoga modeling is also a kind of enjoyment. It wasn't long before Shin Yu came over covered in fragrant sweat and said to Sun Ming, why don't you go change first? I'll go take a shower. Sun Ming nodded, then directly went to change his clothes. Soon, Sun Ming, who had changed his clothes, walked towards the private teaching area. And in no time, Shen Yu also came over. She simply rinsed herself. For Sun Ming, she didn't dare to delay for too long. For aerobic exercise and so on, Sun Ming practiced very perfunctory, but still insisted on it. It is indeed very tiring. An hour's time. Sun Ming sweated all over the place. Not waiting for Shin Yu to say anything, he ran directly to the shower room to take a shower. When it comes to the yoga modeling stage, Sun Ming enjoys it. Feeling Shin Yu's soft body, Sun Ming's heart is beautiful. Just as he was enjoying himself, the phone rang. Although Sun Ming, who was disturbed, was a bit unhappy, he still picked up his cell phone and wanted to see who was calling him now. Seeing the name displayed on the cell phone, Sun Ming's face flashed a trace of realization. If it was him, then it was really time to make this call to him. After all, it was also considered a great deal of business. That's right, the caller was Zhou Chang, the person who brought Sun Ming into the car show center when he bought the Aston Martin. In fact, this time the company to buy a car he considered Zhou Chang, but Sun Ming felt that this person's purpose is too strong. At the beginning of Sun Ming, who do not know anyone, one also thought to recognize people through Zhou Chang, which is not unexpected. Fong Dong this self-acquaintance directly to his home. Through Fong Dong, Sun Ming also know a few people. So for Sun Ming, Zhou Chang, this kind of purposeful people can be contacted, cannot be contacted. This is not. Sun Ming has not contacted him. He will not take the initiative to find Sun Ming. But now the company is going to buy a car. Zhou Chang the first time to call over. It is a person who can make things happen. Enough shameless. Chapter 50, Taking the Hook. For Zhou Chang to be able to find out about Sun Ming through his company, he wasn't surprised at all, but it was too fast. Only this morning he had told Lu Ji that even if he went to see and buy a car or something like that, it would take time. But now at more than 4 in the afternoon, Zhou Chang's phone call came over. The local tycoon's connections were really powerful. Sun Ming didn't hesitate and picked up his cell phone to answer Zhou Chang's call. Hello, brother Ming, it's me, Zhou Chang. I know. Have your cell phone number? What's wrong? Sun Ming pretended to be confused and said, it's like this. I've heard that brother Ming has a relationship with Heavy Dream Capital. It just so happens that this company wants to buy a few cars for business use. Do you think you can give it to us here? Zhou Chang reacted quickly. He knew full well that Sun Ming was the actual controller of Heavy Dream Capital, but the fact that people didn't look for him in the first place to buy a car was proof that he, Zhou Chang, wasn't among Sun Ming's choices per se. If he wants to take this order now, he can't say it explicitly. It doesn't look good for anyone to say it, and even this order has to be yellowed. Since Zhou Chang put the phone over, Sun Ming also cannot say do not give face. After all, are in the Zhanghai mixed, and people also helped him, although the favor is not big. This is how things are supposed to be. Favors are rare. Now there may be 4 store sales in company purchasing department. People drink blood before the order may be taken down. But Zhou Chang's this phone call directly to the order to snatch the past. All the efforts of others are in vain, but it can't be helped. This world is inherently unfair. So nowadays people laugh at the poor but not at the prostitutes. The rich are the masters. Well, okay, then I'll say something. Let them contact you directly when the time comes. I won't be there. Sun Ming promised Zhou Chang. Okay, then thanks brother Ming. Can I treat you to a meal tonight? Zhou Chang quickly thanked and invited Sun Ming. He now wants to keep this thigh. He didn't have much contact in the past, so people don't even look for him to buy a car now. Now there's this opportunity. Zhou Chang definitely wants to grab it. Okay, let's talk at night then. Sun Ming hung up the phone after saying that. Immediately after that, he made a call to his secretary Shin Xiu, telling her to let the purchasing departments go and find Zhou Chang to buy a car, and also read Zhou Chang's cell phone number to Shin Xiu, and hung up the phone after getting a response. Shin Yu had stopped moving when Sun Ming answered the phone and didn't disturb him. Seeing Sun Ming finish the call before coming over. Mr. Sun wants to buy a car? Shin Yu asked curiously. Well, the company is in its infancy, and there are no business vehicles yet, so I'm buying a few. Sun Ming didn't hide it. When it's time to pretend not to pretend, then wouldn't it be a waste of effort? Mr. Sun is young to start a company. Young and promising. Shin Yu's eyes lit up for a moment after hearing this, then complimented. If you let someone else say this, Sun Ming might not care, but if a beautiful woman with a very pretty and superb figure said it, the feeling was really different. Sun Ming looked at Shin Yu with a smile and said, a company that was just established. It's not worth mentioning. you don't want to be modest. We are about the same age. Mr. Sun has now opened a company. Look at me. I can only work in the gym. I can't do anything else. You should also stop calling Mr. Sun. Just call me Sun Ming. No need to be so polite. Hearing that Sun Ming didn't answer her positively, but what Sun Ming said made her heart rejoice. After all, talking like this, the relationship went further. Okay brother Ming. Shen Yu also didn't directly call Sun Ming's name. She had also heard Zhou Cheng's words just now. Zhou Cheng's name was Brother Ming. Then there was absolutely no problem with her calling out like that. Sun Ming nodded, and then the two of them started practicing again. At 5:30, Sun Ming finished working out and also finished his shower, saying to Shen Yu who came out of the shower, "You shouldn't be able to refuse my invitation today, right?" Shen Yu blinked, then smiled and said, "Of course, how could the little lady not agree when Brother Ming said so? But didn't you agree to someone else's invitation on the phone just now? Let's make an appointment next time. Today you are the most important," Sun Ming said shamelessly. Shen Yu's face flashed with a blush, but it quickly disappeared. Who doesn't like rich and handsome? It's just that her previous suitors were all crooked. Now that a rich and handsome person suddenly appeared, of course she wouldn't refuse. Coming to the underground parking lot, seeing Sun Ming's Porsche, Shen Yu was not surprised. After sitting in the car, Sun Ming asked while driving, "Is there anything you want to eat?" "No, you said it." Hearing Shen Yu's words, Sun Ming did not say much, drove to the Zhanghai Center building. The distance is not too far. The top floor is a Western restaurant. In fact, Sun Ming does not really like to eat Western food, but dating a woman. Do not eat Western food. Do you go to eat spicy hot pot? A bowl of spicy hot 8 times? After finding a parking space and getting out of the car, he walked towards the inside of the building, and it looked like there were a lot of people, and the downstairs was already full of cars. Maison Western restaurant. Because Sun Ming seldom eat Western food, ask Shen Yu, she said, "Just order." No way. Sun Ming had to order a 6-course set meal. The food was served very quickly. 9-jointed shrimp with sturgeon caviar, scallops with black truffle with slices, carbon grilled dairy lamb, pan-fried monkfish, and the classic veal. 6 dishes, 2,600 yuan. The two chatted as they ate. "Do you make much money as a private tutor?" Sun Ming asked first. "Not much. It can even be said to be very little. If it wasn't for Brother Ming buying lessons this month, I probably wouldn't have gotten my basic salary." Shen Yu sighed and said slowly, "Indeed, the fitness industry was also rolled up in a big way. If it was an ordinary member it would be fine. They didn't buy private lessons at all, but those who had the ability to buy lessons were targeted when they entered the gym. If it wasn't for the fact that Shen Yu had spoken to the receptionist in advance to give her favors, it wouldn't have been her turn to get the fees for Sun Ming's lessons. However, she does not know what Sun Ming is thinking. If an ordinary-looking female personal trainer, Sun Ming, she would not buy so many lessons. He is rich, not a little cute. He is rich, not a little cutie. After eating, out of the restaurant building, Sun Ming said to Shen Yu, "I have nothing to do to steam a sauna, do a massage care, and so on not?" Shen Yu understood the meaning of Sun Ming, hesitated for a while or feel want to go. Before the pursuit of her are some crooked, looking at the mood to take care of. Now it is hard to run into a rich and have a face of the people. She does not want to give up. Sun Ming looked at Shen Yu, did not say anything to understand her meaning. Embarrassed, Sun Ming also did not say anything, pulled her hand on the car. Shen Yu did not refuse. "The first time I saw this, I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night." Sun Ming parked the car in the parking space, and took Shen Yu to go inside. Seeing the two of them, the hotel attendant hurriedly walked over and said, "Hello sir, are you staying or entertaining?" The Seven Seas Hotel was a lodging and entertainment integration. Some people needed both, and some were simply for entertainment or lodging. Sun Ming faintly opened his mouth and said, "I've booked a presidential suite. Go in and talk about it in detail." The attendant hurriedly bowed slightly after hearing this and said, "Please come in, sir and ma'am." Sun Ming nodded and pulled Shen Yu, who had her head lowered, and walked into the hotel. Article 51 playing for fun. "Mr. Sun, the presidential suite you reserved has arrived. May I ask if you are now planning to rest or are you planning to go for some entertainment?" Hearing the waiter's words, Sun Ming didn't have much of a reaction, but Shen Yu next to him moved her hand, and Sun Ming understood what she meant. Shen Yu had never had a bath or massage in a 5-star hotel, so since she was here, she certainly wanted to try it out and feel the presidential suite that the internet said was too good to be true. Did not wait for Sun Ming to speak, the waiter said with a straight face, "We on the Seven Seas 5-star hotel to ensure that all technicians are professionally trained, and complete documents. There is no problem, to ensure that Mr. M.'s satisfaction, proper massage, fully documented." Sun Ming originally didn't want to go, but the reason he invited Shen Yu was this There was no way around it. Sun Ming had no choice but to nod his head. Then both of you please come this way. The attendant reached out to make an inviting gesture. A few minutes later, the two men walked into the massage and bathing room one by one. There is nothing to say. Too formal. No energy. More than half an hour later, looking at the rosy-colored Xinyu, Sun Ming's fingers moved, but still asked, "How is it? Comfortable?" Xinyu nodded. This is still her first time to be served in such a high-grade hotel, not to mention the techniques and so on. Is that the heart feels particularly comfortable? No wonder the rich people are willing to come here. Really something else. A few minutes later, under the leadership of the waiter, the two came to the presidential suite. Luxurious bedroom, full of interest in the bathroom, plus the living room and kitchen bathroom, to meet the normal needs of all people. Living room walls and floors covered with very tasteful fabrics, in the light of the illumination, appearing bright and colorful. Indoor decoration is full of the feeling of the Western aristocracy, but although the whole suite is very extravagant, but compared to the price of 20,000, it is really not worth it. But live in the presidential suite will consider whether it is worth it. Can live in is to enjoy the mind on the style. More seriously, that Western food will not eat. That is not worth it. After the waiter brought the two people in, slightly bowed and said, "Mr. Sun, if you have any needs you can call our suite's landline. At any time there will be a staff member dedicated to your service. Do you have any other needs? Help me get a bottle of red wine, 10,000 or more I think. The year is not limited." "Okay, we'll arrange it for you right away." The waiter smoothly closed the door and retreated. "How about it? Drink some?" Hearing Sun Ming's words, Xinyu nodded with a red face. She hadn't seen such a scene. She hadn't experienced such a service alright. Now that she recognized the life of the rich class, she didn't want to live the same life as before. Every month to work hard to earn $10,000, even sometimes only a few thousand. But Sun Ming to live for one night will be 20,000. A bottle of red wine will be more than 10,000. She has to work hard for several months. She knows where her advantage is. She wants to continue to live like this. That saying is very true. If I have never seen the sunshine, I could have endured the darkness. Xinyu sat down next to Sun Ming as she thought. The waiter came very quickly. Not a few minutes to knock on the door to send the red wine. Sun Ming did not look at what brand. Directly opened the pour a little. The two touched a cup. Drink a little. Xinyu lay in the arms of Sun Ming. The next morning, Sun Ming vaguely felt someone pinching his nose. Open your eyes and saw Xinyu in the sneaky hands and feet. Sun Ming did not spoil her. In her exposed outside the snow-white slender waist ruthlessly patted. The feeling. No say. Xinyu screamed and didn't dare to move anymore. Wash up and wash up. Go down and have a breakfast today to take you to play. Sun Ming said in a commanding tone. Xinyu softly agreed, then got up and walked into the bathroom. The two of them washed up and went downstairs to have breakfast. After discussing the matter, Sun Ming drove the car and took her towards Happy Valley. It would take 2 hours to drive, but today was the day to bring Xinyu to play, and having already done so, of course he had to make up for it. After arriving at the entrance of the park and parking, he bought a ticket and went in. Sun Ming also do not know what to play, but Xinyu at this time both eyes shining. See a name called Crossing the 30 Degrees North Latitude Project. Xinyu pulled. Sun Ming ran over. This project is in a large screen to watch the 30 degrees north latitude on the scenery and flora and fauna. Looking at the ancient period of the dinosaurs and through the valleys and streams, that kind of experience is really especially good. And the final stage of the future world is super cool. When playing the haunted house, Xinyu shouted with excitement, but Sun Ming couldn't, knowing that it was fake, but he was still scared in that atmosphere, especially because of his experience. He didn't believe in heaven and ghosts and gods. By noon, the two of them didn't get to play a few items because they had to wait in line. Sun Ming was thinking of just adding money to take the VIP path, but Xinyu wouldn't do it. She said she just wanted to experience the feeling of waiting in line. After playing it was really fun, but it was also very tiring, painful and joyful. I would like to go to eat something, but Xinyu said to come to the Happy Valley has not hit its most famous thing. That's right, is the legend of China's first wooden roller coaster valley with swimming dragon. You can't eat on this one. What if you can't hold back? No way. The two can only go on to queue. After an hour of queuing, it was finally their turn. Sun Ming hesitated for half a day when going up, and finally sat up under Xinyu's urging. Fasten the safety measures. Hear the sound of the whistle. The roller coaster began to slowly climb on line, from high to low, in the low to high, continuous sharp turns so that Sun Ming's face are a little white. Good, in this time is very fast. Less than 2 minutes on the end of the matter. Sun Ming get off the car is still a little bit of a trance. This thing, really TM is not a person who can sit. After Xinyu finished playing, he also wanted to go to play with the sledgehammer, which was directly rejected by Sun Ming. That even more TM is not a person to sit on. Even if he was killed, he would not sit on it. But when Xinyu red-faced came to Sun Ming's ear and said something, Sun Ming's face was red for a while, not knowing what he was thinking. Finally, he viciously said at least 3. After Xin Yu heard Sun Ming's voice, her already red face suddenly turned even redder, and then said a faintly inaudible him. Sun Ming sacrificed his life to accompany the woman for the sake of happiness, but when the sledgehammer reached its highest point, Sun Ming went crazy. His adrenaline was wild, more powerful than a roller coaster. This thing is enough once. Whoever is letting him play is harming him. When the two came down, Sun Ming really soft legs. Not he is too afraid. Is too hard last night? Yes, is the reason last night. At this time Sun Ming has no mood to eat. Now he just wants to go home and lie down. He drove the car and sent Xin Yu to the place where she lived, then faintly said to her, "In the future, if you have any problems, you can call me. I will transfer money to your card." Shen Yu also understood what Sun Ming meant. There was nothing sad about it. This world was already like this. She nodded and said yes. After Sun Ming got the reply he wanted, he drove off in his car. Shen Yu looked at the back of the Porsche and stood in front of the door, not knowing what to think. Chapter 52, Sun Ming is also considered to be the best. March 25th. You're going big? Waiting for the grave? Can you play? 3-1 can be killed? Sun Ming's office came out of the unpleasant sound of cursing. Do not have to think. Must be playing the League of Legends again. The mouth said not to play no more, but the body is still very honest. After all, in the company to touch the fish, what is more appropriate than playing games? In fact, Sun Ming does not want to do nothing. He would like to earn it 10 days a billion, 100 days to become the richest man in the country. But he cannot. Strength does not allow. People noble have self-awareness. Sun Ming heart has always been very forceful. What is the fastest way to make money? Of course is the speculation of foreign exchange. But he did not dare. Also because no too little. As for futures, he does not understand. The last time to earn money or the news is still fresh in his memory before he dared to do. As for the stock market, don't make a fuss. He didn't have money when he dared to play that way. Now is really dare not. His money can manipulate some small companies, but that is very easy to get in. So the only thing he can do now is to wait for the time is ripe to harvest a part of it. Too big. He also dare not. The domestic stock market water is too deep. Before not understanding the situation can also engage in a little. And now after the opening of the investment company, no more the more he is more careful. A little less attention to be swallowed by predators. As an ordinary person Sun Ming also do not want to live too tired. Before that is because of the hundreds of thousands of careful. Too tired and too bitter. Now he is also considered a small success. Just want to live a good life. Do not want to think about some of the bull ***** things. Looking at the computer failure 2 words appear on the screen. Sun Ming is now angry, just want to smash the computer. The pit His record this time was not easy to fight to 2-7. Obviously can see. By these people to pit. Cannot play? Do not play the game. Make people angry. Ding ding. Someone sent a message to Sun Ming. Picking up his cell phone and taking a look. Sun Ming had a black line. A message from his old mother. MS. Nya Ping. Link, 50. How do you feel when all your relatives and friends start hugging their grandchildren? Link. What if your kid is rich, but just won't find a date? Teach you a way to get him in one move. Link. What if your kid is out there and often doesn't come home? Sun Ming. This? It's just that he hasn't come home for more than a month and hasn't called home, right? What's the point? Oh, as for, then there is nothing to say. But is it okay to send it to him on WeChat so recklessly? For mom, it's good. What a headache. Looking at the message sent by his mom, Sun Ming typed a lot of words on the screen and then deleted them one by one. Say something? How to say? It's useless to say anything. I'm not going to be able to do that. Stop it. Mom will give you reasoning? I didn't find a wife because I couldn't afford a house, but my parents saved up for the down payment, and now that I have money, I can't find a wife? This is not the pit light looking for. Sun Ming is not short of women, but of people who can help him in the future. If he didn't have the foresight, could he continue to live like this? Sun Ming is not short of money now, even if the current assets are not much, but later in time he can multiply the assets 10 times is no problem. The problem is how to keep it. Forget about it. I'll think about it later. Anyway, there's still time, in case I can find a better one. If you can't figure out the problem, don't think about it. The car will be there. The boat will be naturally straight. Thinking of this, Sun Ming directly opened the next hand. As long as he started to touch the fish, time passed very quickly. When Sun Ming was planning to go out for dinner, Lu Ji walked in. Mr. Sun, a reception will be held at 7 o'clock this evening at the Zhanghai Center building. The invitees are all the leading lights of the investment world in Zhanghai. If you're interested, you can go over and take a look tonight. Lu Ji placed a platinum-colored invitation on his desk after he finished speaking. The leaders of the investment world? Then I'm one of them? Sun Ming looked at the invitation and couldn't help but start to narcissize himself. Yes, I'll be there at that time, Sun Ming agreed. Of course, he would go over as Phantom Dream Investment Company, while Heavy Dream Capital would definitely be Lu Ji going. However, going to such a place should require a female companion, right? Thinking of this, Sun Ming made a call to Shin Yu. Shin Yu, who received Sun Ming's call, was pleasantly surprised. She had a clear perception of her own positioning, so she cautiously asked, I can go to upper-class cocktail parties? For her only appeared inside TV dramas or movies and novels. In real life, at her level she simply couldn't come into contact with this kind of class. Otherwise she wouldn't have fallen because of the presidential suite once. Now that Sun Ming is willing to take her there, how can it not surprise her? Of course you can, but go over there and talk less. Don't run around, okay? Hearing Sun Ming's words, Shin Yu nodded her head on the other end of the phone. Aha, I know, that's fine. You change your clothes now. I'll pick you up later. After saying that, Sun Ming hung up the phone. With Shin Yu's figure and face value, there was absolutely no problem taking her out. Shin Yu beat 99% of women, but she could only become a canary in a cage. Time is still early. Even if Sun Ming now go to pick up Shin Yu can only dry waiting. Forget it, in a game, thought Sun Ming began again. 20 minutes later, Sun Ming looked at the 4 people have clicked surrender. Helplessly also clicked down. Watching the crystal explosion, Sun Ming really wanted to curse, thinking that he couldn't even bring up this group of pitbulls with a 3-8 ASO. Who else could save them? Play a JB game. Garbage stuff. Dogs do not play. Turn off the phone and go downstairs. Drive on the Rolls-Royce Phantom worth $10 million. And drive to the place where Shin Yu lives. Zhou Cheng's action is very fast. After making a phone call the next day the car was sent over. The license plate is also done. There are people who have connections to do anything very quickly. This is the privilege. More than half an hour. Sun Ming came to Shin Yu's downstairs, made a phone call and asked. Shin Yu said it was immediately, but Sun Ming felt that there should also be some time for women to make up and select the time used by the clothes. Sun Ming, even if he has not seen it, can also be understood from all aspects. An hour is definitely not enough. No way. Sun Ming had to put the car downstairs, turned to go to the small store in front of the neighborhood to buy ice cream. Eating an ice cream worth $99 apiece. Sun Ming felt that he was the big bully, but he also felt that it was quite tasty. That's right, Shin Yu, this neighborhood is still considered a mid-range district. The door of the small store also has Häagen-Dazs. Sun Ming saw it and bought one. The district rich people are not less. After all, the price of the house here has to be 50 to 60,000. Of course, the rent is much cheaper. Looking at the Ferrari 488 slowly traveling out of the door, Sun Ming revealed an envious look. Look at others. Young can drive a sports car. Unlike him, can only drive Rolls-Royce. The young man drove very slowly, and specifically lowered the window. Sun Ming looked at the young man and slowly said, Buddy, driving a sports car at such a young age. Awesome. This car must be quite a lot of money, right? The young man looked happy, as if he was waiting for Sun Ming to ask the sentence, coughed and said, Yes, in order to buy this car, work hard for a year, hard to eat and drink, only to save $30,000. My parents sold a set of houses to get me to put together $5 million to buy. Sun Ming? Chapter 53, The Cocktail Reception. Sun Ming had a black question mark on his face. Is he letting a little kid show him off? This little brat isn't afraid of being struck by lightning? Dare to pretend in front of a billionaire like him? Who gave him the courage? Fish Liang? Just when Sun Ming was thinking about how to pretend this pussy back, this young man delivered the opportunity to his hand. But my car is nothing. I just came out when I saw my downstairs parked a Rolls-Royce Phantom. That car can buy me this car too. Even if I want to buy, my parents will not sell 2 sweets for me to buy again. After hearing this, Sun Ming thought to himself, the little brat is still pretending to be a pussy. But also TM sold 2 more sweets. MD, the demolition of the household. What is the most annoying? However, Sun Ming is still colorful. Yes, that Rolls-Royce Phantom landing price of about $11 million it. The young man said with some doubt. How do you know that the car is $11 million? Do you know about cars? Sun Ming followed the young man's example and coughed. I really know, because I spent $11 million to buy that car. He took out the key and waved it in front of the young man as he spoke. Young man. Sun Ming's words silenced him for half a day. He had wanted to act like a pussy, but he didn't expect to be countered by others. Brother, you're awesome. You're the expert at pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. I'm willing to bow to you. Count yourself hard, the young man said with a face of admiration. After saying that, he fiercely stepped on the gas and scurried out with a roar. Sun Ming looked at the back of the Ferrari 488 and simply laughed his ass off. The last time he picked up Xiao Chensi, he was shown off by the parents of his classmates, so Sun Ming let the Rolls-Royce be bought, just for fear that others would inadvertently pretend to hit him. I didn't expect that the car I just bought would come in handy. It's worth it. Sun Ming walked on the road, thinking about the young man's face just now, suddenly felt a much better mood, but the most unfortunate thing is that he ran too fast. If you can add a WeChat would be good. This kid, with Crouching Dragon Phoenix has a spell off. After sitting in the car and waiting for a while, he saw Xinyu come out from the door. Xinyu's dress really brightened Sun Ming's eyes. A one-piece black dress, revealing a snow-white neck, with black high-heeled shoes underfoot, plus Xinyu's voluptuous and alluring figure. Who can stand it? Super atmospheric expensive Rolls-Royce Phantom even in the street is also the focus of attention. Not to mention in the community inside. Standing in the doorway Xinyu naturally noticed the Rolls-Royce Phantom, but he thought it was the other owners of the community's new car. After all, there are a lot of rich people in this community. Looking at Xinyu standing in the doorway and not moving, Sun Ming knew what it was about. She didn't know that this Rolls-Royce Phantom was his, and thought that Sun Ming hadn't come over. Sun Ming honked the horn, then dropped the window and said to Xinyu, "Come up." Xinyu, however, didn't react and said with some disbelief, "Brother Ming, when did you buy this car? Get in first." Hearing Sun Ming's words again, Xinyu didn't dare to delay and hurriedly trotted 2 steps on her high heels and sat on the passenger side. "Brother Ming, is this the car you called the other day and said you wanted to buy?" Xinyu wasn't a cutie either. On the contrary, she was very smart and reacted after getting in the car. If it wasn't a car of high value, the person selling the car wouldn't have specifically called to make connections to take the order. Sun Ming nodded and said, "Well, bought 2 of these and 10 Mercedes." Listening to Sun Ming's couldn't care less tone, Xinyu's eyes glistened. If not for the fact that Sun Ming had to drive, she was going to stick it over. Sun Ming turned his head to look at Xinyu's snow-white neck. Although it was very pretty, but it lacked a necklace as an embellishment. Xinyu looked at Sun Ming's eyes, touched her neck, but she cannot help too expensive necklace she really cannot afford. Even this dress is her bottom of the treasure, never worn after buying. Sun Ming did not say much, drove the car to the center of the building inside the mall. Not too much wandering, saw a Bulgari door. Sun Ming pulled Xinyu went over. "Welcome MS. Sir to Bulgari." The attendant at the door hurriedly bowed in greeting after seeing the two walk in. "Take this lady and pick a necklace that will match her clothes. No need to consider the price." Sun Ming didn't wait for the 2 waiters to continue speaking before directly interrupting them. The 2 waitresses' eyes lit up when they heard this, and their faces became elated. This was a clear performance not bothering to envy Xinyu. The 2 of them hurriedly took her and walked in. Pick and choose 10 minutes, try to wear a dozen kinds of necklaces, and finally chose a Bulgari Pentisi series. It was worth $200,000. Sun Ming did not have any hesitation and directly swiped his card to pay the bill. Looking at the small ticket that appeared on top of the POS machine, the 2 waitresses' smiles became even more sincere. As for Xinyu, she didn't know what to say at this moment. That was $200,000. Even if she didn't eat or drink she would have to save for more than a year. But for Sun Ming it seemed as if it was insignificant. Sure enough, her choice was not wrong. As the 2 waitresses bowed in greeting, Sun Ming and Xinyu walked out of the Bulgari store. The 2 of them took the elevator and quickly arrived at the top floor of the center tower's penthouse. After exiting the elevator, Sun Ming saw 7 or 8 security personnel in suits standing at the entrance of the club, all of them wearing headsets and walkie-talkies on their waists. 1 staff member came in and out, some carrying drinks and some carrying food. Sun Ming led Xinyu to the security personnel and took out the platinum-colored invitation and handed it to them. One of the security personnel opened the invitation and glanced at it before saying to Sun Ming, "Mr. Sun, please come in." Xinyu crossed Sun Ming's arm and the 2 of them walked in together. The huge crystal chandelier was directly above the reception, and the dazzling lights illuminated the entire room. The reception was swarming with people, all of whom were dressed in suits and standing in 2s and 3s talking about something. Waiters were constantly moving through the crowd, carrying trays of either champagne or red wine. On both sides of the room were rotating buffets, salmon, steak salads and things like that. Sun Ming brought Xinyu in and attracted a large number of gazes. Don't flatter yourself. It wasn't the ones looking at Sun Ming. Most of them were looking at Xinyu, who let her face value and figure be so good. As the crowd looked at the 2, Sun Ming also looked around. Well, none of them knew each other. This was awkward. They were both leaders in the investment world. How could they not recognize each other? "Brother Ming, are they all talking business here?" Xinyu listened to what the people on the side said for a while and said to Sun Ming, "Definitely this is a cocktail party organized by an investment company. All of them are here to exchange investment experience. Or someone is trusting their connections to come in and find investors." Sun Ming said to Xinyu. Chapter 54 Young Peng. Sun Ming asked for 2 glasses of champagne from the waiter, and after giving Xinyu a glass he tasted it before putting it down. "Bah, bad review. What the hell? Hard to drink." After silently spitting out some words, he started to look around, secretly poking and prodding to observe the behavior and demeanor of the guests at the reception. Mr. Sun, just as Sun Ming was observing how the elites of the investment industry around him were communicating with each other, there suddenly came an uncertain voice that seemed to be calling out to him. Sun Ming subconsciously looked back, only to see a middle-aged man in a suit not far away looking at him. After determining his eyes, it was someone he didn't recognize. "You are?" Sun Ming replied in an uncertain tone. "Oops, it's really Mr. Sun. It's normal that you don't know me." "Know you? I'm Yang Peng, the governor of the construction bank on Donggong Road in Shanghai. Heavy Dream Capital's account is opened in our construction bank." "Oh, Governor Yang nice to meet you." Sun Ming shook Yang Peng's hand and said with a smile. For Yang Peng to know that he was the actual controller of Heavy Dream Capital, Sun Ming wasn't surprised at all. Don't look at him as just the governor of the branch, but people's connections were countless times stronger than Sun Ming's. Finding out his true identity was indeed very easy. "Mr. Sun came here today with the intention of finding a suitable project to invest in?" Hearing Yang Peng's words, Sun Ming smiled and said, "No, where do I understand this aspect of things? Just came to see these elites in the investment world. After all, I still have a lot to learn." "Governor Yang, this is to pull savings? Or loans? After answering Yang Peng, Sun Ming also asked his question. "Hey, isn't it the beginning of the year? There are some tasks that need to be completed for the bank savings, so I can only come here to run the business," Yang Peng said with a smile. Sun Ming, such a big customer, even if he is the governor, cannot be easily offended. After all, people are customers. You offend the customer, the rest of the three major banks of the branch is not necessarily happy into what kind of it. After all, the amount of funds for the entire bank of Heavy Dream Capital is nothing, but for the governor of the various branches that is also a big business. "Then Governor Yang, you are busy. I will just come over and take a look around. I will leave in a while," Sun Ming said with a smile. "Okay, then I won't bother Mr. Sun much. I wish you a happy and enjoyable time," Yang Peng also said with a smile. The reception was held very smoothly without any messy things happening, but also, although Sun Ming looked at these people well dressed and felt that none of them were any good, but which one who could come here was not an elite in the investment industry? In addition to these people, there are those who come here to find investment, where like Yang Peng this come to pull the savings of the people. These people are even more afraid to cause trouble. After all, they are here to ask for help. If there is a problem, who will still help you? Because of Yang Peng's reasons, Sun Ming coped with a wave after wave of people who came to get close to him. After all, what kind of person is Yang Peng? Don't think a branch president is nothing. For many people, Yang Peng is someone they can't afford to climb up to, especially some people looking for investment. That was why Sun Ming received many business cards and sent out many. But Sun Ming's business card was written on the illusory Dream Investment Company. But those who were interested could find out that Sun Ming was the actual controller of Heavy Dream Capital once they checked. "Mr. Sun, if you want to invest at that time, you must look for our company." Okay. When the company has a need in this area, it will definitely look for you." Sun Ming, a helpless face to send off a person who wants to pull investment. Looking at the side of the stupid people, Sun Ming gently patted Xinyu's buttocks, turned around and walked away. Xinyu looked at many people who want to get close to the feeling of an eye-opener, but she still obediently followed behind Sun Ming and walked out together. Sun Ming a little underestimated the influence of Yang Peng, thought a few want to pull the investment close to the people, did not expect to receive a wave of business cards and then a wave. He was embarrassed to overbearingly rejected. There is no way, can only had to cope with, did not think that these people to cope with the endless. Sun Ming had to run away. After leaving the reception, Sun Ming took Xinyu down the elevator and took her to open a presidential suite. Don't ask why. Entering the presidential suite, Sun Ming took off the clothes on his body and changed into a bathrobe before hooking his hand at Xinyu and saying, "Come over and press a button." Xinyu was much more calm compared to last time, and was thinking of changing her clothes as well because she felt that the gown was not too comfortable, but was stopped by Sun Ming because the outfit Xinyu was wearing was too seductive. Xinyu had no choice but to wear the gown. Her high heels didn't even come off, and sat across Sun Ming's waist, using her soft and tender little hands to give Sun Ming a massage. "Brother Ming, how do I feel that these people are no different from ordinary people? We're the ones who hustle and whisper for our work, and they're the ones who whisper to pull in investments as well." Listening to Xinyu's puzzlement, Sun Ming smiled and said, "No matter what kind of person it is, as long as you want someone to help, you'll be inferior. Only you haven't seen them, so you think they're very high-end. But in the eyes of these tycoons, they're also just ordinary people. Otherwise they wouldn't have participated in such an event. You see those in front of the reception just now? That this is the big brother, each worth tens of billions of dollars, but is as strong as they are. There are also begging time. In this world, all beings are equal. Only we according to the status of the wealth of the people divided into 3, 6, 9. 9, etc. Just, you have to know. This world is actually very fair and very unfair. The fairness lies in the fact that everyone has a life. The unfairness lies in the fact that ordinary people are helpless in the face of reality, but rich and powerful people will have more choices in the face of reality. For example, universities, except for some of the chosen ones, you can check how many students in the top institutions are from the countryside and how many are from the city. Then there's healthcare, for example. You could also look up how many of those who give up treatment because of major illnesses are rural and how many are urban. It's just that because they are rich or powerful, they get to enjoy the advantages that come with these things, like better teaching resources, medical resources, and so on. The reason why the world is also fair is that people only have one life. Because of certain accidents or terminal illnesses, they still die. And what use is there for what he has when he dies? So that's why, when people live a life, it's still most important to be happy. Don't you think so? Hearing Sun Ming's question, Shin Yu nodded. Sun Ming twisted his head a bit, looking at the snow-white long legs in front of him. His index finger moved. The corner of Sun Ming's mouth revealed a bad smile. Fiercely rolled over, looking at Shinyu, who had fallen on the bed because he rolled over. Sun Ming embraced her and pressed up. Chapter 55, Mom and Dad are here. On the way to the company the next day, Sun Ming was a bit depressed. As to why, knowing all, there is no need to go into detail. Came to the company, directly lying on the sofa, does not move. Today no mood. The game do not want to play. I thought that today was another day of swinging and touching fish, but I didn't expect that when it was almost noon. Sun's mom came to the phone, saying that she wanted to come to Jianhai to play today. Sun Ming's mom and dad's recent small life is a good time. The old couple this period of time, every day is either playing mahjong or on the way to play mahjong. In the past, because Sun Ming did not get married, every day either at work or on the way to work, fearing that their own children will one day because of the sake of money cannot get married. Now that Sun Ming has made a name for himself and doesn't have to worry about money, there's no pressure on the old couple's hearts to stay idle at home. And they used to love playing mahjong, so now that they have the money and the leisure, they're going to play every day. This morning Sun Ming's parents discussed, think anyway is idle. Why not go to Jianghai to see Sun Ming? By the way, a trip. Every day at home playing mahjong will be tired. Go out and see the world. Breathe the outside air. The two said to go, pack up and take a car to go to the Jincheng airport. They do not understand how to book plane tickets online, but you can go to the ticket office to buy a. Although the process of boarding the plane is now complicated and confusing for them, but Sun Dad is also out to fight. He knows very well the saying, money can make the devil push the mill. Now they do not lack of money. Directly bought 2 first class. The two people spent 7,002. The rest of anything do not have to worry about them, just need to quietly wait for the plane to take off before boarding on the line. Money is so capricious. Before the plane took off, Sun's mom gave Sun Ming a phone call, which is the notice that Sun Ming received just now. Sun Ming had thought of asking his staff to pick up the plane, but he was afraid of being scolded by the old couple, so he had to go downstairs and drive to the airport by himself. Drove more than an hour to the Hongqiao airport, looked at the time, the plane landed in half an hour, sat in the car and played with the phone. Time flies. Just when Sun Ming brushed the video to see the young lady dancing, Sun's mother's phone call over. No unnecessary words, asked clearly where he hung up the phone. The whole face of Sun Ming confused. Do not need to go to the pickup port to pick up the two of them. The first time they came to recognize the road. Soon Sun Ming will know why Sun's mom hung up the phone. The airport drove a ferry car directly to the old couple pulled to his car next to. First class has a pickup and drop-off service. Well done. Seeing his mom and dad, Sun Ming greeted them at the first time and said, Mom and Dad, no airsickness on the plane, right? Both of them waved their hands at the same time and said, It's fine, it's fine. First class is just comfortable. Nothing feels like arriving at the place. It's especially good. Sun Ming nodded and just wanted to get his luggage. The driver of the ferry took the luggage up at the first time and looked at the Rolls-Royce Phantom and said, I'll just take it. Put it on the car for you? Sun Ming nodded and said, Put it in the trunk. Thanks. The polite words caused the driver to be flattered and said, No need to thank you. This is what we should do. Sun's father looked at the Rolls-Royce Phantom at this time and said, TSK, newly bought? Sun Ming heatedly smiled and said, I'm rich. I opened a company and bought 2 cars to support my appearance. Sun's mother looked at the luxury car, wanting to speak again and again, thought or did not say anything. Forget it, children and grandchildren will have their own children and grandchildren. What do you care? Sun Bin also did not ask how much money. Anyway, look is not cheap. Did not say anything more. The driver will put the suitcase. Sun Ming and said thank you to pull mom and dad drove away from the airport. Inside the car on the road. What kind of company did you open? And use such a high-grade car to support the facade? Sun Dad asked his question. And Sun Mom also looked at Sun Ming quietly without saying anything. Nothing. It's just an investment company. Recently made some money, that's why I bought the car. You can rest assured. Really, can't I pull you two to go to the company to see? Listening to Sun Ming's words, his mom and dad both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, fearing that their son has money to spend indiscriminately, or take a detour. If it is a formal company, then it will be fine. Sun Bin waved his hand and said, "What are we going to your company for? I and your mom in addition to come to see you. By the way, travel. The internet said that Shanghai is the magic city. We also come to see here in the end, which is good." Hearing his dad's words, Sun Ming also put down his heart. Thought the old couple had something to do. If it is just purely to play, it would be good to say. Walking and chatting along the way, it was mainly Sun Mom asking and Sun Ming answering. More than an hour later, arrived at Rongqing International. Sun Ming drove directly to the door of the house. Sun Dad and Sun Mom looked at the villa a little dumbfounded. They do not know anything, although in the old family foot not out of the village. But now the network more hair answer? Even Sun Ming's 80-plus grandma brushed short videos, let alone the two of them. Short video inside what messy information are. Fragmentation of the era. What all understand, but what are not proficient. But even so they can know how high the price of housing in Shanghai. An ordinary residence in the city will be a few million, tens of millions of dollars. Not to mention such a large villa. The son has something to hide from them. Don't look. Go in. Didn't I say it? The investment company has made some money. The car is bought so good. Of course the house should be better off. Sun Ming the same could see what his parents were thinking, so he explained while pushing the two into the villa. The two people into the villa began to look up and down, inside and outside. Feel the eyes are not enough. Compared with this mansion, the family's 3.5-story building is the same as the civilian slums. No wonder the son refused to go home. If they are young when there is a place to live, they do not go home. The life of a rich person is not the same. Nieping said to Sun Bin, no wonder the internet said that poverty restricts the imagination. The life of the rich is really not something that the poor can imagine. Such a big house I've seen on TV. It's really nice. Sun Bin, Nieping and the two of them turned around in the villa for more than half an hour and suddenly realized that in addition to Sun Ming's bedroom, how can there be someone else living here? And look at the room decoration, is a girl's house. Not waiting for the old couple to think, Sun Ming directly explained to the two people because the second uncle asked for his help, and he met his cousin Sun Ning for some reason, and finally left a room for her at home. Hearing that it was Sun Ning's room, Sun Bin lowered his heart and Nieping sighed. Sun Ming? What are you disappointed in? Mom? Of course, this sentence Sun Ming didn't dare to say. If he dares to say it now, he will definitely be scolded. Mom doesn't care how much money you have. You are still her son even if you have more money. After explaining, the time has come to about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The three have not eaten it. Sun Ming thought to take the two people out to eat. Did not think that mom and dad do not go. Said it is at home, casually do on the line. Sun Ming would have liked to persuade 2 sentences, but saw Nieping opened the refrigerator, revealing that it was full of food. He did not dare to speak, for fear of being scolded. Chapter 56, Museum. Nieping quickly made the meal. The three of them sat around the luxurious dining table, and Sun Ming ate the meal extraordinarily flavorful. After eating, Sun Ming wanted to help clean up, but was Nieping refused. He did not force. Directly lying in the sofa began to dissipate. Eat too much support. Do not want to move. Not lying for a long time was packed up. Nieping shouted up, said he had not seen such a high-grade neighborhood. Let Sun Ming take them to go around. Sun Ming is really do not want to move. Helplessly said, you and my father busy most of the day, are not tired? Can't we do it tomorrow? Nieping said in a very unimpressed manner. What's there to be tired of? I'm not tired. I'm not doing any work, and I'm just sitting in the car, sitting in the airplane, nothing at all. You don't want to be lazy. Get up quickly. You can't lie down right after eating. You have to go out for a walk. Otherwise your body will get sick sooner or later. Listening to the mom with the reading of the mantra. Sun Ming also do not lie down. Hurriedly get up. With the two people out of the door in the neighborhood turned up. Although it is afternoon, but there are still a lot of people inside the neighborhood. Exactly the same as the last time Sun Ming saw. Are some old men and women. There are some with Sun Bin Nieping almost the same age. Are idle and bored and not willing to stay at home. The district is very large. After all, more than 2,000 acres of land. It did not turn around for a long time. Sun Ming was confused. What was the confusion, you ask? Sun Ming has lived here for so long there are not a few acquaintances, which is only wandering so little. Sun Bin came to the chest there to chat with people, and even not a moment's effort he got on the hand. Nieping is even with those people who gathered in 2s and 3s to chat with the old ladies chatting together. Do not know what to say. A moment to laugh. A moment to laugh. So that Sun Ming do not know what to do. The social skills are so strong, right? Looking at the two have something. Sun Ming Gray ran home. Let them play. Their own lying at home does not smell good, right? Lying down and brushing Jain. Time passes very quickly. Time unknowingly passed. The sky also gradually darkened. Just when Sun Ming is watching the enthusiasm, Sun Bin Niaping came back. Sun Ming hurriedly put away the cell phone and then got up and said, "How are mom and dad? The district is still okay?" Niaping said with a smile, "All good. The people in your neighborhood are especially interesting, and speak very well." Sun Ming rolled his eyes without a trace. "Cannot be good. There are not a few villas in the neighborhood. You said in the crowd who do not know that your family has money. Of course, this cannot be said. The child has good results. The parents also have a bright face. Inadvertent flaunting cannot hurt. Then let's go shopping on the Bund? After strolling around, let's have a meal outside on the way." Sun Ming inquired about his parents' opinion. "That's fine. When you're in Magic City, wouldn't it be a wasted visit if you don't go strolling around the Bund?" Sun Bin agreed. When it was time to go, the three of them went out together and got into Sun Ming's Porsche. Niaping said that the Rolls-Royce was too high profile, and she didn't like to draw attention to herself. Sun Ming obeyed. Driving a Porsche, pulling two people drove to the Bund. The Bund, in fact, there is nothing to stroll. Really want to see the scenery is also to sit on a cruise ship. Sun Ming was thinking of wrapping a kind of cruise ship, was rejected by his parents. Had no choice but to queue up to buy 3 tickets. Sitting on a cruise ship, slowly looking at the scenery. Looking at the brilliant lights on both sides of the river. The colorful river. Sun Ming's parents were very happy, and have been saying that it is worthy of the famous scenery. Really beautiful, and took the two to eat a Western-style meal. After all, mom and dad have never eaten this thing. Sun Ming's good intentions and no good reward, but also be criticized by his parents' waste of money, because he was found out when the checkout, more than 5,000. It is not a question of more money or less money, but it is considered not worth it. There is no way to say this, and if you say it again, you will be scolded. Play also played, eat also eat. The night is thick when Sun Ming drove to pull the two back home. Wash up a bit and went to bed. Sun Ming has long been tired. The next day, Sun Ming was woken up early in the morning, because the two old men wanted to go to stroll through the Zhanghai Museum, saying that the museum in Jincheng was too small and there was nothing to see. So of course they had to stroll around. When they came to Zhanghai, Sun Ming was helpless, but could only get up, ate a little, dragged mom and dad to the museum. Museums are the history books of mankind, civilization, nation, and country. A country's museum to a certain extent highlights the glory and shame of history. Of course, some museums, in addition to the collection of the country's collection, but also the collection of the world's rare and exotic treasures, obviously robbed but also shamelessly placed inside the exhibition. It is difficult to understand why they do not know shame but also TM proud. Zhanghai is the most famous is the bronze. It occupies half of the country. The Deku Ding is one of the treasures of the museum, an extremely important artifact from the Western Zhou dynasty. Sun Ming is also the first time to come. Of course, when he came in there were some hiccups, because to enter the museum is required to make an appointment, but their family is a temporary intention, and did not make an appointment in advance, or Sun Ming to find a person to solve the matter. After entering, the museum's bronze exhibition hall has a total area of 1,200 square meters, a complete response to the development of ancient bronze art from the 21st century B.C. to the 3rd century B.C. It is really worth a visit. The area of the ceramic hall and the bronze hall is about the same, displayed more than 500 pieces of ceramic fine art from the Neolithic to the end of the Qing dynasty. Have to admire the aesthetics of the ancients. These things are put into the present also does not have a completely outdated feeling. Let a person look very comfortable. Looking at these exquisite works of art, a few people did not notice the passage of time. Sun Ming strolling around suddenly felt a little hungry. Looked down at the time, has been more than 1 in the afternoon. No wonder, the morning up did not eat much of anything. And now strolling around for such a long time. Even if the spirit of the spirit can stand, the body cannot stand it. Fine. Sun Bin and Niaping said he was hungry, to go out of the museum, go outside to eat some dinner. Zhanghai Museum collection of more than 120,000 pieces. On this time of course they cannot see the end, but it is also true that the time is not short. His parents can only follow Sun Ming out. The good thing is that there are museum souvenirs for sale outside. Spent a few $100s to buy a few souvenirs as a collection. It is also worth it. After all, this life they may just come to this place once. After dinner, Niaping urged Sun Ming to hurry back to the neighborhood. I do not know because of what point. Asked her not to say. Just did not want to come out as her. Now anxious to go home is also her. Helpless. Who let her is the mother. There is no way. Sun Ming can only drive back. Good thing that the museum is also very close to home. Luck is also very good. There is no big traffic jam. And soon arrived at the neighborhood. Niaping didn't go home, but got out of the car halfway home, and walked over to a group of old ladies, waving her hand at Sun Ming to indicate that he could go back. Sun Ming looked at the old ladies, and in a trance it seemed like an old lady looked familiar. Chapter 57 PK. Returning home to the two people. One person lying on top of a sofa, Sun Ming brushing short videos, his mouth gently humming something, especially restful. Sun Bin was also lying down and brushing short videos, as if there was no difference with the old home. Only the sound of Sun Ming's cell phone is very small. Only he can hear, while his father's cell phone playback is very loud, especially loud, very noisy. But Sun Ming cannot say anything. After all, that is his dad. Listen to me say thank you, because there you are. Warm the seasons. The next story slowly listen to me. Childhood dreams ridiculous, like dark clouds hidden. The outside world is dark, and I am a bonfire with. Always wait persistently for love to come. Our story is still long. With you is far away. Carve you in my heart. Let me read every day. But the sound of the short video filled the living room, which made it hard for him to do. What to do? Just when Sun Ming was thinking about going to do something, Sun Bin's cell phone rang. After receiving the call and not knowing what the other party said, he said, "Okay, I'll be right there." Then he turned back to Sun Ming and said, "You can brush the video at home by yourself. Your father I'm going to play chess." Sun Ming? Sun Ming, who had a head full of question marks, really couldn't understand how his mom and dad had managed to get into the small group in the neighborhood so well after just one day. I still don't know a few people in the neighborhood until now. That's not scientific. There was no way out. Sun Ming sighed helplessly as he looked at Sun Bin's back, but it was good that his dad was gone so that no one would bother him to brush the video. Sun Ming brushed up again. As he was brushing, he suddenly came across the two brothers, Crouching Dragon and Foam Daisy. At the moment, the two brothers' live broadcast room did not broadcast outdoor as usual, but with those singing and dancing area anchors like PK. PK object Sun Ming also do not know, is also a million fans of the small anchor. Look at the name seems to do outdoor live, because the name of the opposite side is called Outdoor Lin Sister, and look at the other side of the face value is not bad. Sun Ming some do not understand this pretty girl why not go to the face area and engage in the outdoor, maybe really like it. Sun Ming did not care. I don't know, but I don't care about it. Sun Ming in the live broadcast inside a moment, can feel the Crouching Dragon Phoenix chick two people with the opposite side is not familiar, seems to be because of the fans to attract war. This Outdoor Lin Sister to the Crouching Dragon Phoenix chick two people under the letter of war, said what the fans of the thing is her thing, provoke her fans is not, and so on. Listen to the quite social. Looking at the pop-ups underneath, Sun Ming realized that the PK loser is going to draw a wangbang on his face for a day of live outdoor, during which he cannot be painted off. This idea is really bad. If you really lose and then live on the street, must be famous. Both sides of the PK at this time is hot and heavy. At this time the Crouching Dragon Phoenix has shouted the voice are a little hoarse, but the effect is also there. It looks like the two also have some iron powder. Brush should also have $3,000 or $4,000. The opposite side of the Lin sister is only $2,000, but look at the other side of the look seems to be still unconvinced, because the time is still about 10 minutes away from arriving. Because of the mute mode, Sun Ming cannot hear each other's voices, but look at this Outdoor Lin sister's movements and mouth shape know that the opposite side is very lively. So Sun Ming clicked on the other side of the avatar came to the Lin sisters live room. A go into the day. This music is too noisy, but even with such loud music, Sun Ming can hear each other's shrill voice has been shouting, brothers, I'm playing PK for you. You can't let me lose must let the opposite of the two little cubs today painted on the Wang bastard broadcast today. Brothers and sisters, more is not too much, less is not too little, give me to dry, rushed goo. Listening to this voice, Sun Ming was startled. 2tm noisy how do these people endure? Sun Ming looked at the live room more than 1,000 people summed out, followed by his exit Lin sisters live room, directly back to the Crouching Dragon Phoenix Chrysanthemum's live room. These two people although shouting but the music sound is still smaller. It may also be two brothers in order to canvass the most lively and noisy when Sun Ming was not there. The two are not anxious at this time, because their points far more than the opposite side. Both sides are not what big anchor. A PK can have a few thousand is good. If not this PK is the two sides of the fans because of each other abusive to get up. Can have a few hundred is not bad. Like this a few thousand don't even think about it. In the brothers with a slightly hoarse voice not panic canvassing time. Opposite the screen of the live room, the gift actually began to scroll. Although some sunglasses, lamps and other not very valuable gifts, but cannot frame has been someone brush Crouching Dragon Phoenix brothers looked at the opposite points a little bit of catching up is also a little bit of panic. They do not want to face the top of a bastard live outdoor Brothers of the request for votes of the voice and a little louder, but I did not expect quite useful. Live and several hanging signs of the audience also began to even brush the paper cranes and kisses and other gifts. The gap gradually widened again. Sister Lin's side is not willing to show weakness, violently brushed a number of sports cars and private planes. Now, not to mention the gap. The total score of the other side of the instantly more than the brothers. The brothers' side of a hanging 40-level sign of the people violently brushed the two carnival, one by one, the audience of the two live broadcasting room to fight out the real fire. Looking at the lively live room, Sun Ming is also from lying down into lying down to see. Lying down to see is comfortable. The opposite of the live room points, then we are less than 40,000. Two carnival over us. There is no big brother to brush a little. My hundreds of dollars all brushed in. I brushed $700. Is my living expenses for a week? More really no. It's okay, time is almost up. There are still 5 minutes. I see that the opposite side does not have any real big brother. It should not be able to overtake us. Looking at the live screen, Sun Ming simply want to die laughing. No wonder the anchor now open mouth is the family people. Their own brush is not enough, but also have to beg others to the anchor brush. Their own pennies did not get, but also to take a lot of this TM is not a family is what? The actual family. Sun Ming's jitterbug level is not high, only 28 levels, or the last time in these two people live brush a carnival after the level. So Sun Ming realized that he was pitched. He also brushed after seeing others say a carnival worth $3,000, but he brushed the carnival spent more than $4,000, only to find out after checking. The Apple system by the Apple company charged 30% of the handling fee, and Android does not have to. TM, this is not a pit. Once on the up and up, if in the charge of money certainly want to use the Android phone, cannot let the Apple company to get benefits for nothing? MD. Sun Ming does have money and does not care about this money, but he does not want to give Apple for nothing. He is rich, not sick. Chapter 58 Strange. It is also the last time to see the rise. Directly charged 100,000. Just as a way to kill the boredom of time. After all, never done this kind of thing before, and now have the money is also as a way to experience some of the fun of it. But unfortunately, just brushed a carnival on the enthusiastic audience, resulting in so much money are not brushed out. However, the live broadcast industry is developing too fast, coupled with a lot of rich people, in which there are countless demons and monsters. The fact that there are many tycoons on all major live broadcast platforms brushing gifts to the anchors also shows that there are indeed a lot of rich people, and they are real. But to really take those who brush money as rich or godly, that's bull ********. Live this industry, although not big, but the water inside is still very deep. In addition to a part is really rich, in order to their mood to brush to play. A larger part of the platform is invited to the trust, or guild number. There is also the anchor themselves to find someone to brush, in order to be popular. But no matter how, the loss is these with living expenses or salary to support the anchor of the ordinary audience, because the tycoon brush as a return, the audience brush of 37 split the bill. This point is beyond doubt. This point in fact many people understand, but can't help some people in the live room is on the head. In order to pretend to be hard brush, this kind of people really do not deserve pity. Just like someone loaned to go to the nightclub consumption, that is really deserved. 2 minutes short of the end of PK. Outdoor Lin sister live room score is also fast catching up. Is Lying Dragon Phoenix Chick brothers anxious and panicked? Sun Ming out of the way, directly brushing out 5 carnival. PK points skyrocketed by 150,000, directly making the gap between the two sides wide. Bull batch, Brother Ming's atmosphere, worthy of being the legendary Brother Ming. 5 carnivals in one shot. Sun Ming had swiped a carnival in the live broadcast once last time, and Crouching Dragon Phoenix's Iron fans still remembered him, and the two brothers had even introduced him specifically in the live broadcast, so how could these people forget? Thank you for supporting Brother Ming's 5 carnivals. Brother Ming isn't busy today? The two brothers who were originally still canvassing with hoarse voices saw Sun Ming brushing 5 carnivals for himself and hurriedly thanked them enthusiastically. If it was someone else who brushed, the two brothers would definitely be enthusiastic as well. After all, they were all some of their breadwinners, but compared to these people with Sun Ming they were still a lot worse. After all, the two of them, but they were really clear that Sun Ming was a real godly man. Not the kind of people who spend a little bit of money on the internet and say that they're a godly man. Nothing to do. Came over to take a look. Hearing the two brothers' question, Sun Ming also typed a few words and said, all anchors like big brothers, but when the big brother is the opposite side then it's not good. Sun Ming brushed the 5 carnival. Sister Lin's live room can also see, especially to see that the PK points that were about to catch up were instantly widened. Sister Lin was directly confused, but this Lin is also worthy of the outdoor anchor. Although the time left a little bit, but still pulling the voice to let the audience continue to brush the live room. Anyway, is able to brush a little bit is a little bit, make money well, not shabby. After all, both sides are small anchor, usually a few $100s on the top day. Today the audience brush has tens of thousands of, basically to clean out. Lin's sister shouted half a day and not many audience brush gift, is really cannot catch up. PK time quickly passed. From Sun Ming brushed 5 carnival, the opposite side of the points did not rise much, sister Lin's side lost. From the Crouching Dragon Phoenix 2 brothers found Sun Ming came to the live room has not been concerned about the opposite side, but the other side of the live room Lin's sister is also a ruthless person. Lost is lost, people are willing to gamble to admit defeat, without saying a word on the face of the King's 8, not to mention, the painting is also quite a sense of art. Lin's sister while talking, the face of the small Wang Bao with the mouth also moved up, really funny, just because of people's spirit of defeat. Sun Ming came to sister Lin's live room, and then brushed her with 2 carnivals. Not for any reason, it's just that she made Sun Ming laugh, and there's a reward when she's happy. Thank you brother Ming for the carnivals. Thank you brother Ming. Sister Lin spoke with a particularly jaded air, and Sun Ming felt that this person was also okay. Sun Ming also didn't linger in this live room and returned to Crouching Dragon Phoenix's live room after brushing it. The 2 brothers also saw Sun Ming give each other brush gifts, but they do not dare to say anything. Sun Ming want to give who brush gifts that is the freedom of others. Can give them a few brush has been a fluke of luck. Brother Ming, last time you brushed a carnival for us, this time it's 5. If you come a few more times I don't need to broadcast live, you'll feed us yourself. Seeing that Sun Ming came back with a sign, Fatty said in a hurry, bah, you 2 are also too ugly, I don't want to feed you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Ming, you are shrimp pig hard thin, are you hard to bear? Nonsense of course it's hard. Looking at the screen strange 2 people, Sun Ming smiled and shook his head. Worthy of being the god he found in the car show. To understand the live broadcast, this if in the match 2 good-looking female companion, really can take off Sun Ming thought about it, and felt that now live broadcasts also have a head start sign a few beautiful ladies, even if you can't make money, it doesn't matter, at least it can make him feel happy Although there are many MCN organizations now, but there are not a few strength. How many organizations because of the anchor tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of dollars in wages to pull the lawsuit with his strength will not happen at all. A little out of resources can be mixed to the head. Thinking of this, Sun Ming sent a message to the 2 Crouching Dragon Phoenix brothers. A little private tutoring? Seeing Sun Ming's words, the fat man is also very between. To the audience in the live broadcast room then said, today is live here, tomorrow and then give you outdoor liveness. Down After saying that, also no matter what reaction of the audience inside the live broadcast room, directly light speed off the air. What the hell? This is not broadcast? Can't you see that the big brother said private tutoring? He must have gone to kneel. Big brother can favor these 2? Confused. Sun Ming looked at the 2 who were off the air and directly sent a cell phone number in private chat, and soon the other party called. What's up brother Ming? Sun Ming wasn't polite and directly said, you 2 shouldn't have a guild yet, right? I'm planning to make an MCN organization. Are you interested in coming over? Fatty snapped and didn't react for a moment, then said excitedly, interested? Of course I'm interested, I'll definitely join your organization. Brother Ming, in fact, there has long been an organization to find the 2 of them. The 2 people's live effect is very good, the audience stickiness is very high. Is the lack of exposure? If you are willing to spend money to promote, these 2 people can certainly burst into flames, but the 2 people refused. The main reason is that the conditions offered by those MCN organizations are not good, and there are also requirements for their live broadcasts, so the 2 rejected them. But if Sun Ming wanted to open an MCN organization, of course they wouldn't reject it. Having seen how Sun Ming spends money like water, the 2 brothers naturally wouldn't think that Sun Ming would screw them over. Why? Because they weren't worth it. It was as simple as that. Chapter 59, Live Streaming. Listening to Fatty's decisive voice, Sun Ming was a bit at a loss for what to say. So painful? Not listening to my conditions? No need. Brother Ming, you run a company that we both feel at ease with. You're such a big brother inviting us. We still need to consider? Consider what? We'll go whenever you let us. Listening to Fatty's words of praise, Sun Ming was naturally in a good mood. As long as one is a human being, they can't avoid being vulgar. And being praised is not just a happy thing. In that case, then you 2 wait for me to notify you by phone at that time. Okay, then I won't bother brother Ming. Bye. Putting down the phone, Sun Ming fell into deep thought. Although this matter was an impromptu idea, but it was also very good to do. Li Yunfeng and their investment amount for that one was not much yet, and the path they took was also the internet. It overlapped with this matter, and it was very easy to make it. Thinking of this, Sun Ming directly gave Li Yunfeng a call. Hey, Mr. Sun, what's up? Hearing Li Yunfeng's voice, Sun Ming didn't talk nonsense and directly asked, how is this investment department of yours getting on? Mr. Sun, Our side is now discussing a live broadcasting organization, which has more than 300 contracted anchors, but not many live broadcasts. We valued it at around 5 million, but the other party is asking for a very high price, which reached 7 million. The evaluation department is now re-evaluating it to see if the price is appropriate. If not, we can only look for it again. Hearing Li Yunfeng's words, Sun Ming was a little helpless. These high achievers were too serious about these things. They couldn't let the other party take advantage of them a little bit, otherwise they would feel that they had failed. But this was good. If Li Yunfeng really didn't care just to get down and invest, Sun Ming couldn't look at him either. In that case, there's no need to evaluate. Find someone to register an MCN organization, wholly owned by our company. Let's use the company's name for the name of the organization, and then dig up a group of people to build up the framework in this area. And then sign up a group of anchors with high face value that will recultivate. Then dig up 1 or 2 head anchors, and you can watch over the rest, so as not to delay too much time because of buying the organization. Hearing Sun Ming's words, Li Yunfeng was of course very happy. Although Sun Ming had said that he had full authority over the investment aspect of this subsidiary, but he himself had many limitations. The most crucial thing was that the investment was to make money. If the company set up a live broadcasting organization, of course it was very good, but that would require a lot of money to be spent, and even more than the acquisition of an organization would be spent several times more, considering the cost after they chose to buy it. Okay, Mr. Sun, I'll get on with it. Hearing Li Yunfeng's words, Sun Ming hung up the phone. In this way, he was also considered to have inserted himself into the industry of live streaming e-commerce. The profit of this industry was just too big. Lao Luo, Lao Yu, all relied on this to come back from the dead. Sun Ming couldn't give up this piece of cake. He didn't need to be at the top of the industry. As long as he ate a small piece of it, he would be able to make his wealth go a little further. Not long after, Sun Bin niaping a piece of home. The two did not take care of Sun Ming. A go to cook, a lie on the sofa again brush up the short video. At the dinner table, Sun Ming always felt that his parents had something to hide from him. His family is not a family of books, and there is no such thing as a family motto of eat without speaking, sleep without speaking, and usually the meal is never eaten while chatting. But today the two people just eat and do not speak. Sun Ming initiative to find the topic is also useless. Can't stand the atmosphere. The meal did not eat a few mouths. Sun Ming ran away. This home cannot stay. Driving out of the neighborhood, Sun Ming was dumbfounded. Where to go? The company? Cute. It's time to go to the company. To find Xingyu? I haven't seen her for a few days, so I don't really want to. Going to a hotel? It's too much to go to a hotel when you don't live at home. By the way, Zhou Chang also owes him a meal. Just did not have enough to eat. Let Zhou Chang asked him to forget. Said to do. To Zhou Chang made a phone call. The other side of the second to pick up. Sun Ming has not said anything. Zhou Chang said to please him. Know how to do. After speaking clearly about the place and navigating the address, Sun Ming drove over in his Rolls-Royce Phantom. Tianhong Clubhouse. When Sun Ming arrived, Zhou Chang was already waiting for him at the door. The two of them exchanged greetings and walked into the clubhouse. The location of the clubhouse was next to the Pu River, and from the top floor one could observe the colorful river. The intoxicating view and the leisurely atmosphere made Sun Ming's mood instantly become better. This is a private club. Security is still very strict. Compared to the Kilianshan Club, this place is more secretive, more niche. The reason why it was said niche was because the ones serving the two at this time were all big yangma. It was only that most of the women really didn't quite fit his aesthetic, although the body aspect was very powerful, but the face value was really not good. Zhou Chang also saw Sun Ming's serious disappointment, and said with a hefty laugh, Brother Ming, there's no need to be anxious. These are just waiters. The ones with good quality need to pick themselves. Hearing Zhou Chang's words, Sun Ming's eyes lit up. Indeed, to be able to open a clubhouse like this in this place, if the quality of the beautiful women is not strong, surely can't survive. It looks like tonight will be a foreign meal. While the two were eating and chatting, the walls of the room suddenly became transparent. Sun Ming carefully observed and realized that the entire wall was made of glass, only using a special technique to turn the entire glass into an ordinary wall. At this time, the opposite side of the glass appeared 5 foreign beauties. Zhou Chang smilingly pointed to the wall and said, Brother Ming, pick it, pick a few can be. When Sun Ming saw the faces of the 5 people, Sun Ming was stunned. Indeed, all very good looking, especially the one standing in the middle. Sun Ming was indeed stunned, but he quickly reacted. Did not make a fool of himself in front of Zhou Chang. Sun Ming pointed to the one in the center and then waved his hand at Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang picked up his cell phone and didn't know what he typed in and saw the 5 people disappear together across the glass. Zhou Chang then said, Brother Ming, that girl has already been sent downstairs amongst the rooms. You can go over any time. Sun Ming gave a hefty laugh. Inside the suite, Sun Ming had already finished his shower and was swiping through short videos. but his mind was all in the bathroom. While he was down, Sun Ming learned the girl's name, Talia Reed. I don't know how much time had passed. Sun Ming felt that the days felt like years. Anyway, Sun Ming felt that time had passed for a long, long time. After living for so long, it was the first time he had tasted foreign seafood, and the sense of anticipation was drawn out. When this foreign beauty walked out, her long brown hair, still wet, her white bathrobe blocking the most crucial parts of her body. Seeing Sun Ming lying on the bed, her small face was flushed, not knowing if it was because she had just finished her bath. Come, sit here. Sun Ming used a commanding tone to the young girl who came out of the bathroom. The young girl, however, didn't resent it at all and obediently acted like a small cat, taking light steps and coming to Sun Ming's side. Looking at her exquisite little face, Sun Ming's heart became fiery, and with a fierce tug, in the midst of her exclamation of surprise, Sun Ming began his actions. Chapter 60, Behind every bear child there's a pair of bear parents. The next day, Sun Ming did not greet Zhou Cheng directly drove back home. Only mom and dad are not at home. Do not know what these two people early in the morning, back on the road did not see. I don't care. Two adults, not a child. Wherever you want to go to play, just go to play. There are still some food at home. Sun Ming casually ate a couple of mouthfuls and drove to the company. No one at home. Stay at home is also boring. Morning rush hour, traffic jam for a long time. There is no way. Financial center, this neighborhood is really very jammed every day. The king of heaven to come also have to be jammed for half an hour to pass. Of course, the real privilege will not be closed, but this is not Sun Ming can consider. After more than half an hour of driving, finally came to the company. Just arrived at the company, ran into Li Yunfeng. The two of them exchanged a little bit. Sun Ming said his idea again, and then gave him the contact information of Crouching Dragon Phoenix. Sun Ming wanted to try to see if he could make the two of them into a top stream like De Yang Xiaoyang. Although it was difficult, with his current strength it was still a little short of what he wanted to do, but there was still plenty of time to do it. Take your time. After explaining things, Sun Ming touched the fish inside the office. Comfortable. As long as he didn't work, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. Sun Ming glanced at the time. It was 11:30. He went downstairs to eat. In Sun Ming waiting for the elevator when he received his mother's phone. Nye Ping voiced some panic. Said in the calf hot pot restaurant out of the problem? Need to. Sun Ming immediately rushed over. Listening to Nye Ping's side of the noise, Sun Ming what mind is not, and quickly opened the navigation. Search location. Fortunately not too far. 20 minutes to be able to pacify the Nye Ping. Sun Ming hung up the phone. Sitting in the elevator to the downstairs. Open on the Rolls-Royce Phantom on the phone. Rolls-Royce Phantom and drove over according to the navigation. The first time I saw this was when I was in a hot pot restaurant. Sun Bin and Nye Ping were sitting on the sofa next to a couple and a little boy. At this moment, the couple was cursing at a young man, saying something like, he's still just a kid, no matter what you do, you can find us, why are you beating him, you don't have a son or you can't have a son? The youth was also red-faced at this time, said, I look for you, how many times have I looked for you, have you ever cared? From the very beginning, your SB child has been moving around in my place, and he threw the meat I just bought on the ground. Did I tell you? Did you take care of it? Did you pay for it? I'm still looking for you. You, now your SB kid put my cell phone in the pot. You're still in charge, right? How do you know my kid put it there? What proof do you have? The child's mom shouted loudly as if she was spilling her guts. These two uncles and aunts saw it, and you still won't admit it? Hearing the young man's words, the child's mother instantly turned on Sun Bin Nye Ping. What does it have to do with you two? What makes you say that my son put it there? Two old things, don't go out if you have bad eyes. It looks like you guys? Tell you, now that my son is injured, none of you can run away. Just wait, the child's mother shouted at the top of her voice, causing the entire hot pot restaurant to look over. At this time the surrounding has almost surrounded dozens of people. There are even a lot of people have taken out their cell phones to record video, but none of them went forward to stop and persuade the fight. Now people are not concerned about themselves, and also like to take video and then send to the internet, so that the public stand on the moral high ground to judge others. Sun Bin Nye Ping at this time the face of the gloomy cannot. They have lived most of their lives. The first time to see so unreasonable people. Obviously his family's children to cause things. The couple not only do not admit not compensation to apologize, and even in the splash and roll, and the youth did not hit the child as the two of them said, but will be the child pushed to the side, and even did not use much force. Live a long time to see the sort of. Previously this kind of thing they also only saw reports on the internet. At that time the two of them also discussed this issue. Spoiling a child is like killing a child. At the stage where guidance is needed, one should never pamper a child. This will only harm the child. Now it seems that behind every bear child there is that pair of parents who have been spoiling them. They can't afford to beat and scold themselves, so in the end, they can only let society teach him to behave. Someone at home spoils him, society won't. Now C is really angry, but the two did not say anything. Just want to wait for Sun Ming to come over to solve the problem. The two of them until now still think it is not a big deal, but the two underestimated the degree of shamelessness of this couple. And at this time the bear child hugged his mother's thighs, pouting his lips, a defiant look. He sneaked a glance at the people next to him, and then ran to the opposite side of Sun Bin and Nieping, picked up a spoon and scooped up the boiling hot soup from the inside of the hot pot and splashed it around the two of them. And as he splashed it around his mouth, he muttered, "Blame it all on you guys, blame it all on you guys, it's hot to death for both of you, it's hot to death for both of you." Sun Bin and Nieping had been watching the couple splashing, did not pay attention to the children, when they reacted to the time has been scalded, but fortunately reacted in time, just burned a little hand, if it was burned to the face will be disfigured. Sun Bin and Nieping were immediately furious. How can this child be like this? Sun Bin immediately grabbed the spoon from the bear child's hand, and then violently pushed the bear child. The bear child fell to the ground with a plop and cried out. The couple who were quarreling with the youth at this time saw Sun Bin's stuff and immediately picked the child up, saying anxiously, "Is the baby okay? Baby does not cry ah." The child's mother toward Sun Bin Nieping opened teeth and claws pounced over. Mouth also shouted, "Who are you to hit my child? I'll kill you two old things." Sun Bin and Nieping at this time is also very angry. Was a normal meal, and then intended to do something. Did not expect to see the bear child will be the neighboring table youth's cell phone into the hot pot inside. The two are afraid of cell phone in the hot pot inside the explosion. Will be the youth to the injury? Reminded of it. I thought the bear child parents to apologize. Compensation for youth will be fine, but did not want the couple so unreasonable, and did not expect things to make such a big deal, but also their bad luck. But the two of them are not to be messed with. Nieping slap on the woman's face. Are people why spoil you? The woman who was slapped was simply crazy. When was she beaten? The woman's husband at this time also wanted to rush over to hit people, but was stopped by the youth. Angry he fought with the youth. Sun Bin had wanted to stop the man, but saw that he was stopped by the youth. To the youth is a thumbs up. Well done. Then Sun Bin stopped the woman who wanted to rush over to fight with Nieping, and Nieping was even more ruthless. Her mouth scolded the woman over and over again that she was not something, and her hand movements were still unceasing. She was really frightened, and also infuriated. And had I known that the child just now in a little bit of force will be hot pot base splashed on the face, she really disfigurement. As a woman, no matter how old she is, who can not care about the face? Sun Ming rushed to the hot pot restaurant to see a scene that left him dumbfounded. Two youths were entangled in a fight. Sun Bin stopped a woman with teeth and claws, and what surprised him most was that his mom Nieping still slapped the woman from time to time. Chapter 61, Police Station. Sun Ming didn't even know what to say when he saw this scene. Is this an accident? Oh, looking at the situation there is indeed an accident. They're all fighting. Only the one being beaten is the other. That's right. The husband and wife were both hanged. The woman's husband can't beat the youth and is being beaten. The woman is being beaten by Nieping. How is this different from what he imagined? Sun Ming was afraid that his parents had been bullied. The car drove fast. He didn't expect to see this scene after he came. On the way, he also thought, if it is the parents at a disadvantage, how to solve this problem he thought well. From the hot pot store inside to find a few waiters. One person to give a large sum of money. The bullies of his parents will be beaten severely, so that he does not have to bear the responsibility of a little bit, and then later on go to investigate those people, and then count the total account. But I did not expect to be beaten by the people, but this is the best. It's only lucky that his parents didn't suffer. If his parents were really beaten up, even if he beat the other party up again it's too late. Without a word, Sun Ming ran to Sun Bin Nieping's side, and then forcefully pushed that woman directly to the side. That woman saw Sun Ming's action, and also knew that he was called by Sun Bin Nieping. At that moment, they did not dare to do it again, not to mention that she was still beaten directly lying on the ground and cried out loudly, while crying while shouting, saw it, everyone saw it. These people bullied the women and children. What kind of men are they? My child is not just to cause trouble. What right they have to beat us? Sun Ming did not pay attention to the woman, but to Sun Bin Nieping said, Dad, Mom, all right, it's fine, just that my hand was scalded by that kid with hot soup. It's not revenge. Nieping waved her hand, full of unconcern and said, anyway, she was spreading her anger out. The rest will be handed over to his son. Sun Bin also shook his head at this time and said that there was nothing wrong. Only then did Sun Ming put his heart down. The two youths who were fighting together also stopped when they saw Sun Ming, and the woman's husband hurriedly went to appease his daughter-in-law. Sun Ming asked what happened. Nieping hurriedly explained to her son, saying that they were in the right. After listening to his mother's words, Sun Ming nodded at the youth. The youth is also a bit of vision. Looking at Sun Ming, all know that the value of a lot of money. Clear that this can be solved. There is no action, although this matter is caused by him. At this time, the crowd looked at the onlookers. Do not fight. Some people began to give the couple to fight, saying what? A few big men bully others, women and children. What is the ability? But there were also people who said, if it wasn't for his children causing trouble, would this have happened? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. Someone else said, who's right and who's wrong? I've already recorded it. When the time comes to hand it over to the police, it won't be enough. Sun Ming looked back at the crowd. His expression didn't change much. Anytime there will be people who indiscriminately persuade you. Vowed gang has a saying, if you know such a person, stay away from him, or you will be implicated when the thunder strikes down. Now that the self-media is so developed, Sun Ming has also seen what the dark side of society is like. Don't look at these people who are talking well now, but in the twinkling of an eye, they don't know how to make up your mind. However, Sun Ming does not care about them. It is human nature to protect oneself. As long as they do not come over to provoke him, he will not take care of them. Because of Sun Ming's arrival, both sides quieted down. The women and children also stopped crying. The man also began to rub his face. His face was beaten by a piece of blue and purple. Compared to the youth's hair messy appearance, he is the party that suffers. Without waiting much longer, several people in police uniforms arrived at the hot pot restaurant. As the safest country in the world, especially in the mega city of Shanghai, the police were really too quick to come out. Who called the police just now? Originally quiet woman at this time with the killing of pigs, like squealing, while crying, while yelling, comrade police, we reported the police, we reported the police, they beat people, adults and children they beat, the surrounding people have seen, they can testify, the woman said while crying, and her hand pointed to Sun Ming's side. After roughly understanding the situation, the police helped the woman up. The rest of the police walked over to Sun Ming's side and asked to show their ID cards, and after taking a look at them, said, several, you need to take a trip with us to the police station to understand the situation. Sun Ming nodded and said, yes. Right at this moment, the man also told the matter of the youth hitting him, and after the same operation process was implemented on the youth, everyone went out and got into the police car. On the police car, Nia Ping was slightly uneasy. After all, it was the first time she had sat in a police car in so many years. Sun Ming calmed his mom down and said to the police officer on the side, I can make a phone call, right? The police smiled after hearing Sun Ming's words. Of course you can. We are just taking you back to understand the situation. Even if it's really your problem, you can still make a phone call. This is the right of every citizen. After Sun Ming thanked the police, he dialed Lu Ji's phone. Mr. Sun, what's wrong? The phone was quickly connected and Lu Ji was the first to ask. In the name of the company, help me contact the best lawyer in Shanghai to the Huaihai Road police station. Lu Ji on the other end of the phone was a bit confused, but he still reacted as fast as he could and said, okay Mr. Sun, I will arrange it right away. The few policemen in the car and the young man were instantly surprised as they gave Sun Ming a look. It's not an ordinary person who can say this. Sun Bin didn't think it was a big deal. Nia Ping's uneasy heart at this time was also relieved after hearing Sun Ming's words, and the car was quiet at this time. Inside the police station, Sun Ming racked legs, sitting on a chair to brush the video. Sun Bin Nia Ping fell in the statement, which cannot be helped, after all, is really hands, beside the woman shouting and children while crying voice, came to the police station. Husband and wife, one more than a miserable. The woman was Nia Ping slapped a few slaps, face slightly swollen. The man's face is still a piece of blue and purple, cannot be eliminated, look unusually funny. Comrade police, I tell you, they are intentionally beating people. Originally a little thing they have to grasp, and also hit our children, and now also beat us like this. I suggest that you arrest all of them. Surely it is right, and I also found a lawyer. I want to sue them. Sue them. The quiet police station was full of this woman's voice. Even her son was so scared by his mom that he stopped crying. As a local of Shanghai, she has a great sense of superiority, especially when she heard Sun Bin and Nia Ping's foreign accent. She did not care about these people, but she did not expect her to be beaten by these people she despised in public, which made her have no way to accept. Chapter 62. He like several young police officers have not experienced such things. A time do not know how to deal with it. You can only look at me. I look at you. Do not know what to do. At this time, an older police officer stood out. He knew that things should be dealt with from the root cause, although it is because the bare children caused trouble. But the beating is after all the youth and Sun Bin Nia Ping a few people. The couple is also considered a victim. Thinking of this, the older policeman came to Sun Ming's side, because he knew that the main person in charge now was Sun Ming. Mr. Sun, although the causes and consequences of the matter are clear to us, but if we really talk about it, we can only count Mr. Lin and your parents as a crime of intentional injury, because after identification, Mr. Zhao and Ms. Su both have some slight concussions, which is enough for a minor injury. The Mr. Lin in the police's mouth should be that youth, and Mr. Zhao and Ms. Su should be that couple. Hearing the words of the police, the young man surnamed Lin hurriedly came to the police and said, "This comrade, the cause is me, but if it wasn't for that child who put my cell phone inside the hot pot, would there be such a thing? If they had paid out the money normally, would this have happened? And if the two uncles and aunts hadn't warned me, what would have happened if the cell phone had exploded in the pot? What if I or a nearby diner had been hurt? How come we're the ones who committed the crime at the end of the day? Did they not get hurt at all?" The police immediately felt numb. The scene of the video they also forensic back. The bare child is indeed very excessive. The bare child's parents are even more excessive. But now the result is that a few of them nothing happened. People were injured. Looking at the young man took the responsibility. Sun Ming felt that this person was okay. His parents were not considered to be helping for nothing. Sun Ming stood up and said to the young man, "You go to the side. I'll handle this. My parents' hands are still burned. They won't let it? I still won't let them." After saying that, Sun Ming said towards the police officer, "Officer, your name? Free, your surname is Qian. Officer Qian, before things are finalized, it's not appropriate to put some charges on my parents, right? Can't I sue you for libel? Moreover, from now on, my parents won't be subject to any questioning. The lawyer I called should be arriving soon. Didn't the other party also get a lawyer? Let them talk." Hearing Sun Ming's words, Officer Qian's heart shook and his scalp tingled. He had thought that this would be easy to solve, but he hadn't expected that this young man would be difficult to deal with as well. Officer, did you hear that? They are so arrogant even in the police station, let alone outside. Lock them up." After the woman heard Sun Ming's words, she began to shout frantically. His husband was too scared to speak at this point. "Quiet, or else you'll handle the case? You'll be this police officer?" Officer Qian was already annoyed, and it was really not good to have a very small matter turned into this. Obviously it is her family's children put other people's cell phones in the hot pot. Apologize and pay some money. So easy to solve the problem finally done like this, but also yelling here, which makes his tone very bad. After hearing Officer Qian's somewhat angry voice, the woman didn't dare to make a loud noise anymore, and instantly quieted down. Thump, thump, a rush of footsteps came from the door. Lu Ji jogged all the way into the police station. "Mr. Sun." Seeing Lu Ji coming over, Sun Ming nodded towards him. Immediately afterward, a few more men and women in black suits walked in. Their faces unusually serious and their auras explosive. A few young police officers looked at these people dumbfounded. For this small matter you guys hired lawyers even if it's not enough, but there are still so many of them coming? Even the knowledgeable Officer Qian was a bit numb. Just now he felt that Sun Ming was difficult to deal with. He didn't expect that he had underestimated Sun Ming. These lawyers were not simple to look at, not to mention a phone call to call all these people over to Sun Ming. "Mr. Sun, this is the several lawyers from Tianjin law firm." Lu Ji introduced the origins of these people to Sun Ming. For the Tianjin law firm Sun Ming has heard of. Shanghai's #1 law firm. There are many of the country's top lawyers working in the law firm. Of course, Sun Ming's this matter people are not so bad as to send those people over. If you simply let Sun Ming go to find this law firm it would still take some time, because Tianjin law firm generally serves some high-end clients or companies, but heavy dream capital is the object that these law firms are competing for. So a phone call from Lu Ji and these people came over. "Hello Mr. Sun, I'm the general of Tianjin law firm. They are all my colleagues. Next all the process will be handled by us for you in full. I don't know how you want to deal with it. My father and mother how no matter how to deal with." He nodded, his expression clear. After seeing this, Sun Ming directly said to Officer Qian, "Officer Qian, my lawyer is here. Now you can talk to my lawyer. What he said will bring table my parents' opinion. My parents are fully authorized to them." After saying that, he returned to the sofa and sat down with Sun Bin Nieping, not caring about anything. Officer Qian, after all, has been a police officer for many years, slightly nervous for a moment and then settled down. No matter who the other side is, it has nothing to do with him, because he is a police officer. But the couple sitting on the other side was fidgeting at this time. Although they are arrogant, but not stupid. As Shanghai locals they are more aware of the reputation of Tianjin law firm. Compared to Tianjin law firm, the lawyers they are looking for are simply not at the same level. They understand that they may have kicked the bucket this time, and now they can't help but feel a little bit regretful. "Hello lawyer he, my name is Qian Ming. I'm a police officer from Huaihai Road Police Station. Mr. Sun and Ms. Nya and Mr. Lin assaulted Mr. Zhao and Ms. Su. They have been suspected of intentional injury." Before Qian Ming finished his words, a lawyer behind He Bang stood out holding a notebook. This is the video provided by the hot pot restaurant and the public at the time, which clearly records that Ms. Su started the fight. My client as a law-abiding citizen was exercising his rights. They were only in self-defense. But Mr. Zhao and Ms. Su were identified with a mild concussion. Upon hearing Officer Qian's words, the woman with the surname Su immediately stood up. Yes, the two of us, this was identified. You are just hitting rather than self-defense. After hearing the woman's words, whether it is self-defense is not your decision. It depends on the law. And, because you as a guardian did not fulfill your duties as a guardian, causing the ward to put someone else's cell phone in the middle of a boiling hot pot, if there is no voice from my client to remind him, if Mr. Lin's cell phone explodes while he is eating hot pot, then the consequences can be imagined. According to Article 292 of the Criminal Law, intentional injury, I recommend that the Huaihai Road Police Station prosecute the ward, but since the ward is not yet an adult, the case is transferred to prosecute the guardian, and I will be Mr. Lin's attorney pro bono. Hearing the word intentional injury, the couple instantly wimped out. They knew that this crime could lead to jail time. Chapter 63, the matter is over. Nonsense. What would be the offense of intentional injury? You guys are just bullying us for not knowing the law. We have to wait for our lawyers, and our lawyers are coming soon. Officer Qian, before the charge is finalized, our Tianjin law firm will always keep an eye on this case. Next we will follow the process to release my client on bail. He Bang didn't bother with them, but turned his head to Officer Qian. Okay. Just as He Bang was about to let the process go, a man in a suit walked in with a solemn expression, and at a glance, he felt that this person was very reliable. He came to the police station, looked around and saw the couple, then walked over and said, "Sorry Ms. Su, you called too quickly. The road is slightly blocked. Only now. I wonder if the other side's lawyer has come." Coming, Lawyer Zhou, you must sue them. It is they who injured us. Seeing the arrival, the couple finally waited for help. Pointing in Sun Ming's direction was shouting, "Which one is the lawyer?" Hearing Lawyer Zhou's words, the woman pointed at the several people from Yifang and said, "Those are all of them." All of them? Lawyer Zhou froze in place. This all are was the meaning he understood? And He Bang solved his doubt. "Hello, I am the lawyer of Tianjin law firm." They are all my assistants, so I won't introduce them one by one to Lawyer Zhou. Hearing he likes self-introduction, Lawyer Zhou's heart trembled slightly. Tianjin law firm, that's the #1 ranked law firm in Shanghai. Others are not clear about the ability of this law firm. Is he still not clear about it? Not to mention the ability to invite to the level of characters like he. Did not see him as a person to come well, but people have brought so many assistants. He is just an ordinary lawyer, not to mention the first law firm in Shanghai. He can't even enter the top 10 law firms. Nevertheless, he could only introduce himself. Originally, he intended to bail out first and then prosecute later, but since the other party's lawyer also came, then let's settle it at once. Thinking of this, he said to Lawyer Zhou, "Then let's make an argument based on the content of the video?" Okay. Lawyer Zhou spoke with a bit of a lack of courage. Sometime later, several people watched around the video many times. In fact, it was centered around justifiable defense. The 5 elements of legitimate defense are: the unlawful intrusion must exist objectively. The unlawful intrusion is in progress and has a realistic threat and urgency to the lawful rights and interests. The defender recognizes that the unlawful intrusion is in progress. The defender has the motivation to protect the lawful rights and interests. The legitimate defense can only be carried out against the aggressor himself, and the defender must be carried out within reasonable limits. These 5 elements, except for the last one, Nieping, does not quite meet. The other 4 are fully consistent. My client would not have even moved if it wasn't for Ms. Su's son's overzealous behavior. And after that, Ms. Su also had the intention of hitting the person, which is clearly shown inside the video. So I think this is a typical case of self-defense. Hearing he like words, Joe lawyer can only nod. Cause and effect relationship is very obvious. In addition to the last son been intercepted with Nieping last hands, this point he even have no refutation point. And within this period of time, he also understood the complexity of this matter, and even more clearly knew the identity of Sun Ming. If it is a big thing, he may not care, but this is just a small thing, cannot be small again. Because of this thing offended a billionaire worth it? Not to mention what his client's child did, putting the person's cell phone inside the hot pot. If you really want to be serious, Mei Nieping will have a little problem, but also just Mei. After all, the law is no more than a favor, and the favor is their class can consider it. Chen Xingxuan but said a sentence. The right to interpret the legal provisions is with him. People have the ability and connections, and the greatest possibility is that the other party will not be in trouble at all, while his client will definitely go to jail. Seeing that Lawyer Zhou didn't retort, he also said to Sun Ming, "Mr. Sun, I suggest that both parties sit down and resolve this privately." Immediately afterward, he said to Officer Qian, "What do you law enforcement authorities think?" Officer Qian hurriedly returned, "It's best if it can be resolved privately. Our law enforcement authorities naturally hope that the two parties won't be in any more situations." He also said to Lawyer Zhou, "You'd better advise your client that both sides can mediate privately. Of course, if your client has to go to court, we totally agree. But you should be clear about the final result. Husband and wife heard can privately mediate." A face of excitement. "Thought this matter made such a big fuss. Don't really sit in jail. Now can regulate, of course, good. Can regulate, will have compensation." But Lawyer Zhou interrupted their fantasies and said, "Ms. Su, do not think about compensation. Both sides from here out. Each do not relate to each other is the best choice." The woman asked with a puzzled look. "Why? Are you really not clear? What your son did very definitely constitutes the crime of intentional injury. You as a guardian are responsible. If you hadn't checked for a mild concussion, it wouldn't have been mutually exclusive, and you really would have gone to jail." He whispered to Sun Ming, "If we go to court we can litigate this matter to the other side of the intentional injury crime. But that's for that, Mr. Lin. Your mother's side we only have 90% certainty that we can make self-defense in the courtroom." You see? Sun Ming understood. His mother that a few slaps can hit each other into a slight concussion should be a little more than the law of self-defense, but also because of the young man surnamed Lin each other do not dare to easily go to court. This matter is so resolved for him to say is the best. He does not want Nye Ping to take a little bit of risk, but for the young man surnamed Lin, he is the biggest victim, but he also hit the man. This matter is so forgettable is also possible. Anyway, Sun Ming parents did not suffer. The most crucial thing is that Sun Bin Nye Ping involved in this matter is entirely because the two out of goodwill remind. This matter ends here. It is only cheap that bare child just, next to the husband and wife at this time is even more panicked, especially the understanding of the value of Sun Ming when this emotion is the peak. They are now more fortunate that did not hit Sun Bin and Nye Ping. If these two people were hit by them, it is not peace and quiet. They really want to go to jail. Thinking of this, the husband and wife looked at each other, to their children on the fight. The child was sitting on the ground was hit when all confused. He did not know why he was hit. Instantly, cries and shouts resounded throughout the police station. Chapter 64, At last, April 1st. In addition to this matter, Sun Ming's parents have not gone out recently, have been staying at home. Nothing to do is to walk inside the neighborhood. Sun Bin was still looking for old men to play chess, and Nye Ping was also chatting with those old ladies, so the day was also a leisurely one. I thought today was another boring day, but I didn't expect to receive a phone call from Sun Xiong, saying that all things are done, and that he would send his daughter here today, so that Sun Ming would have time to do the enrollment for the little Chensi, and it would be best if he could go to school next Monday. Sun Ming received the phone call is also full of happiness. Counting the days is also should be done, and even a little slow, but it does not matter. Finally can come. Sun Ming gave his parents a phone call, said Sun Xiong family is coming, let them go home to cook. Really he will not Sun Bin Nye Ping was also very happy to hear this, and rushed home to prepare the ingredients with the intention of cooking. Time flies. 11:30 Sun Xiong called and said to the door, Sun Ming special out to bring people in. Cell security is very strict. If there is no proof of the owner is not to come in. If the owner brought in by the owner of the people to get into something, by the owner is solely responsible for. Drove the car with Sun Xiong's car to the entrance of the villa, parked the car. Sun Xiong's family also got off. Little uncle. The moment she saw Sun Ming, little Chensi thumped and ran towards Sun Ming, shouting out of her mouth as she ran. Hey! Sun Ming answered, looked at the little girl who ran to his side, violently picked her up in his arms, and used his head to vigorously top her. The happy little girl giggled loudly. Hearing this commotion, Sun Bin and Nye Ping also came out from the house. Sun Xiong and Su Shui saw the two immediately called out uncle, aunt. Sun's father and mother casually dealt with the two, and then stared intently at the little Chensi in Sun Ming's arms. The little girl was stared at a little shy, buried her head in Sun Ming's arms and refused to come out. Looking at the strange and shy little girl, several people immediately couldn't open their eyes with laughter. This little girl was too appealing. Chensi, this is grandparents. Don't hide. Come out and call your grandparents. Su Shui smiled at the little girl in Sun Ming's arms and said, but, don't I have grandparents? How come there are more? Little Chensi hid in Sun Ming's arms, revealing a little bit of her head as she looked at her mother and said in a small voice. Hearing little Chensi's words, a few people were a little teary-eyed. In a child's heart, every position is only for one person, because he is little uncle's mom and dad so little Chensi also need to call grandparents. Sun Ming softly said to the little girl, good day grandparents. The little girl mustered up the courage to reveal her entire head, said this to Sun Bin Nye Ping, and then again tightly embraced Sun Ming's neck, also once again buried her head in his embrace. But she was still secretly observing these two grandparents. She subconsciously, these two people are strangers, a little afraid, if not for the fact that now in the little girl, the two people are strangers, they would have to be called grandparents, a little afraid, if not now in the arms of the little uncle. She would like to climb directly on her mother. Sun Bin and Nia Ping hurriedly answered, and then said to Sun Xiong Su Shui, "Come in, the meal is also ready, and I feel that you are also almost there, just in time." Sun Xiong also did not polite, is stuck to the point to come. The family does not pay attention, to put it bluntly, is to mix the meal to come into the house. Su Shui followed Nia Ping. Two people went to serve food. Sun Ming will be the little girl put down, intends to let her own in the house to run around it, but this little girl today saw strange grandparents shy, grabbed Sun Ming's hand, do not dare to spread out. Sun Bin looked at the little girl at this time, the more he saw the more he liked, opened his hand to her and said, "Little Chensi, come over to Grandpa here, let Grandpa take a look at you." Little Chensi will turn her head to look at her father, a moment to look at her little uncle, and then turn her head to look at her grandfather. The little head turned are too busy. "Go on, let this grandpa of yours take a good look at you too." Sun Ming pushed the little girl and made her slowly walk towards Sun Bin. The little girl observed Sun Bin meticulously, and suddenly felt that this grandfather wasn't that scary, so she walked towards him. "Grandpa, are you little uncle's father?" The little girl didn't know what to say, and could only repeat what Sun Ming had just set aside. "Yes, it's your little uncle's father and your grandfather." Sun Bin's serious answer somehow poked the little girl's laughing point. The little girl suddenly giggled. That cute frown, looking at the heart melted. Sun Bin picked up the little Chensi, and then deliberately teased the little girl with the remaining beard on his chin, which made her happy again, and he couldn't stop giggling. At this time, Nia Ping and Su Shui also brought the dishes to the dining table and called out for a few people to go over to eat. Today's meal is unusually sumptuous. Chicken stewed mushrooms, braised pork ribs, stir-fried meat, pan-fried tofu, hot and sour shredded potatoes, boiled pork, dry pot prawns. Greedy Sun Ming drooling. As the old saying goes, the human heart is most appeased by the smoke and fire of the world. When a family eats together, no matter what they eat, they are happy, and if they eat better, then they are even happier. A few people ate while chatting. Sun Xiong said how difficult these days, to a child to do a withdrawal procedure was delayed for more than a week, making his work a little busy. If not for the help of Su Shui, he was almost deducted from the salary. Sun Ming listened to Sun Xiong's words with a lot of emotion. Working as a laborer is like this, there is no time for himself, completely enslaved by the capitalists. But the good thing is that he is now a capitalist. He was thinking of adding some dishes to little Chensi, but he didn't realize that Nia Ping's actions were faster. She kept on chucking dishes to little Chensi. The dishes in the little girl's bowl were as high as a small mountain. "Grandma, enough is enough. There's too much. I can't even finish it." Little Chensi grabbed the spoon and looked at the dishes in front of her, not knowing how to start. "It's good to eat more. You're still young. It's the time to grow your body," Nia Ping said to the little girl with a smile. The little girl is not that she doesn't like to eat, but it's too much. She doesn't know how to eat. Good thing Su Shui understands her daughter better. She took another small bowl for her, and redivided the dishes in the bowl into 2 portions. The little Chinxie saw this look of the dishes, and instantly ate it with a smile on her face. Lunch is eaten very quickly, not long to finish the meal. Nia Ping and Su Shui went to brush finished. Nia Ping originally did not want to let Su Shui to go, but Su Shui said it is not a guest, do it together. Nia Ping and not good to refuse. The two went to brush the bowl together. There are 3 big and 1 small left in the house, just when a few people want to talk. The little girl is yawning. Sun Xiong explained that this morning because it is busy, the family got up especially early. The little Chensi did not sleep enough. Sun Xiong had wanted to hold the little girl to sleep, but was snatched by Sun Bin. There was no way out. Sun Ming was also helpless. He still wanted to hold the little girl. Chapter 65 Yuck. Not long after, Nia Ping and Su Shui finished packing and came over as well. Without chatting for a few moments, Sun Xiong couldn't help himself and said to Sun Ming, "Little Ming, where is Chensi's kindergarten going to be?" Sun Ming smiled and said, "How about Jianghai Huiling Kindergarten?" Hearing Sun Ming's words, Sun Xiong and Su Shui's faces were instantly surprised. They had investigated various local kindergartens in Jianghai, and Huiling Kindergarten could be said to be the #1 kindergarten in Jianghai. Immediately, Sun Xiong said worriedly, "Of course, we also know this kindergarten. Didn't they say that this kindergarten is particularly difficult to enter? And parents and children have to take exams and such. Can we pass?" Hearing Sun Xiong's words, the smile on Su Shui's face also faded away. Sun Bin and Nia Ping were still calm. Since their son dared to say this, it proved that there was no problem. Sure enough, then Sun Ming said, "Normal people definitely can't. This kindergarten has a lot of restrictions on the surface, but for some people, it's just a matter of words. Don't worry, this is a good thing. You should know that foreign countries are capitalist societies. They are the concept of money first, although in the country they say one thing after another, but in the end it's still a matter of money. As long as you have money, all the way to the green light, other people cannot line up the kindergarten. Sun Ming did not show up. Jiang Meng to do, after all, in the country, can come up with 100 million cash to buy a house? Not to mention that now Sun Ming is not alone. Under the name of the company, as long as you have the heart to be able to inquire about, with more than 1 billion of cash flow, even in the Jianghai no one dares to underestimate. Sun Xiong and Su Shui heard Sun Ming's also put down the heart. Can go in is the best. If it is just a simple kindergarten they will not be so concerned. But this wheeling is more than a kindergarten. It can be from kindergarten all the way up to high school. And finally the examination of the university of the time and place and people. 40% of the people can go to Qingbei or above. Most of them will go abroad to study. And the school is the University of London. Cambridge University. Such a first-class famous school. If Shaoqianzi can't go to a good university like this, then they will resign themselves to their fate. As for the tuition fees several people did not mention. For Sun Xiong Su Shui, can enter this kindergarten has thank God, tuition will not let Sun Ming out of the idea. And Sun Ming also did not give them out of the idea. After all, the two people can still make money. The solution to the heart of the Sun Xiong Su Shui two people began to talk again. But Sun Ming listening to listen to feel not quite right. These two people how will revenge that's right. They asked Sun Bin Nieping in front of Sun Ming that he had an object yet. When to get married and so on. This is not enmity is what? Bah! Both of them are not good things. Or little Chensi is good. But what makes Sun Ming puzzled is the reaction of the two old men today. If it was in the past, they would have already said Sun Ming's, but today the two men have been smiling, as if they are not worried about this matter at all. Could it be because I'm rich and not worried? Sun Ming couldn't help but think this way. As for other reasons he couldn't think of them. A few people chatted for a while. Sun Xiong and Su Shui are leaving. The purpose of coming here has been achieved. There is nothing else. Go home and pack up things. When the time comes to directly send the little Chensi over on the line, Sun Bin is a little reluctant to let go. He hugged the already asleep little Chensi cannot let go. After all, this child is really too cute. Sun Ming said a few words. Anyway, not a few days, by the time the little Chensi will live in his home. Not bad a few days. By the time the little girl to go to school here can let the two bring the child has been too annoyance. But also to save the hire of nannies. After the two big and one small Sun Ming also returned home, looking at the parents sitting on the sofa in silence. Sun Ming heart straight drums. This is what, just a moment ago was fine. How he just out of a door work on this expression. It must be what Sun Xiong said just now. It's all their fault. Bah! Ungrateful people. The six eyes looked at each other. Little Ming, do you have a date now? Nieping first fired the first shot. Sun Ming spoke helplessly. Not yet. It's not that I'm busy with work. I haven't found one yet, but I've been looking for one. How do you do things? 20-something. Little Chensi is almost 4 years old. The children of your friends at home are also kindergarten. You still do not have an object that you plan to do? I haven't found a suitable one, right? You guys don't want me to just find someone, do you? Our family is very rich now. Don't let them split the family fortune when the time comes. Well, right, you are now rich, then you cannot just find. I have a little girl here with your conditions are about the same. The girl is also this neighborhood. Know the roots of the family business, but also particularly rich. Will not care about your money. Tomorrow go to meet once. Pa! Sun Ming slammed his forehead. Fooled. Mom and dad is not because Sun Xiong Su Shui said the words to set the face, but deliberately behave like this, is to lead to the words now. But Sun Ming is not resistant to matchmaking. On the contrary, he is still looking forward to matchmaking. After all, he hasn't had a match for so many years, and he also wants to experience what matchmaking is like. Okay, got it. Sun Ming agreed. He could understand his parents' feelings, and he also wanted to meet the other party, so he naturally nodded in agreement. But the only thing he was a little confused about was that it had only been a few days. Nieping was able to find him a suitable girl so quickly? One should know that there was an old lady who was planning to introduce him to someone in the first place. Old lady? The old lady who was going to introduce him to a girl? Last time Nieping was in a hurry to go back. When he got off the bus halfway, Sun Ming saw a familiar old lady waiting for Nieping, and he didn't realize it was her. Sun Ming was even more puzzled. Didn't he promise that old lady? He hadn't introduced her for such a long time. But why did he find Nieping now? With his head full of doubts, Sun Ming asked Nieping. Nieping also knows about this matter, and can even be said to be very clear. The old lady's family is doing real estate. The specific name of the company Nieping is not clear. How much money she is also not clear. but can do real estate in Shanghai is not a few simple, not to mention that at this time the two families are still neighbors. Listen to the old lady said that she intended to introduce her granddaughter to Sun Ming. After all, she has observed Sun Ming for a long time, which are good, but her granddaughter is not willing to said what is now busy at work. The company has a lot of things. In addition, she is now simply not the intention of marriage. This makes the old lady is very angry. Some time ago has been with her granddaughter, because her granddaughter is working in their own family company. Busy or not busy is not the family said it. The old lady is thinking of how to persuade their granddaughter. Sun Bin Nieping lived in the district. An inquiry is that she looked at the young man's mother and father. This is not a coincidence. The old lady will be the idea of Nieping said. The two hit it off. Today on Sun Ming set out because the old lady to do through their granddaughter's work. And Nieping as long as the notification of Sun Ming on the line, is so overbearing. Chapter 66 Blind Date. The next day, as a pushy rich man, well, he thinks so, asleep until 10:30. Don't know why. Since his parents came he felt like he was getting lazier and lazier. Company didn't want to go. Game didn't want to play. Every day is either lazy in bed or lazy on the sofa. After washing up, he went to the closet to change clothes, and tried several sets of clothes before finally settling down. A Versace casual dress, feet with a pair of small white shoes. Okay, generally speaking, Sun Ming on clothing is not much to pay attention to. How comfortable, how to come. After all, from the rebirth of his life he thought that this life is not necessary to add too much constraints to themselves. After all, today is to go on a blind date. Have to pay a little attention to a little bit, but also just a little attention. Otherwise he would not wear casual clothes. In Sun Bin Nieping's expectant gaze, Sun Ming walked out of the house and drove to the Rolls-Royce Phantom towards the agreed place. The agreed time is 11:30. The place is a cafe. Sun Ming thought this point shall not go to the restaurant to eat while chatting well, but he said not count. People say where to go on where to go. Mom's baby man no human rights. To know, Sun Ming wanted to buy a mansion at the beginning of how dashing and handsome, proper domineering president. Since Nieping came after he always felt that he toward the evolution of the mama's boy. Alas, the first time I saw you, I was in the middle of a conversation with you, and you were in the middle of a conversation with me. At this time it was only 11 o'clock 10. Sun Ming felt that he had come very early. After all, the agreement was 11:30, but when he walked into the cafe he knew that he had come too late. The cafe was luxuriously decorated, and there weren't many people inside, but most people's eyes were gathered on a woman. Without looking at her looks, just by looking at her sitting posture and temperament, Sun Ming felt that she was a beauty. From a distance, the nose is high, eyes like a star, melon face classical stereo, such as waterfall black hair hanging down at the waist, long neck is like jade glistening luster. Although the beauty was sitting, Sun Ming felt that her height was not low, at least 1.7 meters. Alexander In the teasing gazes of the crowd of men, Sun Ming slowly walked towards where the woman was. Hello, I'm Sun Ming. Sun Ming said to the woman. Why was Sun Ming certain that this beautiful woman was his blind date? This time, this place, plus the fact that this woman's face value and temperament just wasn't something that ordinary people could have. From this, Sun Ming could say with certainty that she was the person Sun Ming was looking for. Hello, Shun Nanya. The voice was crisp and pleasing to the ear, like a fresh spring in the mountains, refreshing the heart. The woman's red lips moved slightly, quite a strange beauty that made people want to take a bite. Sun Ming looked at her face from a close distance. The woman's beauty seemed to come out of a painting, making Sun Ming somewhat unable to resist the urge to embrace her into his arms. I'm sorry, I came a little late and kept you waiting. Although Sun Ming didn't come late, but who let people arrive early? Moreover, face value is justice. It's okay, I'm the one who came early, and didn't wait long. Listening to the woman's words, Sun Ming smiled and said, let's not be so polite. I'll be blunt. I opened an investment company, a little bit of assets, thanks to the old lady's love. I think I'm not bad, so that we have the chance to meet. If you think I'm okay then let's talk. If not, I'll talk about it on the old lady's side. How about it? Hearing Sun Ming's words so bluntly, Shinanya couldn't help but laugh. A smile gave rise to 100 winks. With her delicate face, explosive figure, and slightly obliterated red lips, Sun Ming's eyes went a little straight as he watched. Really don't blame him. It's that this woman is really too beautiful. Reborn until now, he is also considered to have experienced great storms, but still tempted by Shinanya. Shinanya also noticed Sun Ming's eyes, and after blankly glancing at him, she said, my grandma said that you're a decent man, but now it seems that my grandma was off the mark. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could grandma be mistaken? I'm really a righteous man. You can't talk nonsense. I'll sue you for slander, Sun Ming said loudly in a serious manner, as if the person who just looked at Shinanya's eyes all straight was not him. Hearing Sun Ming's voice, The cafe originally had a lot of people paying attention to this place, and now basically all of them looked over. But Shenanya didn't seem to see it, and laughed again. Shenanya is 26 years old this year, the same age as Sun Ming, working as an executive director in her family's company, and is also considered to be a little famous in Shanghai. Her beautiful face and outstanding ability made her extremely discerning. Over the years, the people who pursued her could circle around Pujiang, but there was not a single one that she could fall for, especially after taking over as a director. Those many suitors are flocking to her, both wanting to hold the beauty, but also wanting to seize that huge family business, although this point is unlikely. After all, there is a family, but she also had to be careful. Therefore, Shenanya has been single, but she is not anxious. Someone anxious, her grandmother anxious straight fire, said she a daughter of the family sooner or later to become a family, and then do not get married on the old. The old lady was afraid that she could not live until the day she got married, so as long as she saw Shenanya, there was only one thing, urging marriage. Her parents, although they didn't say it on their lips, but behind her back, they had been giving her grandmother advice and also found a lot of young handsome men to come to the company to hang around in front of her eyes. Everyone in the family was urging for marriage, scaring her so much that she didn't dare to stay at home. Originally hiding well, every day to work and off quite good, but the grandmother and do not know who was obsessed with the mind, has been sending her messages to call. She did not dare not return, dare not answer. Casually fooled the grandmother, fooled quite good. Do not know who gave the idea. If she does not come to the blind date this time, the executive director to remove her, it is not to her life. So she inquired about Sun Ming's information from her grandmother, and asked someone to check out Sun Ming himself, without checking. After checking it out, she was really curious about Sun Ming. Sun Ming from coming to Shanghai to buy the villa next to her home. Of course, this amount of money for her control of the money is not counted, but the operation of the back of the Sun Ming is to let her particularly surprised. It didn't take long for Sun Ming to create a head office, a branch office, and then establish the heavy dream capital, which is actually not a big deal. After all, creating a company is very easy for them, and the hard part is how to make money. But not long after, Heavy Dream Capital actually earned more than $1 billion, which made her surprised, and listened to her grandmother said, "This person is not very old, to this age to do this degree. The country is not but few and far between, and most of those people have some resources, but Sun Ming did not, all on his own." So Shenanya listened to her family's arrangement, came to this cafe to meet with Sun Ming. In fact, she also wanted to see this man, to see what kind of person he is. Chapter 67, Not Bad. Sun Ming looked at Shenanya without the imagined bad contact and directly sat on the stool next to her. Shenanya didn't say anything, only sending Sun Ming a blank stare. "Beautiful Shun, let's talk. What kind of work do you do? The family just introduced to me that you work for the family's company." Sun Ming asked Shenanya. Shenanya smiled and didn't hide it. "I'm the executive director of Longjing Group." Sun Ming nodded in understanding. Longjing Group is a real estate company that ranks in the top 10 in Shanghai, with a market capitalization of over $10 billion. Although it is a local company in Shanghai, it has properties under construction or built all over the country. Ping is really right. People really don't look at his current value. No, to be precise, he is looking at it. After all, he is a cash flow, and what real estate companies lack the most is cash flow. It's just that their volume is too big. Sun Ming looked at the time. It was almost 12 o'clock. He hadn't eaten until now. He had been hungry for a long time. So he said to Shenanya, "It's getting late. Can I treat you to a lunch?" Shenanya considered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Good. Is there anything you want to eat?" "Chinese food." The two of them arranged their lunch with a single question and answer. Under the envious gazes of many men, Sun Ming and Shenanya walked out of the cafe. Sun Ming was considerate enough to go open the passenger door and let Shenanya sit in. Shenanya was not surprised that Sun Ming's car was a Rolls-Royce Phantom. After all, she was aware of Sun Ming's approximate assets. It was just a car. She also had one, or even a lot of them, only that she let the driver send it over today, because she was clear that, regardless of whether the blind date today was a success or a failure, both parties had to maintain the most basic courtesy. Sun Ming directly navigated to the nearby Cantonese restaurant. Because Shenanya is a local of Shanghai, the taste should be on the sweet side. The probability is not wrong. At this time, the men in the cafe saw that Sun Ming was driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and all of them revealed a look of no wonder people can be successful. "If I had this car, I could also be successful," and they could only comfort themselves in this way. Inside the Cantonese restaurant, Sun Ming asked a few questions about Shenanya's food taboos and then ordered a few signature dishes and 2 glasses of juice. Dishes on the fast. Sun Ming did not maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. Shenanya did not care. The two men ate and chatted, talking about some hobbies and so on, chatting in the process. Sun Ming can detect the gap between the two men. Shenanya's favorite thing is to work. Occasionally some entertainment but not too much, because she feels that work can reflect the value of their lives. And what about Sun Ming? What the hell did he know about the value of life? His biggest hobby is to swing. Even the company he cannot go to go. Really idle boredom he will also go to the company to touch the fish. The two different values can come together? This who is not clear. No one knows the answer. But there is no hurry. After all, the two have just met. Time is still long. Slowly. There is no excessive conversation. And did not go out shopping. After dinner Sun Ming drove back to the neighborhood. After the two added each other's friends, Sun Ming put Shenanya in front of her house, said hello and returned to his own home. As soon as he entered the house, Sun Ming saw his parents sitting on the sofa staring at him. Without waiting for Sun Ming to open his mouth, Nya Ping asked, "How is your son?" "I've seen the girl's picture. I've seen the girl's photo, and it's a good look. If you weren't my son, I'm sure you wouldn't be good enough for her." The series of questions made Sun Ming's head spin. "Mom, don't worry about this matter. We talked okay, we just met today. What can we know? Take your time. Her family is so close to ours anyway. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Hearing Sun Ming's words, a smile appeared on the faces of Sun Ming and Nya Ping. Their son, they know better than anyone. Since Sun Ming said so, that is a chance. So it seems that this time the girl is really good. That's fine. You must hurry up. Remember to ask someone out when you're free. There aren't many good girls like this. Okay, got it mom. Hearing Nya Ping's words, Sun Ming nodded his head in a hurry. Then I'm going to the company. I haven't been to the company in the past few days. Go. Don't worry about us. We're fine here. Nya Ping said as she waved her hand at Sun Ming. Sun Ming nodded then went out and drove to the company. Shen family. Shenanya walked into the house and encountered the exact same situation as Sun Ming. Grandma, Shen father and mother sitting on the sofa chatting. Heard the sound of the door opening, the three instantly quiet, and then together turned their heads to look at Shenanya. Shenanya saw the scene as also a head too big. This feeling, with the old prisoners, Shenanya did not wait for the family to speak, she spoke in advance. Grandma, Dad, Mom, no need to ask. This person is quite okay. I will chat when I have time. Just like that, okay? Hearing Shenanya's words, the three people's faces instantly revealed a delighted smile. Their requirements were very low. As long as their daughter didn't reject it, even if Sun Ming couldn't work, they could change to the next one, as long as their daughter liked it. While the old lady was happy at this time, whispering to Shen's father and Shen's mother, See, I told you that this young man is good. How is it? Your mom my eyes cannot? Shen father quickly said, right. Or mom you can. We introduced her to so many young men cannot. Or mom you work. The veteran out of a horse atop too. Listening to Shen's father's compliments, the old lady had a satisfied smile on her face. She was looking forward to the moon and wanted to find a good family for her granddaughter. Her precious granddaughter was 26 years old. If she couldn't find a suitable person, the yellow flowers would have gotten cold. Then the old lady said to Shen's father, "It's all your fault. I said I wouldn't let her go to the company in the first place. If Nanya casually changed her job, maybe I would have already held my grandchildren by now. Or you as a father don't pay attention to my granddaughter." When Shen father heard the old lady's words, he couldn't wait to slap himself. Why did he say so much? This is not nothing to find trouble. Mom, you're right. I'll listen to you from now on, okay? What do you mean listen to me? Isn't that right? The things that should have been done a long time ago have been delayed until now. So who's to blame if not you? Father Shen regrets opening his mouth again. Isn't this asking for trouble? What's the point of talking so much to the old lady? There are no benefits. All of them will be reprimanded. Shenanya stood next to the three, heard the grandmother and father's conversation. Happy she cannot giggle while laughing. Okay, don't talk about you in front of my granddaughter. Give you some face. Listening to the words of the old lady, Shen father lowered his head and did not speak. He was afraid to open his mouth and be reprimanded by the old lady. Alas, the face of the billionaire was lost by him. Chapter 68. Investment is not that simple. Sun Ming actually did not want to come out, but instead of being interrogated at home, it is better to come out to casually stroll to the comfortable. This time the road is not too congested. It did not take long to come to the company. Today's Saturday, the company is not too many people. Some rest, but there are still people who want to work hard for overtime pay. When Sun Ming arrived, a few of the company's female employees were at the front desk shooting a video with the little girl at the front desk. The moment they saw Sun Ming, chirping voices came over, and several employees explained to Sun Ming, "Mr. Sun, we're either groping for fish or we're not too busy with our hands right now, so we came over to shoot a little bit. Mr. Sun, we'll get to work right away. Mr. Sun, Messy." Listening to Sun Ming's head is big. Quiet. Hearing Sun Ming's words, several people immediately quieted down, all lowering their heads and not daring to speak. Sun Ming rubbed his temples and said, I don't blame you, and this task is my arrangement. As long as it doesn't delay too much time it's okay, but the work can't be left behind, got it? A few people had their heads down waiting to be lectured, but they didn't expect that Sun Ming didn't scold them. In an instant, smiles appeared on a few people's faces. Mr. Sun, I understand. Mr. Sun, I understand. Sun Ming couldn't listen to it anymore. It was too noisy, and fell away and ran towards the office. A few girls ha-ha'd in the back while laughing and talking about it. Mr. Sun is so handsome, just like the stars on TV. That's right, and he has a good temper. Not only good temper, but also so rich. Our company has been investing like crazy lately. Having money and face is simply great. Love me to death. I really like Mr. Sun too much. Don't dream. How could Mr. Sun look at you? Bah, blah blah blah. What? I can't even think about it? In the office, the many female employees' discussion of Sun Ming rang out. Sun Ming didn't care. How could he? People were praising him. It was good enough that he wasn't proud of himself. Not everyone could keep their ego in the praises of beautiful women. Sun Ming thinks he is still 1 in a million talent. Touch the fish. Touch the fish. Continue to touch the fish. Anyway, don't know what to do if you don't touch the fish. Work is impossible. It's not easy for him to be reborn once. Don't enjoy life to work? Then he was reborn for nothing? Boss for nothing? White gloves Luigi White to find. Opened the computer and began to play the game. Said nothing else is useless, or the game is fun. DEFEAT, failure, because the game ended. The tension soothed. Sun Ming put down the mouse in his hand and sighed softly. Unable to speak. This game he tried his best. At the beginning of the single on the crazy send head, playing field seems to die in the field. Have not seen him out of the field to catch people. Auxiliary is even more cute. The ADC is not with the ADC just know to run around, causing him to die several times. The ADC is left with one person also cannot beat the other side even if, also do not know to loot in the tower. These people seem to know how to play. For him as a normal player is simply hell. Back to the page. Looking at his 2-9 record, Sun Ming sighed fiercely again. It's all because of them, otherwise he could see this time. After 4 consecutive reports Sun Ming exited the game. Bah! Garbage distribution mechanism. Garbage teammates. These people don't deserve to play the game. The heart ruthlessly spit out some after the exit game. Play once lost once. How can there be mood to play? Pick up the cell phone. Sun Ming began to brush the short video. No way. Is so idle. Knock knock knock. Just when Sun Ming was fishing, the knock on the door sounded. Sun Ming put down his cell phone and said, Enter. Li Yunfeng came in with some documents. What's wrong? Sun Ming said with some confusion. Mr. Sun, there are some recent projects that I would like to talk to you about. Alright, sit down and talk. Hearing Li Yunfeng's words, Sun Ming said to him. Li Yunfeng hurriedly walked over to the sofa and sat down next to it, his body staying straight, looking tired. Sun Ming didn't advise anything. Since he became a boss he should be a bit of a boss. There was no need to be concerned with the attitude of his subordinates at all times. What? Is it from MCN agency or something else? It's not about the MCN agency. Since you said that the agency would be formed by our company itself, I specifically found a person responsible for this area and managed by him. This aspect is already on track. Hearing Sun Ming's question, Li Yunfeng hurriedly said, Then, it's like this. We have recently found a few projects and are in contact with the startup team. Isn't this quite good? Just follow up and deal with it. Since I'm letting you take full responsibility, I'm relieved to leave it to you. There's no need to rush to report to me. Sun Ming still paid a lot of attention to this aspect, because he knew that when he lost his foresight, the center of gravity would be in this area in the future. But he didn't know too much about it, so he could only delegate it to Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng said at this time, recently is not too ideal. Now the traditional industry has basically been monopolized. Not much development potential. High-tech companies we are not inserted into, can only find a number of small companies, but those small companies want to start is even more difficult. Most of them even create their own application of the prospects of the thing cannot figure out, not to mention the development of the future. And even more, most of them can't even figure out the application prospects of what they've created, not to mention future development. And even worse, they just create a random project to fool people, purely to get a fortune and run away. So confusing? Hearing Li Yunfeng's words, Sun Ming frowned. Yes, every day there are companies set up, but cannot hold out more bankruptcy. The major companies of the venture capital organization has long been those entrepreneurs screamed several times. The real ability of the entrepreneurs with a good project, those venture capital organizations have long been rushed to send money. All want to share a piece of meat from it. Those companies whose strengths are not good and whose projects are not good can't get a bit of money even if they go around looking for people and begging. The polarization is particularly serious. Sun Ming's brow wrinkled even harder. He really didn't know that it was so difficult to invest now. Then what do you think? Sun Ming was clear about what he was. He had never been in contact with this area. He really didn't know much about it. Otherwise he wouldn't have found Li Yunfeng. There are some projects that are still good, but they require a big price and a long time. And that's all we have access to right now. So I've come to ask for your opinion now. Li Yunfeng said somewhat helplessly. Li Yunfeng was indeed in a difficult situation. Heavy Dream Capital was not much short of money right now, but the time the company was created was still too short, and the aspect of human connections was still too little, causing him to only be able to pick some leftovers right now. Not afraid of a big price, not afraid of a long time. As long as the project has a prospect on it, the cost of a new project is even bigger and longer. What we pay is also much smaller than forcing our way into a mature project. As long as the project is good enough, I believe that we can definitely receive a return on our efforts. That's fine. Then I'll find a few projects for you to take a look at? No need. You're an expert in this area. Since it's been handed over to you, you're solely responsible for it. Okay, Mr. Sun, thank you for your trust. Then I'll go look for projects. Well, go. Sun Ming waved his hand at Li Yunfeng and said, Chapter 69. It couldn't be helped. Sun Ming really didn't know anything about this aspect of investment, but he needed this again and could only decentralize. Founding a company was like this. There might be a bit of trouble to deal with at some point. It was unavoidable. After Li Yunfeng left, Sun Ming also did not have the heart to brush the short video. Look at the time is almost off. Forget it, go back early. Think here. Sun Ming quickly walked out of the office downstairs to drive home. After arriving home, Nya Ping is cooking. Sun Bin lying on the sofa playing with his cell phone. Saw Sun Ming came back also did not take care of him. After all, he did not go long. After eating, the two went out to walk around. Every time it is like this, saying that after meals, 100 steps to live to 99, and often persuade him to go out for a walk. But Sun Ming was not happy to go, so he laid down his body at home. Nothing to do. Pick up the phone to open WeChat. Looking at the small group of hair he set into the message do not disturb has been dozens of messages. Open a look. Nothing. Not looking for this drink is to play with that king. Idol do not want. Sun Ming would have liked to join in to play a few games of king when the upper left corner shows someone talking to him. No way. He exited to see who it is. He was surprised to see the person who sent him a message. It wasn't someone else. It was Shin Nanya who he had just met today. Shin Nanya, what are you doing? Sun Ming, just finished dinner. What's wrong? Shin Nanya, nothing. I also just finished eating. Going out for a walk? Sun Ming, yes. I'll find you? Shin Nanya, I'll wait for you at the door. Sun Ming, okay. Although Sun Ming was puzzled as to why Shin Nanya was looking for him, but it didn't matter. Who wouldn't want to go out for a stroll with a beautiful woman with an outstanding face value? Anyway, Sun Ming couldn't refuse. The distance between the two homes is very close. Sun Ming walked not a moment before he saw Shin Nanya standing in front of the door looking at her cell phone, said hello to the two side by side and walked towards the outside of the district. What Sun Ming does not know is that 3 people in the Shin family stood in front of the window on the second floor watching the two of them. At this time the sky is not dark. The 3 people can also see Sun Ming's face clearly, only to hear Shin mother say, "This young man is quite good looking, and quite tall. I look good." Shin father skimmed his mouth. Indeed it's not bad. It's almost catching up to the year of the laborer. But this little guy can make more money than he did back then, although he is now worth tens of billions of dollars. But that's the market value. You let him take out more than $1 billion in cash, he can't even take it out now. Of course, this is also in his heart to think about. Do not dare to say out just, to know the old lady is still next to him. Maybe which sentence said wrong will be scolded. The old lady at this time looked at the two also happy. Let Shin Nanya about Sun Ming out is her idea. Otherwise you think Shin Nanya will be so active? Don't dream. 26 rich girl. Rich and capable. But where she took the initiative a little bit in Sun Ming S. The fact is that the company's business is not a business. And it's not a business that's going anywhere. At this time, Sun Ming does not know what Shin's family thinks. He now only feels Alexander. Shin Nanya was originally high, and now wearing high heels, almost as high as Sun Ming. Today at noon when she wore flat shoes is not much feeling. Now Sun Ming is really under pressure. Who is a good person to go out shopping wearing high heels? Just when the two were about to walk to the entrance of the neighborhood, an accident happened. Sun Bin Niaping, 2 people at this time also walked in from outside the neighborhood. Bumped into. This is embarrassing. They did not just go out? Previously. How to go out also have to stroll his more than an hour. How today so fast? Sun Ming's face is wrinkled together. The reel away from a big spectrum. Speechless his mom opened the door speechless to the home. Shenanya at this time also found Sun Ming's abnormality, followed his gaze, found a middle-aged couple, can achieve the position of executive director of the company does not have a small cute. Instantly she understood who these two people were. Shenanya tugged on Sun Ming's sleeve, and Sun Ming immediately responded. Mom and Dad, let me introduce you. She is Shenanya, we just met today. Shenanya immediately opened her mouth and said, Good day uncle and aunt. The smile on Sun Bin Nyeping's face could barely fit, and said to Shenanya, Good. You guys are planning to go out? Shenanya didn't wait for Sun Ming to speak and said, Well, it's like this. Sun Ming just WeChat asked me to go out for a walk, and I didn't expect to run into my uncle and aunt here. Sun Ming? What do you mean I asked you out? Wasn't it you who asked me out? This thing has become a licking dog. Sun Ming just think about it in his heart. If he really dare to say it out he will be beaten up. He does not take the initiative and still let the other girl about. This is not a beating is what? Sun Ming said with a smile. You guys went out. I was bored at home, so I asked Nanya to go out for a walk. Nanya immediately felt that Sun Ming was shameless. Were they that familiar? You even called Nanya. Of course, Nanya's good upbringing didn't let her poke Sun Ming in public. After all, she was the one who panicked first. Well, then you guys go out and play. Turning around more is good for your body. Then we won't bother you too. Go. Hearing Nia Ping's words, Sun Ming immediately pulled Nanya's arm and walked out quickly. This place can't stay. If he stays any longer, his toes can snap out of the 4 rooms. Looking at the back of the 2 left, Sun Bin Nyeping simply to be happy crazy. This time this is really a drama. Their desire to hold a grandson is not likely to be realized next year. Walked out of the door of the neighborhood, Sun Ming just breathed a sigh of relief. According to theory, he took a beautiful woman to go shopping, especially this beautiful woman is not someone else. Is his parents introduced? Which should be a very proud thing, but he just don't know why. Just awkward. Sun Ming just wanted to continue to walk, but Nanya did not move. Sun Ming somewhat puzzled turned his head, but saw Nanya look at him, and then look at his hand. Sun Ming hastily loosened his hand, scratched his head, smiled brightly, and said with some embarrassment, Sorry, I was nervous just now. Nanya gave him a blank look and said, What are you nervous about? Even if you are nervous, I should be nervous? You're no good. Sun Ming could hear that she was joking and said uncaringly, I don't know what I'm nervous about. Maybe I'm a mom's boy. I'm just afraid of my mom. Nanya snorted and laughed out loud when she heard his words. If Sun Ming was a mom's boy, then there would be no normal people in this world. Such a man is usually born in the family conditions are not too good or family conditions are too good, has been spoiled by the mother or oppression produced. Sun Ming's current family conditions were very good, but that was what Sun Ming had broken out on his own. A mom's baby boy couldn't earn this industry. Sun Ming could only get weird because he didn't know what it was either. Chapter 70, Outdoor Anchor. Looking at the smiling Nanya, Sun Ming was again very uncharacteristically dumbfounded. Refreshing as the spring breeze in the mountains, with a special fragrance, so that Sun Ming could not help but be mesmerized. Nanya didn't seem to see Sun Ming's appearance, and said to Sun Ming, with your ability and conditions, how can you not fall to the point of blind date? Why do you want to go on a blind date? Sun Ming smiled and said, Aren't you the same? We are half a catty to 8 tails. Ha ha. Hearing Sun Ming ask her in return, Nanya pursed her lips and smiled. Sun Ming also felt that there was a bit of a problem with what he said, and that this was not chatting the day to death. Was it? So Sun Ming coughed and said, Let's not talk about this. It's already come to this. It's too late to talk about it. Let me ask you a question. It's not good to be the executive director of Longjing Group, right? Sun Ming casually found a topic to ask. It's not bad. Every day is arranging some work. Staying in the office every day. It's no better than your investment company. Nanya said softly. What do you mean it can't compare to our investment company? We are also very busy. Okay? Every day. We are so busy that we don't touch the ground, either dealing with this thing or that problem. We can't be idle day after day. Sun Ming said somewhat shamelessly. Nanya smiled at Sun Ming's words and didn't say anything. Doesn't she know that investment companies are busy? But compared to their real estate company to be free and easy many. And do not underestimate the intelligence capabilities of a snake. Heavy Dream Capital is now in charge of Sun Ming, but the appearance of all Lu Ji. Lu Ji is now in the financial circle in Jianhai has been a little famous. After all, now openly in control of Heavy Dream Capital is his. No relationship contacts really cannot find out Sun Ming is behind Lu Ji's people. 2 people walking and chatting attracted a large number of attention. Handsome men and women where is the center point. Not far from them there was a male youth holding up a selfie stick, shouting into his cell phone lens, Thank me for a carnival sent by Brother Fish. The public screen puts a thank you to Brother Fish for brushing up. The male youth was also surrounded by a few people, and with his voice they also shouted along. Sun Ming and Nanya looked over. Sun Ming feels very normal. Anchor, anytime, anywhere can live. Crouching Dragon Phoenix 2 people are also outdoor anchor. But listen to the words of this young man. It should be the same with Crouching Dragon Phoenix as the anchor of the Jitterbug. Shenanya is a little curious. She is still the first time to see such a person. Not that she does not understand this, but she is not working every day in the company is to go to the company outside the field. There is no extra time to see live. The two basically have nothing to intersect. But she also knows live this thing, because there was a period of time when the property sales performance soared, so that the people under the hand to report when she realized that the original is the Department of Sales rely on the live sale of housing will be pulled the performance of high. When she understood that the entity with the network will now produce qualitative changes, but she had not seen such a live broadcast on the street with a cell phone, so she felt a little curious, that's all. Sun Ming could see Shenanya's curiosity and asked softly, go take a look? Shenanya didn't refuse. She also wanted to know how these people live streamed, so she nodded. The two of them slowly walked towards the place where the male youth several people were. The male youth is called Peng Lin, is indeed an outdoor anchor under the Shake Voice platform. In the piece of outdoor live broadcast is also considered to be a little famous. The usual content of the live broadcast is either a luxury car or a beautiful woman, but there is also a large number of fans, much better than the Crouching Dragon Phoenix. After all, the person is now accompanied by a few people usually Peng Lin external display is the rich second generation persona, but this person is not really rich second generation, is a little bit of money, usually live drive out of the luxury car is also rented, but this thing is really someone likes to see. There are a lot of people rubbing gifts, in the support of one of the family is also regarded as a successful young man. I wonder what Fish wants to see, luxury cars or beautiful women? Of course it's to see beautiful women. What's so beautiful about a luxury car? It's not like I don't have one. Hearing Peng Lin's words, that brother Fish's pop-up screen was immediately displayed on the screen. Peng Lin saw the pop-up screen, immediately laughed. This Fish is his big brother in the live broadcast room. Usually have something to give him a reward to send gifts. He can be so fat did not take advantage of this Fish brother. For the big brother's request, Peng Lin naturally had to fulfill it. Since brother Fish said he wants to see a beautiful woman, then my little brother naturally agrees. Then I'll go and look for it. Everyone also remember to send some small gifts or free likes. Don't be a white party. Although these ordinary viewers don't have much money, but can make up the heat. Heat as long as up. Still afraid of no big brother to come? Don't just look at the beauty, as if you've never seen it. You go to accost. Successfully want to a WeChat I'll give you to brush a carnival. If you dare to accost with a male companion. Unsuccessful I also brush one. Successful I'll give you to brush 10. See Fish brother said. Peng Lin simply happy crazy. A carnival he can get more than 1,000. This if you can accost a male companion is more than 10,000. Although digging the wall foot has the risk of being beaten, but he is not going to run. Then, Fish brother we have a deal. Then we will be in the street casually around. Everyone said which can we accost which, said Peng Lin let a few people began to stroll in the street. At this time, Sun Ming and Shenanya were not far away from them. When the video showed the two of them, Sun Ming and Shenanya, the pop-up screen went crazy. Anchor, don't run away. Look at that beauty, brother Lin. That, don't look. Anchor if you dare to hit on me I'll brush you 1,000. Anchor, the most beautiful girl. First time I've seen her. Why don't you hurry? Peng Lin had just finished talking to a few of his men, thinking that if something happened, he would let them block him and run away first. When he turned his head and saw the pop-up screen frantically brushing, he hadn't reacted yet, and froze for a moment before raising his head to look towards the surroundings. When he saw Shenanya's face, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded even though he had been in the battlefield for a long time and had seen countless beautiful women on the internet. Compared to Shenanya, the ones he had seen and dated before were simply incomparable. All of them were crooked. Right at this moment, the screen showed that Fish had sent out 5 carnivals. Without waiting for Peng Lin to thank him, he saw Fish's pop-up screen. Xiao Lin, if you can ask for her WeChat, I'll swipe 20 carnivals for you. Bah! If I can pick up a beauty of this caliber, what do I care how many carnivals you get? Peng Lin felt in his heart at this moment that Fish was completely dreaming. Where is this place? This is the place with the most rich people in Shanghai. A random pedestrian on the street might be someone, not to mention a beauty with such a high value, and there is a male companion next to the beauty. Is that something he can mess with? Thatched pedlight looking for? But Big Brother's words and dare not disobey. If not go this time, then Big Brother will not run away? Chapter 71. You also buy a building is not just good. Peng Lin's face was torn. He neither wanted to lose this Big Brother, nor did he want to get hitched. Something would really happen. It was also possible that he knew about Peng Lin's tangled problem. That Fish brother swiped 5 more carnivals in a row, urging him to hurry up and go. The pop-up screen at this time was frantically brushing the screen. Don't dawdle. Hurry up and go. Big brother, is it okay if I call you big brother? You go instead. Don't hesitate. In a moment people will be gone. Hurry up. A true warrior dares to face up to a miserable life. Go, Pikachu. And at this time, the live broadcast room was full of gifts. It was the most Pang Lin had received since he had been live broadcasting for so long, but he wasn't happy at all, because it could be his funeral expenses. Although it is a joke, but if he really go to a cost, people hit him, he did not dare to run. Really, if you mess with people, hit him, a meal is considered light. At most, people to pay some money, and then settle the score after the fact. He will be ruined. If this beauty is alone at this time, it's good. Pang Lin cannot help but think so, because if only one person, accosting cannot be okay. Love, the heart of beauty. All people have it, but they have a male companion. This is not good. Go, maybe an accident. Don't go. Something will happen now. If he does not dare to go, the wind direction of the live broadcast will certainly change. His outdoor anchor will be ruined. There's no way. Just go. He only heard Pang Lin helplessly said, since Brother Fish named me, and everyone is so enthusiastic, then I'll go and try. But to be honest, we really haven't seen such a beautiful beauty in the live room, and not to mention the live room. I haven't seen the whole shake it. If I fail, you can't blame me. Don't blame me. Hurry up and go. Can't wait. Don't say you haven't seen it before. I haven't seen it before either, or I'll let you go. Don't even say a word. Don't even say a tweet. Hurry up. You're a loser. Can't you be a man? Hurry up. Just wait. If the anchor doesn't get it right this time, we won't see her again. It's worth it to know such a beautiful woman. So let's just let the anchor get cold. The pop-up screen was frantically swiping the screen. At this time, Sun Ming and Shin Nanya saw that Pang Lin and the others all looked over and stared at them without moving, which made both of them a bit puzzled. We are going to see you guys. What's wrong with you guys looking at us? Just as Sun Ming and Shin Nanya were wondering why these few people kept staring at them, Pang Lin led a few people towards them. Although Sun Ming didn't know what was going on, he subconsciously grabbed Shin Nanya's arm and pulled her behind him. And as Shin Nanya looked at Sun Ming's subconscious actions, her gaze flickered and she didn't say anything. Pang Lin came in front of the two and said, hello, I'm a shake outdoor anchor. I stumbled upon two handsome men and women. Would you like to get to know them, can you? Hearing Pang Lin's words, Sun Ming said with a flirtatious face, are you sure you want to get to know the two of us and not this beautiful woman behind me? Pang Lin smiled brightly. As an outdoor anchor, a thick skin was a must. But although he had a thick skin, he still didn't dare to be too unbridled in this place. I was thinking of recognizing the two of you, but the viewers in my live room all want me to recognize the beauty behind you. Do you think it's okay? Pang Lin still said stiffly. He could only say this. In the past, when he accosted a beautiful woman, he used this trick time and time again. Although now just about anyone can broadcast live, but there are still a part of the people who are interested in him, and that's why he was able to mix with the wind and water. The pop-up screen ushered in another surge at this time. Bull batch, really dare to say. The pit is dug. When will the anchor go in? Brother Lin, when did you become so polite? Weren't you quite confident before? You don't look at who your brother Lin is facing now. Can this temperament be an ordinary person? Scatter, scatter. Xiao Lin is really going to get cold this time. From now on, just burn paper if you're looking for him. You don't have to say it. You don't have to say it. Xiao Lin is really going to get cold this time. Sun Ming, huh? Hearing Sun Ming's inflected wordum, Pang Lin was a bit at a loss for words, scratching his head nervously, not knowing what to say. According to reason, he should not be so nervous as an anchor who has seen the world. But this is not far from the entrance of Rongqing International, and Sun Ming and Shin Nanya are not simple at first glance, so it would be a ghost if he wasn't nervous. If not for being stood up by the viewers, he wouldn't have accosted them if it were not for the death of him. Shin Nanya suddenly giggled for some reason. Perhaps Pang Lin's performance made her feel funny. Seeing Shin Nanya's smile, Pang Lin's several people were dumbfounded, and at this time, the live streaming Brotherfish swiped 5 more carnivals and sent out a pop-up screen. Hurry up and ask for that beauty's WeChat. She smiles too good. Help, kill me. This woman is too good looking too. That's right, brother, look, it's really the viewers who want it, not me. After seeing the pop-up screen, Pang Lin hurriedly raised his cell phone to let Sun Ming take a look and said. Sun Ming looked back at Shin Nanya then spoke. It's not impossible. Hearing Sun Ming's words, Pang Lin's eyes instantly lit up, then said, Big brother, what should we do? You said we'll definitely try our best to do it. And at this time, the pop-ups became even more frantic, and they couldn't even see the live broadcast screen anymore. And Shin Nanya pulled his sleeve behind Sun Ming to express his dissatisfaction. Sun Ming didn't care and then said, It's simple, see this neighborhood? Looking at the place Sun Ming pointed to, Pang Lin hastily nodded his head. Who doesn't know the local Jianghai? There is no big request, because in this district, my family has a villa. This beauty's family also has a villa. You go inside and buy a villa as well. Won't we add WeChat if we are neighbors? Hearing Sun Ming's words, Pang Lin's men were directly dumbfounded. How could they take this? How can they answer this? If they could afford it, they would still be anchors? Just thinking about it made them feel beautiful. But buying it? In your next life? Sorry to bother you. Sorry to bother you. We're leaving now. Bye-bye. After Pang Lin finished speaking, took the selfie stick and ran away. Those few together he didn't even care. And these few people see the boss has run away. They still stay what for? Followed Pang Lin's thumping also followed along with the run. Sun Ming did not care. Love of beauty. Everyone has it. He could not refuse the beauty of Shinanya, let alone others. But your conditions do not meet the standard that cannot be helped. This is life. When Shinanya heard Sun Ming's words, she laughed out loud, and while laughing, she also slapped Sun Ming. This person is also too bad. Looking at Shinanya so happy, Sun Ming also laughed along with him. It was not in vain that he had spent some effort to deal with Pang Lin. If it wasn't for wanting to tease Shinanya, Sun Ming would have just rejected Pang Lin directly, so why bother saying the latter? And at this time, Pang Lin's live broadcast room had already turned upside down. Chapter 72 Different Laughing Points. Big brother, what are you running for? Haven't asked for WeChat yet. What's your big brother going to get? Your life? What's going on? Why are you suddenly running away? Rubbish. Anyone who knows what's going on? Explain it to me. This is Shanghai. Understand? This is the center of Shanghai. Understand? Prices here are sky high. Not to mention the villas. Guys, don't blame me. I really can't afford to mess with you. Pang Lin ran a long way before stopping, looking at the pop-up screen and said helplessly, how much is it? Tell me, brother Lin. I knew these two beauties were not simple. I didn't expect it to be so luxurious. Looking at the rising pop-ups, Pang Lin gave a bitter smile and said, let's put it this way. The starting price of villas in that neighborhood has to be $50 million. And people have a family of one. Is this something I can climb up to? Asterisk. Bull batch. $50 million for a house. Hang on. Remember, it's the starting price. You'll have to pay more if you really want to buy it. Sun Ming and Shinanya didn't know what happened behind them. And even if they did, they wouldn't care. Not being from the same world. After this happened, the relationship between the two seemed to have taken another step closer. Not at all like they just met today. Sun Ming and Shinanya strolled down the road. Looking at the pedestrians coming and going, it did have that hint of a couple's flavor. Since it was a date, how could there be less things necessary for a date? Sun Ming brought Shinanya to the nearest movie theater. Sun Ming seldom watched movies, because he felt that there was nothing to see in the movies. It was better to play games at home to be happy. Shinanya is busy every day. Although she said that her work is very idle, every day is to stay in the office, but really do it to know how busy. The whole company in every aspect needs her to give orders, to run according to her ideas. How can it be easy? The reason why Shinanya is now idle, because her grandmother from the obstruction, so that she is not so busy today. In the past, which have time to come out to shop and watch movies. Her executive director's position is actually exactly the same as Lu Ji's general manager. Our white gloves, can be used but not so important, can be replaced at any time. The only difference is that Lu Ji is working for Sun Ming, while Shinanya is for the family estate, because this thing is still hers in the end. Neither of the two had seen any movies, but now that it was already April, it was fine to find a movie with a high box office and just watch it directly. There was no need to see a new release. Sun Ming took out his cell phone and searched, and saw the movie This Killer Is Not Too Calm Is Not Bad. After all, the two are considered a date. Watch a little funny movie suitable for the current atmosphere. Tickets quickly bought, but still need to wait for 10 minutes to start. Sun Ming used this time to buy a bucket of popcorn, 2 cups of milk tea. When he handed the milk tea to Shinanya, Shinanya's expression amused Sun Ming. The look of wanting but not daring to ask for it. The look of refusal appeared on her face, looking cute to the extreme. Sun Ming grabbed her hand and directly placed the milk tea on her hand and said, a cup of milk tea is just a cup of milk tea. You can't get fat if you drink it. It doesn't matter. Coming out to play is to have fun. Drink it. Shinanya gave him a blank look, then signaled Sun Ming's hand with her eyes. Sun Ming also did not care, loosened his hand and handed over the popcorn. Looking at the popcorn handed over, Shinanya carefully picked up one and put it in her mouth, then inserted the milk tea into the straw and drank a mouthful of it sweetly. And that look made Sun Ming look straight into a daze. The current Shinanya didn't have the posture of a cold imperial lady at noon, but was just like a little girl, happy and at ease. Shinanya did not care about Sun Ming's gaze, but continued to eat a few popcorn each mouthful of milk tea. So comfortable. Soon, the movie began to enter. Sun Ming and Shinanya walked in side by side. The people who came here to watch the movie were either families or couples. The family was fine, but the couples were as if they hadn't seen each other in years, as if they had glue on their bodies and wanted to stick together, and the two of them just walked side by side, not even pulling their hands. Sun Ming was in a very unattractive mood, wanting to hold Shin Nanya's hand, but afraid of her refusal. After all, just now it was signaled. Sun Ming could only comfort himself. Next time she won't be able to run away. The seats in the movie theater are one sofa after another. No matter how much they are separated, they can't hide far away, and Shin Nanya simply didn't have the intention to hide. The two were so close that Sun Ming could smell the faint fragrance of her body. The movie soon started. Seeing half of it, the entire movie theater is the sound of laughter. Even Shin Nanya also laughed once, but Sun Ming in the slightest get not to laugh, which makes him very helpless. He really does not think there is much funny but listening to the laughter of the movie theater, he felt as if he was out of place. Sun Ming turned his head to look at Shin Nanya, and even though it was dark inside the movie theater, with the light from the screen, he could see a pair of clear eyes looking at him, because the movie was too loud. Sun Ming didn't open his mouth to speak. He just picked up the popcorn and ate them one by one. It is the most basic courtesy not to disturb others watching the movie. As the movie continues to air, Sun Ming can only say way success protagonist or a bull batch. All kinds of crooked, but the movie well. With the novels, look at it on the line. There is no need to take it seriously. Figure of fun, while eating popcorn, drinking milk tea, sitting next to a beautiful woman. Life is just like that. Just when Sun Ming reached out to get popcorn, he saw Shin Nanya's hand also reached over. Sun Ming, playful, snapped on her hand. Through the light and looked at her dumbfounded expression, Sun Ming simply had to die laughing. Sun Ming originally thought that he picked up a popcorn sent to Shin Nanya's mouth to increase the feelings, did not expect that he had not yet taken but was Shin Nanya a backhanded hit back. Then she picked up the popcorn and ate it all by herself, with that haughty expression that left Sun Ming stumped. Sun Ming smiled and didn't say anything, picked up the milk tea and took a sip to continue watching the movie. Until the end of the movie Sun Ming did not laugh once because of the movie, but Shin Nanya from time to time he giggle. A high cold imperial sister has become the same as the landlord's silly daughter. Walking out of the movie theater, Sun Ming exclaimed, "This movie is so high in the box office. I can't keep up with the times. I think it's okay." Shin Nanya then said, "Maybe it's because the laughs are different. I didn't see the laughs. I felt it was all tragedy. I can only say that the main character's acting ability is quite good." Sun Ming explained, "Movie? Just look at it. Thinking too much will be tiring." Shin Nanya said seriously to Sun Ming, Okay, let's not talk about this. It's getting late. Go home? Good." With a question and an answer, the two walked side by side on the road home again. Chapter 73, Coming. Sun Ming sent Shin Nanya to the door of his house and went back. The time was a little late. It was not suitable to go in to visit. When Sun Ming returned home, his parents had already gone to bed. Sun Ming patted his chest, put down his heart. This is the best. Save still have to explain to them to explain. Sun Ming washed and rinsed and went to sleep. This day is sufficient, but also very tired. Asleep until 11 o'clock. Sun Ming woke up. Don't ask. Ask is in the middle of waking up and playing with the cell phone and went back to sleep. The first thing I did was to go out of my room and find that my mom had already made a good meal, and my dad wasn't home, so he was supposed to be outside playing chess with the old men. I called him to come back to eat, and then went to the kitchen and mom a piece of dishes out. Not a moment Sun Bin came back. Asked really is playing chess. I do not know how to think. Human machine intermediate level or not down, people have to go to find the old man to play chess. Can play over it? Is this the legendary human vegetable addiction is also big? While eating and chatting, Sun Bin Niaping also did not ask Sun Ming and Shin Nanya progress how it is. One is just met. The second is that the last night to see the two of them full of confidence. There is no need to ask questions to add pressure to the sun. A family of three at the dinner table chatting about things in their hometown. Talking about all the short and sweet, trivial matters, but also this kind of grounded words let Sun Ming feel that he is now living a very real. Chatting about the second uncle's first cousin's things. It turned out that he still did not hold back. Thought of directly looking for Sun Ming to borrow money, but still the second uncle to Niaping called to ask. Wanna know how much money in the hands of Sun Ming, to see if you can help the first cousin. Niaping also did not give Sun Ming said, because the first cousin borrowed not much, 300,000. Sun Bin Niaping hand, so did not tell Sun Ming. Sun Ming does not care, now rich, for relatives can help or help a better. After all, his roots are still in the old country. Niaping is not helping anyone. The first cousin is her nephew. Not to help him help who? Her bottom line is in these nephews. Of course, this statement is in the case of Sun Ming did not make a difference is established. And now Sun Ming made a difference. Of course, is the son of the best. His father said that after Sun Ming left there are many people to borrow money. because Sun Ming is a junior. These people cannot open their mouths to him. But when he left after the people to the family began to be endless, either they need a little money for this or that, whatever the reason. They all said they were short of money recently. Nie Ping also did not spoil them. All do not borrow. To save the emergency, not to save the poor, reasoning who all understand. Do not cry in front of her poor. Even if the first cousin to borrow money is also playing the note, how much interest is also written. This money Nie Ping cannot care, but the second uncle cannot. In accordance with Nie Ping's meaning is the first cousin when there is money when to pay back on the line. That is her own nephew. There is no need to be catty, but the second uncle still let the first cousin wrote a note. Marked interest, is afraid of Nie Ping white to the first cousin. After all, his family living can be considered. Only business shortcomings of the money cannot be white too. Sun Ming listening to the mother rambling, not upset. As long as with his parents and a peace, he felt the day is very good. In addition to some of the time with menopause as they look at Sun Ming where all the time is not good. After lunch Sun Bin Nie Ping went to lunch break. They like to take a nap at noon this time. Sun Ming has nothing to do. Pick up the phone and start brushing short videos. It didn't take long for Sun Xiong to call to send the little Chensi over, saying that he would let the little girl live up in Sun Ming's house from today onwards. When Sun Ming heard this, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Look, isn't this just sending the little girl to him? No, cannot think so. Make him like a villain. Not long after Sun Xiong called to let him go to the door to pick him up, Sun Ming quickly got up and went out to drive his Sun Xiong's car brought in. Parked the car to see the little girl while running mouth while shouting uncle dash towards the direction of Sun Ming over. Sun Ming did not say anything directly. A little girl hugged up and asked with a smile. Little Chensi, these 2 days have not wanted to uncle ah? Thought about it for a long time. I think about little uncle every time I eat. Little Chensi nodded his head fiercely and said, thinking while eating? Sun Ming couldn't help but skim his mouth. He didn't want to take care of this child. It was only when it was time to eat that he could think of him. Was that really thinking of him? That's thinking about KFC McDonald's. Okay. Today, only Sun Xiong came over. Su Shui worked overtime. Because this gold-swallowing beast to spend too much money. Do not try to earn money, simply cannot afford to raise. The three of them walked into the house. At this time Sun Bin Nie Ping had already gotten up. The moment they saw little Chensi, the two of them surfaced a smile on their faces at the same time. Nie Ping even hugged the little girl from Sun Ming's hands. Grandpa, Grandma good. The little girl was very good this time, opening her mouth to greet Nie Ping as she held her. Good. Grandpa and Grandma are both good. How has little Chensi been these past 2 days? Nie Ping also asked little Chensi with a smile. Grandma, I've been very good these past 2 days as well. I've been eating well every day, and I'm also very good at sleeping at night. Little Chensi answered Nie Ping's question very seriously. Hearing the little girl's words, several people were immediately happy. It was too amusing. Laughing and smiling, Sun Ming whispered to Sun Xiong, does Chensi know that she's coming to live here? Going to school here? Sun Xiong said calmly, yes, I've told her, but I can't guarantee that she'll cry when she goes to school, and that she won't make a fuss when she sleeps at night, because she's very good at home, and she listens to what she's told, and she doesn't take it seriously at all. I just don't know if she'll change if she really lives up here. Sun Ming nodded after hearing this. This is something that no one can guarantee. A child less than 4 years old leaving home to live under a fence. Although Sun Ming can guarantee that he will treat the little girl very well, but can a child of such a young age understand? What if she cries and screams? What if she doesn't fit in at school? These are all problems, but the good thing is that his mom and dad are both there. Anyway, the two can raise him. Now with a child should not be a problem, but also a kind of early adaptation to the joy of bringing up a granddaughter. Sun Xiong didn't stay for a while and had to leave, because he was also taking the day off from work, and now he could still earn more money by going to the company. After all, from the time Xiao Chensi decided to go to Huiling kindergarten, the pressure of their family's life was going to be more than twice as big as before. Sun Ming also did not stay him. Everyone has to pay the price for their own choice, no matter if this choice is good or bad, and no matter how big this price is. Since the choice is made, then you have to bear it. Chapter 74 Amusement Park. Looking at the departing Sun Xiong, little Chensi didn't care at all, as if it wasn't her dad who left. Sun Ming looked at his mom and dad and Xiao Chensi, suddenly felt that having a child at home was not necessarily a good thing. It puts a lot of pressure on him. Looking at the happy trio, Sun Ming called out to the little girl, Little Chensi, how about uncle taking you out to play? The little girl who was originally in Nie Ping's arms talking earnestly to Sun Bin heard Sun Ming's words. Her eyes instantly widened greatly before she said with a happy face, yes, little uncle is the best. Grandma, you quickly put me down. I want to go out to play with little uncle. While saying this, her little legs kept stirring, as if she couldn't wait. Okay, Grandma put you down, but make sure you don't run around. Wherever you go, You have to hold on to little uncle's hand, okay? Nya Ping put the little girl down, then instructed her. Got it, Grandma? I'll definitely hold on to little uncle and not let go, the little girl said as she thumped and ran towards Sun Ming. After coming to Sun Ming's side, the little girl tilted her head and stared with wide eyes and said, little uncle, let's go. Sun Ming smiled and touched the little girl's head and said, good, little uncle will take you out to play. Then he turned to Sun Bin Nye Ping and said, Dad, Mom, you guys pack up Chen-Shi's things. If there's anything else missing, go buy some. I'll take her out to play. Go. Don't worry about the rest. We'll get it. Nye Ping waved her hand at Sun Ming and said, got it. Responding to Nye Ping, Sun Ming carried a backpack that Sun Xiong had prepared and led the little girl out of the house. Walking inside the neighborhood, Sun Ming suddenly felt that the scenery of the neighborhood was very beautiful, and he hadn't even looked at it seriously before. Straight path, both sides of the planted small trees flourishing leaves, a glance at the lush green. I do not know what trees now grow so lush. Small flower beds inside the white onion orchid, purple iris, reflecting the beautiful scenery of this area. The little girl pulled Sun Ming's hand and sang and danced, so happy and comfortable. The little girl's voice was very nice, but Sun Ming didn't know what kind of children's song she was singing. He hadn't heard it before, but the old men and women in the neighborhood looked over. The little girl at first thought nothing of it, but saw other children in the neighborhood running and playing on their own. She couldn't help it, but didn't dare to let go of her hand, so she had to look pitifully at Sun Ming. Sun Ming looked at her strange appearance, smiled and said, spreading your hands can be, but cannot be too far away from me, no? Aha, no, little uncle. Finished running to the small flower bed there around the colorful flowers began to play. Sun Ming did not care. In the neighborhood is still very safe. Looking at the happy little girl, Sun Ming smiled, just lowered his head and intended to take out his cell phone to play when he appeared in front of a silhouette. Sun Ming raised his head with some confusion, and the moment he saw clearly who it was, his face instantly piled up with smiles. Grandma, you also came out for a walk? That's right, it was Shin Nanya's grandmother. Well, I'm at this age. I just stroll around inside the neighborhood every day. Nothing else. This little girl is? Hearing the old lady's words, Sun Ming explained, this is my cousin's child. Now are not all school districts set the school. My cousin intends to let the child go to school in our area, so he put her in my house. Hearing Sun Ming's words, the old lady said with a smile on her face, right. Education should start from kindergarten, and you and Nanya will do the same when you have a child in the future. Hearing the old lady's words, Sun Ming had a black line on his face. How can I answer this? I've only just met your granddaughter, okay? Of course it would be great if we could have a child. Sun Ming has no problem with that, but would your granddaughter agree? Of course, this is something to think about in your heart, but not to say out loud. Sun Ming smiled and didn't say anything, mainly because he didn't know what to say. Looking at the silent Sun Ming, the old lady did not care, just a casual remark. Really let the two of them know a few days to get engaged and married. She could not agree. After chatting for a few more sentences, the old lady left, and before leaving, she also urged Sun Ming to take the initiative, not just let her granddaughter take the initiative. Sun Ming nodded thoughtfully. Let her granddaughter take the initiative? The old lady knew that Shin Nanya had asked him out last night? This would be embarrassing. Forget it, let's talk about it 2 days later and bring the little girl up first. Thinking about these things, Sun Ming's head is big. Simply do not think about it. Quiet with the child. Looking at the little girl who had been playing happily for a while, Sun Ming couldn't help but shout, little Chen-Si, come over and drink some water. Sun Ming said as he took out her drinking water kettle from the backpack on his shoulder. The little girl was very obedient and unscrewed the lid herself and started to drink the water with a big gulp. Sun Ming looked at the fine sweat on her small face, and took out a small towel from the backpack to wipe him. Looking at her flushed face, Sun Ming thought that this child was adorable. The little guy was drinking water while blinking his big eyes and looking at him. This scene made Sun Ming feel that getting married and having a child was also quite good. Let's go. Little uncle will take you out to play. Do you want to go to the mall? Or do you want to go to the amusement park? Sun Ming looked at the little girl who had already drunk enough water and couldn't help but ask, little uncle, I want to go to an amusement park. I haven't been there yet. My mom and dad have said many times that they want to take me out to play, but they haven't taken me out. Well, then little uncle will take you there, okay? Aha, okay little uncle. Listening to the little girl's happy tone, Sun Ming's mood couldn't help but become beautiful. The nearest amusement park is not too far away from them. A taxi won't take long to get there. Save driving and have to park. Come out to play. The most troublesome thing is not queuing up, but parking. If not to pretend to fish cannot drive or don't drive. Sitting on the cab a little effort to arrive. Sun Ming is still buying tickets. The little one has looked at the high Ferris wheel excited. Jumping and pointing to the Ferris wheel to Sun Ming shouted, Uncle, I want to sit on that. I want to sit on that. Feeling the little girl's happy and excited mood, Sun Ming let out a laugh and picked her up, then placed her on his neck. This was the first time that little Chensi felt the sensation of riding on clouds, and she couldn't help but giggle. Today was Sunday. There were many parents with children at the entrance of the park, and many small children couldn't help but show envious gazes as they looked at the little girl sitting on Sun Ming's neck. It wasn't long before some children started yelling that they also wanted to ride the big horse and sit on the neck. Sun Ming also didn't care about these things caused by him, and with the little girl in tow, he walked into the park. Chapter 75. Children are cute and annoying. The first project was naturally the Ferris wheel. Looking at the magnificent Ferris wheel, Sun Ming felt that this place is worth it. It is really good. Even if you do not bring a child, specifically to sit on the Ferris wheel is also worth it. With the little girl lined up a bit and walked into the Ferris wheel small box. Clang sound. The door closed. The Ferris wheel is non-stop. Sitting inside the box, outside the squeaky sound, listen to the extraordinarily clear. The little girl at first also excitedly grasping the window to look out, but not long. As the Ferris wheel gradually rise, the little one some panic, the fear of hanging in the air, coupled with the oppressive feeling of the confined space of the box, the two superimposed, not to mention the little girl. Sun Ming is a little scared. He retracted the words that he just found fun. This place does not work. In the future he will not come. Little Sue. I'm scared. The little girl's voice was a little trembling as she spoke to Sun Ming. Sun Ming held the little girl tightly in his arms and kept comforting her. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. There's little uncle here. After comforting the little girl for a while, little Chensi's fear of heights gradually weakened, and the child's curious nature made her unable to resist looking out again. Little uncle. Look, the cars outside are so small, just like ants. Little uncle, look at the people are also small. Ah, little uncle. Listening to the little girl's voice that turned excited again, Sun Ming nodded helplessly. He was still a little scared. Soon, the Ferris wheel finished a circle. Down when the little girl is still a little unsatisfied. Pestering Sun Ming wants to play again, but Sun Ming cannot. He is also a little afraid of heights. And then Sun Ming is very shameless with a variety of other items and toys to tempt the little girl. The little girl cannot resist the temptation to obediently follow the Sun Ming behind. This amusement park is very rich. At least in Sun Ming's eyes he thinks it is very okay, because he has never been to the amusement park before. After playing the Ferris wheel, there are pirate ships, children's roller coasters, but also bumper cars, carousels, small mazes and so on. Sun Ming is also the first time to come to feel that this place is very suitable for children to play. 300 months of the child can also play. Sun Ming took the little girl to play bumper cars. He drove the little girl sitting. Really fun. Good. The carousel is also very fun. Listening to the little Chensi sitting on the wooden horse and yelling, Sun Ming felt that this trip is not in vain. But the consequences after playing are also very serious. The sky is dark. The amusement park is also to the closing time. But the little Chensi is pouting and crying and refused to go back. Little uncle, I don't want to go back. You take me to play a little longer. Okay? It's not that I don't want you to play. It's that they are closed now. We can't even play if we want to. Looking at the teary-eyed little girl, Sun Ming's head got big. What should we do? No. The little girl didn't agree with Sun Ming's words and still insisted on playing. This scene didn't only happen in Sun Ming's place. At this moment, the cries of the large area in front of the amusement park were rising and falling, which was annoying to listen to. It was true that children were only cute when they weren't crying, but crying was deadly. But it's obvious that the amusement park is closing. You cry with uncle. Uncle can let it reopen the door? Oh, no. The little uncle spends some money indeed can let it open the door, but cannot do so. Ah. Looking at the little girl pickpocket his pants, Sun Ming is very helpless. Especially to see that helpless, pitiful look. Sun Ming is even more temperless. So Sun Ming squatted down and said to the little girl, next time uncle will bring you to play. Okay, people really closed. Uncle cannot help, but uncle can take you to eat KFC McDonald's. Cannot? The little girl thought with tears in the corner of her eyes, then nodded and said, then little uncle is not allowed to cheat. Next time you must bring me here. Okay, little uncle promises you. Then let's go eat KFC first, okay? Sun Ming nodded ecstatically. Let's deal with it first. Next time? Let's talk about it next time. Aha. Looking at the little girl who nodded her head, Sun Ming immediately picked her up and ran away. Seeing the children on the road crying and shouting not to go, Sun Ming was simply happy. You guys stay here. I'm leaving. KFC, McDonald's, such fast food restaurants are everywhere. Sun Ming holding the child did not go far to see. Go over and push the door directly into. Ordered a whole family bucket, a large small eat up, play half a day. Sun Ming also hungry, although he does not like to eat this thing, but now have to eat is good. The little girl's problem is solved is a big deal. These things are actually nothing to eat. The little girl likes to eat because she seldom gets to eat it. If you let her eat every day, in a few days she won't eat it, but there's no need to do that. It's still necessary to give the children to keep a little bit of their hobbies. Soon, little Chancy finished eating. Sun Ming wiped her little face, then carried her out of the door of KFC, found a cab at the door and went home. The little girl had played for half a day, and had eaten and drunk enough. Sitting in the car, did not go far before falling asleep in Sun Ming's arms. Looking at the little girl's sleeping face, Sun Ming's irritable mood gradually stabilized. Suddenly felt that there is a child is also good. Of course, crying up another say it. It did not take long for the cab to stop at the door of the district. Sun Ming held the little girl in one hand. The other hand took out his cell phone to the master to settle the bill. When he walked to the door holding the little girl, the doorman saw Sun Ming alone holding a child. Quickly opened the sightseeing car. Sun Ming said thank you after sitting up. The two will be sent to the door of the door guard did not stay, driving the car away. Sun Ming did not say anything more. There is time to send some cigarettes and wine to others to thank on the line. Open the door. See Sun Bin Nyeping has not slept. Two people sitting on the sofa waiting for them to come back. Sun Ming whispered to his parents that Xiao Chensi had already gone to bed. Let them take them to the house to sleep. Nyeping didn't say much, and directly carried the little girl from Sun Ming's arms, and the two went into the bedroom together. The remaining two people did not stay in the living room. Sun Bin followed behind Nyeping also went to the bedroom. Sun Ming went to wash up. With the child to play all day is indeed very tired. After washing up, Sun Ming looked at the time is not too late. More than 9 o'clock. Now let him sleep is also impossible to sleep. Sun Ming thought of what the old lady said today, so he picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Shinanya, asking if she had slept yet. Ding. Just after sending it, Shinanya replied back, not yet. Sun Ming saw her message also came to the spirit. Did not sleep, can chat a little. Sun Ming, why? Are you a president still busy working? Shinanya, what else? Saying you're a president. You're actually still a laborer. Just a senior laborer. Sun Ming? That's your family's industry. Shinanya, it's not in my hands yet. It can't compare to you as the big boss. Sun Ming, I'm still the big boss? Your family's property is 10 times bigger than mine. Okay? Shinanya, then I'm also a laborer. You're the boss. Sun Ming, okay. You're a beauty, you're right. Then I won't bother you. You rest early. Shinanya, okay. You too. Seeing these words, Sun Ming's heart settled down and put down his cell phone to brush up the video. Chapter 76, the little girl finally goes to school. Sun Ming got up early the next morning. There was no way around it. Today was the day to send little Chensi to kindergarten. When Sun Ming came to the dining table and saw the teary-eyed little girl sitting on the chair, Sun Ming couldn't help but pat his chest. This look is after crying. Before maybe crying into what kind of it? Fortunately his parents in. If he let him coax it just woke up looking for mom and dad's little girl. That is simply more difficult than killing him. When he saw Sun Bin Nyeping's face did not sleep well. Sun Ming was almost laughing out of the pig's voice. So they often urge themselves to get married and give birth to a baby. And now let them try to see how difficult it is to bring a child nowadays. It's not that Sun Ming doesn't feel sorry for mom and dad, but even if Sun Ming says he's looking for a nanny, Sun Bin Nyeping shouldn't be allowed to. So let them take a while to see, and then look for a nanny if not. Let them feel in advance how difficult it is to bring up small children nowadays. Sun Ming ate while laughing, a few times almost couldn't help but spray out, making the little girl or casting a curious gaze. Do not know what her little uncle is doing. Nyeping even couldn't help but snort coldly, scaring Sun Ming to stop his laughter in a hurry. Sun Ming fiercely grubbed up a few mouthfuls of rice, then took the little girl who had already eaten a good meal, picked up the things that mom and dad had prepared for school and left the house. Because the child's seat has not been installed, let her randomly strapped a seatbelt, but it does not matter. He drove a little slower on the good. In the little girl grandparents' goodbye voice, Sun Ming stepped on the gas and drove out. After a while, the car arrived at the kindergarten section. The kindergarten outside is blocked by a variety of luxury cars. After all, this is the first kindergarten ranked in Jianhai. There are countless rich people, but Sun Ming's Rolls-Royce Phantom is also considered to be the top of the rankings here. But here the car is good for nothing. All blocked together? No way. Sun Ming had to pull over to the side of the car parked. He took the little girl out of the car, then picked up her small school bag and enrollment information, and took her towards the kindergarten entrance. There were 4 teachers standing at the entrance of the kindergarten. All the parents handed their children to the teachers and left. There were special people to bring the children in, but Sun Ming didn't know which class little Chensi was assigned to yet. However, Sun Ming did not care. A few days ago Zhang Mang gave Sun Ming a cell phone number. said it was the kindergarten director's phone number. When the time to call to explain it, Sun Ming called the number, said he was at the door. The other party immediately said he would be right there. Sun Ming hung up the phone and waited. And two people next to a little boy suddenly howling, crying while saying, "I do not want to go to kindergarten." His mother immediately picked up the little boy, but how to coax are useless, or the door of the teacher came to help appease down, worthy of a professional. In a few words the little boy, he said that he was in the door. Professional. A few words the little boy stopped crying. When Sun Ming saw that the little boy had stopped crying, he lowered his head to look at little Chensi, and the little girl tilted her head to look at Sun Ming, wide-eyed and small-eyed. "Little uncle, why is he crying?" Originally, Sun Ming was afraid that the little girl would cry along with him when he didn't expect her to ask this question. So Sun Ming said, "I don't know, maybe he's not a good boy. Good boys don't cry in kindergarten. Our little Chensi is a good boy, right?" Hearing Sun Ming's words, the little girl nodded heavily and said, "Well, I'm a good boy. I won't cry." Hearing the little girl's words, Sun Ming almost laughed out loud again. Little kids are just so gullible. Whatever adults say is right. Just as the two were chatting, a middle-aged man in a suit hurriedly walked out from inside the kindergarten, and after looking around he saw Sun Ming immediately walking over quickly. "Hello, you are Mr. Sun, right?" "Yes, I'm Sun Ming." After hearing Sun Ming's words, the middle-aged man spoke again. "Hello Mr. Sun, I'm the director of Huiling Kindergarten, Wu Bin." After the two shook hands, Sun Ming pointed at Chensi and said, "This is my niece Sun Chensi. I'll leave it to Director Wu. Don't worry, just leave the child to us. We guarantee that your niece will go to school happily and leave school happily in our school." Wu Bin said in a hurry, couldn't help but be nervous. Although he was the director of the Huiling Kindergarten, but in the end he was a part-time worker. Compared to some of the Chinese super families he could be a little bit more hardened, but for Sun Ming he had to be nervous. Through Zhang Meng, he already knew that the young man in front of him is a big tycoon, and there is no simple person who can pay out more than $100 million to buy a house, so he was polite to Sun Ming. When Wu Bing finished speaking, he beckoned to the female teachers behind him, and one of the several teachers hurriedly ran out and came in front of Sun Ming. Wu Bing pointed at this teacher and said, "This is our kindergarten's Ms. Kai, who is also our kindergarten's best teacher. You can just leave your child with her." That teacher Kai heard Wu Bin's introduction and hurriedly nodded to Sun Ming. There was no way for her not to pay attention. Everyone in the kindergarten knew that Director Wu Bin looked down on people, bullying the soft and fearing the hard. The person who could make him so polite would not be simple. Sun Ming heard Wu Bing's words and nodded. As for whether or not this Ms. Kai is the best teacher in the kindergarten, Sun Ming doesn't care, as long as little Chensi isn't bullied. The rest is trivial. And at this time, the performance of several people had already attracted a large number of gazes, especially those who knew Wu Bing had guessed who Sun Ming was. Sun Ming didn't care about the gazes of the crowd, but lowered his head and said to the little girl, "Little uncle is leaving. If there's anything in school you must say to the teacher, so that the teacher can call little uncle, okay?" After hearing this, the little girl nodded vigorously and said, "I know, I'll be obedient." After hearing the little girl's words, Sun Ming nodded and said to the female teacher, "Ms. Kai, right?" The female teacher nodded vigorously and said, "Yes, Mr. Sun, my surname is Kai. Let's add a WeChat before leaving a phone number." Hearing Sun Ming's words, Ms. Kai hurriedly took out her cell phone and added Sun Ming's WeChat and phone number. After finishing, Sun Ming said, "I don't have any questions about your school's teaching ability. I only ask for one thing. My niece can't be bullied. If there's something wrong, please notify me at the first time, okay?" "No problem, Mr. Sun. You can rest assured that your niece will not be wronged in school." Hearing Sun Ming's words, Wu Bin said again with a quick assurance, "That's fine. In the future, if Director Wu has anything, you can also call my phone. I can solve the problem for you." Hearing Sun Ming's words, Wu Bing's face was happy. He came here to work hard just for these words. Sometimes he begged his grandpa and grandma to do things that could not be done, but also people's words. "Okay Mr. Sun, Chensi, then little uncle is leaving. After hearing Sun Ming's words, the little girl waved her hand at him and said, "See you later, little uncle." Sun Ming left the kindergarten entrance with a quick step after hearing that. Chapter 77, Welfare. After sending the little girl, Sun Ming drove directly to the company. Now there is nothing to do at home. Might as well go to the company to feel the fish. It didn't take long to arrive at the company, and also a few days didn't come to the company. I feel that the company has changed a little bit. Wearing professional dresses, the girls seem to be more beautiful than before. I don't know if it's from the internet to learn how to make up and dress up. However, Sun Ming did not care. He and the employees seemed to be two parallel lines. In addition to give them some benefits when the time to step in, The rest of the work time is all Lu Ji in the lead. Just walked into the office. The ass has not yet sat hot it. Lu Ji knocked on the door. After letting Lu Ji come and found him holding a large stack of reports, saying that this is the direction of the recent work of the company. Sun Ming waved his hand and said, "This I do not need to see. You look at it on the line. In the future such things do not have to look for me. In addition to our several investments, the rest of the things you do on your own." Lu Ji nodded and said, "Okay Mr. Sun." Then he took the report and walked out of the office. The company actually has so many employees doing things that are not too important. The main thing is that there is no way to have someone in each position. As for what they do, they can only let Lu Ji to arrange. Sun Ming is not afraid of Lu Ji to make small moves. When the formation of the company Sun Ming has been all arranged, a little bit wrong immediately let him go. Sun Ming's main investment is still in the New Oriental. Nothing else, do not have to worry about the long-term development of Li Yunfeng there. Lu Ji is purely Sun Ming specifically placed in front of the stage. Since this is already the case, Sun Ming simply gave Shinxiu a phone call. Let her call Chen Yanli over. Someone knocked on the door just as Sun Ming's computer was booting up. Enter. Hearing Sun Ming's voice, Chen Yanli pushed the door in and looked at Sun Ming and said, "Mr. Sun, you're looking for me? Sit down and talk." Chen Yanli hurriedly sat on the sofa and waited for Sun Ming to continue speaking. "What are the big expenditures on top of the finances recently besides the salary expenses?" "Mr. Sun, our company hasn't been created for a long time yet, so apart from the expenses for the necessities of life, there are no other expenses in other areas." Sun Ming snapped before remembering that the company had indeed been created for too short a period of time, and that there had been slightly too many things happening lately, and thought that it had been a long time, and that he had miscalculated. "Okay, then you have time to do a statistic. See if there is anyone who wants to go out for a trip at the end of this month for a gathering or something like that. Let them sign up, the place they set, and the company will reimburse them." Chen Yanli hurriedly said, "Okay Mr. Sun, I'll go now." Sun Ming waved his hand at her, and Chen Yanli didn't dawdle, turning around and leaving. After leaving the door, Chen Yanli sent a message in the company's internal group. "Chen Yanli, Mr. Sun issued a welfare law. The end of this month Mr. Sun intends to treat everyone, organized by the company. Each department statistics are willing to go out to travel the number of people. Travel location by your vote to decide. The company does not participate, but food, accommodation and transportation of all the costs of the company all inclusive. How about it? Mr. Sun is generous, right?" Seeing this message, the employees of each department immediately got hot. Who wouldn't be willing to go out to play without spending a penny? Especially since the place was still set by them. This was the best. Of course, only a few people in the group replied back with a few words about the boss's atmosphere. The rest didn't dare to say anything. Why do you think? What else can be the reason? Now is the work time. In addition to a few executives dare to speak, the other people you say a sentence try? You will definitely be criticized. Sun Ming does not care. Anyway, the benefits are given to him. He got the reputation. The things that offend people all let the people under him do. He is innocent, a good boss for the sake of the employees. At this time, the computer has been turned on. Just opened the game. Has not yet begun to touch the fish. And then someone knocked on the door. Sun Ming was helpless. What's wrong today? So busy? Enter. Secretary Shinxiu opened the door and came in. What's wrong? Hearing Sun Ming's words, Shinxiu hurriedly opened her mouth and said, "It's like this Mr. Sun, there's an official-led economic forum this afternoon, and it requires you to personally go there." When Sun Ming heard this, he had a headache. What the hell can an official-led one do? Besides reading reports and going through the motions, what else could there be? Isn't this a pure waste of time? Sun Ming said helplessly, "Can I refuse?" Shinxiu said expressionlessly, "Mr. Sun, can reject all have been rejected? Cannot be rejected are also by the manager of Lu to participate in today's meeting is really cannot be refused. And Lu manager also has no time, because this afternoon he also has 3 meetings to go." Pa! Sun Ming slapped his forehead and said, Okay, I know. I'll go then. What time exactly? Where? 2:30 in the afternoon. 21st floor of the center building. After hearing Shinxiu's words, Sun Ming nodded and said, "Got it. Is there anything else?" "No." "Then Mr. Sun, you're busy. I'll leave first." Sun Ming didn't say anything, just nodded. Shinxiu directly took the report after seeing it and walked out of the office. Bad mood or play the game. Opened the League of Legends, picked Yasuo in seconds and started his journey inside the canyon. When the word failure appeared, Sun Ming's heart had already rippled. Looking at his 3-9 Yasuo, Sun Ming felt that this is not his own fault. It is his teammates are too good. Even he cannot bring it. Forget it, do not play. This game is really difficult. Not suitable for him. but also on the king of such a game is fun. At least he can play on the king of this segment. In the alliance, he cannot even go to a gold, play a hammer game. Soon arrived at the end of the time. Sun Ming with the flow of people to gather out, casually find a snack department to eat a little meal back to the company. Sun Ming thought that idleness is also idleness. Might as well tease Shin Nanya. So he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Shin Nanya. Sun Ming, what are you doing? Have you eaten? What Sun Ming didn't expect was that people actually returned the message in seconds. Shin Nanya, just got off work. Eating. Sun Ming, so late? I'm full. Shin Nanya, not really late. Sometimes it's later than that. Sun Ming, you're the chairman of the board. What's wrong with eating early? Do you have to share their pain? Shin Nanya, not really. I just think it's better to eat together. Sun Ming, okay, you're not really sharing the pain. It's like sharing the joy with the people. Shin Nanya, you talk too much. I'm eating. Not for you to chat. Sun Ming, okay, bye. Shin Nanya, bye. Sun Ming put down his cell phone and didn't know what to do. Looking at the computer that had been turned off, Sun Ming was helpless. There was really nothing to do. It really wasn't that he wanted to play games, so he opened the computer again. Chapter 78 Shin Xingwei. It wasn't long before it was time for Sun Ming to go to the meeting. Driving to the 21st floor of the center building, Sun Ming did not come too early or too late. At this time there were already quite a few people sitting in the hall, but there were also many seats with no one in them. Sun Ming followed the waiter's guidance to his seat, the third row. After sitting for a short while, the people had almost arrived, and the meeting officially began. There were hundreds of people from the political and business sectors attending the meeting, but Sun Ming really didn't recognize a few of them. It couldn't be helped, mainly because he seldom participated in various activities. The content of the meeting was exactly the same as what Sun Ming thought. Long and stinky reports, useless formalism, and even the voting to solicit the opinions of the field was arranged. What do you think is good to participate in this thing? Sun Ming is very depressed, but there is no way. This kind of meeting and cannot be avoided. As long as you are still in this society, human affairs is never less. But fortunately he is to make up a number of people, no accidents at all, and stayed safe and sound until the end of the meeting. The meeting just ended. Sun Ming cannot wait to want to slip. He stayed here. That is really difficult. Not that he does not want to learn things. The main thing is that there is really nothing that can be learned. This formalism for now he is still difficult to accept. Maybe later on his experience in order to do the front row of the bigwigs do not move like a mountain of the realm of it. Mr. Sun, stay back. Just as Sun Ming was about to walk to the door he suddenly heard a voice coming from behind him, and by the sound of the words it seemed to be calling out to him. So Sun Ming turned around and saw a middle-aged man in a suit. Well, looking at his face Sun Ming felt that this person must have been a fan when he was young, and he was still quite handsome at his age. Looking at the middle-aged man who came over, Sun Ming was puzzled, and made sure that his eyes were clear. It was someone he didn't recognize, but his face seemed slightly familiar. So Sun Ming asked, "Are you calling me?" The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Yes." Sun Ming was even more puzzled, so he asked, "And you are?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "I'm a director of the Longjing Group. My surname is Shin, and my name is Shin Xingwei." After hearing the man's words, Sun Ming couldn't wait to slap himself. Isn't this embarrassing? Dragon View Group's director, also TM surname Shin. This is not Shin Nanya's own father? No wonder Shin Nanya so beautiful. People's old man's genes are good. The most embarrassing thing for Sun Ming is that you TM are dating someone else's daughter, but also do not know their own father. This is not looking for death? Sun Ming was helpless, but he also had to find a way to remedy the situation. So Sun Ming's face immediately piled up a smile and said, "So it's Uncle Shun? What are you calling Mr. Sun for? Just call me Xiao Ming. After all, you are the elder. It's too polite to say that." Hearing Sun Ming's words, Shin Xingwei smiled and said, "Then I'll call you Xiao Ming. Just now I saw you running a bit fast and wasn't quite sure it was you." After hearing Shin Xingwei's words, Sun Ming laughed a bit breathlessly. Was he trying to run fast? The truth is that listening to these people's report is too tired. A little bit of the real thing did not say, but inked a long time. He has long been impatient. So Sun Ming changed the topic and said, "Shouldn't it be Nanya who comes to this kind of meeting? Why did you come over?" Shin Xingwei didn't care that Sun Ming changed the topic and continued with Sun Ming's words. "Nanya, like you, doesn't like this kind of meeting, so I had to come over to take a look." "Oh, it's back again." Sun Ming helplessly said, "It is not that I do not like meetings. If you can really learn something is not in vain, but you are also present today. You look at the speech on the stage just now. Hard to speak for half an hour. A useful have not. Really cannot blame us for not willing to come to open this kind of meeting." Shin Xingwei said, "In our country, people cannot not fit in. Others have to do things you do not do. Others will think you are not the same as them. Since in an environment, we must learn to adapt to this environment. People in people's position is different. Look at the problem from a different angle. Sometimes to learn to look at the problem from the other side's point of view. Do you really think that they don't know themselves? Said that you people can't listen to it? Sun Ming was a bit puzzled. Isn't it? Xin Xingwei smiled again. With a less familiar person he didn't want to say too much. Especially Sun Ming, this kind of young and some capital. Say too much is easy to offend people. But he had to say, because through his recent observation, he felt that his daughter's attitude towards this kid was a little different from others, and it was nothing to say a few words in advance. Xin Xingwei then continued to say to Sun Ming, of course they are clear, even clearer than anyone else, but why do they still want to hold such a meeting? And such meetings are still held often? Sun Ming shook his head. That's because holding such a meeting can only make them double their confidence in themselves. And we business people are not good at refusing the meetings they propose in the face of them, because you don't necessarily offend them in any place. And when people come down with a policy, we lose a lot of money, and for them it's merely another meeting. Sun Ming nodded thoughtfully. Of course, you guys are still young. It's normal for youthfulness to not be able to stand this kind of meeting. You don't have to come every time. It's fine to send a company representative, but it must be a heavyweight, because for them, face is most important. Xin Xingwei looked at the pondering Sun Ming and smiled again and said, I know Uncle Xin. I'm not trying to come over. It's really that the company is so busy that no one can spare any time, so I can only come over myself. Sun Ming said with some helplessness, young people, a little busy is also good. To Nanya, her grandmother, that age you want to be busy cannot be busy. Hearing Xin Xingwei's joking words, Sun Ming also laughed. Sun Ming said to Xin Xingwei after glancing at the time, Uncle Xin, then you're busy. I still have a few things to do, so I'll leave first. Well, go ahead. You can visit my house when you have time. Nanya is also at home recently. Okay, I'll pay a visit in the next 2 days. Goodbye Uncle Xin. After hearing Xin Xingwei's words, Sun Ming said and left the conference room with quick steps. Sun Ming really did have something to do because it was almost time to pick up little Chensi, but he also really didn't want to listen to Xin Xingwei's words. Their generation had already been saturated with such formalism, and were used to this kind of situation. But Sun Ming was different. He was still young. Not accepting it was not accepting it. Hadn't he seen that Xin Nanya had gotten his father over here in order to avoid this kind of meeting? Sun Ming for this kind of meeting with things deeply hate. Mainly in the village around this kind of thing happened before. When a leader to inspect the village, the local on both sides of the highway to cover the wall, time consuming and costly to cover a long time a time. The people in the village began to feel quite good, because the wall cover is really very beautiful. The top is also filled with a variety of graffiti. But after the inspection, the problem came immediately after. A rain graffiti did not. The wall into a variety of colors. Not for a period of time the wall collapsed more than half, so that the highway is full of masonry, but also no one to clean up. And finally the villagers took the initiative to tear down all the walls to solve the problem. Chapter 79, The Abominable Child. The entrance to the kindergarten was once again filled with traffic and luxury cars, but luckily Sun Ming came a little bit earlier and directly parked his car next to the kindergarten entrance. Did not wait long. The kindergarten bell rang. A moment of effort Sun Ming saw Ms. Kai with about 10 boys and girls came over. At this moment, little Chensi was holding the little girl in front of her with both hands, and there was also a little girl behind her holding her shoulders, walking slowly in line to the kindergarten entrance. Little Chensi, Sun Ming shouted out the moment he saw the little girl. Little uncle. The little girl's eyes lit up when she saw Sun Ming, and she ran over regardless. Hey, Chensi, don't run. Don't be hasty. Don't be hasty. Teacher Kai was a bit anxious to see the little girl running fast. At this time the kindergarten entrance was either children or parents. What if she was squeezed? She is responsible for it. But she can't catch the little girl at once. She can only shout anxiously. Looked at the door running to the little Chensi cannot pass. Sun Ming also do not care about these people. Relying on the young and strong hard to squeeze in, although a lot of people complained along the way, but Sun Ming is pretending not to hear. Sir, you can't enter the kindergarten. At this time, there are 3 teachers at the entrance of the kindergarten to maintain order. Parents are to be led by the teacher to pick up their children one by one. So see Sun Ming hard to squeeze over and quickly stopped him. Sun Ming brain is also awake. The last time he picked up the little girl is very calm. Or wait until the people are almost all dispersed before going to pick up. Today is also the first time he picked up the child from start to finish. The heart is slightly anxious. At this time, the little girl saw Sun Ming arrive at the door and took advantage of the teacher's inattention to directly drill under the railing. Little uncle. Hearing the little girl's voice, Sun Ming lowered his body and picked her up. Mr. Sun, you this. Teacher Kai rushed over in a hurry, wanting to say something but not daring to. She did somewhat dare not offend Sun Ming. Mr. Kai, just this once. It won't happen next time. Sun Ming hurriedly assured the teacher that the person was also on duty, Sun Ming could only say good things. It's okay, Mr. Sun, just don't be like this next time. What could Mr. Kai say? Didn't dare to say anything, he could only bark out a word of advice once again. Fine, fine, little Chensi, say goodbye to your teacher. Sun Ming said to the little girl after coping with the sentence. Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye, Chensi. After hearing the two say goodbye to each other, Sun Ming carried the little girl to the side of the car, and after fastening her seatbelt, Sun Ming planned to drive away. But when he was about to leave, he was confused. What happened? He parked too far forward, behind the parents with the car blocking it. He cannot get out of the. After waiting for 10 minutes, Sun Ming drove out of the car. 8. The loss of inexperience. Next time. Wait for the next time must park farther away. Sun Ming heart cannot help but think. All the way to the little girl is chattering about the new kindergarten inside the things. Full of energy, not at all like facing the unfamiliar environment of the child. But this was good. It would save a lot of heartache. People cannot boast. Children are the same. Just when Sun Ming from time to time nodded to cope with the little girl, the little Chensi said suddenly, wow, cry out. Sun Ming driving the car suddenly confused. What's wrong? Wasn't she fine just now? Talking so happily. How come she cried when she said she was crying? Soon, the little girl solved his confusion. Little Chensi was crying and shouting for her mom and dad, saying that all the kids in the kindergarten were picked up by their moms and dads, as well as their grandparents. Sun Mingren was dumbfounded. How could he coax this? Don't cry. Don't cry. It's the same for little uncle to pick you up. Sun Ming was helpless, but now he had to coax even if he couldn't. It's not the same. Chensi hasn't seen mom and dad all day today. You don't have to say it. The little guy was crying while still articulating the problem. Then little uncle promises you that we'll be able to see mom and dad when we get home. But you can't cry. Hearing Sun Ming's words, the little girl's sobbing voice suddenly weakened, and then said with a little nasal tone, Really, Uncle Junior? Sun Ming quickly nodded and said, Really, really, it's more real than real gold. You can see your mom and dad when you get home, but you can't cry now. If you cry again, you won't be able to see them. The little girl nodded heavily after hearing this and said, I won't cry anymore. I'm a good boy. Sun Ming immediately replied, Right, right, right. Our little Chensi is a good boy. Wait a little longer and we'll be home. Aha. Hearing the little girl's reply, Sun Ming let out a long breath. It was finally settled. Good boy? Who's good boy? Wowed and cried. Damn it. It's so hard to bring up a child. My head is so big. Along the way, Sun Ming drove that called a fast wind speed. No car can stop him, and soon drove to the door of the neighborhood. The moment the railing lifted, Sun Ming stepped on the gas pedal and rushed in, came to the door of the house, parked the car. The little girl will be carried down. Sun Ming has not yet spoken. The little one thumping ran to the home. Sun Ming did not dare to go in, just stay at the door. Sure enough, not a moment later, wow cry from the home came out. Heard Nia Ping's comforting voice. Sun Ming suddenly laughed out of the pig squeal. Moody we, the people, are really happy today. It is true that the best way to solve a problem is to solve the person who has the problem. Sun Ming stayed at the door for a while, heard the house gradually no more crying sound. He slowly walked into the home. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the little girl teary-eyed in Nia Ping's arms, and saw Sun Ming come in for a moment and immediately widened his eyes and said, Little uncle, you lied. You said that I came back to see mom and dad, but I came back and didn't see it, and your gold is not real at all. Hearing the words of the little girl, Sun Bin Nia Ping is also stared over. They also wondered half a day how the little girl came back to see them a while on the cry out. Also thought what happened it got half a day. It turned out to be Sun Ming out of the question. Sun Ming showed his hands to his parents and said he could not do anything about it. And then he laughed and said to the little girl, Little uncle did not lie to you. Really can see mom and dad. You're lying to the kids again. There's no mom and dad at home at all. The little girl heard Sun Ming's words and shouted angrily again. Little uncle said that you can see mom and dad when you return home. He didn't say that mom and dad are waiting for you at home when you return home, right? The little girl listened to this a little confused. She could not react. Is not the same? Sun Ming said to Sun Bin, Dad, you give Sun Xiong a video call. Let him coax the child. Right. Sun Bin slammed his thighs and hurriedly took out his cell phone to make a video call to Sun Xiong. Even though Sun Xiong wasn't off work yet, he quickly answered the call. What's wrong, little uncle? Hearing Sun Xiong's voice, the little girl instantly became excited and yelled that she wanted to see her father. Sun Bin had no choice but to hand her the cell phone, and Nia Ping obediently put the little girl down. Looking at the little girl holding the cell phone and talking to Sun Xiong, the house could be considered quiet. Chapter 80. Mo angry. Really don't blame me, she wailed and cried in the car. I really had no choice but to say this. Hearing Sun Ming's, Nia Ping was furious. Then you come in you tell us clearly not on the line? Don't say anything even if you don't come in and watch the joke at the door? Although Sun Ming wanted to nod his head and say yes, he didn't dare, afraid of being punched. Soon, the little girl with a smile on her face handed her cell phone to Sun Bin and said, "Grandpa, I finished talking to Mom and Dad." Sun Bin took the cell phone in passing and picked up the little one and said to the screen, "Then I hang up. Ah, you are busy." Sun Xion's voice came out, trouble uncle and auntie. I'll go to work first. Aha. Sun Bin hung up after replying, "How's that? Little uncle didn't lie to you, did he? Did you see Mom and Dad?" Seeing that the matter was resolved, Sun Ming immediately said to the little girl with pride in his voice, "Aha, little uncle. Saw it, I saw it, and I even said a lot of words to Mommy and Daddy." The little girl said to Sun Ming with a happy face, "Still saying no more about little uncle being a liar? No more. Shensi doesn't say that little uncle is a liar anymore. Little uncle's gold is real gold." Hearing the little girl's words, Sun Ming almost didn't hold back and burst out laughing. In the end it's a little kid, still a good liar. Okay, don't tease the child. If you have the ability to find your own daughter-in-law to give birth to one, what are you doing teasing other people's children every day? Nia Ping was very impatient and interrupted Sun Ming. What he said also left him speechless. How to take this? How can you answer this? Can you just say you can have a child? There's no way. It's his own mother who's talking. So just bear with it. It did not take long for Mom to make the meal. Not that he wanted to eat so early. Mainly Nia Ping stayed at home is really nothing to do. Early to make a good meal. After eating she will be fine. Save the heart still think about what time to eat. Sun Ming thought they came to Shanghai to stay for a period of time on the go. Did not expect things to add things. Things to catch things. This time wanna go or not assured. Sun Ming matchmaking problems. Small chintzy things, too for the too old are a big deal. You now let them go they do not go. Sun Ming has not gone out to wave now. Very helpless After eating Sun Ming also do not go to tease the little girl, mainly because of the mother today. What is not good? What do not know? The little girl came back to wow cry. Finally realized that Sun Ming dozed. White worry half a day. Not to hit Sun Ming a few has been the pro-mother merciful. Looking at parents with the little girl out to walk. Sun Ming directly nestled in the sofa to play with the phone. Holding his cell phone thought or to send a message to Shinanya. So asked her what she was doing. Not waiting for Sun Ming to switch the software each other back to the message. Fast a little bit to let Sun Ming caught off guard. She is an executive director do not work, right? Sun Ming, what are you doing? Shinanya, nothing, reading the report. Sun Ming, guess who I ran into today? Shinanya, my father. Sun Ming was shocked. This woman's IQ is a bit high, right? He didn't even say anything, and the other party guessed it, which surprised Sun Ming. Sun Ming, how did you know? Shinanya, guessed. Sun Ming, I mean how did you guess? Shinanya, it was just a guess. Sun Ming, is she sick? Asked you how you guessed, and you told me it was just that guess? This is not nonsense. Sun Ming now hated to pry open Shinanya's head to see what was inside. Why are you so angry? Sun Ming, let's not talk about this. Have you eaten yet? Shinanya, how can I eat before I get off work? Sun Ming grumpily knocked on the table. Asked you to eat you eat is eat. Did not eat is not eat. Not yet off work how to eat? She ate gunpowder today? Sun Ming does not know is that Shinanya at this time has been happy straight waist. See Sun Ming has nothing to say to make her happy. Sun Ming, I finished eating here and you're still not off duty? Are you squeezing your employees like this? Shinanya, I'm also an employee. And it's only 6 o'clock now. We usually don't get off work until 6:30. It's not comparable to your investment company. And it's even less comparable to you, the big boss. Sun Ming knocked on the table again. And the counterattack failed to be singled out again. Sun Ming, then I'll treat you to a meal? Shinanya, didn't you eat already? Sun Ming, can I watch you eat? Shinanya, forget it. I can't afford to waste your time as a big boss. Sun Ming's 40-meter sword at his waist was getting impatient. Sun Ming, cut the crap. Where is it? Shinanya, since Boss Sun has invited me again and again, then I'll accept my daughter's invitation. Shinanya, you just navigate directly to Dragon View. Sun Ming, okay, you wait. Shinanya, what? Boss Sun is planning to rough up the little lady? Sun Ming, thinking too much. I mean you just wait. Waiting for me to go and whip you a few times first. This is too angry today. Shinanya, that's good. I thought Boss Sun was planning to beat me up. Slamming his chest JPG. Don't get angry. No one will replace you if you get sick. Sun Ming silently recited the cross catchphrase. Today either she dies or I live. Sun Ming took the car keys. Sat in the car and hit the fire. Navigated the location. Okay, not too far. Half an hour away. Slammed on the gas pedal and rushed out. MMP. Originally half an hour away. But this time period is the evening peak. Blocked Sun Ming want to curse. Step by step. But also TM not a bicycle fast. As long as the traffic jam up. Tube you are Rolls-Royce or Mazda, who do not want to move. It was almost 8 o'clock when Sun Ming arrived, parked the car. Sun Ming has not yet walked to the Longjing Company building inside. Shin Nanya has been waiting at the door. This, originally also thought because she just two angry people want to give Shin Nanya a little lesson. But people have been waiting for almost an hour and a half, and now still hungry. Sun Ming at this time from a stomach of anger into Shin Nanya's apology. If not he about the meal. People now have long eaten enough to go home. Sun Ming shouted at Shin Nanya from afar, and Shin Nanya followed the sound when she heard it and looked over, because the sky is already dark. As the two gradually walked into, Sun Ming realized that this woman today is really beautiful, wearing a white shirt with a white blazer, wearing a black semi-skirt underneath, feet on white high heels. Sun Ming was a bit dazzled by the sight, but he still reacted quickly and quickly said, "I'm sorry Shin big beautiful woman, the road was jammed. I'm really sorry Shin Nanya blankly glanced at him without any good humor and said, "I thought that big boss Sun's temperament was small and let me off the hook." Sun Ming smacked his lips and did not dare to refute. It is indeed his fault. Say anything is useless. About the girl dinner late for so long. People are still waiting for you have given not a small face. He admitted it. Sun Ming stretched out his hand and said to Shin Nanya, my fault. Now invite Shin big beautiful girl to dinner. Please put, go. I'm starving. You have to treat me to a good meal today. Hearing Shin Nanya's words, Sun Ming was happy in his heart. Was this considered revenge? But what he said on his lips was, no problem, eat whatever you say today. This is what you said. Yes, I said it. You decide what to eat today. Good. Chapter 81, A Good Match. It didn't take long to drive to where Shin Nanya was going, a Japanese restaurant, not because of how delicious it was, but simply because it was expensive and convenient. Nowadays you have to make reservations in advance to go eat a super expensive Chinese food. People have to prepare the ingredients and go through all kinds of procedures of cooking, so it's definitely too late in time. Led by the waiter, the two of them walked inside. What appeared in front of them was a luxuriously styled hall, and on the ceiling was a crystal chandelier that was refracted with splashes of colorful light in every direction. European-style tables and chairs were paired with a small bar, and each table was decorated with greenery that complemented the surroundings. Japanese cuisine and European-style decorations reflect each other, making this store seem not so small. The pattern opens up, and the designer can take credit for it. Sun Ming said to Shin Nanya, Shin big beautiful girl, to the place, want to eat what you want to order. Do not be polite. Shin Nanya smiled and said, don't worry, let me wait for so long, it won't be cheap for you. Sun Ming said uncaringly, feel free. Shin Nanya had seen the world. She herself was a super rich second generation. Looking at the hundreds and thousands of things on the menu, without blinking her eyes, she ordered several dishes in a row. Tuna sashimi, smoked wagyu beef, truffle sukiyaki, caviar beef and sea urchin roll, plus a matcha custard ice cream. Although Sun Ming had eaten, a long time had passed, but he didn't like Japanese food too much, because it had a large amount of raw food, and Sun Ming was a northerner, was really not accustomed to eating it, so he could only order a tempura, along with some desserts, and casually eat it. Although Shin Nanya said to ruthlessly slaughter him a meal, but Sun Ming checked out only to find a total of only 3,688, of which the light service fee are 488. Although Sun Ming knew that both Japanese and Western cuisine charged a service fee, but shouldn't this kind of service be something they should do themselves? He still charged so many service fees, and now domestic Chinese food has also begun to implement this kind of charging method, probably in line with the international trend. Looking at Sun Ming who had finished paying the bill, the waiter revealed a timely smile, because he had gotten his share of the money. Appetizer is Japanese sea pine leaf crab jade ginkgo. Drink is not bad, flavorful and delicious, tender and smooth. Not long after, the two ordered dishes will be sent over one by one. Shin Nanya also did not polite, directly open to eat. On the one hand, the waiter introduced, specific Sun Ming did not listen to much, in front of a big beauty, who is concerned about the waiter with the dishes Looking at Shin Nanya's small mouth eating dishes, Sun Ming finally couldn't help but feel doubtful and said, Shin big beautiful, how in the world did you guess that I ran into your father today? Shin Nanya giggled after hearing this. Sun Ming had a black line on his head. Why don't you say it? What's the point of just laughing? This is not making him anxious. Seeing Sun Ming's depressed face, Shin Nanya managed to stop laughing and said slowly, how could I have guessed this? I'm not an immortal, but my father called me after seeing you, saying that he ran into you during a meeting. Sun Ming only long breath of relief, scared him to death, thought this really guessed. If it is really because of his sentence was Shin Nanya guessed what he thought, then he will not mix, absolutely eaten to death. Sun Ming also quickly asked, then what did your father say about me? Shin Nanya took a small bite of food while responding. He didn't say anything, After all, it's his first time seeing you. He just said that the young man looks okay, and he'll take a look at the rest. What do you mean by okay looking? What kind of words are these? I'm already very handsome, okay? But think about Shin Xingwei's look. Sun Ming is not confident again. That old man is still quite handsome at his age. There is no place to talk about it. But even if the old man said he looked okay is also possible. After all, this sentence is also considered a compliment, right? Regardless of what others thought. Sun Ming thought so anyway. Soon, Shin Nanya was done eating, and Sun Ming just ate a tempura, which was okay, but it didn't feel as good as the ice cream. The two of them walked out of the restaurant side by side. The breeze was gentle, rustling sounds rang out, blowing the leaves towards the sky. Compared to summer, the weather was a bit cooler now. Sun Ming and Shin Nanya didn't directly drive home either, but strolled on the streets, surrounded by many people walking on the streets just like the two of them, couples, families, and friends, enjoying the city lights. The breeze blew gently, stirring the edges of Shin Nanya's skirt, making her seem like a fairy left on earth, floating in the air, while her elegant and beautiful temperament and age attracted the gazes of most of the people around her. Sun Ming didn't break this quiet. At this time no sound is better than sound. Gorgeous lights will color the entire city into a night city. This time of the pedestrian street is bustling with pedestrians. These people are shopping or in the taste of food. A sea of people, endless flow, walking in the crowd. All kinds of neon lights reflecting a building beautifully. Let a person intoxicated. At this moment, Sun Ming and Shin Nanya's hands had been held together at some point, and the two of them casually said marginal words while enjoying the beauty of the pedestrian street. Casually strolling along the street, walking along, Sun Ming suddenly saw a small stall on the walk. Looking at the immobile Sun Ming, Shin Nanya is also a little curious about what in the end is attracted to this man. Along with his gaze over, she simply want to die of laughter. It is a starch sausage seller. The kind of starch sausage that has a trace of meat is fake. Go buy two? Hearing Shin Nanya's words, Sun Ming's eyes lit up and said, "You want to eat it too?" Shin Nanya was a bit amused. "Just eat it if you want to. No one is saying anything about you." But she still nodded and said, "I've eaten it a few times before, and then I haven't eaten it again. So since I saw it today, I'll eat one." Sun Ming took her hand and walked towards the starch sausage seller, a middle-aged woman. At this time there are still quite a lot of people buying things. The two of them lined up for a short while and then bought it. Gave Shin Nanya one. Sun Ming took a big bite, a happy expression, as if just now thousands of Japanese food is still compared to a $2 starch sausage. Shin Nanya small mouthful of food. Think it is not as delicious as imagined. Cannot figure out why Sun Ming will like this, but she did not ask. Just like just eating Japanese food, she can see that Sun Ming does not like to eat, but still did not say anything. Sun Ming can see that she likes to eat, and did not open his mouth to ask. Everyone's hobbies are different, that's no problem. Just like Sun Ming wouldn't say it's bad for her to like Japanese food, she wouldn't say it's wrong for Sun Ming to eat starchy sausage. I can accompany you to eat what you like and I don't like, but you also have to accept what I like to eat and you don't like. You don't have to go and eat it, even if it's just to look at it. As long as you don't go pointing fingers, that's the best person for the job. Chapter 82, The Little Raggedy Kid. Time flies too fast. Unknowingly already more than 11 o'clock. Shin Nanya forcefully tugged Sun Ming's hand, said to go back. Tomorrow still have to go to work. There is no way. Sun Ming cannot go to work the next day, but he still have to send the little girl to kindergarten. Can only take Shin Nanya home. The little girl's status in his heart instantly fell from the sky. The annoying child. Sun Ming said after sending Shin Nanya to the door of his house. I'm leaving then. Bye. Sun Ming returned her sentence and drove back home. When he walked in the door, the lights in the living room were still on, but his parents and the little girl had already gone to bed. After all, it was already close to 12 o'clock. After Sun Ming washed up, he laid down on the bed and fell asleep peacefully. Early in the morning, Sun Ming felt that someone was shouting, and there was someone bouncing around on his body, waking him up. He opened his eyes in a daze, and the first thing he saw was the little girl jumping on his bed while shouting, "Little uncle, get up, the sun is on your butt." Sun Ming had a helpless face. He hadn't slept enough. Now Sun Ming didn't find the little girl cute at all. Annoying kid. It's true. What smells good from afar, smells bad from close by. Adults and children are all the same. The first time he picked up the little girl, Sun Ming's heart was melting. But now, his heart had turned into steel, cement sealing his heart. Little kids and whatnot were the most annoying. Okay, Shensi, don't jump. Little uncle will get up here. You go eat breakfast first, okay? Sun Ming said to the little girl with a headache. Okay, little uncle, but you have to be faster too. I don't want to be late for kindergarten. Hearing the little girl's words, Sun Ming responded to her. Little uncle knows. Little uncle will get up soon. You go first. Aha. After the little girl finished speaking, She climbed off the bed and ran outside with a thump, shouting out of her mouth as she ran, "Grandma, I got little uncle up." "Really? Our little Chensi is really useful. Come, have breakfast." Hearing Nia Ping's words, Sun Ming had a head full of black lines. Sure enough, he was thinking how come the little girl came to his house. He didn't expect it to be his own mom's backstabbing. There's no way. His parents can't drive. If they could drive, he wouldn't have to get up so early. Alas, miscalculation. Sun Ming sighed and then got up to put on his clothes, washed up and then came to the living room. The little girl was sitting on a high stool, eating an egg cake in her mouth, holding a ham sausage in her hand, and her two little legs were constantly swaying, relaxed and easy to do. Sun Ming went over and picked up an egg cake, wrapped a little bit of small vegetables plus a ham sausage, a few mouths to eat, and then drank a cup of milk, like a hungry ghost. The little girl looked dumbfounded, her mouth wide open. The ham sausage in her hand fell to the ground without even realizing it. When Nia Ping saw Sun Ming's eating, she came over and slapped him on the head, saying, "What's your hurry? Aren't you afraid of choking?" Then she said to the little girl, "Chensi, don't follow your little uncle's example. Do you know that? You must chew your food slowly." The little girl quickly nodded and said, "I know, Grandma. I'm a good girl, unlike my little uncle who doesn't listen." "Sun Ming, you can say that at such a young age? What if he grows up? We need to find some time to educate her. We need to let her know that using little uncle as a stepping stone will cost her." Afterwards, Sun Ming said to Nia Ping, "Mom, let's discuss something." "What is it?" "We can't find a babysitter. We can't pick up the kids, because your dad and I can't drive. Is there anything else?" When Sun Ming heard his mom's words, he opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. What he wanted to say was directly blocked by his mom. What to say? This is the real mama. Then Sun Ming, he knows himself. It's not that mom has to let you send the kids, but you don't have much to do. What's wrong with getting up early and having breakfast? Your father and I never yelled at you to get up in the morning back home, did we? You want to be lazy here? You're too good to be true. Listening to Nia Ping's incessant words, Sun Ming was really speechless, and the most important thing was that he had promised himself the task of picking up and dropping off the kids, so he didn't even have to wash them. Alas, the damnable child. She's no longer cute. She's turned into a nuisance. Little uncle, you drink milk. Sun Ming was in a daze when he suddenly heard the little girl's voice. She didn't know when she ran to Sun Ming's side. Her two little hands raised the cup high, and her little mouth was still talking. Sun Ming was immediately touched. Children are not so annoying, sometimes still very cute. He took the cup from the little girl's hand. Looking at the milk in the cup, Sun Ming thought that just now he said that he would teach the little girl a lesson, but when he saw her good behavior and understanding, he decided to let it go, and let her go around for once. Just when Sun Ming was planning to drink the milk in the cup, Nia Ping's voice came over. "Put it down. Let her drink it herself. Didn't you already drink it? Still want to drink it? Pour it yourself." "Sun Ming? What the hell? It's just a cup of milk. It's fine for him to drink it, right?" Suddenly, Sun Ming reacted and violently lowered his head to see the little girl's originally smiling face suddenly become aggravated. "Am I being punked again? Say, did you give me the milk because you didn't want to drink it?" Hearing Sun Ming's words, the little girl twisted her body and said with a bit of a squirm, "The milk isn't good, so I gave it to Uncle Junior because I saw that Uncle Junior liked it." Sun Ming was amused by this child. He thought she was heartbroken, but he didn't think it was for this reason. He was touched for half a day for nothing. He can't hold back. He'll beat you up later. Sun Ming handed the milk back to the little girl and said, "Drink. Uncle will watch you drink. Drink, not finish where can not go." The little girl took the cup somewhat aggrieved, looked at Sun Ming, and then looked at Nia Ping, saw the two people are looking at her. There is no way out. Drank a few mouthfuls of milk to finish. After finishing the milk, she hurriedly said to Sun Ming, "Little uncle, I'm done. You can send me to kindergarten." Seeing her anxious to leave, Sun Ming couldn't help but laugh secretly. How much did she hate milk? "Okay, little uncle will send you there now, but you have to take your things well. Do you know? You can't leave things behind." "Got it, little uncle. Grandma has already prepared it for me. Let's go quickly." All right, let's go now." After saying that, Sun Ming said to Nia Ping and took the little girl out of the house, opened the car door and carried the little girl into the car, fastened her seatbelt, a set of processes running in the clouds and flowing. In the future, he had a child of his own to do the same thing, although this time period is a little congested, but Sun Ming still very smooth to the door of the kindergarten. The little girl handed over to Ms. Kai after his task this morning is completed. "I'd been up all day, and now I can't sleep at home, so I might as well go to the office." Thinking of this, Sun Ming directly stepped on the gas and left. Chapter 83, Money is Important. What could Sun Ming do when he came to the company? Touching the fish, and ing touching the fish. Otherwise he recruited so many people for what? There is also a very important reason that he is the boss. The office is so big. Go wherever you can see the employees. These people see him must be embarrassed and afraid. That kind of atmosphere. The employees do not do a good job, so it is best for him to go out and sneak around less, lest it be embarrassing. A beautiful day starts with a handful of games. However, Sun Ming was not in a good mood at this time. It was not easy to use Yasso to carry once, but he was dragged down by 4 stupid teammates. Too damn pit. Looking at the record of the 4 of them, Sun Ming was so anxious that he wanted to hit someone. He managed to make it to 5-9, but he lost hard. It was simply unacceptable. This record was something he had never had before. Unforgivable. Garbage matching mechanism, victimizing him as a player who loves the game. Yuck. I don't want to play anymore. I can't even touch the fish. What the hell? Or watch the video to touch the fish to the pain. Open a look. All he wanted to see. This number is practiced. Knock knock. Before brushing for a while, someone knocked on the door. No way. Sun Ming put down his cell phone and said, "Enter." Secretary Shinshio stepped on her high heels and came in. "Mr. Sun, Liu Chang wants to see you. What do you think?" Without waiting for Sun Ming to speak, Shinshio stated the reason for her coming over. "Liu Chang? Why is he here? Shouldn't he be looking for Li Yunfeng for something?" Unable to figure it out, Sun Ming didn't think about it. He would know once the person came over, so he said to Shinshio, "Let him come over." Shinshio nodded and stepped on her high heels and walked out of the office. Not a moment later, he heard someone knocking on the door, and when Sun Ming saw that it was Liu Chang, he let him in. "Sit. Thank you, Mr. Sun." After politely finishing, Sun Ming said to Liu Chang, "What is it?" "It's like this, Mr. Sun. I'm currently in charge of the MCN organization. Now the organization has taken shape, and there are more than a dozen million fan anchors under its banner. Only that the 10 million head anchors that you want to poach haven't succeeded yet, because the liquidated damages that they need are too expensive. In simple terms, it's a sky-high price, and according to the company's assessment, the cost of forcefully poaching them is too high. It's not worth it, so I've come to ask you." Hearing what Liu Chang said, Sun Ming thought about it. Indeed, the current MCN organizations are very sneaky. It's not easy to cultivate one. If it's so easy to be poached, then wouldn't their efforts be wasted? Especially after the emergence of the Jade disease, the major organizations pay more attention to their own anchors. If the liquidated damages are low, the anchors can pay for their own money to become a free agent, which would be a big loss for the organization. Just as Sun Ming was thinking, Liu Chang spoke again. "Mr. Sun, there is also that the 2 anchors you hired haven't been arranged yet. This time I came over to ask you what to do with the 2 of them." Hearing Liu Chang's words, Sun Ming's eyes lit up. Yes, these days he was busy with the little girl and Shen Nanya, forgetting about these 2 great talents. Thinking of this, Sun Ming said to Liu Chang, "No need to dig people up. Just make them both 10 million. According to the big Yang Xiaoyang, planning must find the best. I don't know much about other aspects. You guys go to do it, but the planning aspect must be spared no expense. Got it?" Hearing Sun Ming's words, Liu Chang immediately stood up and said, "I understand, Mr. Sun. Okay, you go and get busy." Sun Ming waved his hand at Liu Chang and said, "Okay, General Manager Sun." Just as Liu Chang got up to leave, Sun Ming thought of something and immediately said, "Wait." Liu Chang was a bit puzzled and turned around again and asked, "Mr. Sun, what's wrong? Aren't you the one Li Yunfeng found to help him with investment issues? Why are you in charge of the MCN organization now? Last time, Li Yunfeng also said that he had found someone specifically to be in charge of this project. It can't be you, can it? That would be a big mistake." Hearing Sun Ming's words, Liu Chang let out a bitter smile and said, "Manager Li confirmed that he had found someone, but that person had just come to the company not long ago, and wasn't too familiar with all aspects of the company, so Manager Li asked me to be in charge for a period of time, and then hand over the whole thing to him after he became familiar with it." Hearing Liu Chang's words, Sun Ming nodded his head in understanding, then asked again, "What is that person's name?" "His name is Ma Yong. He used to be in charge of the MCN organization. Only because their company boss didn't pay dividends according to his performance, he resigned, and Manager Li also asked the talent to bring him over." Hearing Liu Chang's words, Sun Ming was a bit puzzled, but he asked directly, "What performance dividend?" "It's like this. Ma Yong's salary in the last MCN organization was a guaranteed base plus dividend commission. That is to say that the revenue generated by his anchors because of bandwagons or PKs should have a share of him. His boss resented it because his dividends were too much, intending to give less to a portion of it. Ma Yong didn't agree, and the 2 of them had a falling out, so he resigned angrily." Sun Ming understood. The simple truth was that Ma Yong's boss wanted the horse to run but didn't want to give the horse grass. Then what kind of treatment did our company give him? Hearing Sun Ming's words, Liu Chang hurriedly explained, "It's exactly the same as his last company. Except that we signed a contract, and Ma Yong didn't sign a contract at his last home, because the boss of the last company was close friends with Ma Yong, and there was only a verbal agreement because of the relationship of trust, and that's exactly why Ma Yong left in pain, because there was nothing he could do to get a lawsuit, and he didn't even have any evidence. Sun Ming nodded and said, "Okay, then I know. You go and get busy." Lu Chang nodded and walked out of the office. People no matter how good the relationship can be because of the money reason to part ways, this world is really still money is the most important. With money can do a lot of things. Without money, maybe a lot of things you do not even have the opportunity to do. Understanding Ma Yong's experience, Sun Ming could not help but sigh. Still have to work hard to make money Thinking of this, Sun Ming couldn't help but pump himself up. Immediately got up and walked towards the outside of the office. And just walked out of the office. There was originally a buzzing and talking sound outside, and the entire company was all quiet the moment Sun Ming came out. Sun Ming could not help but be embarrassed. Really, the boss is not good when what should we do? Turn around in the office? Looking at everyone's quiet appearance, Sun Ming didn't know what to do. Forget it, it's better to feel the fish in the office. As for making an effort my ass. He was doing this for the sake of his employees to have a good working environment. He wasn't touching the fish because he was lazy. Well, yeah, that's it. Sun Ming couldn't help but comfort himself like this, closing the door. It didn't take long for a voice to come out from inside the office. When the exclusive BGM played, Ao De Piao was already riding his 2-8 bar that had been repaired thousands of times, carrying a 400-kilogram banana on the highway. Chapter 84, Strange Brain Circuit. After eating lunch, Sun Ming was bored and drove his car to Longjing Mansion. Compared to the prosperity of the financial center, Longjing Mansion was considered slightly insufficient, but it was normal. After all, it was a financial center. It was just a real estate company. Although it was very rich, it was still slightly insufficient compared to the financial building. On the top floor of the building, inside the office of the chairman of Longjing Company, curling sandalwood incense floats up. The office table is placed on a complete set of purple sandalwood kettle tea set. The back of the desk is also placed several kinds of green plants, flowers. Only these green plants and flowers can show that this is a woman's office. At this time, Shin Nanya sitting in the office chair. Her opposite stood a middle-aged woman, and her hands holding a few documents, writing and drawing. Should be in the correction of what important things. Just when she had just corrected the document and intended to hand it to the middle-aged woman opposite her, the landline on the desk rang. Shin Nanya made a wink at the woman and then picked up the phone. The middle-aged woman took the documents and walked out of the office door with a dee-dee-dee-dee. "What is it?" On the other end of the phone, hearing Shin Nanya's words, he quickly said, "I'm disturbing Director Shin. It's like this. There is a young man who doesn't have an employee card from our company, but he said that he knows you. His surname is Sun, and he asked me to ask about you." "I know. You send him to my office." Shin Nanya cried and laughed when she heard the words from the opposite side. "Just come. You didn't greet me in advance. Now it's good. You've been stopped, right? Serves you right. Okay, Shindong. I will immediately bring Mr. Sun over." Aha. At this time, at the main entrance of Longjing Company, a security officer from the security office put down the phone and smiled fawningly at Sun Ming. "Sorry, Mr. Sun, duty calls, please don't be offended." Sun Ming waved his hand and said, "It's okay, let's go then. Go. I'll take you there," the security officer said while reaching out to guide Sun Ming. Sun Ming followed behind the security personnel and walked towards the elevator. It didn't take a while before he arrived at the door of Shin Nanya's office. Sun Ming waved his hand at the security officer to signal that he could leave. This security officer was also very understanding and went down in the elevator again without any nonsense. Sun Ming also didn't directly enter Shin Nanya's office, but instead went down one floor and wandered around the hall where their employees worked. And at this time, many gazes converged on Sun Ming's body. Many people were discussing in low voices, guessing Sun Ming's identity, and looking at the clothes he wore they could determine that Sun Ming was not an employee of their company. "He's not an employee of our company, right? Definitely not. I've seen all of our company's employees and there's no such person. It should be the son of the man who was pursuing our director Shin, right? Looks like. Then he does not go to Shindong's office to us here. Why? See what's going on? Who knows? It's a rich man's specialty. Keep your voice down. Don't let others hear. If you are heard, you will suffer." Hearing this voice, the crowd that had been murmuring suddenly quieted down. "Hello, who are you looking for?" The middle-aged woman who had just been in Shin Nanya's office walked up to Sun Ming and asked him. "Nothing, I'm looking for your Shindong." Sun Ming smiled or responded to her question. "This sir, Shindong's office is upstairs. You should have gone the wrong way, right?" the middle-aged woman said with some doubt. "I know, I just came over to take a look, nothing else." "Okay, then I won't bother you. If you want to go to Shindong's office, just take the elevator directly. Hearing the middle-aged woman's words, Sun Ming smiled and said, "Okay." The woman didn't say anything else, but stepped on her high heels and returned to her office. Sun Ming looked at the crowded work and slowly walked towards a pretty young lady's position. "Hello, beautiful lady." Hearing Sun Ming's voice, the little girl rubbed her head and jumped up, then said in a panic, "Hello, sir, what's the matter?" Sun Ming was startled by the little girl's reaction. What was the situation? What's the situation? Is it necessary to just say hello? Stressed? Nothing, don't be nervous. I'm not from your company and I'm not checking the work progress. I'm just simply chatting. Don't be afraid. After hearing Sun Ming's words, the little girl patted her chest and said, "Scared me to death. I thought it was someone from the inspection department." Inspector department? What does that do? Sun Ming asked with some confusion. He really didn't know what kind of department it was because his company didn't have one. They are in charge of everything, from the top to the top brass violating discipline, down to the employees violating the rules. It's all handled by them. It's awesome. Listening to the little girl's explanation, Sun Ming understood. So he continued to ask, "Then what are you afraid of them? You didn't violate the rules and discipline, so you're scared like this? You don't know. Some of them can be bad. No matter whether you have violated the law or not, casually catch you a little bit of a handle to rule people obediently." Sun Ming was a bit puzzled. Such a big company still has such lawless people? It shouldn't be. However, this is none of Sun Ming's business. He just came to see what the inside of the real estate company looks like. But after turning around there is nothing to see. Either they are working or working, not even a touch of fish. Basically a waste. However, he was still a little curious. So he continued to ask the little girl, "Doesn't the chairman of your company know about this problem? If she knows, then isn't this her way of squeezing you guys? She's definitely not a good thing." The little girl heard Sun Ming's words after a face of excitement. I suddenly saw the sudden appearance of the silhouette behind Sun Ming. Was going to blurt out the words into, "It's not. Our Shindong can be good. Only she does not know those people do things just. You do not want to say this about our Shindong. You are not a good thing it. Hey, my temper. I'm talking to you, okay? Dog biting Lu Dongbin. Do not know good people are you. Ahem. Who are you saying is a dog biting Lu Dongbin? Also, who are you saying is oppressing the employees?" Hearing this voice, Sun Ming's face instantly collapsed. Isn't this a pitfall? He just wanted to tease the little girl. Who knew that this person didn't follow the rules? Why didn't she wait in the office? No one gave him an answer to the doubts in his heart, only to say that he made his own mistakes. Can not live. You came to my company just to discredit me? Or to hook up with our company's employees? Hearing Shinanya's voice again, Sun Ming turned around with a hee-haw and said to Shinanya, "How could I denigrate you? I'm just chatting with your employees casually." Chatting? Is that so? Hearing Shinanya's voice, Sun Ming hurriedly made eyes at the little girl. "No, this person was just saying that you're oppressing us and that you're not a good person." Hearing the little girl's words, Sun Ming slammed his forehead. MD, bumping into the cutie. Up, he should have remembered. Just now saying hello to this little girl could scare her into jumping up. At that time, he should have thought that this girl's brain circuit was definitely not an ordinary person. But unfortunately, little cutie, mistake him. Sun Ming slowly turned his head, looking at Shinanya who seemed to be smiling. Sun Ming had bitter words. Chapter 85, Can't compare. That, if I say that this sentence was not said by me, do you believe it or not? Shinanya said with a smile in her eyes. Guess if I believe it? TNND. Laborer's worldly fame was planted on a little cutie. Body? Sun Ming silently spat at the little girl in his heart. You really are the number one smart egg in the heavenly character. Sun Ming spat at the little girl, but what he didn't expect was the little girl's face of delight upon hearing Sun Ming's words. Really? I also think I'm smart, but they all say I'm stupid. Or you have a good eye. Really, I'm still the smartest, but thank you for the compliment. MD, another miscalculation. This person is really cute, right? Can't you hear me mocking? Can't you see that your chairman is right next to you? Don't you work? What's with the big heart? Sun Ming slapped his forehead. He was speechless. Your company really has hidden tigers and dragons. When she heard Sun Ming spit, Shinanya almost laughed out loud, forcibly holding back her laughter. She slapped Sun Ming's shoulder and said, "Don't change the subject. We haven't even talked about what happened just now." Sun Ming smiled at Shinanya, then grabbed her hand and walked towards the elevator. While walking, he said, "There are so many people. Go to your office to say." Shinanya gave him a blank look, but still followed Sun Ming's pace. The two just got on the elevator and went up, and the entire floor instantly exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Did I read it right? Our Shindong was taken care of? What is this person's origin? Bullish. The two of them are holding hands? Are you blind? Didn't you see that? Big news. Big news. Shindong's former suitors are already crying in the toilet. The whole floor was in chaos. making a lot of noise. Even those executives were dumbfounded and had no time to pay attention to these people. They but every day to see Shinanya. Have not heard of the boss fell in love now called the boss fell in love or so private? A little wind has not heard At this time, Sun Ming and Shinanya have come to her office. As soon as he entered the door Sun Ming was stunned. 2 sets of sofas, 2 sets of tea table, and Shinanya's boss chair and her oversized desk. Look at him straight drooling. His office compared to other people's offices. Simply dog is not. Envy and jealousy Your office is too big, isn't it? Can you use it all? Shinanya smiled without saying anything after hearing this. Asterisk 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 you still have a place to sleep here? Toiletries all over the place? Is this TM still an office? You say to me, how big is this office of yours? Shinanya looked at Sun Ming's unimpressive appearance and said with a smile, the parlor and bedroom add up to more than 400 square feet. Sun Ming was speechless. His office is only a few tens of square meters in total. Others are more than 400 square meters. People are more angry than people. It's not that Sun Ming hasn't seen the world. His family's villa is not bigger than this. The places he's played in are better than this one. This is not to show a little bit of it. To pull the topic is not nothing. How can Mr. Sun have time to come to my humble abode today? Sure enough, Shinanya seemed to have forgotten about what had just happened and flirted with Sun Ming. That's right. I can't come to your company to take a look around? Besides, you're a big company and you're still shabby? Then what is my company? A thatched cottage? Don't bury people like that. Okay. Sun Ming secretly rejoiced in his heart, then pretended to be very angry and said. Shinanya didn't care and continued. Is it really okay? Sun Ming waved his hand and said. It's fine. It's just that there's nothing to do in the company. I'm bored, and I haven't been to your company yet, so I came over to take a look. It's still good to be a boss. You can go wherever you want when you have nothing to do, unlike our kind of laborers who can only go to work and don't even have time to rest. Sun Ming? Is this Yin and Yang him again? This terrier just can't get over it, right? Sun Ming said with a look of disgust. You're still a laborer? Who beats up a worker and tells the shareholders to go to a meeting? You do not want to go to the meeting, you let your father to go to the meeting. You still hit workers? Go play on the other side. Looking at Sun Ming's disgusted expression coupled with the words he said, happy Shinanya giggled. Too funny. This person seems to grow on her laughing point. Talking is also. Every time she saw or heard Sun Ming being weird, she could not help but laugh. At this time, Sun Ming walked toward Shinanya's desk in large strides, sat on his but on top of her boss chair, and sighed with a long breath. This is the treatment that the boss should have. Shinanya smilingly walked to the side of Sun Ming and said, then do you still need to make a pot of tea for Mr. Sun? Sun Ming said with a smile, I'll drink the tea if it's made by Director Shin himself, but forget about the tea made by others. Shinanya slapped Sun Ming's shoulder again and said, shameless, you are the first person to come to my office, sit on my chair, and still plan to let me make tea. Afterwards, Shinanya went to the tea table to make tea. Sun Ming was also embarrassed to really sit on the chair and wait for others to make tea, and hurriedly got up and came to the sofa next to the tea table and sat down. That's right, you can't sit and wait on the office chair, but it's fine to sit and wait on the sofa. Shinanya watched Sun Ming's little action and ignored him, making tea at ease. If a woman has a good figure and looks pretty, what she does is especially beautiful. Sun Ming now has a deep understanding. Looking at Shinanya's movements, coupled with her knitted brows and smile, Sun Ming looked and froze. It was really fascinated. Knock knock knock. Just then the office door was knocked. Enter, Shinanya said while making tea. Squeak. The door was pushed open and a young woman wearing a uniform and holding a document walked in. Chairman, here's a document that needs your signature. The woman saw Shinanya making tea, revealing a shocked look, but the expression on her face did not change in the slightest. The words coming out of her mouth did not have a little stutter. It seems to be professionally trained. Shinanya put down the teapot, picked up the document and looked at it, then picked up the pen again and signed on it and said, it's okay. Okay, Chairman, then I'll go out? Hearing the woman's words, Shinanya waved her hand and said, aha. While the two were talking, Sun Ming didn't make a sound at all, and it was only when the woman walked out of the office that Sun Ming asked, your secretary? Shinanya nodded with odd eyes and said, what? You've taken a fancy to it? No, just asking. Sun Ming hurriedly explained. Really? Hearing Shinanya's skeptical voice, Sun Ming immediately used his right hand to raise 3 fingers and said, I swear, it's more real than real gold. Alright, believe you this time.